A dying sun grudgingly released a few last rays as if trying to mask the barrenness of the land. Among jagged rocks, a bullet-shaped gray-black object stood silently, stretching a long, thin shadow across the ground. Time passed. The conical top of the gray-black object opened sideways, revealing a hemispherical glass dome. Inside, a person sat on the floor, staring blankly at the sky. Where am I? Lin Ming craned his neck desperately, trying to make out the celestial body, shining with pale radiance in the sky. It had a silver exterior, clearly visible craters, and a desolate surface, much like the familiar moon, except that it was 4 or 5 times larger than the moon. Lin Ming could even make out details hidden in the darkness and its rounded silhouette. Far away, the setting sun hung, just above the horizon, only the size of a football. He felt no warmth from it at all. Suddenly, an emotionless, synthetic voice exploded in Lin Ming's mind. Human, welcome to the boundless deep space of challenge and exploration. You are tens of thousands of light years from your home star system. Yet on the scale of celestial bodies, that is still a negligible distance. The good news is that you may still call yourself a Milky Way life form. Because of my negligence when I piloted the shuttle through space, I grazed your home planet at tremendous speed and accidentally caused it to break apart. As compensation, I have placed all surviving humans on nearby planets with similar conditions. You may use your own strength to reshape this planet. Once the transformation succeeds, you may choose to bring your fellow survivors back or choose to live out your life alone. Of course, failure is not the end. The shuttle contains an escape pod. It can freeze you at -200 degrees Celsius and launch you in a random direction. In theory, you can spend the rest of your life sleeping through the long voyage. For other matters, touch the Aether Crystal on the back of your left hand. Good luck surviving, humans. What? Lin Ming tried to digest what he had just heard. Seriously, you might not believe this. He woke up and his home planet had blown up. He had been dumped tens of thousands of light years away from the solar system. Was being still in the Milky Way supposed to be comforting? And what in the world was an Aether Crystal? Lin Ming looked at the diamond-shaped crystal embedded in the back of his left hand. It emitted a dim gray-white glow. This should be the Aether Crystal the voice had mentioned. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Ming gently touched the Aether Crystal. A pale blue beam shot out from it and condensed into a translucent light screen in front of him. The interface looked like a phone screen, neat rows of square icons, vibrant and well-designed with names beneath them: Survival Pod, Info Planet, Info Chat, Channel, Interstellar Exchange pending. Wait, are you turning this into a survival game? But game or not, staying alive came first. Lin Ming tapped Survival Pod Info and saw the details page: Interstellar Survival Pod Intro accepted. This is the home you'll never be able to leave in this lifetime. Fuel 0-100 cannot move. Electricity 10500. Electricity is the foundation of your survival. Oxygen 24,500. Each unit of oxygen sustains 1 hour of intense exercise, 2 hours of rest sleep, or 10 hours of hibernation. Pure water 10,500 unit liter. Food nutrient paste X3. Each tube provides 1 day's caloric needs. Storage space 112 items not kept in the survival pod may be damaged by extreme temperatures or other causes. Accessories: solar panel damaged, electromagnetic wave communicator damaged, hibernation chamber available, escape pod available. Expansion slots too. Damn. Lin Ming raised a hand in frustration. This was way too stingy. Only 24 hours of oxygen, 10 liters of water, and what the heck was nutrient paste? Lin Ming fumbled around and soon spotted 3 toothpaste-like tubes. Their pure white surfaces had no text or pattern. He tried to twist open a tube of nutrient paste. A brown substance oozed out, carrying a strange odor. This is dog food. Lin Ming tried a tiny lick and nearly threw up his meal from the night before. It tasted like someone had thrown every ingredient in the kitchen into a blender, then added every spice they could find. There was salty, sour, bitter, spicy, and fishy all at once. If he had to use one exact word to describe it, Indian cuisine. He wasn't hungry yet, and the weird taste was too much. He quickly twisted the cap back on and tossed it aside. Then he opened Planet Info. Unknown planet. Intro: you know nothing about this planet. Fortunately, all its basic data are exactly the same as your home planets. Rotation period 24 blue star hours. Revolution period not important. Current surface temperature 50-75 C. Current status polar day. Current gravitational constant 9.8 in kg. Current atmospheric composition nitrogen 80, carbon dioxide 19, others 1. After reading the planet info, Lin Ming was dumbfounded. The only things this planet shared with Blue Star were gravity and rotation time. What else was the same? The sun was almost below the horizon, yet the surface temperature was still above 50 C, and the atmosphere was basically nitrogen and carbon dioxide. Where was the oxygen? My 21 oxygen. Next, Lin Ming opened chat channel and finally felt a trace of being home. Which blasted idiot dumped me in this godforsaken place? Damn it. My atmosphere is 10 hydrogen sulfide. That's basically farts. Who's worse than me? There's no atmosphere here. In direct sunlight it's over 200 degrees, and in the shade it's minus 100 something. Hey, you who spoke just now, my daughter is only a year old and still nursing. Where is she? She's not being thrown onto some planet to survive too, is she? Only humans aged 18 or older are placed on planets for survival. The rest are dormant in escape pods. Once you successfully transform the planet, you can transmit electromagnetic waves and bring your family back. Below the questioning player's message, a reply in red text appeared. Seeing that they could actually communicate with the being who had brought them here, the players grew even more excited and typed their demands. Hey, you blew up, Blue Star. It's only fair to give us more compensation. Hurry up and multiply all my resources by 100, no 10,000. Exactly. Besides, humans, Earth is full of cute little animals. You inhuman monster should pay with your life. Damn it. Return our planet. Give Blue Star back. Suddenly Lin Ming saw the three players who had just spoken turn gray with a blood-red death mark in the lower right corner. The red text appeared again. Only the strong have the right to ask. The weak don't deserve a voice. To quote the oldest civilization on your planet, those who follow shall prosper. Those who resist shall perish. Lin Ming could not help but draw a sharp breath. He had originally assumed that whatever being had brought them here was benevolent, but never expected it to kill without warning. 3 lives snuffed out in an instant. But on further thought, it made sense. That entity was not human at all. It might not even be humanoid, nor perhaps a carbon-based life form. There was no way to know whether it possessed any morality. Even if it did, the vast technological gap meant it would feel no compassion for the surviving humans. Scattering all of humanity across barren planets for survival might have been nothing more than a passing whim of its, a momentary amusement. Having understood this, Lin Ming abandoned any expectation of receiving extra resources from the entity and resolved to rely on his own strength to explore. He opened the chat channel and found it divided into 3 sections: regional, greater region, and world. The regional channel currently had 9997 people, meaning including the 3 who had died there were 100 in total. The greater region channel had 1 million people and the world channel had over 3 billion. This number was less than half of Blue Planet's original population, likely because children under 18 had not joined the planetary survival or others had not survived the catastrophic explosion of Blue Planet. Finally, Lin Ming opened the interstellar exchange, but found it empty, so he closed the interface. He took stock of his resources. Right now the top priority was finding oxygen. Food and water would last a long time. Even if he ate and drank nothing, he could survive 3 or 4 days. But even if he slept constantly, maintaining minimal oxygen consumption, his oxygen would only last 2 days. Thinking of this, Lin Ming looked around and discovered that on either side of the metal wall there was a transparent chamber, one an escape pod, the other a hibernation pod. The purpose of the escape pod was clear. Once resources were exhausted, it was used to flee this barren planet and sleep forever in the endless universe. In other words, to await death. The hibernation pod, on the other hand, could greatly reduce oxygen consumption during sleep. When Lin Ming touched the hibernation pod's glass door, the Aether Crystal projected a light screen. Deep hibernation, like sleep, can restore your energy. While hibernating, oxygen consumption is greatly reduced, but hibernation does not reduce mental stress. Please avoid continuous use of hibernation. Each 10 hours of hibernation consumes 1 unit of electrical energy. Begin hibernation. No. Lin Ming quickly dismissed the prompt. So hibernation wasn't a perfect solution either. Not only did it consume electrical energy, it also didn't reduce mental stress. Lin Ming looked at the interior space of the survival capsule. The floor was roughly 2 by 3 meters, height 2 meters. Staying in this cramped environment for long would indeed cause mental stress. Then he noticed in the corner of the room 2 pieces of clothing. One garment was very thick, looking just like the spacesuits he had seen in videos. The other garment was very thin, like a diving suit, with only the head being a spherical glass dome. Heavy-duty EVA suit description: an extremely heavy EVA suit with exoskeleton assistance for movement. It can withstand extreme environments, maintaining normal body temperature in temperatures from -100 to 300 degrees Celsius, and can carry objects less than 1 ton. Energy consumption 1 unit hour. Oxygen consumption same as resting consumption. Lightweight EVA suit description: an extremely lightweight EVA suit allowing free movement with partial protection. It can maintain normal body temperature in environments from -50 to 100 degrees Celsius. Energy consumption none. Seeing the descriptions of both EVA suits, Lin Ming increasingly understood the importance of electrical energy. He prepared to go outside and explore with 2 goals in mind. One was to find oxygen or items that could produce oxygen, the other was to find materials for generating electricity or repairing solar panels. But before that, Lin Ming climbed the U-shaped stairs along the wall up to the glass dome at the top, overlooking the surroundings. Barren, deathly silent. His location was like a Gobi desert on Blue Planet. Nothing but sand and stones, no traces of biological activity, not even a single plant in sight. It made sense. The planet's atmosphere was mainly nitrogen and carbon dioxide, surface temperature above 50 degrees Celsius. How could any life possibly survive on such a surface? After observing for a long time from the lookout, Lin Ming finally selected a giant boulder approximately 3 kilometers from the survival capsule as his landmark. The shape of this boulder reminded Lin Ming of the tall nut from Plants vs. Zombies. It could serve as a landmark to avoid getting lost. For his first exploration, the goal was to understand the surrounding environment. If he walked too far, Lin Ming feared he wouldn't make it back. After another 10+ minutes of observation and confirming nothing stirred along the route, Lin Ming began to move. He first put on the lightweight EVA suit, feeling as though a skin-like material had enveloped him. He couldn't feel any discomfort or stuffiness. His skin's natural sense of touch was even preserved. Next, Lin Ming checked the specific information of the lightweight EVA suit. The lightweight EVA suit could carry a maximum of 5 units of oxygen, 1 liter of water, and a few other items. After thinking, Lin Ming chose to fill all 5 units of oxygen in the water bladder and brought all 3 tubes of nutrient paste. This way, even if some accident required him to stay outside briefly, he wouldn't die from lack of resources. Any unused items could be recovered, so there was no fear of waste. After loading supplies, Lin Ming searched again and found that the surrounding walls hid many metal cylinders for storing resources. These metal cylinders were usually embedded in the walls, inconspicuous unless closely examined. With a light touch, the metal cylinders would slowly protrude from the wall. The metal cylinder was shin-high for an adult, silver-white in color, likely made of aluminum or similar alloy. It was hollow inside with a rotatable sealed cap and not too heavy overall. This cylinder could be used to collect resources or serve as a makeshift weapon. With this, the preparations for going out were complete. Lin Ming mentally reviewed the details of his post-departure exploration, confirmed nothing was overlooked, and walked to the hatch. Hiss! The sound of gas rushing out came. Lin Ming first entered a smaller intermediate chamber where the survival capsule system recycled the oxygen inside before opening the hatch to the outside. As the hatch gradually opened, Lin Ming tightly clutched the metal cylinder with both hands, guarding against possible crises. Fortunately, nothing appeared. The surroundings remained barren and deathly silent. Extending his right hand, Lin Ming felt the temperature outside. The air before his eyes was visibly slightly distorted, clearly a scorching heat wave. But protected by the lightweight EVA suit, Lin Ming felt no discomfort whatsoever. It remained perfectly comfortable. Whoosh! Lin Ming descended the spiral staircase, slowly, his foot touching the planet's surface. The soft, sandy terrain felt comfortable beneath his feet. Lin Ming left his first footprint on a barren planet tens of thousands of light years from his mother star. This is one small step for me, but it will be one giant leap for mankind. My name is Lin Ming. Before long, this entire planet will remember my name. After uttering such a Chinibu declaration, Lin Ming felt an inexplicable sense of exhilaration. As the sole human on this planet, he had to find some amusement, otherwise it would be far too dull. After his moment of triumph, Lin Ming reverted to his cautious demeanor, circling the survival pod. The ground was covered with fine gravel, which looked no different from the deserts of Blue Star. Beneath 5 centimeters of gravel lay a hard, blackish-brown surface, extremely dry, with no trace of water. Lin Ming spotted the tall nut rock that served as a landmark and suddenly felt a faint warmth in his eyes. Then Lin Ming perceived the tall nut rock as a cluster of red and black specks of light. What the hell? His heart skipped a beat. Could the tall nut rock be radioactive, with high-energy radiation particles piercing his retina? He looked around and noticed that some scattered small rocks also flickered with black and red specks. Blinking, the warmth faded, and the flickering specks vanished. What was going on? Could it be that entity's twisted sense of humor, using high-energy radiation to inscribe the words, "You are insects," on Lin Ming's retina? Perplexed, Lin Ming continued his steady, slow walk toward the tall nut rock. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The glass helmet did not muffle sounds. Lin Ming could clearly hear his footsteps and the howling wind around him. As he walked, he observed his surroundings. Nothing but gravel and rocks. Crunch, crunch, crunch. In the silence, the sound of his footsteps was deafening. Several times he held his breath and could hear his own heartbeat. He turned back. The black survival pod stood silently motionless. So I really am the only one here. Lin Ming cast aside his tangled thoughts, his gaze growing resolute. He fixed his eyes on the tall nut rock and walked straight toward it step by step. It took him over half an hour to cover the 3 kilometers. He took a few sips of water through the straw by his mouth, then looked up at the 5-meter-tall behemoth. The tall nut rock was grayish-brown, its surface smooth with distinct layers of texture. It had clearly stood here for eons, weathered by wind and sun, enduring countless ages. Yet aside from that, Lin Ming found nothing else. No traces of moss-like plants, no fossils, nothing at all. Gritting his teeth, Lin Ming gripped the metal cylinder tightly and slammed it fiercely against the tall nut rock. Bang! Once. Bang! Twice. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Ming struck with increasing force, leaving white marks on the rock. Suddenly, with a crack, a fist-sized chunk broke off and fell at his feet. Lin Ming picked up the fragment, but the fracture looked the same as the surface. Nothing inside. He tossed it aside and continued hammering the boulder. Bang, bang, bang. One piece after another fell from the tall nut rock. Lin Ming paid them no mind, still striking with all his might. Bang, bang, bang. Finally, the lightweight spacesuit emitted a soft beep, warning that oxygen reserves had dropped to half, and it was time to plan the return trip. Lin Ming stopped. He stared at the scattered rubble, panting heavily, then took several big gulps of water. Huff! He crouched down and examined each piece of rock one by one. Nothing, nothing, still nothing. Nothing at all. My. He picked up another stone, glanced at it, and was about to set it aside when he suddenly froze. He held the stone up to his glass helmet and scrutinized it closely. Inside the rock, there was a black object's broken edge, a square nail-sized piece. This is... Lin Ming swallowed hard, checked repeatedly, and finally confirmed it was a chip. Damn it, ha ha, I'm not the first person here, nor the only one. I'm not alone. Ha ha ha. Lin Ming laughed like a madman for a long time, then looked at the rocks on the ground, suddenly, finding them all endearing. He inspected the metal cylinder. Aside from a few minor scuffs on the bottom, it was still intact. So he unscrewed the cylinder's lid, carefully placed the rocks inside one by one, and screwed it back tightly. After that, Lin Ming strode back to the survival pod, with a cheerful step, taking only half an hour. Decontamination required after exiting. Please wait in the transfer chamber. Do not bring external materials into the living cabin directly. Place them in the recycling area on the left. The processing system will handle them. A blast of hot air at 100 degrees Celsius hit Lin Ming. After a 10-minute decontamination, he finally entered the living cabin and removed the lightweight spacesuit. This cycle recovered 2 units of oxygen, 500 milliliters of water, and 3 nutrition bars. Lin Ming checked his remaining oxygen 20 units and water 9.5 liters. At that moment, the ether crystal on his left wrist hummed softly. He tapped it and saw a pop-up, collected 6 rocks. Decomposition will consume 1 unit of electricity. Proceed. Lin Ming quickly asked, if there's something inside the rocks, will decomposition damage it? The pop-up replied, decomposition gradually strips the rock. Any potentially useful objects will be preserved. Relieved, Lin Ming confirmed the option yes. Zzz. A grinding sound ensued. Soon another pop-up appeared. Decomposition results: F-grade universal chip X1, damaged universal chip X1, limonite X1. Shortly after, a tray emerged beside the exit hatch carrying several items. Lin Ming rushed over in 3 quick strides. Seeing the black chip and red limonite on the tray, Lin Ming froze. He recalled the black and red specks of light he had seen distributed within the tall nut rock. Could he see the resources inside the tall nut rock? But now wasn't the time to ponder. He bent down and saw a square nail-sized black object. Most likely the universal chip. Lin Ming rubbed his hands vigorously, then touched the metal wall to discharge any static electricity before carefully picking up the universal chip. The ether crystal promptly displayed a holographic message: F-grade universal chip description, a universal chip with extremely low computational power, almost worthless. Note: can be used to repair the electromagnetic wave communicator. Will repair the electromagnetic wave communicator. Lin Ming immediately asked the ether crystal, what does repairing the electromagnetic wave communicator do? The electromagnetic wave communicator can be used for long-distance communication. Based on this chip's computing power, it can perform one of the following tasks. 1. Send a distress signal to all space within a 1 light-minute radius, consuming 1 unit of electricity. 2. Send a distress signal to a 5 light-minute radius in a specified direction, consuming 1 unit of electricity. 3. Use a powerful electromagnetic wave to scan the surrounding 10 kilometers, generating a 3D terrain map of the area up to 5 meters underground. Note: due to the low computational power of the F-grade universal chip, all tasks above require overclocking. After use, the universal chip will be damaged and cannot be repaired. After reading the ether crystal's response, Lin Ming swallowed hard. The electromagnetic wave communicator equipped on the survival pod seemed far more powerful than he had imagined. He then asked, what's the use of sending a distress signal? Will someone come to rescue me? The ether crystal quickly replied, the distribution density of life forms in the universe is far sparser than you imagine, typically measured in tens of thousands of light years. In interstellar travel, various accidents occur, causing some life forms to be stranded on barbaric planets. To give them ample time to await rescue, various life forms launch numerous resource supply pods into space. Upon detecting a distress signal, these pods will fly toward the signal's location. That was how it was. Lin Ming quickly understood. He began to scrutinize the 3 options. The first 2 were similar, with the only difference lying in the spatial coverage of the distress signal. Option 1 covered a sphere with him as the center and a radius of 1 light minute, while Option 2 formed a cone reaching a height of 5 light minutes. Option 1 provided greater spatial coverage, but Option 2 allowed the distress signal to reach farther distances. As for Option 3, his current range of movement was too limited. Even with a high-precision map of the surroundings, he would not be able to reach it, so he simply abandoned that option. After careful consideration, Lin Ming chose Option 1. Logically speaking, the larger the area, the greater the probability of finding a supply pod. Thus Lin Ming made his decision quickly: repair the electromagnetic wave communicator. I choose Option 1. Tai Shijing promptly carried out the task. The F-grade universal chip was inserted into the electromagnetic communicator. Soon after, Tai Shijing issued a notification: the distress signal has been sent. The F-grade universal chip has been damaged. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. Is that all? Throughout the process, he hadn't heard any sound nor felt anything unusual. The text on the light screen then changed. After 1 minute, the distress signal will reach its farthest point. The return signal will take the same amount of time. No later than 2 minutes, we can confirm whether there are supply pods in the vicinity. Lin Ming nodded somewhat nervously, his eyes fixed intently on the constantly ticking countdown displayed on the light screen. 159, 158, 157. When the countdown reached 30 seconds, the light screen immediately changed. 1 supply pod detected. Based on the pod's current orbit and velocity, it is estimated to arrive in 6 hours. Lin Ming clenched his fist. Good. He continued waiting. After all, there were still 30 seconds remaining. What if there were more supply pods nearby? After all, with each passing second the space covered by the distress signal would grow larger than the previous moment. Unfortunately, the result left Lin Ming somewhat disappointed. Within a 1 light-minute radius around him, there was only 1 supply pod. This will do it, don't push your luck. Watching the animated illustration on the light screen showing the supply pod beginning its orbital change, Lin Ming felt relieved and turned his attention to the subsequent rewards. Damaged Universal Chip X1. Tai Shijing promptly provided a reminder damaged universal chips could be repaired through laser cutting and high-precision welding depending on the specific component. However, due to the possibility of errors during the repair process, approximately 10 damaged chips could be combined to produce 1 functional chip. Holy crap, chips can be repaired. What kind of advanced alien technology is this? Lin Ming was somewhat amazed. Although he wasn't an electronics major, he knew that even mediocre chips were at least micron level, if not nanometer level. The survival pod somehow had instruments capable of repairing chips. Currently, the system lacks a high-precision 3D printer. With this component, not only chips, but anything with manufacturing blueprints can be printed as long as there are sufficient raw materials. Looking at the text appearing on the light screen, Lin Ming nodded. He believed it. Lastly, there was a piece of rust iron ore completely red in color and slightly smaller than his fist. Rust iron ore description can be decomposed to obtain 1 unit of oxygen and 1 unit of ultra-fine iron powder. Consumption 1 unit of electrical energy. We can get oxygen. Lin Ming was instantly excited. Oxygen was currently his most scarce resource. After all, one could survive 7 or 8 days on an empty stomach and 3 to 4 days without water. But without breathing, he could only survive 2 or 3 minutes. Oxygen was something that went unnoticed in everyday life, but without it at critical moments, one simply couldn't make it. But decomposing rust iron ore could actually produce oxygen. Thinking of that Gao Jiangwo rock and the countless rocks of all sizes around him, Lin Ming sighed with relief. Now oxygen shouldn't be a problem. The issue was that electrical energy seemed somewhat strained. Decomposing the rock earlier had consumed 1 unit of electrical energy, and sending the distress signal had consumed another unit. He currently had 8 units remaining. In other words, no matter what he did casually, the electrical energy would run out. Therefore, Lin Ming decided to store the rust iron ore in the metal cylinder for now, waiting until oxygen levels ran low before decomposing it. He had already figured out that operating anything in the survival pod consumed at least 1 unit of electrical energy. If he collected more rust iron ore and decomposed them in batches, the electrical energy consumption would likely be lower. After finishing these tasks, Lin Ming felt a bit hungry. He took out the nutrition paste and swallowed half a tube with water, feeling somewhat relieved in his stomach. Since it was currently in a state of polar day, with no concept of darkness or daylight, Lin Ming decided to browse through the various functions within Tai Shijing to pass the time. Opening the regional chat channel, Lin Ming scrolled through the content to see if other players had any new discoveries. So boring. No phone, no Weibo, no TikTok. My world has gone dark. Looking for a chat partner, preferably a beautiful woman. Handsome guy, I added you. Please accept the request. Just 1 unit of oxygen for a 10-minute video gaming session. You've got to be kidding me. Everyone's oxygen right now only lasts for 1 or 2 days of breathing. If we can't find an oxygen source today, half of us will suffocate by tomorrow. Yet does anyone know of an oxygen source? Food, water, or electrical energy would all work. Exactly. Don't keep things to yourselves. One person's abilities are limited. Only by uniting can we overcome this crisis. Lin Ming watched the messages scrolling through the regional chat channel, his heart stirring slightly. Regarding the matter of extracting universal chips and rust iron ore from the rocks, Lin Ming planned to reveal it to others, but not yet. No one in the regional channel had yet provided such information. It could be that no one had discovered it, or perhaps someone had found it, but kept quiet. After all, information asymmetry was one of the main sources of profit. Thinking this over, Lin Ming opened the Interstellar Exchange channel and found that some players had already begun trading. Water X1 liter for oxygen X3 units. Nutrition paste X1 for oxygen X5 units. Oxygen X3 units for electrical energy X1 unit. Urine X 500 ml for water X 100 ml. As he read on, Lin Ming's brows furrowed. He could understand exchanging water or nutrition paste for oxygen, since oxygen was currently a relatively scarce resource. After 2 days, most people would encounter oxygen shortage problems. He could also understand exchanging oxygen for electrical energy. Some players might have already discovered the uses of electrical energy. But what the hell was exchanging urine for water? Suddenly, the last transaction message flashed, showing that 2 players had completed a transaction. Holy crap! Lin Ming quickly figured it out. Rust iron ore X1 can be exchanged for 3 units of electrical energy. Lin Ming had listed the ore at a high price, for it was not a basic starting resource, and could be refined to yield the desperately needed oxygen. He had initially set an ambitious asking price, planning to gradually lower it over time. He estimated that once it dropped to 2.5 units of electrical energy, he should finally be able to make a sale. After all, electrical energy was hardly a vital necessity for most players. It was something they could do without. Lin Ming had actually wanted to list it at 5 units of electrical energy, But the interstellar exchange had imposed a ceiling. Rust iron ore could fetch no more than 3 units. He was forced to abandon that idea. The moment the rust iron ore hit the exchange, the chat window erupted with fervent discussion. Holy crap, who is this boss Lin Ming? Where did you get that rust iron ore? Guys, check the compendium. Rust iron ore can be refined into oxygen. Boss Lin Ming, please take me under your wings. Spill the source of that rust iron ore. These players were relatively polite. Lin Ming, we're all in the same boat. That kind of resource, rust iron ore that produces oxygen, you'd better reveal where you got it promptly. Yeah, I sprained my foot 2 days ago and can barely walk. Lin Ming, sell me a few pieces at a discount, and I'll pay you back once I find more. The fact that he found rust iron ore at this stage means there's a mine near his survival pod. The iron ore is essentially free for the picking. Just gather more and share it with everyone. We'll each chip in some nutrition paste and water as compensation for your trouble. Some players were far more brazen, laying bare their true intentions. Lin Ming simply ignored them. Yet no matter how much he tried to disregard them, they would not let him be. Many players sent trade requests directly. Player Chin Kuan wishes to exchange water X 500 ml for rust iron ore X1. Approve. Player Li Jibei wishes to exchange nutrition paste X0. 1 for rust iron ore X1. Approve. Player Qin Lingling wishes to exchange urine X 300 ml for rust iron ore X1. Note, brother, I'm a girl after all. It's still warm, hee. I'll give you all I have from now on if you like. Approve. Facing the relentless wave of trade requests, Lin Ming felt his head splitting. He simply clicked reject all and disabled the trade request option entirely. Just then the Aether Crystal flashed with a prompt. Player Tang Howren has traded 3 units of electrical energy for your rust iron ore X1. Please place the traded item in the designated trading zone promptly. Player Tang Howren requests to add you as a friend. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow, surprised that even at such a steep price someone was willing to buy rust iron ore. He placed the rust iron ore into the trading zone projected by the Aether Crystal. Almost immediately a flash of blue light enveloped the ore and it vanished. 3 units of electrical energy were added to his survival pod's power reserve. Is this really that magical? The sight before him left Lin Ming utterly stunned. Could he truly be inside a game? After a moment's thought, Lin Ming accepted Tang Howren's trade request. Hello, brother Lin. Tang Howren was remarkably humble in his message. I never expected that someone from our region would discover such a valuable resource so quickly. I am truly honored. Lin Ming had no idea what Tang Howren was up to and could only reply modestly, you flatter me. I merely got lucky and found it nearby. Tang Howren wasted no words and spoke plainly. Brother Lin, I'll be honest with you. I'd like to take over the supply of your rust iron ore. Name your bottom price, and I'll buy every piece you have from here on out. So he wanted to play the monopolist. But where did Tang Howren get so much electrical energy? Lin Ming voiced his suspicion directly. Tang Howren replied swiftly, Brother Lin, within our regional channel, there are over 500 members, all from Tang Province. Between us we should have enough electrical energy to absorb quite a lot of rust iron ore. Tang Province was it. Lin Ming quickly pieced it together. Since ancient times, Tang Province had been famous for its merchants, a province renowned for commerce. In modern times, riding the tide of foreign trade, wealthy businessmen abounded. Moreover, the people of Tang Province were notoriously tightly knit. When one of their own was threatened abroad, every compatriot in the vicinity would rally to their defense. Slowly, no one dared to provoke them. Seeing no reply, Tang Howren continued, Brother Lin, I won't hide anything from you. Based on the current situation, oxygen is destined to become a scarce resource. Right now, it might only fetch 2 or 3 units of electrical energy, but later on, once other resources emerge, rust iron ore will retain enormous value and can be traded for far more precious goods. Of course, our bulk purchasing is conditional on you not selling to others at a lower price. Lin Ming clicked his tongue in admiration. As expected of a Tang Province merchant, the vision was indeed far-sighted. He decided to accept Tang Howren's proposal. Agreed. As long as the price is the same, I will prioritize selling to you. But if other players offer a higher price, I cannot guarantee anything. After a moment's thought, Lin Ming added, the minimum rate is 1 piece of rust iron ore for 2 units of electrical energy. But my output will be limited, for I still need to do the mining myself. Deal. Tang Howren agreed without hesitation. Brother Lin, just mine away. We'll take everything you produce. With Tang Howren's guarantee in place, Lin Ming felt a surge of motivation. His electrical energy had now reached 11 units, exceeding the initial amount. With that, Lin Ming decided to try on the heavy-duty exit pod suit. Compared to the light exit suit, the heavy-duty variant was larger in size and could withstand far more extreme temperatures. Equipped with an exoskeleton, it would allow Lin Ming to carry up to 1 ton of cargo. The only drawback was that the heavy-duty suit consumed electrical energy regardless of whether he was carrying a load or not. Now that Lin Ming had a guaranteed sales channel, efficiency became his priority. With rust iron ore mining as his goal, the 1 unit per hour of electrical energy consumption hardly bothered him. More importantly, he needed to race against time. All players were likely still in the exploration phase, and he had no idea how many were already trying to haul nearby rocks back to their survival pods for refining. As soon as the same resource flooded, the market prices would plummet. With that in mind, Lin Ming acted immediately. Within moments, he had donned the heavy-duty exit suit and completed his resource preparations. Unlike the light exitsuit, the heavy-duty version could carry far more supplies. It could hold up to 10 liters of water, 10 units of oxygen, and a certain quantity of food. With a maximum stored electrical energy of 10 units, the heavy-duty suit could sustain continuous operation for 10 hours. Since any leftover consumables could be recycled anyway, Lin Ming spared no expense and maxed everything out. Once the heavy-duty exit suit was on, Lin Ming felt his body seamlessly connected to the exoskeleton. Despite its considerable weight, the suit moved with remarkable agility. Every motion he made was mirrored instantly by the exoskeleton without the slightest delay. After just a few test movements, Lin Ming had already fully adapted to wearing the heavy-duty exit suit. Whoosh! After passing through the transfer locker for oxygen recycling and pressure equalization, Lin Ming descended smoothly to the ground. Compared to his first excursion, Lin Ming felt far more proficient this time, and his purpose was crystal clear: high nut rocks. Although other types of rocks might also contain rust iron or, in general-purpose chips, Lin Ming had already scouted the high nut rocks and broken them down into numerous smaller stones. The other rocks were scattered over a wide area, and actually mining them might prove less efficient than simply hauling the high nut rocks back. End of excerpt. A whispering rustle. Lin Ming, clad in his heavy-duty space suit, left deep impressions with every step upon the gravel. Fortunately, beneath the loose layer lay solid ground. Otherwise, Lin Ming feared he might sink into the shifting gravel. Assisted by his exoskeleton, he moved with remarkable speed, striding steadily toward the high nut rock. This time he reached the towering formation in just over 10 minutes. "Hey, I'm back." Lin Ming greeted the high nut rock casually. Rather than beginning his work, he searched for the black and red luminous spots upon its surface, but found nothing. Had the spots he'd seen earlier been mere illusion? Lin Ming carefully recalled what he had been doing at the moment the black and red lights appeared. Staring. It was about staring. The realization struck him instantly. He stood 5 meters away from the high nut rock, gazing straight at it without blinking. After maintaining his gaze for nearly 10 seconds, Lin Ming felt a slight warmth in his eyes, and the black and red luminous spots flickered once more upon the high nut rock, evenly distributed throughout its mass. Lin Ming extended his right hand. The heavy-duty space suit had been specially reinforced at the hands and chest, layered with thickened armor, plating beneath an outer metallic shell. He decided to test the waters first, striking the high nut rock directly to see if his suit would sustain damage. Precaution sake. Lin Ming's first punch delivered only 30% of the exoskeleton's power. Boom. With a single blow, a white mark appeared upon the high nut rock. No cracks formed, and his heavy-duty suit remained unscathed. Again, Lin Ming adjusted the exoskeleton to 50% power and struck once more. Boom. Crack. This time fissures radiated outward from the point of impact, and the high nut rock began to fracture. Lin Ming carefully inspected the hand armor of his heavy-duty suit. No damage, no deformation whatsoever. Not bad. He increased the exoskeleton output to 70% and swung his fist again. Crash. A fist-sized chunk of rock shattered away and countless fragments scattered in all directions. Having mastered the precise force needed to fracture the high nut rock, the task became remarkably straightforward. Working systematically from both sides, Lin Ming struck at the locations where the black-red spots had shimmered, circling the formation repeatedly. Within half an hour, the towering rock was reduced to dozens of fragments strewn across the ground. Upon finishing, Lin Ming reviewed his consumption metrics. Nearly an hour of labor, and the heavy-duty space suit had drawn only 1 unit of electrical energy. The oxygen consumption surprised him even more. It had used only 0.6 units. So the exoskeleton armor bears most of the workload. My exertion has barely differed from resting state. That was good news indeed. Lin Ming surveyed the scattered stones and lifted a particularly large one with both hands. Beep, beep, beep. The heavy-duty suit immediately sounded its alarm. Current object mass 1. Per tons. Overload. Overload. Energy consumption has doubled. Prolonged overload may damage the exoskeleton. Hearing the urgent warnings, Lin Ming quickly set the rock down. He hadn't expected a stone of modest appearance to weigh 1. 4 tons, nearly half the suit's maximum load capacity. Lin Ming clicked his tongue in admiration, and without hesitation struck the boulder with a single punch, splitting it into 2 pieces, one large, one small. He lifted the larger fragment. This time, no alarm sounded. Thus Lin Ming carefully selected only the stones that shimmered with light points. Cradling a large and a small fragment, totaling over 900 kilograms, he began his return toward the survival pod. Operating near maximum load, his return journey was considerably slower. It took over 20 minutes before Lin Ming reached the vicinity of the survival pod. Setting the 2 stones down, Lin Ming remotely activated the mechanical arm inside the pod to retrieve them. Current collection: 2 stone fragments. Decomposition requires 1 unit of electrical energy. Proceed. Indeed. Upon seeing the prompt about the Aether Crystal appearing, Lin Ming selected no. He intended to gather more stones to determine the maximum decomposition yield per unit of electrical energy. With each round trip now taking over 40 minutes, Lin Ming made another haul, deployed the mechanical arm, and began his experiments incrementally. Ultimately, Lin Ming confirmed his hypothesis: 1 unit of electrical energy precisely decomposed 1 cubic meter of stone, exactly as he had anticipated. Current collection 3 stone fragments totaling 996 cubic decimeters. Decomposition requires 1 unit of electrical energy. Proceed. Lin Ming confirmed yes. ZZZRT. The grinding sounds erupted and shortly thereafter the prompt window appeared again. Decomposition complete. Obtained F-rank common chip, 1 damaged common chip, 3, rust iron, or 3. As expected. Staring at the prompt window, Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. Across those 3 stones he had spotted 4 black light spots and 3 red ones. So the black spots indicated common chips while the red ones signaled rust iron ore. His eyes could perceive resource distributions directly. Suppressing his inner excitement, Lin Ming calculated his expenditures. Mining and transporting 1 ton of stone consumed 1 unit of electrical energy and decomposition consumed another. Trading these rust iron ores to Tang Howren would yield 6 units of electrical energy. Combined with the chips and fragments he could also obtain, the venture was hardly unprofitable. Whether due to a different mining technique or sheer luck on his first outing, this haul had yielded only 1 intact common chip, and the damaged ones were few. Lin Ming shook his head, dismissing those thoughts, and opened Tang Howren's chat window. Brother Tang, 2 units of rust iron, or in exchange for 4 units of electrical energy. Tang Howren accepted immediately, and replied, Brother Lin, you're efficient. Already mined 2 units of rust iron ore. Reading Tang Howren's words, Lin Ming smirked faintly. He could clearly see through the man's attempt to probe his production rate. So Lin Ming replied, But don't mention it. I wore the heavy-duty space suit, burned through 1 unit of electrical energy plus significant oxygen and water reserves, and another unit, just for decomposition. Doing the math, I'm barely breaking even. Upon reading Lin Ming's response from somewhere light years away on a desolate frontier planet, Tang Howren's lips curled into a faint smile. The man had expended 2 units of electrical energy, and a bare minimum of 1 unit in oxygen and water, yielding only 2 nodes of rust iron ore. The profit margin was slim at best, especially considering the heavy-duty space suit he'd worn. That suit was a voracious consumer of power. He himself had been reluctant to deploy it, conserving it for emergencies. Moreover, the heavy-duty space suit was a consumable item. Once used up, it could not be reused. He also noticed the sun hovering perpetually near the horizon, and even under such conditions surface temperatures reached 50 or 60 degrees Celsius. What would they be when the sun climbed directly overhead? Easily 100 or 200 degrees, if not higher. Under such extreme heat, the lightweight suit would be unusable, leaving the heavy-duty suit as the sole refuge. Thinking thus, Tang Howren gifted Lin Ming 100 milliliters of water. Brother Lin, thank you for your hard work. Take a moment to rest and drink some water. Seeing Tang Howren's meager gift of 100 milliliters, Lin Ming inwardly cursed his stinginess. He replied, sigh, I never imagined I'd end up as a miner on some desolate frontier planet, so far from home. What a damn life. After venting a few more complaints in the chat window, Lin Ming closed the conversation. He deliberately withheld 1 unit of rust iron ore. He would not let Tang Howren believe the resource was plentiful, thereby giving him leverage to suppress the price. On Blue Earth, he had built his career in sales, navigating daily among small business owners worth millions, or even hundreds of millions. They were all foxes of a vintage after all. No one would outwit the other. After a brief rest, Lin Ming continued his shuttle between the rubble pile and the survival pod. With his eyes now able to discern resource points, his efficiency in transporting stones improved markedly, as he directly ignored those without any resources. It took nearly 5 hours for Lin Ming to haul back half of the high nut rock. The spoils thus obtained were quite considerable: F-grade Universal Chip X4, damaged Universal Chip X7, rust iron, or X12. Lin Ming traded only half of the rust iron ore, with Tang Howren storing the remainder in a metal barrel. Even the most valuable item sees its worth gradually diminish as its output increases. Therefore, Lin Ming chose to control the quantity of rust iron ore traded. How is this giving me a diamond merchant vibe? Lin Ming muttered to himself. He reviewed his current resources: electricity 20500, oxygen 13,500. Pure water, 8,500. Food nutrient paste X2. Rust iron, or 7. F-grade Universal Chip 4. Universal Chip Fragment 8. The amount of electricity was steadily increasing, but the resources sustaining life, oxygen, food, and water, were all dwindling. For now, only oxygen could Lin Ming produce self-sufficiently. Food and water had no apparent source of output. I hope the resource supply capsule brings me some surprises. Staring at the holographic screen showing the resource supply capsule, which had been captured by the planet's gravity and was now in orbit, Lin Ming rubbed his hands in excitement. As the animation on the screen displayed the supply capsule drawing closer to the survival pod, Lin Ming looked up and saw a meteor appear on the horizon, trailing a white tail of flame as it descended along a parabolic ballistic trajectory. When it was several kilometers above the ground, Lin Ming could already faintly make out the shape of the resource supply capsule, similar to the survival pod, but much smaller in volume. Then flames erupted from the head of the supply capsule, initiating retro-thrust deceleration. Warning: the resource supply capsule is about to arrive. Please stay at least 100 meters away from the marked point to avoid accidents. The Aether Crystal promptly marked the landing point of the supply capsule, as well as the danger zone. Lin Ming simply entered the survival pod and watched through the glass dome as the supply capsule slowly touched down. After landing, the side hatch of the supply capsule opened, ejecting a square metal box. The survival pod's mechanical arm immediately moved to retrieve the metal box. Lin Ming watched as the metal box was quickly opened, revealing a pile of gray blocks each with a standard side length of 1 decimeter. Resource supply capsule recovered. This acquisition: electricity X5, a superalloy X1, universal code X6, O fuel X1. Lin Ming. Hey, are you shortchanging my resources? Such a big box. Should be 1 cubic meter, right? And you only give me 5 units of electricity. Don't think I'm blind. What are those grayish-white blocks? Where's the food? The water? The oxygen? And what the hell is a universal code? The Aether Crystal promptly replied. The box contained 950 units of energy storage blocks, originally capable of providing 950 units of electricity. However, over the long ages, most of the electricity has dissipated. Currently, only 5 units are recoverable. The superalloy is the material used to manufacture the supply box, ideal for constructing expansion modules, and has already been recovered. In the universe, there are not only humanoid life forms, or carbon-based life, for that matter. Beyond carbon-based life, there exists silicon-based, sulfur-based, arsenic-based, iron-based, amino-based, and many other forms of life. Their survival needs are not oxygen or water. Energy is the only necessity for all life. Therefore, the vast majority of universal resource supply capsules provide only energy. As for the universal code, it is used by life forms of corresponding biological types to decode. The more precise the decoded code, the higher the grade of the resource supply capsule for that specific life form, and the better the supplies. After all, considering cost and total resource volume, the higher the grade of a resource supply capsule in the universe, the fewer there are, and the greater the energy required to maintain the normal conditions inside the capsule. Lin Ming nodded, comprehending. The resource supply capsule was likely launched into space by other life forms out of charity or some other purpose. Since it was charity, cost had to be considered. They couldn't blindly invest all into high-grade supply capsules. Thinking this, he asked, then what exactly is the universal code? Can it be cracked now? The text on the screen shifted as the Aether Crystal provided its response, of course. With an F-grade universal chip, it can be decoded now, but only the most basic code can be deciphered. Lin Ming stroked his chin, already imagining an immensely complex computer or an extremely precise mechanical cipher box, something befitting the creations of extraordinarily advanced life forms. With that thought, his curiosity piqued. Can I take a look at the universal code? Certainly. The Aether Crystal was obliging, and shortly after, a metal tray emerged carrying a black object. The object was the size of a fist, entirely black, reminding Lin Ming of an ink stick used for grinding ink. He noticed that the black object was floating above the metal tray, not in direct contact. He reached out to touch it, but was stopped by the Aether Crystal. The universal code is stored at a low temperature below -200 degrees Celsius. To ensure precise decoding, please refrain from any contact. Lin Ming immediately withdrew his exploring hand, fixing his gaze on the black object. It was a rectangular block polished to an extreme smoothness, its black surface so reflective that one could see their own reflection. Lin Ming clicked his tongue in admiration, surprised that even the container for the universal code was so exquisite. He waited for a long time, but the box never opened, so he asked in confusion, "Why aren't you opening it?" Aether Crystal, why would it be opened? Lin Ming, how else do you decode the code? Aether Crystal, this object itself is the code. Lin Ming suddenly understood and exclaimed, I see. The surface looks smooth, but there are actually many nanoscale patterns that require an electron microscope to see right. I went to college, so I know a thing or two. Aether Crystal, what is the universal language in the cosmos? Universal language. English. After all, in American commercial movies, aliens always speak English. Lin Ming was momentarily speechless. The Aether Crystal didn't keep him in suspense and continued with text. It is mathematics. The ratio of the length, width, and height of this object is the universal code. By measuring each side and performing mathematical calculations, the universal code can be deciphered. Lin Ming felt a bit confused. The Aether Crystal explained further, there is a fundamental consensus in the universe: high-tech life forms are not allowed to directly transfer technology to low-tech life forms. Therefore, to prevent low-tech life forms from directly obtaining high-tech products from resource supply capsules, advanced civilizations added a universal code to the corresponding supply capsules. Lin Ming let out an "oh." He had already dared not claim to understand. Fortunately, the Aether Crystal was not a teacher fond of posing questions. It simply continued its explanation. Therefore, by measuring the ratios of each side, the more precise the measurement, the greater the computational power, the deciphered password will approach the correct answer. As long as you calculate the correct ratio to 10 decimal places, you obtain the most basic universal code, which can summon a low-tier carbon-based resource supply capsule. Lin Ming nodded. Now nodding was all he could do. Suddenly a flash of insight struck him, and he raised a question. I recall from physics class that objects expand with heat and contract with cold. Wouldn't that cause inaccuracies in the measured ratios? The Aether Crystal replied, that scenario does occur. Therefore, the measurement conditions are set to default values to avoid interference from other factors. Typically, Lin Ming had already learned to anticipate, typically under a temperature of 0 degrees Celsius or 20 degrees Celsius and at 1 standard atmosphere. The ether crystal fell silent. Lin Ming scratched his head. Did I say something wrong? The ether crystal explained, standard atmospheric pressure is unique to Blue Star. Celsius is also a human convention based on the freezing and boiling points of water under standard pressure. These are not universal in the cosmos. Typically, the measurement conditions are absolute zero and absolute vacuum. Both conditions are not easily achieved and thus reflect a civilization's technological level. Lin Ming swallowed hard. Based on the current level of human technology, he knew absolute zero could only be approached infinitely, never truly attained. After all, humans could not prevent heat exchange between objects. Pondering this, Lin Ming ventured to ask, are the other universal codes similar? For civilizations of other forms, how do they determine which object corresponds to their own life form? The ether crystal answered, simple. The object before you is made of pure carbon. What the hell? The words struck a chord, waking him from a daze. Lin Ming marveled at how the universal code was set with extreme simplicity, yet exquisite ingenuity. The universal code for carbon-based life used carbon, for silicon-based life silicon, for sulfur-based arsenic-based. Civilizations that could drift through space had reached considerable technological levels. A simple test could confirm the element composition of the object. Then measuring the length to width to height ratio yielded the universal code, which could summon a resource supply capsule of the corresponding tier and life form. Brilliant. Lin Ming grew impatient. Your computational power should be decent, right? How many decimal places can you measure? The ether crystal replied, my civilization is one of the suppliers of resource capsules. We already possess the highest level codes, so deciphering is unnecessary. However, I cannot disclose them. You must rely on your own strength and resources to decipher. Given the resources you have and the measurement conditions, you can achieve 2 F-grade universal chips, can barely decipher a code to 10 decimal places, yielding the most basic resource capsule corresponding to your life form. The deciphering consumes 1 unit of electrical energy. Are F-grade universal chips that poor? Lin Ming felt somewhat disappointed. Fortunately, he now possessed 4 F-grade chips, allowing him to attempt the initial deciphering. He took out 2 universal chips, and the ether crystal soon began the deciphering process. Before long, it presented Lin Ming with a string of numbers 13. 124235555607, 657, 586, 6645. With the most basic universal code in hand, Lin Ming replaced the burnt-out chip on the electromagnetic wave communicator with one of the universal chips. He selected a spatial radius of 1 light minute around him and transmitted a distress signal. 2 minutes later, the ether crystal indicated no results. Perfectly normal. The density of resource supply capsules in the vastness of space is far too sparse. Lin Ming sighed. He had only 1 F-grade universal chip left, so he had a gamble on luck. Choosing a random direction, he sent a distress signal to a space region 5 light minutes away in that direction. The ether crystal promptly notified, in 5 minutes the distress signal will reach the farthest point. The return signal will take the same time. At most 10 minutes later you will know whether there is a resource capsule nearby. Watching the countdown on the holographic screen, Lin Ming grew tense. Time ticked away, and by the 9th minute there was still nothing. Farthest signal return countdown, 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. No carbon-based resource supply capsule found in the designated spatial region. Damn it. Seeing the prompt on the screen, Lin Ming slapped his thigh. No way. That's not how it works in the movies. Usually in the last few seconds, boom boom boom, lots of resource capsules fly over in a line like a logistics army. Hey, is the deciphered code wrong? The ether crystal gave no response. Lin Ming shrugged helplessly. Alright, back to work. Get some more universal chips. As he stood up, Lin Ming recalled he still had 8 damaged universal chips, so he asked, you said earlier that 10 damaged chips have a high probability of being repaired into 1 intact chip. Could 8 damaged chips also have a chance to be repaired into 1 intact chip? The ether crystal finally replied, as long as the chips are largely intact, theoretically 2 damaged universal chips can be repaired into 1 intact chip, but the probability is extremely low, making the risk not worth the reward. Lin Ming nodded. Then let's just try with the 8 damaged ones. 2 less shouldn't matter much. My luck today is already pretty bad. Repairing the universal chip consumes 1 unit of electrical energy. Proceed. Seeing the prompt on the screen, Lin Ming waved his hand. Go ahead, repair it. Everything needs electrical energy. Seems like it's the most precious resource. With a crackling sound after a series of clandestine operations by the ether crystal, a complete F-grade universal chip appeared before Lin Ming. Repair successful. Hey, Lin Ming's mood improved slightly. He replaced the chip on the electromagnetic communicator again, chose a direction, and transmitted a distress signal. The ether crystal prompted again. In 5 minutes the distress signal will reach the farthest point. The return signal will take the same time. At most 10 minutes later you will know whether there is a resource capsule nearby. Then followed a 10-minute countdown. At 3 minutes and 17 seconds into the countdown, the holographic screen changed, detected carbon-based resource supply capsule 1. Based on its current orbit and velocity, it is estimated to arrive in 13 hours. Wow, that's fast. Lin Ming was overjoyed. The earlier basic resource capsule, less than 1 light minute away, had taken 6 hours to arrive. This capsule located more than 3 light minutes away would arrive in only 13 hours, clearly much faster. Watching the animation of the capsule's orbital adjustment and approach on the screen, Lin Ming felt lighthearted. He clapped his hands. There's still some stone left. I'll pick it up, decompose it, sell it to Tang Howren, and then take a break. After confirming that no more resource supply pods remained in the remaining space, the diligent Lin Ming donned his heavy-duty extravehicular suit and set off once more. In the midst of joyful labor, time seemed to slip away unnoticed. In less than 5 hours, Lin Ming had transported all the remaining stones and completed their decomposition. Upon finishing the decomposition, Lin Ming's electrical energy was reduced to a mere 5 units. He took stock of his spoils: F-grade Universal Chip X3, damaged Universal Chip X12, rust iron, or X15. To his slight dismay, the number of damaged chips had increased significantly, while intact chips had become fewer. Fortunately, the count of rust iron ore had reached 23 pieces. Lin Ming experimented and found that 1 unit of electrical energy could decompose at most 3 pieces of rust iron, or beyond that, energy consumption would increase. After a moment of thought, he opened Tang Howren's chat window and offered 8 pieces of rust iron ore for trade. Lin Go, what a bountiful harvest. Tang Howren quickly replied, your efficiency is remarkable. With this output, you won't have to worry about oxygen and electricity. Lin Ming casually responded a few words, waiting for Tang Howren to complete the trade, but Tang Howren never confirmed. Sensing something amiss, Lin Ming asked, what's going on? After a long pause, Tang Howren replied, Lin Go, could you lower the price a bit? I'm running short on electricity. Lin Ming thought, good grief, he's trying to drive the price down. Lin Ming flatly refused. The reason he traded rust iron ore with Tang Howren was precisely because of his stable channels and ability to purchase in bulk. He hadn't expected that after only 2 transactions, Tang Howren would already attempt to squeeze the price. Earlier, Lin Ming had made it clear to Tang Howren under the same price conditions he would prioritize selling rust iron ore to him. Now that Tang Howren decided to lower the price, Lin Ming would not indulge him. He immediately listed 8 pieces of rust iron ore on the Star Exchange at 2.5 units of electricity per piece. Within 10 seconds, the ore was snatched up. Tang Howren promptly sent a message, Lin Go, what are you doing? Lin Ming, what? Tang Howren replied quickly, didn't we agree earlier that you would only sell rust iron ore to me? Lin Ming, I said I would prioritize selling to you under the same price conditions. Now that you're trying to lower the price, am I not allowed to sell to others? Tang Howren, Lin Go, it's not that I'm trying to lower the price. You know the market. When something first comes out, it's expensive, but as time passes and stock accumulates, prices inevitably drop. Lin Ming, but on the Star Exchange I haven't seen anyone else selling rust iron ore so far. Tang Howren, that's because we've bought up everything that appeared. Lin Go, the person who just bought your rust iron ore is also one of us. We're determined to secure the exclusive rights to this resource. I know you're aiming for a high price, but we've tried. Rust iron ore can only be listed at a maximum of 3 units of electricity. Lin Ming, calling you Go is out of respect. To be honest, before coming to this godforsaken place, I ran several trading companies. I've played this game more times than you can count. As the saying goes, more friends mean more roads, fewer enemies mean fewer walls. Lin Ming, 1 word 1. 5 units of electricity per piece of rust iron ore, and I won't lower the price anymore. If you dare list it on the Star Exchange at a higher price, then consider our friendship over. Reading Tang Howren's reply, Lin Ming was both amused and exasperated. The profiteer's true face is showing so soon, huh? And he says he won't lower the price again. He said the same thing a few hours ago. Even if they were hundreds or thousands of light years apart, and whether they'd ever meet in this lifetime was uncertain, even if Tang Howren stood before him, Lin Ming would not yield to his threats. He had encountered plenty of small-time businessmen. Someone like Tang Howren, who couldn't keep his composure, was likely a minor player with an annual turnover of around 10 million, a profit margin of less than 5, and a habit of evading taxes. True veterans who could hold their own on the stage, even if they played dirty tricks behind the scenes, at least maintained a cordial demeanor in person. After decades of struggling, climbing from a petty thug to a respectable position, the thing they valued most was their reputation. Lin Ming simply stopped responding to Tang Howren and listed all the remaining 15 pieces of rust iron ore on the Star Exchange at 3 units of electricity per piece. Just like before, within 10 seconds they were all snapped up. In the Star Exchange chat channel, players were lamenting in droves. You beast. Couldn't you leave 1 piece of rust iron ore for me? My oxygen is almost half gone. Exactly. I'd pay 5 units of electricity for it. Who else has rust iron ore? List some more. Big shots, give a little something to us little guys. My pod was hit by a fierce wind and a crack appeared in the hull. Oxygen is leaking out fast. If I don't get a new source soon, I'll suffocate. Just then a message from Tang Howren appeared in the chat, selling large quantities of rust iron ore, price 8 units of electricity per piece. Transaction method: first, gift me 5 units of electricity, then proceed with the trade. Honest business, no deception of young or old. Seeing Tang Howren's message, Lin Ming couldn't help but give the guy 2 thumbs up. The Star Exchange had set a maximum listing price of 3 units of electricity per rust iron ore, but it didn't restrict gifts. This method of trading allowed him to artificially inflate the price, while completely avoiding risk. An ordinary person wouldn't have thought of it. Since he had already burned bridges with Tang Howren, and Lin Ming had long planned to share the source of rust iron ore with other players, he composed a message: everyone, no need to overpay for rust iron ore. Near your spawn point there are large rocks. Equip a heavy-duty extravehicular suit, mine them, and decompose them to obtain rust iron ore. No middleman taking a cut. After composing, Lin Ming decisively sent the message to both the Star Exchange chat channel and the regional chat channel. Within 5 seconds of the message being sent, Tang Howren immediately sent Lin Ming a message: Lin Ming, what are you doing? Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. Withdraw the message immediately. Lin Ming sneered and typed in the chat box: then I'm sorry to have made you an orphan. Then he sent the message followed by a one-click block. He didn't send these messages just out of spite toward Tang Howren. He had deeper considerations. At this moment, scattered across the galaxy on desolate planets, the surviving humans were struggling to survive. The initial development was always the slowest. Only when the vast majority of people developed, traded with each other, and shared resources could they have a sliver of hope to survive on these harsh primitive planets. Of course, there was another reason. Lin Ming had already earned 71 units of electricity, opening a small gap between himself and other players. If he allowed Tang Howren and his group to develop unchecked, they would inevitably surpass him. When that happened, even if he could see resource points, he would fall behind step by step. After doing all this, Lin Ming ignored the commotion in the chat channels and decided to rest for a while. There were still 8 hours until the carbon-based life pod arrived. Just enough time for a full sleep. He had 8 units of oxygen left. If he chose normal sleep, he would consume at least 4 units. Since oxygen was precious, Lin Ming decided to enter hibernation. Hibernation only required 1 unit of oxygen plus 1 unit of electricity. With 71 units of electricity at his disposal, Lin Ming didn't mind the trivial energy cost. He climbed into the hibernation pod, set it for 8 hours, and the comfortable environment gradually made his mind foggy, drifting off to sleep. 8 hours later, the hibernation pod woke Lin Ming on schedule. He opened his eyes, looked around in slight confusion, and checked the time. Damn, I actually slept for 8 hours. Lin Ming could hardly believe it as he sat up from the hibernation pod. Now he understood the warning. Hibernation does not reduce mental stress. Avoid continuous use of hibernation. Because he felt as if he had just fallen asleep before being awakened with no memory in between. It was like a switch had been installed in his brain. In contrast, during normal sleep, even if one was unaware of anything during the night, they would at least feel that some time had passed upon waking. This resulted in Lin Ming's body being rested, but mentally, he felt a lingering fatigue, as if he hadn't truly rested. Today's goal: get more oxygen, find some food or water, and then reward myself with a good night's sleep. Lin Ming stretched slightly, then activated the Aether Crystal. The holographic display showed that the carbon-based resource pod was expected to arrive in 10 minutes. Soon a streak of light appeared on the horizon, trailing a long tail of flame, flying straight toward Lin Ming's location. Mid-air, the carbon-based resource pod engaged reverse thrust and landed steadily near the survival pod. As before, the hatch opened and released an alloy cube. Resource pod recovered. This acquisition: 3D metal printer X1, super alloy X1, big mouth flower seeds X5, fuel X1. That's it. Lin Ming was shocked by the stinginess of the carbon-based resource pod. It was no different from the previous universal pod. Lin Ming touched the Aether Crystal and began inspecting each item's attributes. 3D metal printer. Type 1. Description: uses ultra-fine metal powder as raw material to print items according to blueprints. Maximum printing resolution: 100 microns. Consumption: 1 unit of electricity per hour. Seems decent. After reading the introduction, Lin Ming thought it was a good item. As long as he had blueprints and ultra-fine metal powder, he could manufacture various metal devices. Currently, he had plenty of electricity. For ultra-fine metal powder, he could decompose rust iron, or to obtain ultra-fine iron powder, or even decompose superalloy into powder. No worries there. The only thing he lacked was manufacturing blueprints. He didn't have a single one. He ordered the survival pod to install the 3D metal printer, then turned his attention to the big mouth flower seeds. He hadn't looked at them before, but when he did, his eyes widened instantly. Holy crap, such a creature exists in the universe. Big mouth flower seed, a special plant cultivated using biotechnology. It can survive in extreme environments. After maturing, it produces a lantern-shaped mouth that can devour other plants, and while retaining its strong adaptability, it specializes into the traits of the devoured plant. The description of the big mouth flower was quite obscure. After reading it several times, Lin Ming finally understood its purpose. In simple terms, the big mouth flower is not picky about its growing environment. After devouring other plants, it can mutate into the corresponding plant while its strong adaptability remains unchanged. For example, if the big mouth flower devours rice, it will specialize into rice, but without requiring the rice's growing environment. In plain language, it grows into whatever it eats. As expected of the carbon-based life resource supply pod, it provides only good things. Now that he had the big mouth flower seed, the next step was to make it germinate and mature. Generally during the germination stage of a plant all that is needed is a suitable temperature and some moisture. Lin Ming already had the conditions to make the big mouth flower germinate. However, to make the big mouth flower mature, it must be provided with certain nutrients. Even though the big mouth flower can endure extremely harsh environments, the fundamental law of conservation of matter must still be obeyed. At this moment, the highest quality waste that Lin Ming could access was human excrement. It sounds disgusting, but Lin Ming, who had experience living in the countryside, knew that not far from the doorstep of his childhood home, there was a compost pile. The adults said it was even more effective than chemical fertilizer. Those who achieve great things are not bound by trivial details. Lin Ming quickly overcame his physiological disgust and posted several trade links on the interstellar exchange. Oxygen 0. 5 units for 500 milliliters of urine. Oxygen 0. 5 units for 500 g of feces. After posting the links, Lin Ming put on his heavy-duty spacesuit and went out to continue mining rocks. After all, he only had 7 units of oxygen left, which was not even enough for a day of strenuous activity. Furthermore, he needed to exchange oxygen for resources, so if he didn't work hard at mining, his oxygen stock would soon run out. Leaving the survival pod, Lin Ming gazed at a direction with many gravel. Soon some of those gravel began to flicker with red dots. Lin Ming took a rough look. The stones with value accounted for less than a third of the total, and they all showed red dots. This meant that if he couldn't see the resource points, he would need to expend more than 3 times the labor. Crash crash. Lin Ming diligently shuttled between the gravel area and the survival pod. After a few hours at the cost of 5 units of electrical energy, he obtained 20 pieces of rust iron ore. At this point, Lin Ming had only 2 units of oxygen left. He hesitated no more and directly decomposed all the rust iron ore. This decomposition consumed 7 units of electrical energy, yielding 20 units of oxygen and 20 units of ultra-fine iron powder. Phew, at least I don't have to worry about suffocating. Lin Ming returned to the survival pod, took off his heavy-duty space suit to rest for a while, and at the same time tapped the Aether Crystal to open the interstellar exchange channel. As soon as he opened it, he saw thousands of trade links flashing continuously, which gave Lin Ming a headache. Come to think of it, the rust iron, or which could produce oxygen, was in high demand. Previously, it was driven up to an exorbitant price of 8 units of electrical energy per piece by Tang Howren. Now some players under Lin Ming's guidance knew how to mine rust iron ore, but because it required time and electrical energy, the price remained stable at 2 units of electrical energy per piece. And Lin Ming was directly exchanging oxygen for what they considered worthless excrement. How could the players let such a good opportunity slip away? Each trade application came with a note. Lin Ming casually looked at a few. Lin Ming the big shot, I'm your fan. Thanks for sharing the rust iron ore mining method earlier. This pile I just took is still warm. Free for you. Lin Ming the big shot, I didn't expect you to be into this. I have diabetes, so the taste is better than others. Trade with me. Lin Ming brother, I tried to trade with you before, but you didn't want it. Now you're actively buying, didn't expect you to be so secretly perverted. This time little sister will throw in an extra pair of worn stockings. Damn. Lin Ming was so exasperated he could barely breathe. What kind of crazy thoughts did these people have? When he saw the third one, he raised an eyebrow and noticed a familiar name, Qin Lingling. After a moment of thought, Lin Ming opened Qin Lingling's temporary trade chat window. Although her words were full of flirtatiousness, her profile picture looked like a woman in her mid-20s with a seductive smile on her lips. This indicated that she had entered society and had fully understood the advantages of her beauty and knew how to use it. Lin Ming sent a message, "You there?" Qin Lingling quickly replied, "Ah, it's Lin Ming brother. I'm here, you know." With that, Qin Lingling also sent a 10-second video. In the video, a long-legged beauty dressed in cool attire, wearing a spaghetti-strap dress and black stockings, was dancing gracefully, displaying provocative and bold moves. Qin Lingling video. Lin Ming watched the video with a critical eye, inwardly marveling, a slender branch bearing such plump fruit. Suppressing the restlessness in his heart, Lin Ming asked Qin Lingling, "Do you still have urine?" Qin Lingling, "Don't worry, Lin Ming brother. I've been saving it for you, but it's only 300 milliliters. Lin Ming nodded. He had known earlier that Qin Lingling's quantity was insufficient. The reason he still traded with her was that Qin Lingling had other uses. He then replied, "I'll take the loss. 5 units of oxygen for 300 milliliters of urine. You mentioned earlier that you'd also throw in a pair of worn stockings." Qin Lingling, "Yes, brother. These stockings are worn. If you don't believe me, I can record a video of me taking them off for you." Lin Ming, "I don't need the video. That's it." After clicking send, Lin Ming initiated the trade. Qin Lingling, "Okay, Lin Ming brother. I'll take them off now." Qin Lingling video. The trade was completed. Lin Ming did not handle the items himself. He directly had the Aether Crystal pack them into a metal cylinder, including the pair of worn black stockings that still carried body heat. The reason Lin Ming paid extra to buy Qin Lingling's worn black stockings was not that he had a peculiar taste, but because he vaguely remembered that for successful composting, besides raw materials, the participation of microorganisms was also necessary. And worn black stockings were of course a very ideal source of microorganisms. Of course, this had nothing to do with gender. Men's socks could achieve the same effect. But the thought of trading with men for socks that they had worn for who knows how long gave Lin Ming a chill of disgust. After the trade was done, Lin Ming completed trades with 10 more players using 5 units of oxygen, securely sealing the traded items in a metal cylinder to ensure no leakage. Even so, Lin Ming still felt a bit uneasy in his heart. He simply threw the metal cylinder into the transfer bay, out of sight, out of mind. After doing all this, Lin Ming took out an F-grade universal chip and replaced the one on the electromagnetic wave communicator. Then he said to the Aether Crystal, "Use a strong electromagnetic wave to scan a distance of 10 kilometers around and draw a three-dimensional topographic map of the ground up to 5 meters deep." The Aether Crystal complied immediately. Powerful electromagnetic waves covered a radius of 10 kilometers, and soon a pale blue light screen appeared before Lin Ming's eyes, displaying a map of the surrounding 10 kilometers. The lower half of the map was dark brown, indicating that the soil extended 5 meters underground. The surface was covered with gravel and broken stones. Lin Ming noticed that in the opposite direction of Gaojiangwo, about 3 or 4 kilometers away, there was an underground cavern resembling an ant nest. Lin Ming carefully compared the scale and found that these caverns were over 2 meters in diameter, large enough for him to enter while wearing his heavy-duty exosuit. The caverns branched out like tree roots, constantly forking and winding downward. Clearly there were more branches deeper underground, but beyond 5 meters the electromagnetic waves could not detect them. Such a structure is definitely not natural. It must have been excavated by some kind of life form. I just wonder if those creatures are still inside the caverns. The thought that there might be unknown life forms just 3 or 4 kilometers away made Lin Ming's heart tighten with tension. As Lin Ming was carefully studying the layout of the caverns, he suddenly felt a slight warmth in his eyes. On the originally plain map, countless dots suddenly appeared, red, black, and green. So the resource points on the map are visible to me too. Looking at the dense clusters of dots, Lin Ming was extremely excited. Around him, there were countless red dots, meaning that rust iron ore was widely distributed, and he wouldn't have to worry about oxygen for a short while. He zoomed in on the underground caverns and saw sporadic green dots at 3 meters underground. Moreover, the green dots were moving back and forth inside the caverns, occasionally even lingering near the entrance. It's a living creature, a moving creature. Lin Ming's mood instantly lifted. Living creatures meant meat to eat. Moreover, there would likely be water and food near them. He carefully observed the movement paths of the green dots and found that they were very regular, as if they were patrolling, repeating every 10 minutes. Lin Ming decided to take action. Since he might have to deal with unknown creatures, he didn't overestimate himself. Instead, he consumed 2 units of electrical energy and had the 3D metal printer use 2 units of superalloy to print a greatsword and a heavy shield. In less than 10 minutes, the 3D metal printer completed its task. The greatsword's blade was sharp, gleaming with a cold, icy light, and the heavy shield was thick and sturdy, exuding a sense of security. Lin Ming tried to lift the greatsword and found that it weighed at least 100 or 200 jin. With his strength, he could barely move it. Fortunately, he had the heavy-duty exosuit. After putting on the exosuit and replenishing supplies, Lin Ming easily picked up the sword and shield and left the survival pod. Compared to sending a distress signal over an ultra-long distance, the power consumption of the electromagnetic wave communicator for detecting the surrounding map was much smaller. The F-grade universal chip could last for 1 hour before burning out. Thus, Lin Ming effectively carried a real-time map. After about 20 minutes, he arrived near the entrance of the cavern and hid behind a rock about 50 meters away. On the light screen map, a patrolling green dot slowly climbed up along the sloping cavern and soon reached the entrance. Lin Ming looked up and saw a pitch-black crab as large as a wash basin crawling out of the entrance not far away. "It's a crab." Lin Ming raised an eyebrow slightly. After leaving the entrance, the crab glanced at the distant setting sun, adjusted its angle, aligned its black carapace with the sun, slightly raised its body, and then remained motionless. "Is this thing sunbathing?" Lin Ming recalled the Brazilian turtle he used to keep, which needed to bask in the sun every day. Could crabs have the same habit? After estimating the size of the black crab, Lin Ming felt he could handle it. He checked the real-time map and saw that the other crabs were patrolling in the cave as usual, so he decided to sneak over quietly. Lin Ming circled around, tiptoeing from behind the black crab. When he was about 10 meters away, the black crab seemed to sense something, flattened its body, and prepared to turn around. Lin Ming suddenly burst into action, maximizing the power of his heavy-duty exosuit, leaping over a distance of more than 10 meters, and slashing with his right-hand greatsword. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The black crab was cleaved in 2 from the middle, and sparks continuously flickered at the fracture. Holy crap! When the sparks stopped, Lin Ming saw the inside of the black crab, and couldn't help but exclaim. This was no living creature, it was clearly an electronic crab. Inside there were not the familiar crab roe, crab yolk, or gills, but black electronic circuit boards and energy storage batteries. In the middle of the circuit board, Lin Ming saw a familiar figure, a universal chip. Unfortunately, the universal chip had been cut in 2 and could no longer be used. Lin Ming felt frustrated. He had held such high hopes only to catch an electronic crab without even a bite of meat. He recalled the electronic crab's sunbathing behavior. It was clearly using solar energy to recharge. Solar charging. Lin Ming remembered that among the survival pod's accessories, there was a damaged solar panel. Could the materials decomposed from this crab be used to repair the solar panel? Lin Ming, holding the shield and sword in his right hand, grabbed 2 crab legs with his left hand, picked up the split electronic crab, and strode toward the survival pod. Decomposing the mimic crab requires 1 unit of electrical energy. Proceed. Looking at the prompt from the Aether Crystal, Lin Ming selected yes. So this thing is called a mimic crab. Mimic crab recycled. Obtained high-purity silicon ingot X2, damaged universal chip X1, damaged circuit board X1, damaged electromagnetic coil X1. High-purity silicon ingots can be used to repair the solar panel. Current repair requirements. 1. Basic repair: restore the solar panel's basic functionality to make it usable. Consumes high-purity silicon ingot X10, electromagnetic coil X1. 2. Full repair: fully restore the solar panel to maximize its power generation. Consumes high-purity silicon ingot X50, electromagnetic coil X5. It works after all. Seeing the materials required to repair the solar panel, Lin Ming felt a bit troubled. Killing the mimic crab would not affect the yield of high-purity silicon ingots, but the electromagnetic coil, circuit board, and universal chip would all be damaged. If he wanted to obtain an intact electromagnetic coil, he would have to capture the mimic crab alive. But such a large creature. If he tried to grab it directly, even if he could catch it, Lin Ming was worried that the mimic crab's sharp claws would puncture his heavy-duty exosuit, and he had no repair materials at the moment. After pondering for a long time, Lin Ming recalled the movement the mimic crab had made after leaving the entrance, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Donning the heavy-load EVA suit, Lin Ming set off once more. This time he did not carry the superalloy greatsword, only the superalloy heavy shield, and had the greatsword melted down for the 3D printer to weave a superalloy net. The F-grade general-purpose chip in the electromagnetic communicator had been damaged. Lin Ming replaced it with a new one, monitoring the pit in real time. The disappearance of 1 mimic crab did not cause much disturbance. After noticing the missing companion, a few mimic crabs gathered together. Soon they redistributed the patrol routes. Each mimic crab's patrol area expanded by about 20%, thus filling the gap left by the missing companion. Quite intelligent. Watching the real-time map, seeing the green dots resume their regular movement, Lin Ming clicked his tongue in admiration. Near the entrance of the pit, Lin Ming began to work. He set down the superalloy heavy shield and started moving rocks. With the assistance of the heavy-load EVA suit, he easily lifted millstone-sized rocks and placed them 2 meters away from the pit. Lin Ming continued without pause, stacking rocks one after another, enclosing the pit entrance with a 2-meter-high stone wall, leaving only a half-meter opening. Half an hour had passed. Lin Ming opened the real-time map, looking at the green dots. As usual, in a few minutes the outermost patrol mimic crab would start basking in the sun to recharge. Sure enough, down to the second, the patrolling mimic crab halted instantly, then retraced its path, climbing upward along the sloping tunnel. Lin Ming crouched behind the stone wall, peeking with half his head, watching a creature entirely black and identical to the previous mimic crab crawl out of the hole. After exiting the hole, the mimic crab habitually checked the sun's position and then stood bewildered. A full minute passed before the mimic crab's low computing power general-purpose chip understood what had happened, and it began groping along the stone wall. Seeing the mimic crab leave through the gap, Lin Ming, quick of eye and hand, hefted a huge rock and blocked the opening. With a swift rustle, the mimic crab reacted extremely fast. The moment Lin Ming appeared, it prepared to flee back into the pit, only to find the entrance blocked by a boulder. With a swish, the mimic crab did not hesitate, dashing over 10 meters away from Lin Ming. Watching the swift creature escape, Lin Ming was not in a hurry. He leisurely picked up the heavy shield and trailed the mimic crab from a distance. After some trial, Lin Ming discovered that the mimic crab's alert zone was 10 meters. As long as he entered within 10 meters of the mimic crab, it would immediately flee, otherwise it would consider the surroundings safe and try to face away from the sun to recharge. Lin Ming would never give it a chance to recharge. He held the heavy shield partly to guard against a sudden counterattack, and partly to block the sunlight, preventing the mimic crab from charging. The mimic crab that came out to recharge must have little stored electricity. If he chased it for a while longer, Lin Ming believed it would exhaust its remaining power. Just as Lin Ming thought, after chasing the mimic crab for half an hour, it no longer reacted to his approach, but lay there attempting to recharge. Lin Ming did not rush to grab it directly, who knew how much backup power the little creature had left. He stood 5 meters away, raised the heavy shield high, blocking the sunlight over the mimic crab completely. After about 10 minutes, Lin Ming tried to approach the mimic crab. The little one remained motionless. He drew closer and gently poked it with the heavy shield, yet it showed no response. Hey, it must be out of power. Lin Ming grinned. Even so, he still did not use his hands. Instead, he took out the superalloy net wrapped around his waist and caught the mimic crab in it. Then, holding the superalloy net in his right hand and shielding the sun with the heavy shield in his left to prevent the mimic crab from sneaking a charge, Lin Ming quickly returned to the survival pod. Dormant mimic crab detected. 2 options available. Option 1, recycle the mimic crab to obtain high-purity silicon ingot X2, F-grade general-purpose chip X1, circuit board X1, electromagnetic coil X1. Option 2, reprogram the mimic crab to gain full control. Seeing option 2, Lin Ming was taken aback. He could actually reprogram the mimic crab. Lin Ming naturally chose option 2. Reprogramming the mimic crab requires 1 unit of electricity. Confirm. Confirm. After confirming about 10 seconds later, the Aether Crystal popped up a notification that the reprogramming was complete. That fast. Lin Ming was surprised. Since the mimic crab was in a dormant state with depleted energy, he instructed the Aether Crystal to place it outside the survival pod, letting it bask in the sun to recharge. Directly using the survival pod stored electricity to charge the mimic crab was also possible, but the sun was right there, and it would be wasteful not to use it. 10 minutes later, the mimic crab finished charging and walked to the survival pod's exit, waiting quietly. Lin Ming had it go through the airlock's hot air decontamination and then into the living compartment. The Aether Crystal informed Lin Ming that he could issue voice commands, and the mimic crab would obey. So Lin Ming sent a command, turn around. With a clatter-clatter, the mimic crab spun on the spot. Lie down. Shake hands. Roll over. Lin Ming trained the mimic crab like a dog, having a great time. After playing for a while, Lin Ming asked the Aether Crystal what other functions does it have. The Aether Crystal replied, anything within its capabilities such as mining, patrolling, fighting, etc. Then the Aether Crystal projected a light screen showing the mimic crab's perspective. Lin Ming's 183-meter height appeared towering in the view. Great, I can use this little guy to explore the pit. Lin Ming's mind stirred. The electromagnetic communicator could only probe 5 meters underground, or any deeper, and it was out of range. The mimic crab could blend in, and it could share its vision with Lin Ming in real time. Extremely convenient. Note, due to hardware limitations, the maximum connection distance with the mimic crab is 10 kilometers, but it may be shorter under complex electromagnetic conditions. It is recommended to add a command to the patrol orders. If no command is received, return immediately. Lin Ming nodded. Electromagnetic waves travel a very short distance underground. The Aether Crystal suggestion was quite useful. He changed into the heavy load EVA suit, replenished supplies, and said to the motionless mimic crab beside him, let's go, follow me. With a clatter-clatter, the mimic crab immediately trotted cheerfully behind Lin Ming. The mimic crab immediately trotted cheerfully behind Lin Ming. 1 man and 1 crab soon arrived near the entrance of the pit. Through the real-time map, Lin Ming saw the remaining mimic crabs redistributing tasks, expanding their patrol territory, and proceeding with methodical rounds. This is the advantage of electronic pets. As long as energy is sufficient, they never tire. Are all dark-skinned things so durable? Lin Ming murmured to himself, then issued an order to the mimic crab, go explore the inside of the pit. Remember, if you lose contact or run low on energy, return along the same path as quickly as possible. The mimic crab stretched out its 2 large pincers and clicked them once to indicate understanding, then swiftly squeezed into the pit. Upon entering, it was pitch black inside. Fortunately, the mimic crab was equipped with infrared emitters and probes able to transmit images of acceptable clarity. Lin Ming saw that the pit walls were covered with chisel marks, clearly not natural formations, but likely excavated bit by the mimic crabs with their pincers. As the mimic crab descended along the gentle slope, the Aether Crystal stone thoughtfully began to render a 3D model of the pit's interior. Click, click, click. A faint sound came. Lin Ming watched the real-time monitoring on the map. Another mimic crab on patrol was slowly approaching. Lin Ming's heart tightened slightly. How would the other mimic crab react to a companion that had disappeared and then reappeared? Through the feed, Lin Ming saw the native mimic crab assume a defensive posture, waving its 2 large pincers in front and producing a warning click-clack sound. The controlled mimic crab also extended its 2 pincers and clicked them in a rhythmic pattern, producing the same sound. Subsequently, the native mimic crab dropped its guard, ignored the other, and continued its patrol. Lin Ming relaxed. Good, I managed to fool the friend or foe identification system. The mimic crab continued downward, now reaching a fork in the tunnel. At each of the 2 branches, 2 mimic crabs were patrolling alternately. Lin Ming chose one path at random and ordered the mimic crab to proceed. Click, click, click. After tricking its former comrades with the same pincer gesture, the mimic crab had tunneled more than 5 meters underground into territory unknown to Lin Ming. He saw that this branch again split into 2, but one of the forks no longer sloped downward. The terrain began to level out. Lin Ming's heart stirred. He directed the mimic crab toward the level fork. After walking just a few meters, Lin Ming saw 3 mimic crabs forming a circle, their pincers stirring the ground in front of them. There was liquid inside the pit. Lin Ming could vaguely discern that as the pincers gently stirred, ripples appeared on the ground. Clearly liquid. He didn't know if it was a water source or something else. Lin Ming glanced at the 3D model of the pit drawn by the Aether Crystal stone, his gaze lingering for a moment. His eyes slightly glowing, Lin Ming saw blue liquid light spots appearing in that pit. It was a water source. Lin Ming was so excited he nearly cried out. He had only 6 liters of water left. Even that was the result of extreme conservation. He would not drink unless parched to the point of desperation. Now that he had found a water source, how could he not be excited? Using electromagnetic waves, Lin Ming ordered the mimic crab to return along the same path. He decided to send the mimic crab down with a metal cylinder to fetch a cylinder of water first. But patrolling mimic crabs were everywhere. Fetching water directly would inevitably lead to a siege. After thinking it over, Lin Ming decided to divide his forces. He ordered the mimic crab back into the pit, and sent a communication signal to the outermost mimic crab instructing it to come out for charging while it would patrol the path in return. The native mimic crab, suspecting nothing, obediently ceded the patrol route and crawled out of the pit ready to charge in the sun. Where was the sun? The mimic crab waited for a minute before finally realizing something was wrong. It began circling the stone wall. Thereupon Lin Ming repeated the trick and captured another mimic crab, which fell into hibernation due to lack of power. Next, Lin Ming shuttled frequently between the survival pod and the pit entrance, capturing 5 mimic crabs in one go. As a result, only 3 mimic crabs remained patrolling the upper layer of the pit, drastically reducing security. With 6 mimic crabs under his command, Lin Ming had gained the upper hand in strength. Click-clack, click-clack. The 6 mimic crabs formed a long line, obediently following behind Lin Ming, waving their pincers. He gave each of the 6 mimic crabs a metal cylinder and ordered them to go down and fetch water. Upon receiving the order, the mimic crab swarm charged directly into the pit. This time, they didn't bother with the password. When they encountered a surviving patrol mimic crab, 2 mimic crabs immediately pinned it down, while the rest carried the metal cylinders to fetch water. Soon the mimic crab swarm emerged with 6 metal cylinders filled with water and also brought back a struggling native mimic crab. Lin Ming lifted 1 metal cylinder in each hand, while the remaining mimic crabs carried the cylinders, and the native mimic crab following him in a grand procession back to the survival pod. After reprogramming the struggling mimic crab, Lin Ming's mimic crab swarm expanded to 7. The survival pod quickly retrieved the metal cylinders and identified the liquid inside as water, but it was contaminated. Contaminated? How so? Lin Ming opened the contaminated water log, and the entry "contaminated stinky water" appeared. Introduction: a foul-smelling sewage. Trust me, you wouldn't want to drink it. Staring at the dark, murky water illustration, Lin Ming could almost smell the stench and felt like he might vomit last night's meal. Lin Ming asked, "Can it be purified using electricity?" The Aether Crystal stone quickly replied, "Every 5 units of contaminated stinky water can be purified into 4 units of pure water and 1 unit of contaminant." Pure water needed no explanation. Lin Ming looked at the entry for contaminant. Contaminant. Introduction: a contaminant rich in various humus substances. If ingested by animals, it will cause diarrhea, yet it contains essential nutrients for plant growth. After reading the contaminant entry, Lin Ming was overjoyed. This was no contaminant. It was excellent fertilizer. Purify them all. Give me purification. Consuming 1 unit of electrical energy, Lin Ming quickly obtained 5 cylinders of pure water and 1 cylinder of contaminant. The pure water was directly added to the survival pod's water tank. Lin Ming saw the quantity of pure water skyrocket from 5 liters to 55 liters. With a water source, Lin Ming happily gulped down several mouthfuls and said delightedly, "Now I have enough to drink for days, and even take a bath." However, bathing was just a thought for now. The water reserve was still too small, so he would store more first. Besides, electrolyzing water was also a source of oxygen. In short, with rust iron, ore, and water, Lin Ming no longer had to worry about oxygen shortage. At this moment, Lin Ming had only 8 units of oxygen left. He directly issued a command to the remaining 7 bionic crabs. "Little ones, you've rested for 5 minutes. It's time to work. Go and bring any stones you can carry nearby to the survival pod, and stack them up." With a clattering sound, the 7 bionic crabs swiftly moved into action, starting to search for stones nearby, and stack them on the open ground beside the survival pod. Lin Ming observed that the bionic crabs could lift stones roughly the size of their own bodies, a quite impressive load-bearing capacity. Most importantly, the bionic crabs required no electricity from the survival pod. They only needed sunlight. Moreover, they were tireless, far superior to the black-skinned predecessors from centuries ago that needed to be whipped and consumed food. While the bionic crabs collected stones, Lin Ming opened the survival pod interface, eating nutrient paste while checking his current resources. Fuel 2,100. Electricity 43,500. Oxygen 8,500. Purified water 5,500 L. Food nutrient paste 2. Ultrafine iron powder 21. Super alloy 2. Space 212. Accessories: solar panel damaged, electromagnetic wave communicator damaged, hibernation pod available, escape pod available. Rust iron ore 0. Universal chip 0. Chip fragments 13. Currently, water and electricity were relatively abundant, and oxygen was not a concern. The only thing needed was food. Lin Ming entered the interstellar exchange and found that the items being traded were still basic resources. Even rust iron ore was extremely rare, so he had to give up. Checking the time, he had been awake for 7 or 8 hours straight. Feeling drowsy after eating the nutrient paste, Lin Ming decided to take a short nap. With ample oxygen, Lin Ming did not enter hibernation, but slept normally. 2 hours later, Lin Ming woke up with a yawn. Through the shared vision of the bionic crabs, the stones outside had been stacked into 7 small hills. Of course, the small hills were from the perspective of the bionic crabs. Looking through the glass dome on top of the survival pod, Lin Ming saw that each hill was only 2 or 3 cubic meters. Time to work. Lin Ming operated the mechanical arm, continuously bringing stones into the survival pod. Once he had gathered 1 cubic meter of stones, he began decomposing them. Whirring. Electricity was continuously consumed. After decomposing 17 cubic meters of stones, Lin Ming obtained a massive amount of resources. This decomposition yielded F-grade universal chip, 20 imaged universal chip, 96, a rust iron, or 53. Lin Ming collected all the universal chips for later use, while he directly decomposed the rust iron ore. After consuming 18 units of electricity, the rust iron ore was converted into 53 units of oxygen and an equal amount of ultra-fine iron powder. This consumption of electricity caused Lin Ming's power reserves to plummet, returning to single digits. He calculated that without considering the byproducts of decomposition, averaging only oxygen output 1 unit of electricity could produce 1.5 units of oxygen. Of course, this calculation was not entirely reasonable, as the universal chips were also valuable. Lin Ming opened the interstellar exchange, intending to trade some oxygen for electricity. After a few refreshes, he saw a new trade notification. Player Tang Howren listed 200 rust iron ores, with a price rust iron ore 1 for 3 units of electricity. A slight smile curled at the corner of Lin Ming's mouth. As expected, the price of rust iron ore is gradually dropping, ready to sell off. At this point, they had been on the desolate planet for over 20 hours. Even though some players had started following Lin Ming's advice, mining stones to decompose into rust iron ore and produce oxygen, it was still barely enough for self-use, and some were even running a deficit. Oxygen was definitely a hot commodity at this moment. Sure enough, as soon as the rust iron ore was listed, the chat channel of the interstellar exchange instantly became heated. Damn, the big shot is finally ready to sell rust iron ore. But the price is a bit steep. The one above, you think it's expensive. I think so too, but now oxygen is almost gone. If you don't want to suffocate, you have to buy. All rich guys with electricity. In a blink, you've bought nearly half of the rust iron ore. Wait for me. Damn, look, big shot Lin Ming is directly selling oxygen. Where? It's true. No way did big shot Lin Ming misprice it. How can 1 unit of oxygen be listed for only 2 units of electricity? Wow, cool. Big shot Lin Ming is doing charity. Love it, love it. I'll grab it first. Lin Ming kept 9 units of oxygen for himself and listed 50 units. Almost instantly, they were snapped up, earning him 100 units of electricity. The reason Lin Ming listed each unit of oxygen for only 2 units of electricity was based on precise calculations. According to his previous experience, players typically needed to spend 1 hour collecting 1 cubic meter of stones, and reloading the exosuit consumed 1 unit of electricity. Decomposing stones consumed 1 unit of electricity, and decomposing rust iron ore consumed 1 unit. That is, most players spent 3 units of electricity to obtain 3 units of oxygen, a ratio of 1:1. This did not even account for the additional physical exertion, time cost, and consumption of water, food, and energy. If one subtracted the 1 unit of oxygen consumed by breathing, then 1.5 units of electricity were needed to produce 1 unit of oxygen. Lin Ming directly listed the price of 1 unit of oxygen for 2 units of electricity, saving other players the extra consumption. The difference was the profit brought by the hard work of the bionic crabs. After the transaction, Lin Ming was in a great mood. He crossed his legs and watched the bionic crabs bustling about through their shared vision, feeling immensely pleased. Just then, the Aether Crystal popped up. A notification: player Tang Qingyan has requested to add you as a friend. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. Tang Howren had already been blacklisted and couldn't contact him. This Tang Qingyan was probably from the same province as Tang Howren, Tang Province. Lin Ming chose to accept. Tang Qingyan immediately sent a message. Lin Ming, you're crashing the market. Do you know that you're disrespecting your own hard work? Disrespecting his own hard work. Thinking of the bionic crabs laboring outside, Lin Ming took a sip of water and replied, what does that have to do with you? Tang Qingyan, Howren should have traded with you before. I know his personality. He's still a child, sometimes impulsive, and might have offended you. On his behalf, I apologize to you. Seeing Tang Qingyan's message, Lin Ming gave a wry smile. In business, business is business. Tang Howren was the first to break the agreement, so Lin Ming would never do business with him again, and he even felt somewhat annoyed with people from Tang Province. That was why he hadn't priced the oxygen too high. He wanted to slow down the sale of rust iron ore that people from Tang Province were hoarding. He replied, oh, I don't accept. Friend, there's no need for that. Tang Qingyan was clearly more sophisticated. He coaxed, think about it. You have so much oxygen. If we cooperate, you provide the resources, we handle the operations. We can certainly obtain several times the electricity. You also know that until the solar panels are repaired, electricity is extremely precious, almost non-renewable. Without such a good resource like oxygen, what else can you use to earn electricity? Hearing Tang Qingyan's words, Lin Ming laughed heartily and listed the universal chips he had prepared earlier. F-grade universal chip 5, only exchange for non-basic resources. Come on in. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. While most players were still struggling with oxygen shortages, Lin Ming had already begun selling non-basic resources. Many players had indeed discovered F-class general-purpose chips during their mining, but the quantities were so minuscule that they could barely satisfy their own needs, let alone sell them. Lin Ming was offering 5 at once, a truly generous quantity. Upon seeing the trade listing on the interstellar exchange, Tang Qingyan's expression turned extremely grim. They hadn't failed to mine F-class general-purpose chips. Some players from Tang Province had already called and received their general resource supply pods. They had assumed their pace was already far ahead, never expecting that Lin Ming's stockpile of F-class chips was so abundant, he could sell them openly. Could hundreds of Tang Province players working together not match just one Lin Ming? On the Interstellar Exchange's chat channel, players erupted into animated discussion. Holy shit, those general-purpose chips for repairing electromagnetic communicators. Has some big shot already collected non-basic resources this fast? Anyone got the lowdown on what repairing an electromagnetic communicator actually does? Bro above me. I'm clueless myself, but let me just say I'm pretty well endowed. Fong Fengzheng here to clarify. Repairing an electromagnetic communicator lets you call in a general resource supply pod. I've already called mine, and it should arrive in about 3 hours. Holy shit, there's also a general resource supply pod. What's even inside it? I'm craving a fried chicken bucket. Watching the banter on the chat channel, the corners of Lin Ming's mouth lifted slightly. Suddenly a trade notification chimed. His heart skipped a beat. He'd filtered out all basic resource requests, so anyone reaching out now would have to be dealing in non-basic supplies. Lin Ming quickly opened it, and saw a black chip in the trade slot. Another general-purpose chip. He opened the item compendium. Constant temperature chamber construction blueprint description allows construction of the expansion module, constant temperature chamber, to shield against extreme temperatures. Multiple authorization item binds upon use. Material requirements: ultra-fine metal powder 100 units, electric power 50 units. Construction requirements: requires a 3D metal printer. Constant temperature chamber construction blueprint. Lin Ming felt his heart clench tightly. As the name suggested, the chamber's primary function was temperature regulation. He now had the giant mouth flower and ample water and organic resources, but had been wondering where to cultivate them. This was exactly what he needed. The trading player was Sun Yao, who sent Lin Ming a private message. I'm offering the constant temperature chamber blueprint in exchange for 5 F-class general-purpose chips. Deal? Lin Ming's eyes narrowed slightly at Sun Yao's message. Those final 2 words, deal or not, betrayed his uncertainty. He clearly felt the blueprint wasn't worth 5 chips. Rather than answering directly, Lin Ming asked, "Where did you get that blueprint?" Sun Yao replied promptly, "Dropped from a general resource supply pod." General resource supply pods. So some players had already mined F-class chips and called for supply pods. Why could Sun Yao pull out a constant temperature chamber blueprint while he'd only received power cells and generic passwords? Lin Ming considered his response carefully. My survival pod already maintains a constant temperature, so an additional chamber seems unnecessary. I wouldn't spend half the night in one and the other half in another, would I? Besides, what exactly is a 3D metal printer? I've never even heard of such a thing. Sun Yao, who also recognized the chamber's limited utility at present, took the initiative to lower his asking price. How about 4 chips instead? Seeing Sun Yao backtrack, Lin Ming knew the guy was still uncertain, so he replied, "Bro, if you can call supply pods, you likely already know about the universal password mechanic. You understand how precious F-class chips are. Each one represents a single call for a supply pod. I'm not denying it might prove useful later, but at this stage I can't see its practical value. Sorry, I can't justify that price." After sending both messages, Lin Ming clenched his fist tightly. His internal limit was 3 chips. As soon as Sun Yao agreed, he'd close the deal immediately. After all, the blueprint's significance to him was immense, while he had no shortage of chips to spare. Should Sun Yao crack the password and receive a carbon-based life support pod, he'd instantly grasp the chamber's value and never list it for sale again. 5 minutes passed before Lin Ming grew restless, and Sun Yao finally responded. "Alright then, boss Lin Ming. Your progress puts you ahead of us. We'll need something like this sooner anyway. Final offer, 2 chips. That's my bottom line." "Deal." The word practically ripped from Lin Ming's throat. Thank goodness Sun Yao couldn't see his condition, or he'd have backed out and driven the price higher. Once the transaction completed, Lin Ming examined the black chip in his palm like a treasure, turning it over and over. Constructing the chamber required 50 units of power and 100 units of ultra-fine metal powder. He had more than enough power, but his ultra-fine iron powder sat at only 74 units. He needed a bit more. Watching the biomimetic crabs toiling outside, Lin Ming estimated they'd gather the remainder within an hour. There was no urgency. After completing the blueprint trade, Lin Ming continued refreshing the Interstellar Exchange. Only a fraction of players had yet to secure F-class chips and call for supply pods. Another few hours at least before deliveries arrived. Consequently, traders like Sun Yao pulling valuable items from supply pods were exceedingly rare. After 30 minutes of refreshing with nothing new appearing, Lin Ming closed the interface disinterestedly. Meanwhile, each biomimetic crab had gathered more rocks, piling them beside the survival pod. Lin Ming controlled the mechanical arm to collect and process them one by one, just as before. Processing 9 cubic meters of stone. Aether Crystal notification appeared. Yields 7 F-class general-purpose chips, 68 damaged chips, 31 rust iron ore. TCH, the rust iron ore drop rate is decent this time. Lin Ming surveyed the results with satisfaction. After processing the ore, his supply of ultra-fine metal powder for the chamber construction would finally be complete. Lin Ming listed 30 units of oxygen at 60 power first, then hesitated before deciding to list the damaged chips as well. He currently held 177 damaged chips, enough to synthesize approximately 17 functional ones based on the conversion rate. But after consideration, Lin Ming listed them at a lower price. Each damaged chip could be exchanged for any single unit of basic resources. This way, players who had accumulated 7 or 8 damaged chips could affordably convert them into a full F-class chip and call in their own supply pods. Sun Yao's situation proved that only when the region progressed as a whole could he maximize his gains. Otherwise, no matter how many resources he amassed, he'd remain limited by other players' development levels and unable to trade for superior goods. Capitalists improve workers' conditions not out of kindness, but to secure greater profits in return. Lin Ming muttered to himself, then summoned the 3D metal printer and placed the constant temperature chamber blueprint chip into it. Begin construction, constant temperature chamber. The constant temperature chamber was exceedingly vast, rivaling the survival pod in size. Therefore, its construction was not carried out inside the pod, but externally, requiring an additional expansion interface. The mechanical arm transported the 3D metal printer outside the survival pod and began the slow construction of the constant temperature chamber. Lin Ming gazed at the holographic interface displaying the construction progress. It will take 8 hours to complete. The speed is rather slow. Ignoring the busy 3D metal printer, Lin Ming took out a universal chip, preparing to summon a carbon-based life resource supply pod. At that moment, the Aether Crystal prompted. Multiple F-grade universal chips detected. 10 F-grade universal chips can form a chip array, further deciphering the universal password. Deciphering requires 10 units of electrical energy. Proceed with chip array formation. Upon seeing the Aether Crystal's prompt, Lin Ming confirmed without hesitation. After all, deciphering the universal password would grant him continuous benefits, allowing him to use it every time. 10 minutes later, the Aether Crystal prompted. Universal password deciphered successfully. You will now be able to detect F-grade carbon-based life resource supply pods. Only F-grade can be detected at this point. Lin Ming muttered, inwardly thinking the high-level civilizations that deployed the supply pods were far too stingy. Complaints aside, the distress signal still had to be sent. The Aether Crystal once again displayed a prompt. Multiple F-grade universal chips detected. 10 F-grade universal chips can form a chip array, significantly enhancing the coverage range of the calling signal. Proceed with chip array formation. Seeing the holographic prompt, Lin Ming cursed. Damn, you're determined to squeeze more resources out of me, aren't you? He scrutinized the enhanced coverage range of the distress signal word by word. After forming the chip array, the calling range expanded to a spherical space with a radius of 5 light minutes centered on him, or a conical space with a height of 10 light minutes. Compared to before, the coverage distance had increased significantly. Confirmed. Chip array formed. Please select the calling range. Lin Ming pondered. Since the planet was orbiting its star, the star was moving within the Milky Way, and the Milky Way was moving at high speed within the local group. The space covered by his previous distress signal was already far away from his current location. Thus, Lin Ming made his choice. I choose to send the distress signal within the spherical space centered on me with a radius of 5 light minutes. The Aether Crystal immediately displayed a holographic prompt. This distress signal transmission requires 10 units of electrical energy. The signal will reach the farthest point in 5 minutes, and the return signal will take the same time. At the latest, within 10 minutes, you can confirm whether there are resource supply pods nearby. It requires 10 units of electrical energy. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Seeing the consumption on the prompt, Lin Ming felt a pang of reluctance. He hoped the return would be worth the cost. Time ticked by, and at the 4-minute mark, Lin Ming already spotted the orbital information of the first carbon-based life resource supply pod. Hey, why is it a basic carbon-based life resource supply pod? Where's the F-grade? I want F-grade. Lin Ming felt his heart bleeding. Subsequently, at the 6th, 08th, 0 and 9th minutes, the Aether Crystal indicated that it had detected 3 more carbon-based life resource supply pods. Massive loss. Watching the countdown dwindle, and only detecting the most basic carbon-based life resource supply pods, Lin Ming's mood soured. At 9 minutes and 30 seconds, the Aether Crystal prompted again. F-grade carbon-based life resource supply pod detected. Oh wow. Lin Ming paced back and forth excitedly, not expecting the movie trope to actually happen to him. In the last few dozen seconds of turnaround, he chuckled, thinking that though the trope was cliché, it worked quite well when it happened to him. You may choose up to 3 resource supply pods to summon. Make your selection within 10 seconds. Lin Ming responded without hesitation. I choose the F-grade carbon-based life resource supply pod, and the other 2 nearest ones. F-grade carbon-based life resource supply pod called. Based on the pod's current orbit and speed, it is estimated to arrive in 9 hours. Carbon-based life resource supply pod called. Estimated arrival in 10 hours. Carbon-based life resource supply pod called. Estimated arrival in 13 hours. Indeed. Seeing the 3 consecutive prompts, Lin Ming nodded. The F-grade carbon-based life resource supply pod was farthest from him, over 4 light minutes away, yet it would arrive the earliest. This indicated that resource supply pods with higher grades possessed superior manufacturing technology and greater speed. With nothing urgent left, Lin Ming prepared to get a good night's sleep. Lying in the hibernation pod, Lin Ming munched on nutrient paste while browsing the interstellar exchange market before sleep. As expected, players were continuously trading basic resources for damaged universal chips, and some even offered water and nutrient paste in exchange aside from oxygen and electrical energy. Looks like these players are just one damaged universal chip short of synthesizing a good one. Hope you guys call in decent resource supply pods. Good luck. Watching the constant stream of successful trade notifications, Lin Ming was thoroughly satisfied and drifted into a pleasant sleep. 8 hours later, he was awakened by the alarm he had set. He sat up stretched and felt refreshed. Ordinary sleep not only restored physical strength, but also provided ample mental satisfaction. This time he did not experience that strange sensation of having slept yet not slept during hibernation. Opening the information hologram, Lin Ming checked the progress of various tasks. The biomimetic crabs were still working tirelessly, never tiring. Each crab had already gathered 3 small piles of stone. The fastest F-grade carbon-based life resource supply pod would arrive in 1 hour, while the other 2 basic pods would arrive within a few hours. There was also good news: the constant temperature chamber had been completed. Lin Ming stood up, splashed his face with water to freshen up, and walked to the expansion interface leading to the chamber. It was a metal door 2 meters in diameter. The Aether Crystal promptly prompted, "The constant temperature chamber has balanced air pressure and temperature. No need to wear an extravehicular suit to enter or exit." Lin Ming nodded, pressed the door open button, and the metal door slid open. After passing through a 3-meter-long cylindrical connecting tunnel, he entered the constant temperature chamber. It was a vast space indistinguishable from the survival pod, the only difference being 3 rows of neatly arranged shelves in the center. This is a soilless cultivation frame system. Once activated, it consumes 5 units of electrical energy, 1 liter of water, 1 unit of oxygen, and 1 unit of nutrient per 24 hours. Activate. Yes. Although the temperature-controlled room consumed a lot of resources daily, it was a necessary investment. Therefore, Lin Ming did not hesitate and activated the soilless cultivation framework system. Gurgling. After confirmation, pure water began to flow into the pipes on the shelves. Soon the water injection was complete, and the temperature-controlled room automatically extracted nutrients from the metal cylinders, initiating circulation. Fortunately, everything was done in sealed pipes, so no odor spread. Lin Ming solemnly took out 5 big-mouth flower seeds and placed them on the culture medium. Almost simultaneously, the culture medium became moist, and the temperature and humidity were adjusted to conditions suitable for germination. Lin Ming gently touched the culture medium and whispered, "Quickly grow up. The Indian cuisine-flavored nutrient paste is just too damn awful to eat." After doing all this, Lin Ming returned to the survival pod, opened the interstellar exchange channel, and began checking the harvest. All 177 damaged universal chips were traded, earning 113 units of electricity, 35 units of oxygen, 21 tubes of nutrient paste, and 8 liters of water. It could be said that the harvest was bountiful. At this point, Lin Ming no longer had to worry about survival. Currently, he was only short of organic nutrients, so he simply listed 10 units of oxygen, exchanging 0.5 units of oxygen for 1 pile of feces. Within less than a minute, the oxygen was snapped up, and he obtained 5 units of organic nutrients. Together with the remaining 2 units, it was enough to keep the temperature-controlled room running continuously for a week. At this time, there were still half an hour before the F-class carbon-based life resource supply capsule arrived. Lin Ming decided to stop breaking down rocks, and instead wait for the supply capsule. Through the hemispherical glass cover above his head, Lin Ming gazed at the moon, which was several times larger, and couldn't help but feel homesick. He had been on this barren land for over 2 days, and Blue Star was truly beyond return. After a moment of emotion, Lin Ming saw a white light appear on the horizon. The exhaust flame was in front of the white light, dazzlingly bright. He knew that this was because the F-class carbon-based life resource supply capsule was moving too fast, so it needed to decelerate in advance by reverse thrust, otherwise it might overshoot the desolate planet and disappear into the endless deep space. Soon the F-class carbon-based life resource supply capsule decelerated to a speed that could be captured by the planet's gravity. The reverse thrust gradually decreased, and it drew a parabolic arc, slowly descending and landing beside the survival pod. With a hiss, as before, the supply capsule's hatch opened, releasing a standard alloy box of 1 cubic meter. F-class carbon-based life resource supply capsule recovered. This acquisition: micro-exploration satellite manufacturing blueprint X1, dehydrated vegetable pack X1, dehydrated seed pack X1, superalloy X1, fuel X3. Micro-exploration satellite manufacturing blueprint. Dehydrated vegetable pack. Dehydrated seed pack. Seeing the information from the Aether Crystal, Lin Ming felt a surge of excitement. He opened the illustration of the Micro-exploration satellite manufacturing blueprint. Micro-exploration satellite manufacturing blueprint. Description: greatly expands your field of view, can detect surrounding terrain, predict short-term weather, and perform limited exploration of interstellar space. Multiple authorizations: reusable. Consumption: 5 units of fuel for launch, 1 unit of fuel per 24 hours for orbital maintenance. Material requirements: high-purity silicon ingot X20, electromagnetic coil X2, F-class universal chip X10, circuit board X10, super alloy powder X10 units, ultrafine iron powder X100 units, fuel X6 minimum. Manufacturing requirement, 3D metal printer. Seeing the materials needed to manufacture the micro-exploration satellite, Lin Ming raised his eyebrows. The materials required were too many. It seems I need to postpone the plan to repair the solar panels. Lin Ming felt a headache. He manipulated the robotic arm to collect the piled-up rocks while starting to post trade requests on the interstellar exchange. Oxygen, X1 unit exchange, super alloy, X1 unit. Pure water, X1 liter exchange, super alloy, X1 unit. Nutrient paste, X1 tube exchange, super alloy, X1 unit. Electricity, X1 unit exchange, super alloy, X1 unit. Senior Lin Ming is trading again. Oh my god, he actually has nutrient paste and water. How rich are you, senior, to be willing to trade these? By the way, what is super alloy? Decomposing rust iron, or only gives ultra-fine iron powder? Is there a super alloy mine? You little fool, you don't know? Super alloy is a byproduct after recovering the resource supply capsule. Senior should have recovered a supply capsule and stockpiled related resources early. Senior Lin Ming, can you wait 5 hours? My resource supply capsule will arrive in 5 hours and then I'll trade with you. Lin Ming directly ignored the messages in the Interstellar Exchange chat channel. He posted the trades to exchange for super alloy as quickly as possible. If he had to wait that long, wouldn't it be better to just use F-class universal chips to send a distress signal and call a few more general resource supply capsules? Player Sun Yao exchanged super alloy X4 units for your nutrient paste X12 pure water X3 liters. Seeing the notification from the Aether Crystal, Lin Ming let out a sound of surprise. He wasn't surprised that Sun Yao had super alloy since he had previously traded the constant temperature room blueprint with him, indicating that Sun Yao had already called for a resource supply capsule. But Lin Ming didn't expect Sun Yao to have 4 units of super alloy. This meant he had recovered at least 4 resource supply capsules. It seemed that his claim that the constant temperature room blueprint was obtained from a general resource supply capsule might not be true. However, Lin Ming didn't care about that. Everyone has their own unique abilities. He could see resource distribution points, and Sun Yao might have other strengths. After thinking it over, Lin Ming opened a private chat with Sun Yao and sent him a message, "Happy trading. Let's exchange more experience in the future and improve together." Sun Yao quickly replied, "Okay, Senior Lin Ming, definitely." After Sun Yao traded the super alloy, other players gradually traded several units of super alloy. Lin Ming set the purchase limit for super alloy at 20 units. After all, there might be future uses for it, so it wouldn't hurt to stock up a bit. After dealing with the super alloy, Lin Ming continued to check the remaining items. Dehydrated vegetable pack. Description: vegetables processed with dehydration preservation technology can be rehydrated with water. Dehydrated seed pack. Description: seeds processed with dehydration preservation technology no longer capable of germination. The dehydrated vegetable pack contained only a few gray-black objects. Obviously, this thing had been drifting in space for who knows how long, having lost its original appearance. The dehydrated seed pack was similar, with only 2 shriveled seeds incapable of germination. However, the high-level civilization that launched the carbon-based life resource supply capsule had already anticipated this. As long as these items were fed to a mature big mouth flower, the flower would specialize into the corresponding traits. After processing the harvest, Lin Ming also decomposed the mountain of stone blocks. By now, the stones within a few kilometers of the survival capsule that could be moved by the mimic crabs had been mostly collected, leaving only a few large rocks. The mimic crabs needed to travel farther to gather stones, causing efficiency to gradually decline. Lin Ming had decomposed 41 cubic meters of stone this time, and the Aether Crystal gave a prompt. This decomposition yields 38 F-grade universal chips, 132 damaged universal chips, and 116 units of rust iron ore. Lin Ming directly decomposed the rust iron ore, producing 116 units of oxygen and ultra-fine iron powder. Considering that he would soon go to the pit to capture mimic crabs, and that the constant temperature chamber would still consume oxygen, Lin Ming reserved 20 units of oxygen and listed the rest on the Interstellar Exchange. He listed 126 units of oxygen and obtained 252 units of electric energy. Lin Ming noticed that the rate at which players exchanged electric energy for oxygen was gradually slowing. This meant that either everyone had started mining rust iron or to decompose and obtain oxygen themselves, or their electric energy reserves were somewhat insufficient. In either case, the value of oxygen was gradually decreasing, while the value of electric energy would become increasingly prominent. After completing the fabrication of the microsatellite, he needed to prioritize repairing the solar panels. Having made up his mind, Lin Ming had the 3D metal printer reprint a superalloy greatsword. After donning the heavy-duty exosuit, he left the survival capsule carrying the greatsword, heavy shield, and superalloy net. "All of you come over here." Of course, Lin Ming also brought along his army of 7 mimic crabs and the metal cylinder, intending to bring back some polluted water. Soon Lin Ming arrived near the entrance of the pit. The stone wall he had set up was still there, and through the real-time map, he could see more mimic crabs emerging from the depths of the pit, continuing their patrol along the original route. This situation reassured Lin Ming slightly. Fabricating a microsatellite required 20 high-purity silicon ingots, which meant he needed to decompose at least 10 mimic crabs. If there were too few mimic crabs in the pit, it would actually be a problem. With an army of 7 mimic crabs at his disposal, Lin Ming naturally wouldn't use the same method as before, tricking them out one by one and capturing them after draining their energy. Instead, he directly ordered the mimic crabs to pair up, forcefully charge into the pit, use signals to deceive the native mimic crabs, then drag them out and bring them to the survival capsule for reprogramming. Be careful, don't get hurt. Anyone who gets hurt will be decomposed. Lin Ming issued the command to the mimic crab swarm. Seeing a lone mimic crab by his feet, he handed it the metal cylinder and said, "You're not idle either. Go fetch water." The mimic crab obeyed the command and immediately carried the metal cylinder into the pit. One by one, the mimic crabs were continuously brought to the survival capsule, reprogrammed, and became members of the mimic crab army, loyal only to Lin Ming. This cycle continued, and in less than 3 hours, Lin Ming's mimic crab army had suddenly increased from 7 to 30. Looking at the real-time map, Lin Ming noticed that no new green dots appeared 5 meters underground. Whoa, I accidentally drove the mimic crabs to extinction. Lin Ming chuckled, standing with his sword, and naturally commanded his mimic crab swarm to continuously extract polluted water from the branch tunnels. One after another, metal cylinders were brought out of the tunnels by the mimic crabs, lifting Lin Ming's spirits. As he was considering whether to enter the pit himself to investigate, he suddenly felt a slight tremor beneath his feet. What's going on? Lin Ming quickly opened the real-time map. He saw a huge green dot appear in the pit at the bottom, rapidly approaching the surface. At the same time, the 5 mimic crabs that were fetching water in the pit lost contact with Lin Ming. Lin Ming immediately ordered one mimic crab to go down and investigate. In the shared vision of the mimic crabs, a giant mimic crab suddenly appeared in front of it, and then the feed went dark. Damn, I've roused the big one. Lin Ming immediately retreated, holding the shield in his left hand and the sword in his right, ready to face the enemy. Crack, crack, crack. The tremors grew stronger, and in an instant a pitch-black mimic crab over 5 meters in length emerged from the pit. Lin Ming saw that the body of this mimic crab leader was over 2 meters in diameter. Its upper half resembled a mimic crab, while its lower half was like a centipede, looking extremely eerie. The mimic crab leader had 3 pairs of giant pincers on its upper body, each claw holding a struggling mimic crab. Crack. The pincers tightened, crushing 6 mimic crabs simultaneously. The mimic crab leader swallowed the fragments, and its joints grew an extra segment, increasing its body length by another meter. What kind of monster is this? Take this. Lin Ming maxed out the power of his heavy-duty exosuit and hurled the great sword with all his might. Swoosh. The great sword transformed into a white streak of light, shooting straight toward the mimic crab leader. However, despite its massive size, the mimic crab leader was not slow in reaction. Its dozens of black long legs shifted, producing a grating sound, and it deftly dodged the great sword. Swoosh. Lin Ming then threw the heavy shield. While the giant creature was dodging, he pushed the heavy-duty exosuit to its maximum power and turned to run. While running, Lin Ming was careful not to head straight for the survival capsule, but instead ran in the opposite direction. Crack, crack, crack. The mimic crab leader did not give chase. It stood at the pit entrance, coldly watching Lin Ming disappear into the distance, then submerged its massive body back into the pit. Phew, that was close. Lin Ming felt his heart pounding violently, his temples throbbing. If he had entered the pit earlier, he would likely have been torn to shreds by the mimic crab leader. Who said this was a barren planet? With something so terrifying so close to the survival capsule, who knows how many dangers exist on this vast world? After confirming repeatedly that the mimic crab leader had not followed, Lin Ming finally stopped, panting heavily. He carefully erased his footprints, took a long detour, and returned to the survival capsule 2 hours later. That's enough for now. I won't go near the pit for a while. That big guy is not to be trifled with. Looking at the 24 surviving mimic crabs, Lin Ming repeatedly confirmed with the Aether Crystal that the big creature could not locate him through the mimic crabs before he felt relieved. Even so, Lin Ming did not allow these mimic crabs to move near the survival capsule. Instead, he ordered them to wait at a distance of 2 kilometers from the capsule. After doing all this, Lin Ming rested inside the survival capsule for a while to calm his pounding heart, then looked out through the hemispherical glass dome. Outside the survival capsule, 2 carbon-based life resource supply pods had arrived. Recycling the carbon-based life resource supply pods. Let's see what goodies are in store this time. The carbon-based life resource supply pod has been recovered. Receive this time electrical energy X8, blue-green algae freeze-dried powder X1, super alloy X1, universal password X6, O fuel X1. The carbon-based life resource supply pod has been recovered. Receive this time electrical energy X5, EF, grade universal chip X1, super alloy X1, universal password X6, O fuel X1. 2 prompts appeared in succession. Lin Ming observed that alongside the basic universal password and electrical energy, there were 2 other items. Blue-green algae freeze-dried powder. This resilient organism does not require oxygen to grow and can perform photosynthesis to produce oxygen while also contributing to nitrogen fixation and moderately enhancing soil fertility. F-grade universal chip, an upgraded version of the F-grade chip, with lower computational power capable of withstanding brief overclocking without sustaining damage. Not bad. The two resource supply pods that arrived afterward were both the most basic types, so Lin Ming hadn't harbored high expectations. But instead these two resource pods gave Lin Ming quite a surprise. The blue-green algae freeze-dried powder went without saying. Other plants convert carbon dioxide into oxygen through photosynthesis, but at night, without light, they consume oxygen through respiration and cannot survive in oxygen-free environments. Blue-green algae can survive in oxygen-free environments. When Earth transitioned from an oxygen-free to an oxygen-rich environment, blue-green algae played a crucial role. Moreover, blue-green algae can enhance soil fertility and can be eaten directly during special periods, making it perfectly suited to Lin Ming's current situation. The F-grade universal chip is an upgraded version of the F-grade chip, and Lin Ming immediately replaced the damaged one on the electromagnetic wave communicator. The ethereal crystal displayed a prompt detecting increased computational power from the universal chip. The electromagnetic wave communicator's function has been enhanced. It can now sustainably generate real-time maps within a 10-kilometer radius without damaging the chip, and can transmit distress signals every 12 hours without overheating or damage. As expected, Lin Ming was quite satisfied that the universal chip was no longer purely a consumable. He adjusted the electromagnetic wave communicator to continuously detect surroundings. In the pit he saw that massive green dot motionless near the water source. The leader of the mimic crabs was a major threat to Lin Ming. Until it was eliminated, he couldn't feel truly safe. But he currently lacked any suitable combat methods, so he could only monitor and wait for the right moment. Holding the blue-green algae freeze-dried powder, Lin Ming entered the constant temperature room. He examined the culture medium and couldn't help but let out a soft gasp. As expected of a product modified through biological engineering, the big-mouth flower began sprouting within just a few hours under suitable conditions. At this rate, it could probably be transplanted by tomorrow. On the first floor of Lin Ming's soilless cultivation system, he poured the blue-green algae freeze-dried powder in. The powder swirled up and down in the water, enthusiastically absorbing moisture and beginning to revive. Of course, currently from an external view, Lin Ming saw no visible changes. He could only quietly wait. After finishing these tasks, Lin Ming was about to check his current resources and prepare to manufacture a microsatellite when he felt the ethereal crystal on the back of his hand gently vibrate, a sensation he had never experienced before. What happened? Lin Ming gently stroked the ethereal crystal and discovered that in the area chat channel many players were actively posting messages. He scrolled up and read the message highlighted and read his expression somewhat stunned. Zhao Yihong, brothers and sisters, I'm sorry to say goodbye. I can't hold on any longer. My survival pod has been damaged, oxygen levels are dropping to nearly zero, and I can already feel the symptoms of hypoxia. I'm preparing to eject the escape pod. I still have some basic resources left, and I've listed them all on the Interstellar Exchange unconditionally, hoping they'll bring you some comfort. I'm Zhao Yihong on a distant barbaric planet. Wish you all good luck. Player Zhao Yihong listed 3 liters of purified water for trade, exchanging 1 milliliter per unit. Player Zhao Yihong also listed 1 unit of electrical energy, trading it for 1 milliliter of purified water. Player Zhao Yihong listed 1 heavy-duty spacesuit for exchanging 1 milliliter of purified water per unit. Player Zhao Yihong also listed 1 lightweight spacesuit for trade, trading it for 1 milliliter of purified water per unit. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yihong listed all his assets at nearly giveaway prices, yet no players made any trades. Many players sent messages in the chat channel. Lao Zhao, are you a coward? Don't give up. I have extra oxygen to spare. Here, take 1 unit. Yes, together we can overcome this. Giving up now would be unwise. I'm also sending you half a unit of oxygen. My resources aren't much, but I'll do what I can. Take this 0.3 unit of oxygen. One message after another streamed in. The players who had always haggled over every detail during trades suddenly displayed incredible solidarity. A small window suddenly popped up in the bottom right corner of the chat channel, showing Zhao Yihong's live broadcast. Zhao Yihong was a young man in his early 20s, looking energetic and vibrant, sitting in the escape pod and adjusting his hairstyle. Seeming aware that all players were watching him, he smiled and gave a gentle wave. Goodbye, everyone. After speaking, Zhao Yihong calmly lay back. Whoosh. The escape pod's glass cover sealed shut, and white mist began to form. Player Lin Ming used 1 milliliter of purified water to acquire 3 liters of Zhao Yihong's purified water. Player Lin Ming exchanged 1 milliliter of purified water for 1 unit of Zhao Yihong's electrical energy. Player Lin Ming also traded 1 milliliter of purified water for 1 heavy-duty spacesuit from Zhao Yihong. Player Lin Ming traded 1 milliliter of purified water for 1 lightweight spacesuit from Zhao Yihong. The unexpected trades erupted the players watching the live stream. What the hell? Which blind bastard is preying on someone in their final moments? That's Lin Ming. Hey senior, you're not short on resources. You don't need to take advantage like this. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. Just because Lin Ming is thriving doesn't mean he's a good person. Besides, spacesuits can't be manufactured right now. Maybe Lin Ming was eyeing these items. Lin Ming simply ignored the commotion. In the area channel, he said, Zhao Yihong, enter hibernation in peace. I've taken your goods and made a promise to you. When I've finished colonizing the planet, I'll bring you back, along with all our compatriots under 18 still drifting through the cosmos. Seeing the message in the area chat channel, Zhao Yihong nodded vigorously, his eyes glistening with what might have been tears. White mist rose quickly, freezing Zhao Yihong to a temperature of minus 200 degrees. The tear in his eye froze there, becoming a crystal-clear ice bead. Whoosh! The escape pod of Zhao Yihong ejected a dazzling tail flame separating from the survival capsule, like an arrow piercing the sky. A few minutes later, the glow of the tail flame vanished, turning into one of the countless stars in space. The livestream ended. In the regional chat channel, silence fell for a moment. All surviving players felt a strange sentiment, each experiencing a sense of empathy for the fallen. In this escape pod lay Zhao Yihong. Who would be next? Would it be me? Regional chat count 9996-10000. Watching the regional channel reduce by one person, Lin Ming sighed. He knew that with the first player to eject their escape pod, there would be a second and a third. The number of players in the regional channel would continue to dwindle. This did not mean a decrease in competition, but rather an increase in the probability of death. After all, each player owned a wild planet with infinite resources to develop. The higher the level of development players achieved, the greater the mutual benefits they brought. They were in a cooperative competition, not a zero-sum game. Lin Ming pondered for a long time and finally made a choice. Hello everyone, I am Lin Ming. I have deciphered the universal password for the F-class carbon-based life resource supply capsule. I am sharing it here, hoping it can be of help to everyone. The password is 13-124-235-5560 7-657-586-6645. As expected, just as Lin Ming had anticipated, the Aether Crystal did not prohibit the sharing of the universal password. In the regional chat channel, players became active again. Lin Ming, the big shot, you are so open-minded. I admire you. Yeah, thank you, Lin Ming. Good people have a safe life. Who knows if the password is real or fake? Could it be that he took something from others and got scolded, so he just threw out something random to shut everyone up? Shut up, you dog. Don't judge a gentleman's heart with a petty mind. I have also deciphered it, and I can confirm that the password sent by Lin Ming is correct. Tested and verified. I didn't expect that right after I sent a distress signal, I detected an F-class carbon-based life resource supply capsule. It will arrive in an hour. Thank you, Lin Ming. The sporadic, discordant voices in the regional channel were quickly drowned out by the players. Lin Ming noticed that some players had already deciphered the F-class universal password. This meant that those players were developing at a pace no slower than his. However, Lin Ming did not regret it. Some spirits, once they appear, bring something different. He had simply planted a seed. Player Zhao Hongzhong has applied to add you as a friend. Seeing the sudden friend notification, Lin Ming raised an eyebrow and chose to accept. Lin Ming, hello. Zhao Hongzhong exchanged a brief greeting without any superfluous words and sent Lin Ming a blueprint. Electromagnetic gun manufacturing blueprint. Introduction: a weapon that converts electrical energy into kinetic energy, lightweight and portable with average firepower. It can be authorized multiple times and binds upon use. Material requirements: electromagnetic coil X50 F-class universal chip X1, circuit board X1, superalloy powder 3 units, energy storage block X1 minimum. Usage requirements: each shot consumes metal bullet X1 recyclable and electrical energy X1 unit. Manufacturing requirement: 3D metal printer. Damn, an electromagnetic gun. Lin Ming was stunned. After a long pause, he replied, "What price are you asking?" Zhao Hongzhong replied immediately, "Lin Ming, I greatly admire your actions. I will gift you this electromagnetic gun manufacturing blueprint for free, hoping that when you have sufficient materials, you can help me build one for free." Lin Ming agreed without hesitation. The materials needed to manufacture the electromagnetic gun were not many, and he could gather them immediately. Player Zhao Hongzhong offers electromagnetic gun manufacturing blueprint X1 in exchange for purified water X1 milliliter. Accept. Yes. After confirming, a chip the size of a fingernail appeared in his palm. Summoning 10 mimic crabs, Lin Ming chose to disassemble. This disassembly consumes 10 units of electrical energy. Obtained high-purity silicon ingot X20 F-class universal chip X10, circuit board X10, electromagnetic coil X10. Lin Ming checked the materials required for the electromagnetic gun. He had all of them ready. Among them, the energy storage block could be freely selected with a minimum of 1 block and a maximum of 5 blocks, each shot consuming 1 unit of electrical energy. Since the energy storage blocks could be freely removed and the previous resource supply capsule had given him several thousand blocks, Lin Ming maxed them out directly. After consuming 2 units of electrical energy, Lin Ming directly manufactured 2 guns. How you call this thing a gun? Looking at the 2 electromagnetic guns on the ground, pure silver and gleaming, Lin Ming swallowed. The electromagnetic gun mainly relies on electromagnetic rails to accelerate the bullets, so the barrel alone is 1.5 meters long, and with the body, it is over 2 meters in length. Each energy storage block has a volume of 1 cubic decimeter, and stacking 5 of them looked quite weighty. Lin Ming held the electromagnetic gun with both hands, and using all his strength barely lifted it, then immediately put it down. Each electromagnetic gun must weigh 100 kilograms. Without a heavy load exosuit, it's unusable. Lin Ming then used superalloy to manufacture a few bullets. Each unit of superalloy can manufacture 3 electromagnetic gun bullets. Calling them bullets, they are essentially no different from cannon shells, whose bullets are as thick as a thumb and as long as a forearm. This is clearly an armor-piercing shell. Generously filling the energy storage blocks with electricity, Lin Ming traded 1 electromagnetic gun and 6 bullets to Zhao Hongzhong. The bullets can be reused. If you need anything in the future, just tell me. Provide the materials and I'll help you process them for free. Zhao Hongzhong didn't expect Lin Ming to manufacture the electromagnetic gun so quickly. Marveling at the abundance of Lin Ming's resources, he hurriedly replied, "Thank you, Lin Ming. If I have other blueprints in the future, I'll come to you for processing." Zhao Hongzhong's words made Lin Ming suddenly realize. That's right. He had an abundance of electrical energy and owned a 3D metal printer. If other players had blueprints, he could manufacture them for free in exchange for more blueprints. Lin Ming could become the manufacturer in their region, turning basic resources into advanced items for sale. In this way, the profits would be extremely substantial, and he could also acquire many advanced technologies. Act immediately. Without hesitation, Lin Ming summoned 5 mimic crabs to disassemble, manufactured another electromagnetic gun, and listed it on the Interstellar Exchange at a high price of 9,999 units of oxygen, adding a note, purchasing various rare materials or processing blueprints. Blueprints can be exchanged for free processing of various products. Lin Ming's products are guaranteed to be of premium quality. Damn a gun. What kind of super scientific electromagnetic cannon? I'm still struggling to mine, and Lin Ming has already made something like this. Fuck. With an electromagnetic gun, wearing a heavy load exosuit, and adding a flight backpack, wouldn't that be a low-cost mecca? With his brand new toy at hand, Lin Ming was eager to test the electromagnetic gun's power. He quickly donned his heavy-duty EVA suit, stocked up on supplies, grabbed the gun and 3 rounds, and stepped out of the survival pod. Standing outside the survival pod, Lin Ming spotted a massive boulder 3 kilometers away. It was hardly smaller than the high nutstone rocks he had once mined. If it can shatter that thing, then its power meets my expectations, Lin Ming said. He drew the electromagnetic gun with his right hand, took out a long armor-piercing round with his left, and slotted it into the muzzle. The sight reminded him of the evolution of firearms. In the earliest days, gunpowder weapons began with muzzle loaders, and now the electromagnetic gun followed the same trajectory. Assisted by the heavy-duty EVA suit, Lin Ming held the gun with one steady hand, aimed at the center of the boulder, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The slender bullet streaked outward like a trail of light. The tremendous recoil sent Lin Ming, encased in his heavy EVA suit, sliding backward half a meter, leaving 2 deep grooves in the gravel behind his boots. And then, nothing happened. Did I miss, or is the effective range insufficient? Lin Ming blinked, watching the distant boulder for any reaction. 7 or 8 seconds later, a muffled boom reached his ears. The heavy EVA suit was equipped with a high-precision camera. Lin Ming activated it and zoomed in, discovering a finger-thin hole in the center of the boulder, wisps of smoke still curling from its edges. As for the bullet, it had punched clean through and vanished into the distance. Go. Retrieve that bullet along its trajectory. Lin Ming commanded a mimic crab. The mimic crab scampered off cheerfully, its pincers clicking against the ground. The Aether Crystal displayed a prompt: electromagnetic gun data analysis complete. Muzzle velocity 3000 meters per second. Effective range 10 kilometers. An effective range of 10 kilometers. The data from the Aether Crystal stunned Lin Ming. He distinctly remembered the description of the electromagnetic gun as lightweight, portable, and mediocre firepower. While this firepower was certainly underwhelming. However, the armor-piercing rounds boasted exceptional penetration, though their destructive capacity was merely average. Lin Ming returned to the survival pod and fabricated 3 more rounds. These new bullets shared a similar profile to the previous ones, but their tips were hollowed out and carved with deliberate grooves. Classic dum-dum bullet designs once infamous on the battlefield. Thanks to their specialized construction, dum-dum bullets would rapidly fragment along the carved patterns upon impact, and combined with their spin would inflict devastating damage within the target's body. Because of how the deformed bullet resembled a blooming flower, they were also nicknamed the Flower of Death. After modifying the bullet tips, Lin Ming took aim at the distant boulder and resumed his testing. Whoosh! As before, the silver-white bullet became a streak of light. 1 second later, the boulder erupted into a cloud of dust and debris. Boom! 7 or 8 seconds later, even shielded by his helmet, the deafening sound temporarily deafened Lin Ming. The Aether Crystal displayed another prompt: electromagnetic gun data analysis complete. Muzzle velocity 3000 meters per second. Effective range 5 kilometers. Bullets fitted with dum-dum tips have the effective range, but delivered a dramatic increase in destructive power. Used alongside armor-piercing rounds, the combination produced unexpectedly remarkable results. Lin Ming waited another half hour before the mimic crab sent to retrieve the armor-piercing round finally arrived, its pincers raised high, presenting the deformed but intact projectile. By now, Lin Ming had already recovered the deformed dum-dum bullet and manufactured one replacement. After charging the electromagnetic gun, he gathered 3 armor-piercing rounds, 3 dum-dum rounds, and the previously manufactured metal mesh. Lin Ming decided to head to the crater and settle things with the mimic crab leader. Click, click, click. 10 mimic crabs followed Lin Ming, each carrying a metal cylinder, forming an army set to confront the mimic crab leader. Half an hour later, Lin Ming arrived near the crater. Rather than rushing to send the mimic crabs down to lure the leader out, he ordered all 10 crabs to begin excavating a trench approximately 20 meters from the crater's edge. Drawing on last time's experience, he decided to construct a simple trap to prevent the mimic crab leader from evading at high speed. Scrape, scrape, scrape. The pincers of 10 mimic crabs danced furiously against the hardened ground, laboriously carving out the trench. It took a full hour before they had dug a pit less than half a meter deep. Is the ground really this hard? Lin Ming clicked his tongue in surprise. He draped the metal mesh over the pit and covered it with scattered stones. Once the pit was sufficiently concealed, Lin Ming summoned a mimic crab. Go, lure your leader out. The lead mimic crab was remarkably obedient. Soon it carried the metal cylinder and cheerfully marched into the crater. Through the mimic crab's shared perspective, Lin Ming saw the previously encountered mimic crab leader sitting motionlessly beside the sludge pool. The mimic crab, completely ignorant of fear, approached with the metal cylinder to draw water. Suddenly, the mimic crab leader shot to its feet, swung its enormous right pincer, and smashed the water-collecting crab straight into the wall. The shared vision cut out. Lin Ming turned his attention to the real-time map, watching the large green and near the sludge pool surge toward the entrance at incredible speed. Here it comes. Lin Ming raised the electromagnetic gun with his right hand, spread his legs slightly, and readied himself for battle. Shortly thereafter, the massive form of the mimic crab leader emerged from the entrance. Its two small eyes locked onto Lin Ming immediately. Realizing this despicable carbon-based life form was once again coveting the water source, it erupted in fury. Rustle, rustle. Dozens of crab legs thundered across the gravel, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lin Ming held the electromagnetic gun steady, his eyes narrowed. Suddenly, the mimic crab leader stumbled, stepping right into the freshly dug trap. Several of its legs became entangled in the tough superalloy metal mesh, unable to break free. Whoosh. Without hesitation, Lin Ming pulled the trigger. The alloy armor-piercing round streaked forward like a silver lightning bolt, aiming directly for the creature's chest, the location of its central processing chip. However, the mimic crab leader reacted with astonishing speed, beginning to dodge almost the instant the round was fired. Thwack! The armor-piercing bullet punched a black hole through the creature's abdomen. Judging by its agile movements, the wound had not impaired it in the slightest. Snick! The mimic crab leader callously abandoned its entangled legs, severing them from its body with a swift motion. Almost immediately after freeing itself, the mimic crab leader charged at Lin Ming once more. Watching its 6 pincers rise high and sweep down toward him, Lin Ming raised the electromagnetic gun. It's over. A silver streak roared forth. At such close range, the mimic crab leader had no time to dodge. Boom. This time Lin Ming had loaded a dum-dum round. The overwhelming destructive force exploded the mimic crab leader's chest cavity apart, separating its head from its body in an instant. After slaying the mimic crab leader, Lin Ming dragged its colossal body and instructed the remaining crabs to jointly lift the head as they swiftly made their way toward the survival pod. This decomposition yields high-purity silicon ingot X30, circuit board X10, electromagnetic coil X10. Since Lin Ming had directly blasted open the mimic crab leader's chest, the universal chip, along with the circuit board, had vanished entirely, leaving not even a damaged chip to decompose. Fortunately, the mimic crab leader's massive body still contained circuit boards and electromagnetic coils, making Lin Ming's harvest quite substantial. Lin Ming examined his current materials, which were already sufficient to manufacture a microsatellite. Lin Ming retrieved the chip containing the micro-exploration satellite manufacturing blueprint and placed it into the 3D metal printer to begin production. Whirring, the 3D metal printer began its laborious work. Since the microsatellite was compact, it would be completed in just 1 hour. During this interval, Lin Ming started acquiring fuel. He currently had only 7 units of fuel. The microsatellite required a minimum of 6 units, with 5 units used for launch and 1 unit consumed daily for orbital maintenance. Lin Ming had no intention of letting his resource-intensive microsatellite crash after just 1 day in orbit. Opening the interstellar exchange, Lin Ming sent a message in the chat channel. Buying fuel, name your price, ME. Only 1 unit needed. First come, first serve. Thanks to Lin Ming's earlier sharing of the password for the F-class carbon-based life resource supply pod, and with many players already sending out distress signals, the fuel acquisition progressed smoothly. Senior Lin Ming, I'll give you 1 unit of fuel for free. Thanks to you, I managed to get a tube of nutrient paste. Though it's dried out, it's better than starving. Senior Lin Ming, do you have any food? I'll trade all 3 units of my fuel for just 1 tube of nutrient paste. Let me go first. I only need half a tube. Senior Lin Ming, trade with me. I have a big appetite and finished the 3 initial tubes on the first day. Watching the flood of trade requests, Lin Ming felt a bit overwhelmed. He had no intention of taking advantage of others, and exchanged 1 tube of nutrient paste for 1 unit of fuel, securing 5 units. After the trades, Lin Ming's fuel reached 12 units, while he still had 17 tubes of nutrient paste. Each tube of nutrient paste sufficed for 1 day's needs, and the big mouth flower in the temperature-controlled chamber had already begun to sprout. Once it consumed dehydrated vegetables and seeds, Lin Ming could enjoy a change of taste and stop eating the unpleasant Indian cuisine. After exchanging the fuel, Lin Ming waited a while longer until the microsatellite was fully manufactured. He opened the launch interface and discovered that the microsatellite required a minimum of 6 units of fuel with a maximum capacity of 10 units. Notice, due to the microsatellite engine's power limitations, it can only hover at a certain altitude above the ground and cannot enter geostationary orbit. It consumes 1 unit of fuel daily for orbital adjustments to maintain altitude, and upon fuel depletion, it will fall into the atmosphere and burn up. Seeing the launch prompt for the microsatellite, Lin Ming felt his heart ache. After expending so many resources, the microsatellite would last at most 5 days. But with the satellite, he could gather more information. Without hesitation, Lin Ming injected 10 units of fuel into the microsatellite and selected launch. The mechanical arm carried the microsatellite out of the survival pod and gently placed it on the ground. With a sharp hiss, the engine nozzle at the microsatellite's base spewed blazing flames rocketing into the sky. 10 minutes later, the Aether Crystal projected a light screen. Microsatellite launch completed. The satellite can perform the following tasks. 1. Weather forecast. It can detect cloud and airflow changes in your vicinity, calculating the weather within a 100-kilometer radius for the next 12 hours. 2. Orbit calculation. It can observe the orbital changes of your planet and star, providing corresponding data after computation. 3. Targeted observation. It can detect deep geological changes within a specific area, yielding detailed subsurface conditions up to 100 meters deep over a 1-kilometer diameter after a set time. 4. Deep space detection. It can scan deep space, tracking objects within 1 light hour of your location. Lin Ming nodded repeatedly upon seeing the satellite's capabilities. The satellite's functions were indeed impressive. After a moment of thought, he said, "First, let's run a weather forecast to see what the weather will be like." The microsatellite adjusted its orbit, promptly directing its detectors toward the clouds below for mapping. 10 minutes later, the Aether Crystal displayed a prompt. The next 12 hours will be clear with no abnormal changes. The weather during the polar day was remarkably stable, putting Lin Ming at ease. He then instructed the microsatellite, calculate the orbit to determine when the polar day will end. With a soft hiss, the microsatellite's nozzle emitted tiny flames as it slowly adjusted its attitude, beginning to observe the relative orbital motion of the star and the desolate planet. 10 minutes later, the Aether Crystal projected a light screen. It is predicted that in 30 hours, the star's angle relative to the surface will gradually increase, reaching an extreme value of 90 degrees after 12 hours and lasting for 48 hours. During this time, surface temperatures may exceed 100 C. Please avoid direct sunlight. The polar day would not end. Instead, the sun would not linger near the horizon, but hang directly overhead, raising surface temperatures above 100 C. Upon hearing this news, Lin Ming broke into a cold sweat. Currently, the survival pod could maintain a comfortable temperature, but if direct sunlight increased the temperature, it was uncertain whether the pod could sustain its current conditions when surface temperatures exceeded 100 C. Even if it could, the consumption of electricity or other resources would skyrocket, forcing Lin Ming to plan ahead. With this in mind, Lin Ming's expression grew serious as he commanded the microsatellite, "Scan the designated location. I need detailed information about the underground depths." The location he wanted to explore was the pit where the mimic crabs dwelt. After specifying the coordinates, the microsatellite adjusted its orbit and began probing the depths. The Aether Crystal displayed a pale blue light screen showing a map of the pit's interior, slowly expanding at a rate of 5 meters per minute. Lin Ming saw that the pit's depths were as intricate as tree branches, with a relatively spacious chamber at the end of each passage. His eyes narrowed with intensity as the map before him changed again, making Lin Ming gasp. In each branch passage, several green dots patrolled along fixed paths, while in the chamber at the end of the pit, a massive light that rested motionless. The map continued to unfold. At a depth of 80 meters underground, Lin Ming spotted a red light, the deepest point of the underground. Staring at the glaring red dot, Lin Ming took a deep breath. He decided to relocate the survival pod into an underground cavern to escape the extreme weather. After all, with polar day comes polar night, when temperatures would plummet to dozens of degrees below zero, and the underground cavern would offer far better insulation. But if something within the cavern could threaten him, this plan would have to be postponed. Nevertheless, armed with a formidable electromagnetic gun, Lin Ming was not overly concerned. Eliminating or subjugating all the biomimetic crabs in the cavern was merely a matter of time. In 30 hours, the sun will start moving and temperatures will rise. To avoid any damage to the survival pod, I must plan ahead. Lin Ming pondered. The heavy-duty exosuit could withstand temperatures up to 300 degrees Celsius, and theoretically the survival pod could endure the same. But he could not take that risk. The survival pod was his lifeline. If it were damaged, the fragile advantage he had accumulated would vanish entirely. Zhao Yihong had met his end when his survival pod leaked, causing oxygen deprivation, forcing him into hibernation in an escape pod that was launched into the boundless void. Lin Ming had no intention of following that path. In the face of survival, all resources and wealth were illusions. While preparing, he switched the microsatellite's function to deep space detection. If the microsatellite detected an F-class carbon-based life resource supply pod, he would send a distress signal immediately. That way he would not face the scenario where a signal was sent, but the pod could not be located. After preparations, Lin Ming gathered ample supplies, and the remaining biomimetic crabs then set out toward the cavern. Checking the map, he saw 9 large green dots and 1 red dot still inside. As for the tiny green dots representing the biomimetic crabs, there were about 100. Lin Ming did not intend to kill them for resources. Instead, he planned to reprogram them all. With the full map of the cavern and the ability to see resource points, Lin Ming moved swiftly. Pair up and bring back the patrolling ones for reprogramming. Lin Ming gave the order. The biomimetic crabs moved with incredible speed, following his instructions, in pairs charging into the cavern like bandits. Swish! Before the patrolling crabs could react, the 2 intruders hoisted them up and swiftly dragged them out of the cavern. Clack, clack, clack. The captured crabs waved their claws helplessly, but to no avail. Before long, each was reprogrammed and became a member of Lin Ming's army. Strength in numbers. In less than half an hour, all the patrolling crabs outside had been brought under Lin Ming's command. He noticed that the large green dot that had been motionless in the tunnel at the second fork began to move, heading toward the entrance. Perfect timing. Lin Ming stood by the entrance, electromagnetic gun in hand, ready for action. Soon a faint tremor ensued. A massive pitch-black biomimetic crab with 6 claws burst out from the tunnel, its limbs flailing wildly. Who told you to step out with your left foot first? Without waiting for the creature to react, Lin Ming pulled the trigger, and a silver streak shot forth with a roar. Boom. Before the crab leader could comprehend what happened, its chest was blown into scattered fragments, and its body split in 2. Recycle your boss, and let's move to the next level. Lin Ming directed the crabs to carry the leader's carcass back to the survival pod for recycling. Just then the Aether Crystal flashed a prompt. Detected F-class carbon-based life resource supply pod X2, distance 3. 7 light minutes. Send distress signal. Of course, the advantage of the microsatellite became evident. Previously, Lin Ming could only rely on luck. Now the satellite had detected 2 supply pods at once. Detected F-class carbon-based life resource supply pod 2. Estimated arrival in 5 hours based on current orbit and velocity. Seeing the message on the holographic screen, Lin Ming nodded with satisfaction. By the time he finished dealing with the crab leaders inside the cavern, the supply pods would arrive. With experience, Lin Ming handled the crabs in the cavern with practiced ease. One by one, they were brought back to the pod, reprogrammed, and sent out again to expand the tunnel. Lin Ming waited leisurely at the entrance, delivering lethal blows to any crab leader that stormed out in fury. As the tunnels grew deeper, it took about an hour to fully clear a single branch, and the pace slowed further. After several hours, Lin Ming felt weary. Tisk, looks like I can only deal with 6 crab leaders today. The rest will have to wait until tomorrow. Although the heavy-duty exosuit had an exoskeleton to assist movement, it was still far less comfortable than wearing ordinary clothes. After a few hours outside, he needed to return to the pod to rest. Alright, that's it for today. Time to head back, my little ones. Lin Ming counted and found his army of biomimetic crabs had grown to an astonishing 65. After recycling the 6 crab leaders, his stock of high-purity silicon ingots exceeded 100, and he had ample reserves of electromagnetic coils and circuit boards. Entering the pod and removing the exosuit, Lin Ming touched his damp hair, feeling sticky all over. In such scorching heat, he had not bathed for 3 days, and the discomfort was unbearable. Fortunately, water is no longer scarce. I can have the crabs fetch water from the cavern while I sleep. Lin Ming made up his mind to take a bath. The cavern contained plenty of water, and with abundant electricity, the water needed for bathing was no longer a luxury he could not afford. Moreover, the bathwater could be used to replenish the greenhouse, or at worst be purified by the pod at the cost of 1 unit of electricity. Soon Lin Ming had the pod heat up some water, enjoyed a thorough bath, and washed his undergarments as well. Oh, that feels great. Drying himself with a hot air blower, Lin Ming felt refreshed. In such an extreme environment, a hot bath was an incredibly relaxing experience. Opening the Aether Crystal, he saw that the F-class supply pods were still half an hour away, so he decided to visit the greenhouse. What he saw astonished him. The big-mouth flower seeds had already sprouted and been transplanted by the pod's robotic arm into hydroponic racks. Their dense roots thrashed freely in the nutrient solution. Each root system was over half a meter long, and the murky nutrient solution became crystal clear after flowing through them. Moreover, Lin Ming noticed that on the still green plants, a single purple bewitching flower bud was about to bloom. It would not be long before it fully opened. No wonder it's a product of life tech modification. Hurry up and mature. Lin Ming muttered, gnawing on a nutrition bar and swallowing with difficulty. Soon 2 F-class carbon-based life-form supply pods landed in succession, launching 2 superalloy containers, each with a volume of 1 cubic meter. F-class carbon-based life-form supply pod retrieved. This time obtain long-distance microwave power transmission blueprint X1, a superalloy X1, fuel X3. F-class carbon-based life-form supply pod retrieved. This time obtain vitamin supplement pack X10, a high-protein permafrost canned food X10, a superalloy X1, fuel X3. Canned food. Watching the towering stack of 10 enormous cans before him, Lin Ming swallowed hard. These cans were stored in special containers that resembled plastic in appearance, possessed remarkable elasticity, and exhibited extreme corrosion resistance. Inside each special container lay a massive block of frozen high-protein food, with each piece weighing 10 jin. We'll have a proper feast for a while. Lin Ming stowed the remaining 9 cans back into the freezer, unable to contain his eagerness as he tore open the last one. The contents appeared pink with clearly visible strands of meat fiber. Lin Ming gulped involuntarily. It was a meat can. He swiftly commanded the 3D metal printer to fabricate superalloy cutlery, then eagerly sliced off a chunk as soon as the outer layer thawed, stuffing it into his mouth, without waiting for it to be heated. The meat was delightfully chewy, its rich texture and mouth-filling aroma causing Lin Ming's salivation to increase steadily. Pan-frying would make it even tastier. Lin Ming patiently sliced several pieces and roasted them using hot air. Soon the once pink slices developed a light golden-brown crust and curled slightly at the edges. Pinching up a piece with his alloy chopsticks, Lin Ming savored the smoky richness flooding his palate, noting the wonderfully complex layers of texture. Comfortable. Having devoured a full gene of pan-fried meat in one sitting, Lin Ming contentedly rubbed his belly and stowed the remainder back into the freezer. Just these few cans have already paid for themselves. Lin Ming then opened the vitamin supplement pack. Inside each packet sat a large jar of freeze-dried powder accompanied by 2 1-liter plastic bottles. There was no specific label indicating their contents, but the ethereal crystal promptly provided annotations: vitamin freeze-dried powder mixed with water and drink to replenish essential vitamins. White granulated sugar. Cooking oil. Pretty thoughtful consideration. Lin Ming added some vitamin freeze-dried powder and white sugar into his superalloy cup, poured in hot water, and gave it a gentle swirl. In no time a cup of richly aromatic vitamin hot beverage was ready. Lin Ming took a delicate sip and found the taste surprisingly pleasant, possessing an alluring fragrance that left his lips and tongue refreshed. Finishing the vitamin hot drink in one gulp and letting out a contented burp, Lin Ming casually picked up the chip containing the long-distance microwave power transmission blueprint. Long-distance microwave power transmission blueprint. Description: contains technology for transmitting power via microwaves. You can utilize related equipment to perform long-distance microwave power transmission. What the hell? Lin Ming handed the chip to the survival pod, where a mechanical arm gently grasped it and inserted it into the pod's reading interface. The ethereal crystal projected a prompt light screen. New technology is being decrypted. Estimated decryption time 6 hours. Upon completion, you will gain access to new technology, microwave power transmission. Alright, decrypt at your own pace. I'm going to sleep. Lin Ming lay down in the hibernation pod, shifted into a comfortable position, and slowly drifted into slumber. In his dream, Lin Ming arrived at the cave entrance, noticing on the real-time map that the enormous red that was slowly ascending. Wielding his electromagnetic rifle, he waited at the cave entrance for the appearance of that unknown creature. Soon a massive tremor emanated from underground as a bio-inspired crab measuring over 10 meters in length with more than a dozen gigantic pincers burst through the soil. Damn it, how can I kill it? Lin Ming abruptly sat bolt upright. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he exhaled softly. It was just a dream. After 8 hours of sleep, Lin Ming felt fully restored. The ethereal crystal displayed a notification indicating that the microwave power transmission technology had completed decryption, and the 3D metal printer could now begin manufacturing microwave transmission equipment. Lin Ming opened the technical details and discovered that the microwave transmission equipment consisted of a transmitter end and a receiver end. The energy required to manufacture both the transmitter and receiver was increased from the base 1 unit to 5 units. Each device required 10 high-purity silicon ingots, 2 circuit boards, 5 electromagnetic coils, and 1 universal chip of any tier. Below that, there was a distance limitation for microwave power transmission. For every kilometer between the transmitting and receiving equipment, the energy transmission would decay by 1, with a maximum transmission distance of 100 kilometers. Wait, something seems off. Lin Ming pondered for a moment before suddenly noticing a problem. He had only acquired the microwave transmission technology, but lacked the manufacturing blueprint for solar panels. Completely useless. Lin Ming pursed his lips. 16 hours later, with the scorching sun blazing overhead, he had originally hoped to manufacture some solar panels around the area to form an array and achieve energy independence. However, the materials he currently possessed were already sufficient to fully repair the damaged solar panels. Repair solar panels, select complete repair. Lin Ming issued the command to the ethereal crystal. Not long after, a prompt appeared: solar panel repair successful. This repair consumed energy X10, high-purity silicon ingots X50, electromagnetic coils X20. Solar panels deployed. Lin Ming felt the survival pod vibrate slightly. Climbing up the ladder, he peered through the hemispherical glass and saw that on both sides of the pod the previously retracted solar panels began to unfold. Before long, both solar panels fully extended, each side consisting of 5 1-square-meter mini-panel arrays with a total area of 10 square meters. Current illumination level is low. Estimated power generation capacity at 10, yielding 1 unit of energy per hour. In other words, at peak light intensity, I could generate 10 units of energy per hour. Not bad. After attending to the solar panels, Lin Ming rose and did a quick wash before stepping into the climate chamber to check on the growth progress of the Venus flytrap. Upon checking, he was surprised to find that the Venus flytrap had doubled in height compared to yesterday, reaching half a meter. The originally purple buds had fully bloomed and were rhythmically opening and closing. Growing this fast, Lin Ming felt somewhat astonished. He immediately pulled out the dehydrated vegetable pack and dehydrated seed pack he had obtained earlier. The contents of the dehydrated vegetable pack were unidentifiable and had turned completely black, looking entirely spoiled. Lin Ming tentatively placed the blackened dehydrated vegetables near the Venus flytrap's buds. The Venus flytrap buds seemed to sense something. Their previously slow opening and closing rhythm accelerated, and the stem began to bend slightly toward the dehydrated vegetable pack. Seeing this, Lin Ming placed the dehydrated vegetables inside the bud. The bud quickly closed, engulfing the vegetables, after which the Venus flytrap remained motionless, showing no further activity. Lin Ming observed for a while, noticing nothing unusual about the Venus flytrap, so he placed the remaining 2 dehydrated seeds into 2 separate buds. Lin Ming gazed at the mouth flower, its bud wrapping the dehydrated vegetables and seeds motionless, his heart brimming with boundless hope. He had grown weary of nutrient paste, and the Indian-flavored variety was simply intolerable. Though the canned meat tasted exquisite, its supply was limited. Therefore, sustainable crops were the very foundation for long-term survival. 2 remaining mouth flowers stood with their buds open, gently swaying, as if pleading for nourishment. Lin Ming opened the Interstellar Exchange channel and browsed through it, wondering if any other players were selling plant seeds or similar products. The sight left Lin Ming utterly astonished. The prices of oxygen and electrical energy had begun a steady climb, reaching sky-high levels compared to yesterday. 5 liters of water for 1 unit of oxygen. 5 liters of water for 1 unit of electrical energy. 2 cubic meters of stone for 1 unit of electrical energy. Any brothers with excess electrical energy? I have plenty of stones, but have run out of power to process them. Seeking oxygen, seeking oxygen, seeking oxygen. I am willing to trade all my remaining pure water. 6 liters left. Brothers who need it, message me quickly. Those above, isn't this like drinking poison to quench your thirst? Even if you trade for oxygen, without water, how long can you possibly survive? Where's the boss? Boss, lead us. Lord Lin Ming, come out and sell some oxygen. Do not mention Lin Ming. That shameless scoundrel is surely waiting for our oxygen to run out before selling it at a premium. I have seen this merchant's tricks too many times. Laughable. Do use your brains before speaking. Sell oxygen at high prices. What valuable item do you possess that would make Lord Lin Ming take notice? Something you only use for a minute each day? A quick glance at the players' chat logs gave Lin Ming a general understanding. Though the polar day brought no distinction between day and night by time calculation, it was already the morning of the 4th day. Even in a state of hibernation, the oxygen of the vast majority of players could absolutely not sustain them until now. Thus, those players who hoped to pass time through idle gameplay found their oxygen reserves beginning to dwindle. Water resources and nutrition paste, however, were not so rare. After all, in extreme circumstances, one could endure without food or drink for these 3 days. Reading the messages mentioning him in the chat channel, Lin Ming remained as calm as still water. He was no sage. There were things within his ability that he would do, such as contributing the F-class universal password to promote better regional development. But if asked to contribute the oxygen and resources he currently possessed, he would certainly refuse. Regardless of how many players these resources could help, even if they could, what would happen when those players exhausted their supplies after some time? Perform small kindnesses, but do not bestow heavenly grace. Lin Ming opened the regional chat channel and discovered that after one night the player count had plummeted to 9857. This meant that over 100 players had either entered the escape pod or perished outright. Zhao Yihong was the first player to enter the escape pod, so the Aether Crystal had specially issued a notification of Zhao Yihong's hibernation and conducted a live broadcast. But the other players had not received such treatment. On some barbaric planet light years away from Lin Ming, they simply died alone, or in hibernation, were carried by escape pods into the boundless cosmos. Not a single frame of footage or a single sound was left behind. Lin Ming gritted his teeth. At this moment, there were still 16 hours remaining until the fierce polar day began. He needed to accelerate his progress, otherwise he would likely become one of them. After pondering, Lin Ming still decided to warn the other players. Hello everyone, I am Lin Ming. Have any of you noticed changes in the sun's orbit on your respective planets? From my observations, the sun here seems to have risen somewhat. One stone stirred 1,000 waves. Due to his previous actions, Lin Ming's name had become a golden brand throughout the region. Players quickly responded, Lord Lin Ming has appeared. I have been observing every day during this period. The sun's relative position keeps changing and rising continuously. Compared to when I first arrived, it has already risen 5 degrees. The person above is so professional. I lack relevant knowledge, but the information interface shows that the surface temperature here has risen from over 50 degrees to 70 degrees. You are so fortunate. The surface temperature here has broken 100 degrees. The lightweight EVA suit can no longer be worn. Now if I wish to venture out, I can only wear the heavy-duty EVA suit. Good heavens. With the sun at this angle already, it is extremely hot. If the sun rises directly overhead, then it would simply be. It seemed most players had grasped the meaning he wished to convey, and Lin Ming nodded with satisfaction. He had not taken this opportunity to resell supplies and reap a fat profit. After all, he had already clarity that interstellar survival operated on a co-opetition model, where everyone both competed and cooperated. If he used extreme means to plunder resources in the early stages, causing the majority of players to hibernate or perish, then over time, the overall development level of players in his area would be relatively sluggish. This would prevent Lin Ming from obtaining more advanced resources from other players. After all, basic resources could only sustain life, while advanced resources or technology were the true driving forces of development. The electromagnetic rifle was the best proof. This was also the reason Lin Ming ultimately decided to contribute the F-class universal password. Moreover, Lin Ming had always harbored a deep sense of crisis. The Aether Crystal had warned that if the planet were transformed into a habitable world, one could choose to bring over all the remaining surviving players or face solitude until death. So bringing players over, was this mandatory without the consent of the players? Did the owner of a habitable planet possess absolute control over other players? If someone else developed successfully and forcibly brought back all players, including Lin Ming, would they have to obey the habitable planet's owner entirely? It would be acceptable if players on a habitable planet were from the same nation, but what if they were from foreign countries? Recalling the atrocities committed by foreigners who trafficked human labor for cotton machines in previous centuries, Lin Ming felt a profound sense of crisis rise within his heart. By then it was likely that the relationship between them would no longer be one of equals, but rather that of the planet owner and his billions of slaves. Lin Ming closed the information screen and looked up at the first layer of pipes, which had been completely overtaken by blue-green algae, all turned green. Currently, the oxygen produced by the blue-green algae was sufficient for the mouthflowers in the constant temperature room. In terms of oxygen resources, the constant temperature room had already achieved a balanced output. Not bad. I hope to achieve net oxygen production soon. Lin Ming touched the pipes dyed green and returned to the living module. He stretched his limbs, donned the heavy-duty EVA suit, grabbed the electromagnetic rifle, and after preparing supplies, his gaze turned resolute. Today's goal was to clear the underground pit. Whatever that massive red dot beneath the ground was, it was doomed today. Given the need to confront 3-liter pseudocrabs and the unknown red signal points, Lin Ming fabricated another electromagnetic rifle along with ample ammunition, bringing a slight sense of relief. After completing his preparations, Lin Ming stepped out of the chamber clad in his heavy EVA suit and electromagnetic rifle gripped firmly in both hands, another slung across his back, and coils of slender superalloy cartridges wrapped around his waist, presenting a truly formidable appearance. More than 60 pseudocrab soldiers marched in 6 neat columns following Lin Ming in disciplined formation. Lin Ming opened the real-time map and observed that the large green dots, which had previously been scattered throughout the various tunnels, had mysteriously converged near the entrance, arranged in a triangular pattern. Lin Ming clicked his tongue in surprise. They're preparing for a last stand. Had someone been caught off guard, assuming the leaders would emerge one by one, they would have suffered grievously. However, armed with the cave map and his enhanced vision that revealed resource point distributions, Lin Ming was well positioned to avoid such ambushes. Checking his ammunition loadout of 5 expanding rounds and 3 armor-piercing bullets, he felt confident about facing the 3-liter pseudocrabs. Lin Ming positioned his pseudocrab forces as a vanguard to prevent the 3 leaders from attacking simultaneously, then sent one forward as bait. A slight tremor signaled their emergence. The 3-liter pseudocrabs burst from the cavern one after another. These 3 pseudocrabs showed no sign of cunning strategy, choosing instead to rely purely on brute force to overwhelm Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming wielded an electromagnetic rifle. His gaze sharpened, the weapon leveled at the cavern entrance, and at the precise moment the first pseudocrab leader surfaced, he pulled the trigger. The silver-white projectile streaked through the air like a flash of light, utterly destroying the pseudocrab leader. As it emerged from the entrance, its body shattered into pieces. With the heavy EVA suit's targeting assistance, the exoskeleton's stability, and the electromagnetic rifle's remarkably precise ballistics, Lin Ming harbored no concern about missing his mark. Having secured the hit, Lin Ming drew back, while simultaneously retrieving a second expanding round from his waist and loading it through the muzzle. Boom. The second-liter pseudocrab cleared the carcass, raining down upon it, and leaped from the entrance, its small eyes immediately locking onto Lin Ming, who was in the midst of reloading. Advance. Lin Ming had barely finished loading his weapon and hadn't yet taken aim when he ordered his pseudocrab horde to surge forward, impeding the leader's advance as he retreated. The relentless swarm of pseudocrabs proved deeply vexing to the leader, which wielded its 6 claws, frantically swatting individual pseudocrabs out of the air. At that very moment, Lin Ming had finished reloading and took aim at the pseudocrab leader, pulling the trigger. The deafening blast tore through the leader's underbelly, shattering it into fragments. Lin Ming showed no complacency. His right foot drove hard into the ground, and with his exoskeleton amplifying the force, he propelled himself sideways over 10 meters. From within the black debris, a massive pseudocrab leader emerged, its 6 claws slamming mercilessly into the ground. Had he not detected through his real-time map that the third pseudo-crab leader was lurking behind to launch a surprise attack, he likely would have lost his life to that strike. Cunning bastard, fortunately, I outmaneuvered him. Lin Ming had no time to reload, swiftly tossing his electromagnetic rifle aside and drawing another from his back. Aim fire. Within less than 2 minutes, all 3 leader pseudo-crabs fell one by one, reduced to scattered silicon fragments. Lin Ming detached 10 pseudo-crabs to clean up the battlefield and directed the remaining 40-plus units into the cavern. Approximately 20 pseudo-crabs remained deeper within the cavern, formerly under the command of the 3 just-killed leaders. With their commanders dead, these 20 pseudo-crabs were left leaderless, ceasing even their patrol routines. Lin Ming naturally refused to abandon them, dragging them all out for reprogramming. Meanwhile, a reconnaissance squad composed of 5 pseudo-crabs ventured deeper underground, heading straight for the red signal point. Gently stroking the Aether Crystal, Lin Ming activated the holographic display monitoring the shared visual feed from his pseudo-crabs in real time. The cavern below mirrored the upper levels, each branch containing a relatively level area with a pool of contaminated water. Upon reaching the 7th junction, Lin Ming suddenly sensed something unusual about the contaminated pool. It seemed that aside from the wastewater, something else lurked within. What is this? Lin Ming directed the pseudo-crab to approach closer, dipping its claw into the contaminated pool before withdrawing it near the pseudo-crab's eye sensors. As the view gradually magnified, Lin Ming drew a sharp breath. Incontestably, a layer of blue-green algae floated atop the contaminated pool. Switching the pseudo-crab's view from night vision to standard mode, Lin Ming discovered that the cavern was brilliantly illuminated, clearly providing artificial light for the algae's growth. Strange. Pseudo-crabs have no need for oxygen. Are these algae a natural occurrence or deliberately cultivated? With these questions in mind, Lin Ming ordered the reconnaissance squad to continue downward. Indeed, at the 8th and 9th junctions, traces of algae were once again discovered in the contaminated pools. Moreover, the deeper they descended, the more abundant the algae became. At the 9th junction, the algae floated so densely across the pool's surface that it transformed the entire contaminated basin a vivid green. The reconnaissance squad pressed onward while Lin Ming watched the shared feed with rapt attention. Regardless of what that massive red signal point represented, it should reveal itself at this point. The tunnel continued downward before suddenly opening into an enormous chamber. Lin Ming had previously noticed on his real-time map that the deepest space of the cavern was remarkably spacious, but the overwhelming presence of the red signal had caused him to overlook this detail. Now, viewing through the pseudo-crab's shared perspective, Lin Ming grasped the true scale of this space. It was a hemispherical chamber resembling an inverted bowl with a diameter exceeding 10 meters and a maximum height of approximately 5 meters. The interior contained little save for several stones that showed clear signs of deliberate carving. Lin Ming furrowed his brow. These stones bore a striking resemblance to furniture, stone tables, and chairs. And at the very center of the chamber, Lin Ming spotted something faintly familiar. A stasis pod. The instant he saw it, his expression darkened drastically. Could there be another player on this planet besides himself? No wonder the signal burned an ominous crimson. At that very moment, the stasis pod emitted a hissing sound as white vapor billowed forth, and a humanoid figure, nearly human in shape, yet profoundly alien in every other aspect, rose from within. Its skin was extraordinarily dry and wrinkled, shedding flakes with the slightest movement. A single massive eye sat upon its forehead, its pale pupil the size of a goose egg now fixed in an unwavering stare upon the pseudo-crab. The humanoid emitted a dry, rasping sound from its throat. The Aether Crystal promptly issued a notification: self-translation system request detected. Translation protocol accepted and decoding. After a brief interval, the arid, hoarse voice spoke. I have waited for you so long. Why have you come only now? Lin Ming remained silent, unsure of what this humanoid creature intended to convey, so he simply listened. 100,000 years. Exactly 100,000 years have passed. The humanoid creature's enormous eyes fixed on the mimic crab, as if it could see Lin Ming through the shared perspective. Reapers. You have come at last. Reapers. This unfamiliar term left Lin Ming bewildered. He spoke. I don't know what you mean. I am not what you call a reaper. The humanoid creature smiled, its face folding into layers of wrinkles that trembled like a sharp haze. Reaper, would you like to hear a story? Without waiting for Lin Ming's reply, the creature continued unprompted. Long, long ago. How long? Well, by your reckoning, it should be 100,000 years. At that time, our planet Urea was a most beautiful world. Tens of billions of species of flora and fauna grew, multiplied, and thrived upon it. Lin Ming's heart stirred. He had not expected that this barren planet like Earth had once nurtured so many forms of life. Until one day our scientists discovered an artificial spacecraft within our star system. It swept past our planet at such tremendous speed that we could not even capture a clear image, only calculate its approximate trajectory. Then we detected a small capsule detaching from the spacecraft and descending onto Urea. Our military and scientists quickly arrived at the landing site. They found only the opened capsule and traces of black tide residue. You must have seen it already. That substance resembling murky sewage. We call it black tide. Bringing the remaining black tide from the capsule back to the lab, our scientists reached a horrifying conclusion: this substance would annihilate all life on our planet. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow at this. It seemed the story of urea's extinction was about to unfold. Within the black tide, there existed a black microorganism that voraciously consumed all organic matter, even inorganic nutrients, to grow and multiply. These microorganisms had been bioengineered to be immune to any toxin, and viruses or bacteriophages were ineffective against them. Our groundwater became contaminated, followed by rivers, lakes, and ultimately the oceans. Flora and fauna began to die at an alarming rate, consumed by the microorganisms that transformed into more black tide, sweeping across all directions. Fortunately, we discovered their weakness. They feared light. After exposure to continuous illumination for 10 units of time, equivalent to one of your days, the microorganisms in the black tide lost their activity. After sustained light exposure, the black tide transformed into stable organic wastewater that could greatly boost crop yields. Ironically, urea briefly eliminated hunger because of this. But some consequences require millennia to fully manifest. At first, we observed the pollution of the oceans. Vast numbers of marine life perished. Within 1,000 years, all fish in the seas were extinct. The anaerobic organisms at the ocean floor, after a brief period of flourishing, met their final twilight within 10,000 years. Lin Ming's heart pounded violently. The destructive power of the black tide was beyond imagination. The humanoid creature's voice dropped low as it continued. During this time, the intelligent life of the entire planet united in an unprecedented effort to save ourselves. We pushed a suitably sized asteroid from the asteroid belt, calculated its trajectory precisely, and caused it to impact a designated location, altering urea's orbit, resulting in the conditions you see now. Small regions of urea are perpetually in polar day, while larger areas remain forever covered by the black tide. Their eternal paradise. Lin Ming gazed into the distance at the sun still near the horizon. So this perpetual daylight was the work of urea's original inhabitants. We eked out an existence in this region for nearly 10,000 years, and during that time we learned the truth. The humanoid creature's single eye gleamed with an inscrutable light as it rose from the hibernation pod. Only now did Lin Ming see that aside from its head, which resembled a human's, the creature's body was like that of the mimic crab, 8 legs and a pair of pincer-like hands. It began climbing slowly up the tunnel, continuing. All of this was caused by intelligent life, forms of far greater technological advancement in the universe. They seed the black tide onto living planets, allowing it to devour all the planet's nutrients. Then at some later time, they come to harvest the black tide, thus seizing the entire planet's nourishment. After learning the truth, we developed high-energy weapons, hoping to cripple them when they arrived to harvest the nutrients. But we failed to realize that time was their most powerful weapon. With ever-dwindling resources and energy, we ultimately reached our final step. A small fraction of us entered long-term hibernation, the rest perished. The creature's voice was filled with sorrow. 100,000 years have passed, and I am the last of the Urians. I devoted my life's knowledge to crossing time to see the Reapers, to behold the form of the beings that exterminated my homeworld. Rustle, rustle. Lin Ming stood at the entrance of the pit, hearing the sound from within. He knew it was the humanoid creature approaching the opening. Lin Ming took a step back, watching the real-time map. The massive red had reached the vicinity of the entrance. He raised his electromagnetic rifle. As the creature's head appeared at the opening, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. The armor-piercing round instantly pierced its enormous single eye, leaving a thumb-sized hole in the creature's cranium. The humanoid creature immediately went limp, collapsing into the pit. Lin Ming did not approach. After confirming the red vanished, he had the mimic crab drag the creature out and dismembered it from a distance. As expected, aside from its carbon-based head, the creature's body had been completely transformed into a silicon-based life form like the mimic crab. Otherwise, it could not have survived such harsh conditions for so long. Moreover, through the mimic crab's perspective, Lin Ming noticed a spherical container in the creature's abdominal cavity. The mimic crab nudged it gently, and a thunderous explosion erupted in the distance. Lin Ming took a deep breath. This humanoid creature had intended to kill him as well. Fortunately, Lin Ming had been cautious and avoided direct contact, otherwise he would have been blown to pieces. Forgive me. There is no personal enmity between us, but to show no mercy is the highest respect for other lives. Lin Ming bowed slightly toward the distant explosion site. After a brief moment of silent mourning for the humanoid creature, Lin Ming directed several biomimetic crabs to patrol the entire pit. By now, aside from the sewage pool, there was nothing else left in the hollow. Lin Ming stared at the real-time map, his eyes burning slightly, and confirmed once more that there were no anomalous light points within the pit. Even so, he still felt a lingering unease. After all, the humanoid creature had inhabited this pit for who knew how many years. If it had set up traps or hidden biological viruses within, he would not be able to withstand them. Lin Ming ordered the biomimetic crabs to gather as many fragments of the humanoid creature as possible and place them all into the hibernation pod. He noticed a button on the pod beneath which was inscribed unknown text. Thanks to the self-deciphering system the humanoid creature had sent earlier, Lin Ming quickly deciphered that the characters meant eject. We are all cosmic beings living in the vastness of the universe, and we shall perish in its boundless expanse. Lin Ming murmured softly, then instructed a biomimetic crab to press the button. A rumbling sound echoed as the ground beneath trembled, sending gravel and dust flying in all directions. Lin Ming retreated far away and saw a 7 or 8 meter wide opening appear near the pit. The hibernation pod containing the humanoid creature shot out, like a projectile soaring into the sky. Lin Ming waved gently at the white trail. Farewell, last survivor. I shall take your place. After the launch port opened, sunlight flooded the pit's bottom, which had long been deprived of daylight. Lin Ming recalled that the humanoid creature had once said that the black tide feared intense light and would lose its activity after 24 hours of exposure. Thus he returned to the survival pod, used the 3D metal printer to fabricate several highly reflective metal plates, and had the biomimetic crabs place them at every corner of the pit. In this way, sunlight would be reflected multiple times, covering the entire pit. Even if any remnants of the black tide lingered, they would gradually lose their activity. There are still 10 hours until sunrise, and in 12 hours the sun will reach its extreme angle of 90 degrees, lasting for 48 hours. Lin Ming recalled the orbital information provided by the microsatellite. Calculating the time, he figured that when the scorching sun was at its zenith, the interior of the pit would be thoroughly sterilized by light, allowing him to move in. The pit is a sealed environment with a curved entrance that can block most air circulation. It seems like an attempt to transform the interior into a more livable dwelling. Lin Ming was brimming with motivation. After all, the pit had been a dwelling crafted by the humanoid creature. Its location and layout must have been carefully considered. Once thoroughly sterilized, he could inhabit it. Moreover, the pit contained abundant sewage reserves which the survival pod could decompose to supply both water and nutrients, and the bigmouth flower could be transplanted there as well. How wonderful! With his heart full of anticipation for the future, Lin Ming ordered a few biomimetic crabs to patrol near the entrance, while he led the remaining dozens back to the survival pod. Before entering the survival pod, Lin Ming issued commands to the neatly arranged biomimetic crabs: bring back all the stones nearby. With so many crabs, you should be able to move even the larger ones together. Today's goal is to collect every stone within a 3-kilometer radius, not a single one left behind. Clack, clack, clack. All the biomimetic crabs waved their pincers in unison to acknowledge the order, then swiftly set to work. Once inside the survival pod, Lin Ming removed his heavy exosuit and activated the Aether Crystal. He noticed a red dot in the upper right corner of the Planet Information tab. Oh, even unread notifications. How trendy. Lin Ming opened Planet Information. Planet Urea. Description: you know very little about this planet, but fortunately all its data are identical to your home planet. Rotation period 24 Earth hours. Orbital period not important. Current surface temperature 75-85 C. Current state polar day. Current gravitational constant 9.8 in kg. Current atmospheric composition nitrogen 80, carbon dioxide 19, other 1. Tip: please monitor the orbital changes of this planet. There are indications that the angle of the star relative to the ground will change over time. Surface temperature had already begun to rise slowly. Based on this trend, Lin Ming estimated that when the sun was at its zenith, the surface temperature would reach at least 150 C. Fortunately, the unknown high-tech life form was not leaving the human survivors of Blue Star to die. It would issue timely warnings. Lin Ming opened the regional chat channel and found that some more perceptive players had already sensed something amiss. It's over, it's over, it's over. The sun is about to rise and I haven't found a water source yet. Does anyone have pure water to trade? I'll exchange it for rust iron ore. Bro, above, you need to update your version. What era is this? Still rust iron ore? Haven't you seen that the rust iron ore listed by those from Tang province is already on discount? I managed to repair my solar panels just before sunrise. I'm storing up electricity. Those profiteers hoarding electricity are going to take a huge loss. Something's not right. Why is the price of electricity still rising when we're about to have plenty of sunlight? Damn, the trading price per unit of electricity has gone from 3 units of oxygen to 3.5. Could it be that most players haven't repaired their solar panels yet, and with the temperature rising, the survival pod's consumption to maintain a comfortable temperature will increase? Damn, you're right. I need to snap up some electricity now. Watching the constant stream of chat messages, Lin Ming opened the interstellar exchange option and saw that the price of oxygen was gradually dropping while electricity and pure water were rising. The price per unit of electricity could already be traded for 4 units of oxygen, and it seemed that it would continue to climb in the near future. Pure water was even more extreme. Each liter could be exchanged for 6 units of oxygen, and it was in short supply. Any listing was instantly snapped up. Lin Ming's heart itched as he looked at the soaring prices of pure water and electricity. He currently possessed 340 units of electricity and an abundant water source. If he sold now, he would surely make a huge profit. But the thought flickered through his mind for only a moment before he shook his head slightly. Oxygen as a basic resource held little significance for him anymore. Aside from draining other players' oxygen reserves and reducing their chances of survival, it was of little use. As for contributing electricity and water, Lin Ming was not the saintly type. He could not be so selfless. To refrain from joining the price gouging at this moment was already a demonstration of restraint. Just then Lin Ming noticed a private message. He raised an eyebrow. He had set his private messages to only be received from friends. Who could be contacting him now? Opening the message Lin Ming saw, it was from Sun Yao. Lin Ming, the big shot, could you rent out that electromagnetic gun of yours? Lease. Seeing these two words, Lin Ming let out a silent chuckle. The Interstellar Exchange did not provide credit endorsement services. Therefore leasing was entirely based on mutual trust. He had traded with Sun Yao twice. Once for the constant temperature room construction blueprint, and once for superalloy. But that was all. The manufacturing cost of an electromagnetic gun was negligible for Lin Ming, almost beneath his notice. However, that was not a reason for him to casually lease it out. The value of an item was not determined by its production cost, but by the difficulty of acquiring it, and its utility for the target of the transaction. Given the current situation, both the difficulty of obtaining an electromagnetic gun and its practical value were top tier for the vast majority of players. Lin Ming doubted Sun Yao could offer a commensurate price. That said, in business, a qualified merchant would never turn away any potential transaction partner. After a moment's thought, Lin Ming replied, leasing is possible, but it depends on your offer. At present, he lacked nothing in basic resources, oxygen, electricity, or purified water. As for non-basic resources, he had stocks and ample reserves of rust iron or high-purity silicon ingots, universal chips, circuit boards, and electromagnetic coils. The imitative crabs running around outside were potential resource reserves. Sun Yao quickly sent a line of text, Brother Lin Ming, do you want to eat meat? After sending this message on a barbaric planet countless light years away, a cryptic smile flickered across Sun Yao's face. He knew Lin Ming was developing, while capable of manufacturing electromagnetic guns, and lacking no basic resources. But when it came to food, he was surely still subsisting on unpalatable nutrient paste. Sun Yao had encountered wealthy individuals before and knew they pursued quality of life relentlessly. Lin Ming must be the same, and for that he would accept a little cost and risk. As expected, Lin Ming's reply came quickly. What do you mean? Have you gotten meat? No. Sun Yao replied, sending the prepared illustration and video to Lin Ming. But I have a way to obtain meat in bulk. Sun Yao, spiny giant shell dragon, Sun Yao video. Lin Ming opened the illustration of the spiny giant shell dragon and let out a huh. Spiny giant shell dragon. Description: a massive beast covered in spikes, ferocious in appearance, but actually herbivorous and extremely docile. Opening the video, Lin Ming saw a short clip Sun Yao had recorded. It was a desolate wilderness identical to the Urea planet, where 7 spiny giant shell dragons, each over 5 meters in length and 2 meters in height, were running toward the sun. These dragons were covered in black diamond-shaped spikes. As they ran, the spikes stood slightly erect, reflecting sunlight and glistening brightly. Lin Ming felt a twinge of envy. Tisk, they seem to be silicon-carbon life forms. The shell is silicon-based, reflecting sunlight and possibly absorbing solar energy, while the core is carbon-based, providing meat for slaughter. Sun Yao's planet is far superior to mine. Having animals meant a complete food chain existed: water food, herbivores, carnivorous predators, and even microbial decomposers. But no matter how good another's possessions were, they were not his own. And if other players knew of the resources he possessed, they would surely be envious as well. Lin Ming shook his head slightly. When had his vision become so narrow? He sent Sun Yao a message. What's your offer? Sun Yao, lend me the electromagnetic gun for 1 day, fully charged. After 1 day, I'll return the gun plus all the meat from 1 spiny giant shell dragon. Lin Ming flatly refused. I won't accept. Lending the electromagnetic gun for an entire day, plus the 5 units of electricity, just for the meat of 1 spiny giant shell dragon. He was not without meat to eat. Sun Yao, Brother Lin Ming, I know the electromagnetic gun is precious, but this is meat. Meat that smells fragrant, tastes even better, and chews with a satisfying crunch. Imagine it. Just a little grilling, and it's tender, juicy, and mouth-watering. Seeing Sun Yao's message, Lin Ming burst into laughter. This Sun Yao was quite a character, trying to use the allure of food to force his hand. Was he testing a cadre with such a tactic? To be honest, if Lin Ming didn't have high-protein frozen cans, he might have already considered making a deal with Sun Yao, only negotiating over details. But he did have them. Feeling a bit hungry, Lin Ming took out the opened can, carefully sliced a few pieces, and placed them on a superalloy plate. Then Lin Ming began recording a video. He first used a superalloy fork to spear a tender slice of meat, then carefully roasted it with hot air. Sizzle. The oil-rich meat met the hot air, instantly forming tiny bubbles accompanied by a soft crackling sound. Soon the tender slice turned slightly golden, with wisps of white steam rising from it. Lin Ming stuffed the meat into his mouth and chewed heartily. After recording everything, Lin Ming sent the video to Sun Yao. On a planet countless light years away, Sun Yao stared at the silent message box, a smug grin spreading across his face. He took out a tube of nutrient paste and took a long slurp. Damn, I've made myself crave it too. No matter how many resources you have, when faced with the pleasure of meat, you'll cave. In this world, there were 2 businesses that best satisfied men's primal needs. One was selling meat, and the other was also selling meat. At that moment in the regional channel, many elegantly dressed young ladies had started the first kind of meat business, raking in profits. It wasn't too much for him, Sun Yao, to start the second kind of business, was it? Soon the Aether Crystal vibrated slightly, and Sun Yao saw Lin Ming's reply. I thought you were staying silent to play the tough guy, but you've caved. Let me see how you plan to negotiate. Holy crap. Seeing the video of Lin Ming carefully roasting the tender meat over hot air, the sizzling sound followed by the audible chewing Sun Yao couldn't help swallowing. How could Lin Ming have meat? Where did he get it? Had his barbaric planet also discovered living creatures, and he'd used the electromagnetic gun to kill one? Impossible. He himself had walked 7 or 8 kilometers, stumbled upon a water source in a nearby cave, and waited 2 days like a fool before catching a glimpse of the elusive, spiny giant shell dragon. It must be a lucky find. Lin Ming only sliced a few pieces, clearly not a large reserve. Sun Yao was still mentally reassuring himself when he saw Lin Ming send another picture. Lin Ming image. Sun Yao's right hand trembled as he tapped the image. In the picture on Lin Ming's superalloy plate lay a massive chunk of meat weighing over 10 Gene. Lin Ming, name your price. This stuff tastes fine at first, but it gets cloying after a while. Even too much of a good thing can become cloying. Does that sound like something a person would say? Sun Yao gritted his teeth as he watched the video Lin Ming had sent, forcing himself to finish the entire tube of nutrient paste while viewing that clip. A tempestuous storm raged within his heart. It was like a child who had obtained a toy car he thought was extraordinary only to run excitedly to show his friends, who responded with a flat "oh" before opening their toy box, filled to the brim with toy cars, some already broken from overuse. Comparisons could drive one mad. Sun Yao struggled to calm his emotions, after a long while he finally regained his composure. A master is a master after all. I was being presumptuous. Reading Sun Yao's message, Lin Ming offered a faint smile. Though he hadn't witnessed it firsthand, he could guess Sun Yao's mental state with near-perfect accuracy. Lin Ming casually typed a line. I can lend you the electromagnetic gun, but I'm not interested in the spiky giant shell dragon. Seeing Lin Ming's reply, Sun Yao's spirit was rekindled. As long as Lin Ming was willing to negotiate, it meant he had something Lin Ming wanted. But what could it be? After posing the question, Sun Yao received Lin Ming's response. A simple forward reply, I want a dragon egg. Damn. Sun Yao nearly ground his pearly white teeth to dust. He had only caught a glimpse of the spiky giant shell dragon after days of staking out, and now Lin Ming was setting his sights on its eggs. After deliberating for a long time, Sun Yao typed back word by word, Lin Ming, master, we don't even know if the spiky giant shell dragon is oviparous. Even if there is a dragon egg hatching, it would require extremely harsh conditions, not to mention the resources needed to raise it. Lin Ming replied, you don't need to worry about that. 1 dragon egg in exchange for an electromagnetic gun. Once you find the egg, send me the picture and the encyclopedia entry, and I'll trade you the gun. After sending that, Lin Ming went silent. Sun Yao stared blankly at the chat window, his eyes vacant and unfocused. A dragon egg from the spiky giant shell dragon. Although the encyclopedia said it was herbivorous and had a very gentle temperament, anyone who tried to steal its eggs would likely face a violent frenzy. Thinking of the creature's massive size and its body covered in spikes, Sun Yao felt that such a colossal beast needed no elaborate tactics. Just a single charge would be enough to crush him into dust. Lin Ming wasn't particularly interested in what Sun Yao was thinking, nor did he care much about how to obtain the dragon egg. He hadn't even pinned high hopes on whether Sun Yao could actually acquire it. After all, this deal was initiated by Sun Yao. If it worked out, fine. If not, Lin Ming would lose nothing. It was merely an extra layer of icing on the cake, not part of his core plan, and it wouldn't affect his overall strategy. Having dealt with that, Lin Ming mixed some pan-fried meat with nutrient paste to fill his stomach, then rose and made his way to the constant temperature room. The big mouth flowers in that room were what truly concerned him. After all, if his plan went smoothly, the output of the big mouth flowers would be the key to solving the food problem. A non-renewable animal, no matter how much meat it produced, would eventually be consumed entirely. Lin Ming could clearly distinguish between a full meal and a lifetime of sustenance. After passing through the transfer chamber, he was delighted to see that the 3 big mouth flowers that had consumed freeze-dried vegetables and seeds had undergone noticeable changes. First, for the one that had ingested the freeze-dried vegetables, the stem above the flower remained largely unchanged, but the bud had withered. Upon closer inspection, thumb-sized tubers were beginning to sprout from the roots. Lin Ming counted 8 tubers in total, their outer skin slightly yellowish. It seems the dehydrated vegetables were originally tuberous. I wonder how they'll taste. He touched the glass tube, and then turned his attention to the other 2 big mouth flowers that had consumed seeds. Their root systems showed little change, but the stems were remarkably different. The buds had withered and the stalks had thickened from the size of a chopstick to that of a little finger, still growing larger and stouter. Moreover, the once short plants had begun to rise, now reaching about half a meter. Lin Ming observed that the stem leaves had become broader, and at the joints small finger-sized fruits wrapped in layers were forming. Star corn. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow, quickly recognizing the plant. Corn was rich in carbohydrates along with trace elements and dietary fiber, an excellent staple food source. Of course, its taste was somewhat inferior to wheat or rice. But under these circumstances, having a staple crop was already quite good. Lin Ming couldn't ask for more. He checked the constant temperature room's consumption. Oxygen was balanced by the cyanobacteria, carbon dioxide was abundant in the outside atmosphere, and he had ample power reserves for lighting and temperature control. Water and nutrients also had stable sources. For now, all he needed to do was wait patiently. Thinking that soon he would be eating star corn grown with his own hands, Lin Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Eating meat could satisfy the palate, but a diet of nothing but meat would eventually become monotonous. His stomach was more accustomed to having staple foods. Of course, achieving a balanced mix of meat and vegetables with proper nutrition would be ideal, but that was still a long way off. Lin Ming had originally obtained 5 big mouth flower seeds, and every one of them had successfully sprouted and grown. Now 3 of them had already specialized, leaving 2 still waiting to be fed. These 2 big mouth flowers would gently sway when Lin Ming passed by, clearly begging for food. Sorry, nothing left. When the corn on your companions ripens, I'll feed you some kernels. Lin Ming resisted the urge to touch the wide-open flowers and their sharp, inward-curving thorns. But then he reconsidered. Since the big mouth flower had already produced star corn, he could simply save part of the corn as seeds for planting. No need for the flower to consume more. The microsatellite had yet to detect any new F-class carbon-based life resource supply pods, so there would be no new plants for the big mouth flowers to consume in the near future. Could the big mouth flower eat meat? When the idea first occurred to Lin Ming, he thought it sounded absurd. But on Earth there were Venus flytraps and pitcher plants that consumed meat, and the big mouth flower was a biotechnologically modified species, so anything was possible. With 2 mature big mouth flowers now, Lin Ming decided to experiment on one of them. Quickly returning to the survival pod, he carefully cut off a fingernail-sized piece of meat and gently placed it into the flower's pistil. The sharp thorns immediately moved, swallowing the meat, and then the petals reopened. Observing the noticeably faster opening and closing rate of the flower, Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. Could it be that it wasn't full yet? Determined to see it through, he cut another fingernail-sized piece of meat. After the flower consumed it, the petals' opening and closing speed increased even more. You sure have a big appetite. Lin Ming kept cutting meat pieces. Only after the big mouth flower had devoured 5 pieces did the petals reluctantly close completely. The heavy bud drooped slightly under the weight of the meat, and the flower fell into a deep slumber. Emerging from the constant temperature chamber, Lin Ming observed the diligent labor of the imitation crabs through their shared perspective. Besides those patrolling and standing guard in the pits, 55 imitation crabs were currently transporting stones. This number was significantly higher than when the imitation crabs first began working. However, the efficiency had not improved much. The reason was simple: the nearby stones were dwindling, forcing the imitation crabs to fetch stones from farther away. Although these imitation crabs worked tirelessly without rest or fatigue, the high-intensity labor consumed their stored electrical energy, rapidly compelling them to pause midway for recharging. This guy can't believe I'm actually looking forward to the sun rising. Watching the imitation crabs take over 10 minutes to fully charge, Lin Ming clicked his tongue. He stroked his chin, noticing that there were still over a dozen massive boulders nearby that the imitation crabs couldn't move no matter what. He decided to lend them a hand. Having the 3D metal printer fabricate a dozen dum-dum bullets, Lin Ming donned the heavy-duty EVA suit, picked up the electromagnetic gun, and aimed at a boulder several kilometers away before firing. Whoosh! A streak of silver light flashed past, and in an instant the massive boulder shattered into countless fist-sized stones. Boom! 7 or 8 seconds later, the sound of stone fragments finally reached his ears, causing Lin Ming's ears to ring. Boom! Boom! After 5 shots, he had pulverized 5 boulders. He then recharged the electromagnetic gun and fired again. In less than a minute, all the dozen or so boulders were reduced to rubble. Alright, wrap it up. Today was another industrious day. Lin Ming instructed the imitation crabs to retrieve all the dum-dum bullets, then returned to the survival pod, brewed a cup of vitamin-infused hot drink, and sipped the sweet beverage. He gently stroked the Aether Crystal and opened the regional chat channel. He saw that the number of players in the regional chat channel had dwindled to just over 940, and the number would decrease slightly over time. Nearly 600 people have already ejected their escape pods. Lin Ming sighed as he watched the players' conversations. Damn, have you guys checked the district channel? Someone has already unlocked the level 2 survival pod. It's an American named Thompson. What about Lin Ming the big shot? Has he unlocked it? What functions does the level 2 survival pod have? Please tell us. Do you even need to guess? Better protection and more technology. The surface temperature here is over 100 degrees, and my survival pod now needs 1 unit of electricity per hour to maintain a constant temperature. The level 2 pod definitely won't need that. Lin Ming the big shot, have you cracked the E-level universal password? Share it with us. That's right, save us please. My electricity is about to run out. If I don't upgrade my survival pod, I'll have to eject the escape pod too. Smart people are already contributing resources to Big Shot Thompson, while fools are still waiting here. That Thompson guy said that if you contribute 100 units of resources to him now, you'll get administrative privileges when he recalls all of humanity. Holy crap, that's just like the Americans selling cyber indulgences. Reading the messages in the chat, Lin Ming opened the district channel, where messages were flashing like a torrent with languages from all over the world. The district channel had a full 1,000,000 people. Even though each person could only send 3 messages a day, it was enough to keep the chat constantly overflowing. However, above these constantly scrolling messages, there was a line of red text. Your district is the slowest developing among all districts. Since someone finally upgraded their survival pod only now as a reward, I will directly inform him of the E-level universal password. Below the red text was a line of white text, a message from the American player Thompson, which was pinned for a day. The English was automatically translated, and Lin Ming saw what Thompson had sent. By the grace of the Lord, I have obtained the E-level universal password. Anyone who contributes 100 units of materials to me will be told the password, and when I recall all of humanity, you will gain a seat in my parliament as a representative. Lin Ming paused the chat and found that the vast majority of messages were pleading with Thompson for the E-level universal password in various languages. There were also some players flattering Thompson in various languages. Look, my God, this is the advantage of race. Only the noble Anglo-Saxons can master high technology so quickly. Thank goodness technology is in the hands of civilization. Skin color is justice. But soon other players mocked them. You two idiots, if you had taken a moment to look at your daddy Thompson's avatar, you wouldn't be saying that. He's black. Lin Ming naturally had no interest in participating in such petty arguments, but the red text prompt caught his attention. Upgrading the survival pod directly grants the E-level universal password. The red text was pinned in the district channel. It seemed that the first player to upgrade their survival pod in each district would be informed of the E-level universal password. Lin Ming didn't know whether the second player to upgrade would receive the same reward, but since he lacked any information about upgrading the survival pod, not even the trigger conditions, he didn't indulge in such hopes. This gave him a slight sense of urgency. Even in a district of 1 million people, his development was not outstanding, let alone among the over 3 billion players, where countless exceptional elites must exist. Could he see resource distribution points? Wouldn't others have some additional rewards? Lin Ming didn't believe he was the chosen one of that high-tech life form. Regardless, I need to develop myself first. There's still a long way to go before terraforming the planet. Through the imitation crab's perspective, Lin Ming saw that the transported stones had accumulated to nearly 10 cubic meters, so he instructed the robotic arm to start working. The process of breaking down stones and limonite were continued for several hours. Lin Ming directly decomposed all the limonite inside, obtaining 30 units of oxygen. After finishing, Lin Ming felt exhausted. He had been awake for over a dozen hours. Climbing the ladder and looking through the hemispherical glass dome, he saw that the sun's angle had risen significantly. Compared to its original position, lingering near the horizon, it now had a 20-degree angle. At this rate, when I wake up, the sun will be blazing overhead. By then, the pit will also be fully disinfected and ready for habitation. Lin Ming made a plan and laid down in the hibernation pod. To be thorough, he set an alarm in the middle of the 8-hour sleep to ensure he would wake up once. If the survival pod experienced any anomalies due to the rising sun, he would notice them in time. Having done all this, Lin Ming closed the top of the survival pod, the observation port leading to the hemispherical glass dome, to avoid extreme light, and then fell into a deep sleep. Current surface temperature exceeds 100 degrees Celsius. The life support system of the escape pod has increased its power output to 50, consuming 1 unit of electrical energy per hour. Current surface temperature exceeds 150 degrees Celsius. The life support system of the escape pod has increased its power output to 80, consuming 2 units of electrical energy per hour. Lin Ming was awakened by a buzzing sound. He sat up and discovered that the noise came from the life support system adjacent to the cabin, which was likely the cooling system in operation. Aside from the escape pod, Lin Ming had only the temperature-controlled room that required maintaining a suitable temperature. Thus, even though the life support system was not operating at full capacity, it already consumed 2 units of electrical energy per hour. He opened the escape pod's information panel and found that the surface temperature outside had exceeded 170 degrees Celsius. At that moment, the sun's angle was slightly tilted, not yet directly overhead. If the sun were directly overhead, the surface temperature would surely exceed 200 degrees, right? Lin Ming stood up, performed a quick wash, and surveyed the situation within the pit. Due to the metal plates placed earlier, the pit had been exposed to the scorching sun, and the temperature inside had risen above 100 degrees. Lin Ming opened the regional chat channel and found that the number of players had plummeted again to around 8900. During the 8 hours he had slept, over 500 players had chosen to eject their escape pods. Hot. The surface temperature here has reached 200 degrees. The life support system of my escape pod is running at full power, yet the internal temperature is still rising, already hitting 45 degrees. Same here. I'm soaking in water now, but I feel I can't hold on much longer. When will the sun set? The sun is blocked by clouds here. Surface temperature is only in the 30s. Damn, I'm genuinely jealous of the above. The surface temperature here is over 170 degrees, and still rising. It's probably going to break 200 soon. Envy. That guy above won't be smug for long. I've been through the same situation as soon after acid rain fell, and my heavy-duty out-of-cabin suit was damaged. Luckily, a buddy gave me a spare before he ejected. Have you guys never thought of moving? I just tried it. The escape pod's engine works fine. I've moved to a spot with a mountain, and in the shadow of the mountain the temperature drops by over 50 degrees. Well, you can do that. I'm moving too. Reading the players' chatter in the chat channel, Lin Ming smiled. It seemed many players had already thought of moving their escape pods to avoid the scorching heat. After all, the escape pods had engines, and the system hadn't indicated any damage, meaning they were usable. Most players should have also summoned resource supply pods recovering fuel from them. If not now, when would they move their escape pods? Moreover, their attempts gave Lin Ming confidence that the escape pod could indeed complete a flight without unexpected malfunctions. The disinfection should be about done. Time to move. Lin Ming gently stroked the Aether Crystal stone and opened the escape pod's control interface. Since he had recovered the previous resource supply pod, the escape pod had 2 units of fuel stored. Lin Ming set the landing point of the escape pod at the bottom of the pit, exactly where the humanoid biological pod's launching pit was located. The diameter here was 7 to 8 meters, enough for the escape pod to descend vertically into it. Moreover, the top of the launch pit could be sealed, thus blocking sunlight and allowing the temperature to drop rapidly to a more suitable level. Action was taken immediately. Warning: current fuel can only sustain a short low-altitude hover. Please confirm the landing point. Insufficient fuel will result in an early landing. After confirming the liftoff warning, Lin Ming lay down in the hibernation pod and fastened his seatbelt. Preparations for liftoff are underway. Estimated launch in 1 minute. The escape pod's computational core raced as it began self-checking all systems. Simultaneously, the deployed solar panels began to fold and slowly retract into the escape pod. On one side of the pod, 3 sturdy alloy brackets extended firmly, securing the temperature-controlled room. The escape pod had 2 expansion ports. At that moment, the temperature-controlled room occupied one, leaving the other empty. If the pod were to fly at high speed with such an asymmetrical configuration, it would surely be difficult to control its attitude in the air. Fortunately, Lin Ming was only performing a short-distance takeoff and landing. With this slight imbalance in weight distribution, the engine could still manage by adjusting thrust, relying on brute force. Warning: no fairing detected. The insulation layer is partially damaged. There is a risk of disintegration during forced takeoff. Confirm. Yes. Lin Ming confirmed again. System self-check complete. Engine ignition in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Boom. Blazing flames erupted from the engine nozzle at the rear. The landing gear began to retract slowly. The escape pod hovered at an altitude of about 10 meters, the engine nozzle tilting slightly as it gradually moved toward the pit's launch opening. A minute later, the escape pod hovered above the launch opening. The engine gradually reduced thrust, and the tail flames diminished. Under extremely precise control, the pod descended slowly, its landing gear extended, and it touched down firmly on the ground. Done. Lin Ming opened the escape pod's information panel and found that the fuel consumption during the maneuver was negligible. The 2 units of fuel hadn't even changed. At that moment, the external temperature dropped to 120 degrees, and the life support system only needed to run at low power to maintain a suitable temperature. After a few more hours, the pit will have experienced over 24 hours of sunlight, and then the opening can be sealed, further lowering the temperature. Lin Ming put on the heavy-duty out-of-cabin suit, preparing to explore the bottom of the pit. Although he had already seen the space at the very bottom of the pit through the perspective of the mimic crab, seeing it in person still astonished him. The space at the bottom of the pit was quite spacious. Apart from some stone furnishings, there was nothing else. The surrounding rock walls were made of high-strength stone. Previously, 10 mimic crabs had taken half an hour to dig a pit half a meter deep, which already proved its toughness. Lin Ming walked around the space and felt very satisfied. Once thoroughly disinfected, this would make a perfect resting area. Solid, comfortable, with a water source, and capable of shielding from high temperatures. Moreover, since the pit space was relatively enclosed, he could later modify the air composition inside, allowing him to move freely without wearing an out-of-cabin suit. This is home. Lin Ming sat on the stone chair, which was over 100 degrees, and looked around the space with satisfaction. His eyes felt slightly warm, and he saw a faint black light flickering in a corner of the pit. Lin Ming strode over quickly and found only smooth rock walls there. There's something inside. Worried that the exoskeleton of the heavy-duty suit might damage whatever was inside, Lin Ming called over a mimic crab and instructed it to dig into the wall. Crack, crack, crack. The mimic crab's 2 pincers alternated across the rock wall, leaving shallow scratches one after another. It took the mimic crab a full hour to dig through the wall, revealing a square, secret compartment inside. In the hidden compartment lay a fist-sized superalloy storage box, sealed so tightly that no opening mechanism was visible. However, this did not stump Lin Ming. He simply tossed it into the survival pod, allowing the decomposition module to begin its work. Decomposed alloy safe X1, obtained E-grade universal chip X1, tier 2 survival pod upgrade blueprint X1, storage chip X1. Jackpot. A look of delighted surprise spread across Lin Ming's face as he saw the items yielded by the decomposition. He had never expected the humanoid creature to leave behind such excellent loot. This was very likely the most essential crystallized wisdom of their civilization. Returning to the survival pod, Lin Ming gazed at the 3 fingernail-sized black chips delivered by the mechanical arm, his heart racing with excitement. He immediately began using the E-grade universal chip to decipher the E-grade universal password. Deciphering E-grade universal password. Estimated time to completion 1 hour. Seeing the prompt on the holographic screen, Lin Ming felt quite satisfied. He picked up the second chip and opened the schematic. Tier 2 Survival Pod Upgrade Blueprint X1 Description: a core pod construction blueprint integrating the highest technology of Urea Planet's intelligent life. Upgrade your survival pod according to this blueprint. Construction costs: Superalloy X100, High Purity Silicon Ingot X10, Electromagnetic Coil X50, Circuit Board X50, F-Grade Universal Chip X10, or F-Grade Universal Chip X1 100 units of electrical energy. Construction requirement: 3D Metal Printer X1. Construction time: 3 hours. Note: during construction, the survival pod's life support functions will be temporarily suspended. Lin Ming checked the construction materials. He had most of them except for a shortage of superalloy and electromagnetic coils. But that was easily solved. He caught 2 mimic crabs, decomposed them to gather the required electromagnetic coils, then opened the interstellar exchange and posted trade offers. Electrical energy X1 unit for superalloy X5 units. Purified water X1 liter for superalloy X5 units. Nutrient paste X1 tube for superalloy X5 units. The sudden appearance of these trade offers set the chat channel ablaze. Lin Ming, big shot, what are you doing? Trading electricity and water for superalloy at such a low price? Are you running a charity? Oh my god, how did you know I'm dying of thirst right now and I just happen to have superal? If you don't mind, I'd like to swear brotherhood with you. Wow, so cool. I love Lin Ming, big shot. Your avatar is so handsome. You must be a really sunny person. Are you lonely? I can video chat anytime, even with private customization. In less than a minute, the 100 units of superalloy were collected, and Lin Ming hastily took down the trade offers. The flood of trade requests from players overwhelmed him. In the few seconds it took to remove the listings, another 50 units of superalloy had been traded to him. No good. Next time I post a trade, I need to set a limit, otherwise I'll be cleaned out. Lin Ming secretly congratulated himself for not listing oxygen. Otherwise he might have already found himself in the predicament of running out of air. After donning the heavy load exosuit and replenishing his supplies, Lin Ming began upgrading the survival pod. The 3D metal printer worked at full speed, continuously printing out sheets of superalloy armor plates, which were then installed in various places by industrious mechanical arms. Lin Ming noticed that while superalloy plates were being installed in some areas, other existing plates were being decomposed on the spot, reverting to superalloy powder for the 3D printer's use. As the armor plates were fitted, circuit boards and electromagnetic coils were loaded into designated positions, upgrading the pod's electronic configuration. Lin Ming chose not to remove the F-grade universal chip from the electromagnetic wave communicator. Instead, he directly used 10 F-grade universal chips to form a multi-core computing array. After all, this 10-core computing array was only meant to handle the pod's basic functions, and this computing power was more than sufficient. The 3D metal printer continued its work like repairing the ship of Theseus, installing the superalloy plates one by one. After watching the upgrade for a while, Lin Ming turned his attention to the last chip. The schematic indicated that this was a storage chip containing only a single video recording. When he played it, Lin Ming saw the record of Urea Planet's intelligent life, documenting the invasion of the Black Tide. Just as the humanoid creature had described, a spaceship hurtled through their star system at extreme speed, jettisoning a separation pod that contained the bioengineered Black Tide. Over the subsequent 10 millennia, Urea's intelligent life employed every possible means to resist the Black Tide's onslaught, but eventually succumbed to resource exhaustion. However, Lin Ming noticed that before they entered long-term hibernation to await the Reapers, they had devised a plan. The Urea Life Preservation Project. Under this plan, gene samples of many distinctive or dominant species of flora and fauna on Urea Planet were frozen in batches and permanently stored in the shadow of the Silver Moon's far side. They hoped that even if Urea civilization perished, this last spark of life might survive. Silver Moon, Lin Ming murmured. It seemed to be the moon several times larger than Earth's moon. He hadn't expected that the far side of the moon held gene samples of so many creatures. If the big mouth flower devoured them, could it restore Urea Planet to its former vibrant state? Of course, that premise depended on whether he could successfully transform Urea Planet and bring the Black Tide under control. Soon the Aether Crystal popped up, a prompt hologram: E-grade universal password decryption complete. The password is 13. Well done. Input the password into the microsatellite and scan the vicinity for any E-grade carbon-based life resource supply pod. Lin Ming's heart raced with excitement. Compared to F-grade, an E-grade carbon-based life resource supply pod was a whole tier higher. Who knew what precious items it would contain? The survival pod upgrade was still ongoing. Lin Ming checked the progress. It was more than halfway through and going smoothly. Player Thompson LV2 has sent a friend request. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow at the sudden pale blue prompt. He had heard of Thompson in the chat channel, the one who had upgraded his survival pod first in their region. I didn't expect that upgrading the pod would add a gold LV2 tag after the name. Looks pretty flashy, but what does this guy want from me? Having been a salesperson before, Lin Ming wasn't one to refuse friend requests. After all, business came from conversations, and everyone could be a potential client. He accepted Thompson's request, and the other party quickly sent a message. Thanks to the system's seamless translation, Lin Ming had no trouble reading "Hello friend. I'm Thompson. I believe you've seen my messages in the regional channel." Lin Ming replied succinctly something. Thompson, irritated that Lin Ming showed neither envy nor even the slightest praise for his early pod upgrade, let his displeasure seep into his tone. Friend, from what I've gathered, you're one of the better developed players in your area. I'm here to discuss a collaboration, and I hope you'll cooperate. Lin Ming's face clouded with annoyance at Thompson's stiff tone. Is this guy an idiot? He's like a nouveau riche who's never seen the real world. Back on Earth, he'd probably be swindled into bankruptcy within 3 months. Looking at Thompson's avatar, Lin Ming nodded. Black skin typical. Centuries of oppression have left them far behind in both knowledge and confidence compared to the white old-timers. Those guys have been playing games for hundreds of years. Even if they still use dirty tricks, they dress them up to look grand and noble. Some fools fall for that act, but I'm not one of them. He typed a few words casually. Go ahead. Speak. Is this how you address the first player in the district to upgrade their survival pod? I am the chosen one, blessed by the Lord. Thousands of light years away, Thompson was seething with rage, though it was imperceptible from the outside. He bared his small white teeth and spoke through voice input. Lin Ming, I hope you won't be ungrateful. You Dragon Kingdom people have an old saying, a wise man adapts to circumstances. I am the chosen one who has mastered the E-level universal code. Lin Ming believed Thompson's claim for the fact that Thompson possessed the E-level universal code had been announced by the highly intelligent life form. But was the E-level universal code truly such a remarkable thing? Lin Ming replied, I know. Thompson clenched his fists in fury. Lin Ming, do you understand what the E-level code represents? It means higher technology, more supplies, more resources. I chose to cooperate with you because I respect you and trust you. When I said I know, I meant I know the code. Not wanting to waste words with this abruptly appearing Thompson, Lin Ming directly sent the E-level code, 13. Thompson stared at the long string of digits, momentarily stunned. 100 digits after the decimal point. This is. He compared them one by one in disbelief, then realized with shock that this was indeed the E-level universal code. Thompson was astounded. After the brief astonishment came rage, unbridled rage. The reason was simple. As everyone knew, deciphering the E-level code was extremely difficult. He himself had obtained it only after upgrading to a level 2 survival pod. This meant that among those cooperating with him who had access to the E-level code, there was a traitor. Betrayal. I hate betrayal most of all. My father betrayed my mother, and me forcing me to grow up amidst the mockery of others. Thompson's eyes turned bloodshot as he scanned his chat list. He had contacted over 70 of the 100 districts in the region. Of those, he had reached cooperation agreements with more than a dozen. Which one among these dozen could be his betrayer? After reviewing the chat records with each of them, Thompson narrowed it down to one. That person was Park Buching from the Stick Kingdom. Thompson's eyes blazed with fury. Only people from the Stick Kingdom can be so shameless. No wonder Park Buching agreed to my terms so quickly and accepted all those harsh conditions. He never intended to cooperate from the start. Just then a message from Park Buching arrived. Lord Thompson, 1,000 units of electricity is really hard to gather. How about I send you 100 units first and the rest within 3 days? Seeing Park Buching's message, Thompson jumped up. It was him. This was Park Buching's tactic of delaying. He had foolishly believed in contractual integrity and sent the E-level universal code to Park Buching in advance. Thompson opened the chat window and roared, Park Buching, I want you dead. Lin Ming, naturally unaware of Thompson's convoluted thoughts, was now focused on the pale blue light screen before him. Detected E-level carbon-based life form resource supply pod X1 at distance 4.9 light minutes. Target is rapidly moving away. I estimated to leave the maximum call range in 10 minutes. E-level supply pods move this fast. Send out a distress signal immediately. Watching the light spot speeding away and nearing the edge of the distress signal coverage, Lin Ming quickly gave the order. In 5 minutes, the distress signal will reach its farthest point. It is estimated to catch up to the E-level carbon-based life form resource supply pod at the limit distance. Response information will be returned in 10 minutes. Lin Ming stared tensely at the pale blue light screen, watching the waveform of the distress signal slowly approach the light spot on the schematic. After 10 minutes, the Aether Crystal finally gave Lin Ming the satisfying prompt, detected E-level carbon-based life form resource supply pod X1. Based on its current orbit and speed, estimated arrival in 5 hours. Good. Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief and asked, why does it take so long? Logically, an E-level supply pod should be very fast, right? The Aether Crystal replied, the flight trajectory of this supply pod is opposite to the orbit of the Urea planet. Deceleration and reverse acceleration both require time. Lin Ming nodded. At this moment, the survival pod had finished upgrading. Slightly excited, he descended the lowered gangway and entered the pod. Spacious. That was Lin Ming's first impression. The original internal space of the survival pod was 2m x 3m, with a height of 2m, totaling 12 cubic meters, a bit cramped for living. Now the living space had become 3m x 4m, with a height of 2.5m. Though the numbers didn't seem much larger, the actual internal space had nearly tripled. The much more spacious interior felt pleasant, but there was a drawback. The increased space required higher power for the life support system, consuming 1 unit of electricity per hour during normal operation. 1 unit per hour, 24 units per day. TCH, this is robbery. Lin Ming opened the survival pod's information and felt quite satisfied. Level 2 Interstellar Survival Pod Description. Accept your fate. This is the home you can never leave. Fuel 2200 can be used for low-speed short-range movement. Electricity 198,1000. Electricity is the foundation of your survival. Oxygen 431,000. Each unit of oxygen sustains 1 hour of intense exercise or 2 hours of rest sleep or 10 hours of hibernation. Purified water 7,31000 unit liters. Food nutrient paste X17. Each tube sustains 1 day's caloric intake. High protein permafrost can food X9. 7. Storage space 330. Items not stored in the survival pod may be damaged by extreme temperatures or other causes. Accessories solar panels. Current power generation efficiency 0. Electromagnetic wave communicator with F-level universal chip. Hibernation pod usable. Escape pod usable. Expansion interface 14. Temperature controlled room operating. Compared to the level 1 survival pod, the level 2 pod storage capacity for all resources had doubled. Lin Ming could now store a considerable amount of resources without worrying about overflow. The expansion interfaces had also increased from 2 to 4, allowing for more expansion modules in the future. The solar panels had not yet been deployed, so they were not generating electricity. Looking at the blazing sunlight that shone almost directly down from the top of the pit, Lin Ming felt it was a huge waste not to deploy the solar panels. The space at the bottom of the pit is limited. The solar panels can only be deployed at a very small angle. If I could deploy them outside, I could generate power at full capacity. Lin Ming rubbed his chin, then suddenly snapped his fingers. Right? I have microwave power transmission technology. I almost forgot. A few crabs carry the solar panels outside. 3D metal printer produce a pair of microwave power transmission devices. Perhaps due to the survival pod being upgraded to level 2, the 3D metal printer completed the fabrication of a pair of microwave power transmission devices in just 10 minutes. The microwave power transmission devices were exquisitely crafted, resembling a pair of palm-sized speakers. The transmitting end converted electrical energy into microwaves for transmission, while the receiving end converted microwaves back into electrical energy. Soon several imitative crabs carried the solar panels to the surface. The two 10-square-meter solar panels were unfolded and laid flat on the ground. The sun was now directly overhead, so no adjustment of the solar panel's angle was necessary. With their nimble pincers, the imitative crabs quickly connected the microwave transmission device to the transmitting end of the solar panels. Lin Ming installed the receiving end onto the interface of the survival pod. There could be no obstacles between the microwave transmission path, as they would greatly reduce transmission efficiency. Fortunately, the pit launch shaft was vertical, so this was not a concern. After simple adjustments and angle alignment, the survival pod indicated that the solar panels were connected and generating power at full capacity. The current power generation efficiency of the solar panels is 100, producing 9 units of electricity per hour. Lin Ming frowned slightly as he looked at the prompt on the pale blue screen. Wasn't the maximum power generation of the solar panels supposed to be 10 units per hour? Why is it 1 unit short? The Aether Crystal quickly replied. Due to the high surface temperature, 1 unit of electricity per hour is required to power a high-power fan to cool the solar panels. You may also use purified water instead with an estimated consumption of 20 liters per hour. Seeing the Aether Crystal's response, Lin Ming waved his hand. Forget it. If air cooling works, we don't need to resort to water cooling. After all, although there was plenty of polluted water in the pit purifying, it also consumed electricity. Moreover, water resources were still non-renewable at this point. Every drop used was a drop lost. Lin Ming was not so extravagant. Currently, the survival pod consumed 1 unit of electricity per hour. Excluding other consumption, Lin Ming's net gain was 8 units per hour, amounting to nearly 200 units of electricity surplus each day. Tisk, thankfully the solar panels are fully repaired. The sunrise is pure profit for me, Lin Ming thought, recalling the other players who might be in similar situations. If those players had repaired their solar panels, even partially, the electricity generated would have been enough to sustain the life support system and prevent them from dying of heat. Those who hadn't repaired their solar panels could either relocate their survival pods or use water or other methods to cool down, and they would still manage to survive. Players who did nothing could only abandon their chance at survival and eject the escape pod. As for sharing the E-level universal password, Lin Ming had no intention of doing so. A favor too easily given breeds resentment. Sharing the F-level universal password was to solve everyone's survival problem. Players with any sense would seize the opportunity to send distress signals and get through the current difficult situation. For those who were lazy or unlucky, even if Lin Ming shared the E-level universal password to help them endure the 48-hour scorching sun, their subsequent survival would still be fraught with difficulties. Sharing the E-level universal password would certainly benefit some players, but more likely it would cause the vast majority to become dependent on him, which would ultimately be detrimental. As for moral concerns, Lin Ming felt no pressure. After all, he contributed the F-level universal password to enhance the player's overall strength, so that when it came time to trade, he could exchange for more non-basic resources or technologies. Capital investment is for profit, not charity. If capital does charity, it must expect to recoup the cost elsewhere. With a tube of nutrient paste in his mouth, Lin Ming ate, while waiting for the E-level carbon-based life resource supply pod. The demonstration animation on the pale blue screen showed that the pod would arrive in 10 minutes. Lin Ming soon noticed something different about the E-level supply pod. What's going on? Why is the trajectory not a parabola? It doesn't seem like it's going to land on the ground at all. The Aether Crystal replied, the manufacturing technology of E-level and above resource supply pods already exceeds your current level of technological mastery. To prevent technology leakage, the pod will sweep past in low Earth orbit, release the supplies, and then fall into the star. You're not exactly subtle, Lin Ming exclaimed upon seeing the Aether Crystal's explanation. He understood achieving such high speed meant that even the propulsion system and fuel of an E-level pod far surpassed Earth's current technology. Soon as the E-level pod passed its perigee, it released the superalloy supply box. Watching the superalloy box arc through the air, Lin Ming worried, won't it burn up in the atmosphere? The Aether Crystal did not respond. When the box was still a few kilometers above the ground, the Aether Crystal provided a live feed. The flame-engulfed superalloy supply box was wrapped in a foam-like substance. This foam gradually ablated under the high heat, but the superalloy box remained unscathed. Boom. A deafening sound erupted as the foam-protected superalloy box crashed to the ground, then bounced high. Boom. 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 After several bounces, the foam-like material gradually fell away, and the superalloy supply box came to a rest on the ground. Tisk, that actually works? Lin Ming was amazed that such a high-tech supply box landed in such a violent manner. He quickly had several imitative crabs work together to carry the superalloy box down. Hurry up and decompose. Quick, Lin Ming urged impatiently as soon as the superalloy box arrived. E-level resource supply box recovered. This acquisition superalloy X1, a reverse engineering technology chip X1. Seeing the prompt on the pale blue screen, Lin Ming quickly had the robotic arm retrieve the chip. What does this technology do? He held the chip in his hand, but it was no different from the chips he had obtained before. The chip the size of a fingernail was pitch black on the outside. Lin Ming asked the Aether Crystal to display its description, reverse engineering technology chip. Description to know the what, and also the why. From now on you will be able to reverse engineer any technological artifact you possess, unlocking all its underlying technologies. That single sentence filled Lin Ming with excitement. Reverse engineering. He now possessed a level 2 survival pod, a heavy-duty spacesuit, and imitative crabs, all high-tech products. Yet he could only own them, unable to replicate them. With reverse engineering technology, he could obtain the corresponding manufacturing techniques. As long as he had enough resources, he could build anything. Analyze the technology. Reverse engineering technology deciphering in progress. Estimated time to master the related technology 1 hour. Reverse engineering successful. You have mastered the art of reverse engineering. Seeing the pale blue holographic prompt from the Aether Crystal, Lin Ming decided to give it a try. Let's first reverse engineer the technology required to build the survival pod. Please select the chip for reverse engineering. F-class general purpose chip. Based on the computing power provided by the current chip, the estimated reverse engineering time is 10,000 years, consuming 1 unit of electricity per hour. Do you wish to start reverse engineering? You can reduce the reverse engineering time by increasing the number of chips or their computing power. Damn. Seeing the prompt, Lin Ming was dumbfounded. So reverse engineering wasn't a panacea, it was based on computing power. He thought for a moment and said, let's try the F-class general purpose chip. Based on the computing power provided by the current chip, the estimated reverse engineering time is 1,000 years, consuming 1 unit of electricity per hour. Do you wish to start reverse engineering? It seems the computing power of an F-class chip is equivalent to 10 F-class chips. What about E-class? The Aether Crystal popped up another prompt. Based on the computing power provided by the current chip, the estimated reverse engineering time is 10 years, consuming 1 unit of electricity per hour. Do you wish to start reverse engineering? 100-fold increase. So even an E-class chip would only reduce the reverse engineering time to a year. I absolutely can't wait that long. D-class chips are out of the question. Acquiring them is probably as hard as reaching the heavens. Then the only feasible direction is brute force stacking cores. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes, calculating. Can we reverse engineer the F-class general purpose chip? Based on the computing power provided by the current chip, the estimated reverse engineering time is 24 hours, consuming 1 unit of electricity per hour. Do you wish to start reverse engineering? Hint: reverse engineering will damage the target, making it irreparable or non-reusable. The F-class chip wasn't very technologically advanced, so the reverse engineering time was drastically reduced, which Lin Ming could accept. However, he hadn't mastered the technology to manufacture chips. The 3D metal printer's resolution was at the micron level, far below the precision required for chip fabrication. Let's try the solar panel. Lin Ming had the mimic crab remove a solar panel and used an E-class chip to reverse engineer it. Based on the computing power provided by the current chip, the estimated reverse engineering time is 0.1 hours, of consuming 1 unit of electricity per hour. Do you wish to start reverse engineering? Yes. He hadn't expected reverse engineering a solar panel to take so little time. Lin Ming immediately confirmed. Upon reflection, he understood. Although the F-class chip was tiny, its internal circuitry was extremely complex, likely containing tens of billions of transistors, making reverse engineering extremely time-consuming. The same applied to the survival pod. It was a relic left by the intelligent life of the Urea planet with structures and technologies that Lin Ming could not comprehend, let alone the various chips and circuit boards inside. Although the solar panel was much larger, it didn't require high-precision manufacturing, so reverse engineering was fast. A few minutes later, Lin Ming saw the words, "Research successful." Solar panel description: a panel that converts light energy into electricity, your best source of electrical power. Crafting materials: high-purity silicon ingot X10, electromagnetic coil X3, a circuit board X1. Energy consumption: 1 electricity. That's it. That's all. Seeing how few materials were needed to craft one solar panel, Lin Ming checked his current inventory: 163 high-purity silicon ingots, 48 electromagnetic coils, and 72 circuit boards. It turned out that high-purity silicon ingots were the bottleneck for his solar panel production. Lin Ming first had the 3D metal printer craft one solar panel, which took 10 minutes. After the mimic crab installed the solar panel, Lin Ming saw that its electricity output was identical to the original one. Nice, it seems the knockoff works just as well as the original, no less. Lin Ming immediately maxed out the 3D metal printer's capacity and ordered the production of the remaining 7 solar panels. Too bad there's no silicon or nearby, and I'm reluctant to dismantle the mimic crab. This little thing is quite useful. Watching the busy 3D printer, Lin Ming muttered to himself. After a moment of silence, Lin Ming's eyes lit up. Right, he could trade with other players. Buying materials directly was too elementary. Lin Ming posted a message in the regional channel: custom crafting of solar panels. Each panel requires 20 high-purity silicon ingots, 6 electromagnetic coils, and 2 circuit boards. No extra charge, fair and square. His message immediately caught the attention of other players. Big shot Lin Ming is out. Wow, what's with this LV2? Did you upgrade your survival pod too? As expected of the great Lin Ming. While we common folks are still shivering in the shade, you've already upgraded your pod. You can actually manufacture solar panels. My god, I haven't even repaired mine yet. Sai, I want to place an order, but I only have enough electricity for a few hours and I don't have the required materials around me. Hey, you could just dismantle your damaged solar panel and use the materials to have Lin Ming craft a new one. The one above you have a unique idea. Come cook with me. What the heck? Big shot, I've placed an order, but haven't paid. Hope you'll deliver. The regional channel was buzzing and Lin Ming was flooded with orders. Player Zheng Qinghong offers high-purity silicon ingot X60, electromagnetic coil X18, circuit board X6 in exchange for 1 milliliter of your water. Do you agree? Player Li Bingtao offers high-purity silicon ingot X40, electromagnetic coil X12, circuit board X4 in exchange for 0.1 unit of your oxygen. Do you agree? Player Zhao Xingxing offers high-purity silicon ingot X20, electromagnetic coil X6, circuit board X2 in exchange for 1 milliliter of your urine. Do you agree? Countless trade requests poured in, overwhelming Lin Ming. Following his usual practice, he processed orders in sequence, accepted the materials, and immediately traded the freshly crafted solar panels from the 3D printer. Urine insufficient, trade failed. Lin Ming was startled. Damn, who has such a weird taste to want to trade my urine? Seeing Zhao Xingxing's sweet and cute avatar, likely a young girl in her 20s, Lin Ming opened the chat. Miss, let's change the trade method. I don't have that item in stock. Zhao Xingxing directly sent a voice message, a seductive voice sounding. Brother Lin Ming, I just wanted to cut in line. I used this way to remind you, okay? Lin Ming naturally refused Zhao Xingxing's request. Though Zhao Xingxing was sweet and charming, she was visible yet untouchable, and even if she offered any audio or video services, Lin Ming could only grow anxious in vain. In the end, he would have to operate a manual transmission. It was unnecessary. However, this also prompted Lin Ming to decide on imposing trade restrictions. The standard equipment for every player's survival pod was 10 damaged solar panels. The materials obtained from dismantling them could produce 3 usable solar panels. They would surely find corresponding materials to repair the solar panels later, and the electricity generated by 2 solar panels would suffice for the current stage. Therefore, Lin Ming restricted each player to trading only the materials needed for 2 solar panels. This way he could serve more players, and those players could later repair several more damaged solar panels, maximizing his profits. In terms of total revenue, he would not suffer any loss, as there were hundreds of players eager to manufacture solar panels. This was a unique business of his, and he had no fear of competition. Monopoly is indeed the easiest business. Lin Ming sighed, accepting trade requests from players one by one, and then queuing up orders. After exhausting the entire day's production capacity of the 3D metal printer, Lin Ming finally stopped accepting orders. He calculated that even while he slept, the 3D printer would run at full capacity, continuously producing solar panels. Keep up the work, then I can build a solar mining field. Watching the 3D metal printer spout black high-purity silicon powder and then heat it into shape, Lin Ming beamed with joy. Unfortunately, reverse engineering required damaging the object, and it was irreversible, otherwise he would have reverse engineered the 3D metal printer to mass produce it. By the way, the life support system could also be reverse engineered later. Lin Ming suddenly had an idea. Reverse engineering the survival pod took a very long time. Would reverse engineering only a subsystem greatly reduce the time consumption? Without further ado, Lin Ming immediately issued a command to the Aether Crystal. Please select the chip for reverse engineering. E-grade universal chip. Based on the computing power provided by the current chip, the estimated reverse engineering time is 10 hours, consuming 1 unit of electricity per hour. Do you wish to begin reverse engineering? Yes. As Lin Ming had expected. The life support system was mainly used for temperature and humidity control, adjusting gas composition, and pressure, a technology that Blue Planet's scientific level could achieve. Once he could manufacture life support systems, Lin Ming could install one in each of the 9 branches inside the cavern. Then the temperature, humidity, and air composition throughout the cavern would become habitable, allowing Lin Ming to move freely inside without wearing an EVA suit. Not only that, but the big mouth flower and the mature interstellar corn could also be transplanted into the cavern, eliminating the need for a constant temperature room. Lin Ming did not care about the materials and electricity consumed in building the constant temperature room. What he cared about was the space inside the cavern. With this thought, he walked into the constant temperature room to observe the growth of the big mouth flower. He was astonished to find that the big mouth flower was growing faster than he had imagined. The interstellar corn had begun to take shape, with each ear growing to the size of a fist. The roots and stems had also grown to the size of an egg, and they seemed to be still maturing. What delighted Lin Ming the most was that the big mouth flower that had devoured the meat had withered its blossoms, and in their place something resembling a bean pod had started to grow. No wonder the big mouth flower was so eager for meat earlier. After devouring meat and absorbing nutrients, they can produce seeds. Does that mean I won't be short of big mouth flower seeds in the future? Looking at the last blooming big mouth flower, Lin Ming thought it over and still decided not to feed it meat. Simply put, although devouring meat could produce bean pods, the pods had not yet matured, and whether the seeds inside could germinate was still unknown. Once the bean pods matured and were harvested to confirm the seeds could germinate, then he could feed this big mouth flower meat. Afterward, Lin Ming took a look at the blue-green algae. The blue-green algae had already covered the entire culture shelf, and it was evident that tiny bubbles, likely oxygen, were occasionally rising from it. Lin Ming thought for a moment and decided to take some blue-green algae as a sample to cultivate in the sewage pool within the cavern to see if it could grow directly in the sewage. To avoid draining the nutrients from the sewage pool or encountering other uncontrollable situations, Lin Ming took the time to have the busy 3D metal printer print a superalloy metal door based on the shape of the tunnel. After the preparations, Lin Ming put on the heavy-duty EVA suit, carried the metal cylinder containing the blue-green algae sample, and began heading up the cavern. Behind him, 2 mimic crabs, one in front and one behind, raised their pincers high and carried the superalloy metal door. The tunnels in the cavern were obviously deliberately designed with slopes around 30 degrees and clear steps. Thus, in less than 10 minutes, Lin Ming reached a branch at the top of the tunnel, the place where he had first discovered the mimic crab leader. Lin Ming crouched down, observing the sewage pool carefully from half a meter away. From the structural map, scanned by the microsatellite, he could see that the sewage pool was roughly a 10 by 10 meters square, 3 to 4 meters deep, with a total sewage volume of about 300 to 400 cubic meters. Due to Lin Ming's earlier plunder, the water in this sewage pool had decreased by 1/3, leaving over 200 cubic meters, more than enough to cultivate blue-green algae. He opened the metal cylinder carefully, poured the blue-green algae sample in. After doing this, Lin Ming did not linger, but immediately got up and left, beginning to install the superalloy metal door. He left 1 mimic crab inside the door to observe changes in the sewage pool so that any abnormality could be dealt with promptly. He chose to cultivate in the topmost tunnel branch so that even if the sewage pool suffered losses or became completely unusable, the damage would be within a controllable range and would not affect the dwelling at the bottom. The cavern seemed to have been designed with this in mind. Each branch was independent of the main passage, and sealing the junction in case of an accident would completely isolate the rest. Buzz buzz, buzz buzz. Before Lin Ming could catch his breath, the ether crystal suddenly vibrated urgently. Lin Ming, big shot. Lin Ming, big shot. Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? I'm going to die. Save me, save me. Video. Lin Ming opened the ether crystal and found that Sun Yao was messaging him. He tapped the video and saw Sun Yao's face full of excitement, shouting happily, "Waha, I found it, I found it. 8 eggs of the spiked giant shell dragon, 8 whole eggs. Jackpot. I wonder how many electromagnetic guns I can trade for these." From Lin Ming, the big shot. Before he could finish, a huge shadow loomed over Sun Yao, and his excited expression instantly froze. Sun Yao stiffly turned his head. There stood a spiked giant shell dragon not far away, its goose egg-sized eyes filled with fury. Roar. The spiked giant shell dragon let out a long roar, slobbering all over Sun Yao. The video ended. Dead. Seeing that Sun Yao's avatar was still lit, Lin Ming sent a video call request to Sun Yao. Sun Yao answered quickly. Less than half a minute had passed since he sent the video, and the man and the dragon were still in a standoff. Sun Yao was holding an egg, making as if to smash it on the ground. The spiked giant shell dragon glared furiously, but dared not step forward because of Sun Yao's action. Lin Ming sighed in relief. Good, you're still alive. I'm about to die. Sun Yao's voice was choked with tears, Lin Ming Big Shot the encyclopedia says the spiked giant shell dragon is herbivorous. It shouldn't eat meat, right? Lin Ming comforted him. Herbivores rarely eat meat, but sometimes they do try it when they encounter meat, as it contains rich trace elements that plants lack. Sun Yao's expression turned even gloomier. Lin Ming continued, moreover when cattle and sheep face tigers and leopards they still protect their young. You're holding its egg. Even if it doesn't eat you it will trample you to death. Has anyone ever told you that you're very good at comforting people? Sun Yao's face hardened. Lin Ming Big Shot since I can't get out I'll fight it out. Player Sun Yao wants to exchange spiked giant shell dragon egg X1 for oxygen X0. 1 unit. Accept. No. Lin Ming directly rejected it, then under Sun Yao's puzzled expression initiated a new trade request. Player Lin Ming LV2 wants to exchange electromagnetic gun X1 for spiked giant shell dragon egg X1. Accept. Big Shot you actually upgraded your survival pod. Sun Yao was now distracted by something else, tisk impressive. Seeing the spiked giant shell dragon getting impatient and tentatively taking half a step forward Lin Ming urged, stop talking nonsense accept the trade quickly. After Sun Yao accepted the trade a gleaming silver electromagnetic gun 2 meters in length appeared in his hand. Seeing the dragon egg in Sun Yao's hand disappear and replaced by something unfamiliar the spiked giant shell dragon instantly went berserk and charged straight at Sun Yao. Your gun is big but will it be useful against this thing? Sun Yao yelled instinctively pulling the trigger at the spiked giant shell dragon. Boom. A deafening blast. Before Sun Yao's astonished eyes the upper half of the spiked giant shell dragon exploded into a cloud of blood mist and vanished. What the hell is that gun? Sun Yao stood frozen in shock as the electromagnetic rifle blasted the upper half of the spiny giant shell dragon into smithereens. That was a creature 5 meters long weighing 3 to 4 tons like a dinosaur. The sheer oppressive force it exuded was something no one could understand without experiencing it firsthand. Just moments ago Sun Yao had resigned himself to death, yet in an instant the spiny giant shell dragon was obliterated by the electromagnetic rifle. Lin Ming however remained quite composed. Lin Ming was already well aware of the electromagnetic rifle's power, and the one he had just traded to Sun Yao was loaded with dum-dum bullets, making it even more devastating. Even silicon-based life forms could be blasted in two, let alone carbon-based ones. Lin Ming shook his head with a nonchalant smile and said to the stunned Sun Yao, as we agreed 1 electromagnetic rifle for 1 dragon egg. How do you want to handle the rest? Having escaped death Sun Yao pondered seriously and replied, let's split these 8 dragon eggs evenly. I'll trade you 3 more Big Shot Lin Ming. Use basic resources in exchange, and you set the price. Deal. Since Sun Yao was straightforward Lin Ming didn't be petty. He valued each dragon egg at 30 units of basic resources and swapped 30 liters of water and 60 units of electricity for another 3 dragon eggs. For the remaining 4 dragon eggs Sun Yao took out a metal cylinder which contained 2 eggs each. Lin Ming also gifted Sun Yao 3 dum-dum bullets so that even if he encountered another spiny giant shell dragon, he would have the confidence to fight back. Looking at the 4 dragon eggs he had acquired Lin Ming beamed with joy. Hope there are both males and females so I can set up a spiny giant shell dragon farm. He picked up the dragon eggs and placed them one by one into the temperature-controlled room. He didn't know the exact incubation temperature for dragon eggs, but the incubation temperature for carbon-based life forms should be similar. He would leave them for a few days to see the effect, and if it didn't work he would figure out another way. Lin Ming gazed at the rapidly operating 3D metal printer, his heart filled with emotion. Indeed, the sight of labor is most beautiful, especially when watching others work. After delivering a batch of solar panels, Lin Ming inspected his current inventory and felt quite satisfied. Most items were put to good use with only the microsatellite currently idle. The microsatellite is just floating in the sky with nothing to do. Let's give it some work. Lin Ming issued a command to the microsatellite initiating a scan of the nearby terrain. He could see resource points on the map, and the microsatellite could amplify his advantage. Whether due to the hardness of the geological formation or other reasons, the microsatellite could only scan a diameter of about 10 meters of the Earth's layers at a time. Depending on the geology, it could reach a maximum depth of 50 to 100 meters underground. Watching the real-time map slowly expand outward from the pit, Lin Ming felt as if he had sent out a scout, gradually exploring the surrounding mist. It's a pity the microsatellite doesn't have a camera or something, otherwise I could have a panoramic view and see all the resources around. Lin Ming felt a slight regret. After thinking it over, he decided to deploy 10 mimic crabs to explore the surrounding environment. The maximum connection distance for mimic crabs was 10 kilometers, but since their reserve electrical energy came from solar power, as long as he issued a command to return after a certain period, there was no need to worry about them not coming back. No sooner said than done. Lin Ming immediately began planning the routes. If the patrol route of the mimic crabs was a straight line, they would only map out a star-shaped pattern. The optimal visual range of the mimic crabs was 10 meters. Lin Ming designed their patrol routes in an S-shaped pattern so they could gradually expand the surrounding field of view. Alright, you guys handle the flat map, while the microsatellite explores the 3D map. Little ones get to work. With a command, the mimic crabs immediately began moving, forming a line and crawling out of the pit. After doing all this, Lin Ming brewed a cup of vitamin-infused hot drink, sipping it slowly while scrolling through the regional chat channel. Now, without a phone or any other form of entertainment, occasionally browsing the chat channel was the best way to decompress, while also picking up the latest news. After the direct solar radiation drove the surface temperature up to 200 degrees Celsius, the number of people in the regional chat channel plummeted. However, the players quickly adapted. Now the declining trend began to slow down, stabilizing at over 820 people. Buying regional channel and world channel speaking opportunities. Regional channel 0. 1 units of resources each. World channel 0. 2 units each. Limited quantity. Interested parties, please private message. Basic resource exchange: oxygen, water, and electricity. Unlimited swaps. Prices better than the exchange. First come, first served. Wandering Survival Group sincerely invites all players to join. Group members enjoy preferential trading prices with a wide variety of non-basic resources. One lucky member receives a daily reward of 10 units of basic resources. Entry fee: 1 unit of basic resource. Interested parties, please private message. Interstellar Bank opens today. Deposit resources you don't need. Earn 2 daily return permanent dividends. Minimum deposit: 1 unit of resource. Reputation guaranteed. Beauty Reunion is hosting a group live stream. Wolf Brothers, hurry up and join. The exciting show is about to start. Entry fee: 1 unit of basic resource. By now it was the 5th day since Lin Ming had arrived on the desolate planet. Many players had already figured out the system and were looking for ways to make money. Take the Interstellar Bank for example. Any discerning eye could see it was a classic Ponzi scheme, yet a flood of players still poured in. Many knew it was a scam, but chose to gamble anyway. After all, in the early stages of a Ponzi scheme, some people could profit. They were betting that they could recoup their principal before the organizer absconded with the funds. Just as Lin Ming was engrossed in reading, someone sent him a message. He clicked it open and found it was from Tang Qingyan. Since their previous unpleasant encounter, the two had not contacted each other. Lin Ming was curious about what Tang Qingyan wanted this time. Opening the message, Lin Ming saw it was a group invitation link with a note: Advanced Resource Trading Group endorsed by Tang. Entry fee: only 1 unit of basic resource. A wealth of high-level resources inside. Welcome to join. Unexpectedly, Tang Qingyan was inviting him to join the group. Since joining required a payment of 1 unit of basic resource, Lin Ming thought it over briefly and then transferred 1 unit of electricity to Tang Qingyan. 1 unit of electricity was nothing to Lin Ming at this point, and Tang Qingyan, who had previously represented Tang Province in trading limonite, should have plenty of resources, so it was unlikely he was specifically trying to scam Lin Ming out of that 1 unit. Soon after receiving the resource, Tang Qingyan sent Lin Ming 3 handshake emojis and then pulled him into a group called Duo Bao Pavilion. Inside the group, players were hosting live streams to showcase the items they wanted to trade. Sour berries. I found a cluster of berry bushes on the foothills today. To be honest, they taste sour and astringent, but they're edible and can supplement vitamins. About 200 grams. I'd like to trade for 10 units of electricity or 5 units of oxygen. Sour berries. He couldn't believe that plants could grow near a player's survival pod. If that was the case, the planet he was on in terms of both atmospheric composition and biological resources was closer to the original Earth. Thinking about how his own planet had been ravaged by the black tide with most creatures already extinct, Lin Ming felt a surge of bitter envy. He still had a mouth flower that hadn't consumed any items, and sour berries could probably be digested too. But after a moment's thought, Lin Ming abandoned the idea. According to this player, the sour berries tasted both tart and bitter, with their main function being vitamin supplementation. Since he didn't lack such things, he lost interest in bidding. However, his disinterest didn't mean other players would feel the same. Something that could supplement vitamins. During the early days of the Age of Discovery, sailors suffered terribly from scurvy. It wasn't until later research revealed that the disease was caused by a lack of vitamin C in their diets. A prolonged deficiency in vitamins could prove fatal. Therefore, the tartness of sour berries was hardly a drawback. I'll offer 3 units of oxygen. I'm bidding 5 units of electrical energy. 1 liter of pure water plus half a tube of nutrient paste, and I only need 50 grams. Player after player submitted their bids in the group chat. Within moments, barely 5 minutes passing, the player who possessed the sour berries sent a message to the group indicating they had already sold out. What a pity. Many players who had missed out on the auction side inwardly shifting their attention instead to the next item up for bidding. Earlier, Tang Qingyan had already teased in the group that something extraordinary would be the main attraction today. The sour berries were merely an appetizer. After a brief pause, the second player began live streaming. The camera zoomed in to reveal what rested in his palm. A black chip no larger than a fingernail. An F-grade general-purpose chip. The player shared the reference manual in the group and started explaining, this chip delivers 10 times the processing power of a standard F-class general chip while consuming the same amount of energy. It can repair electromagnetic wave communicators and decrypt general encryption codes. A player immediately chimed in with a question. Boss, Lin Ming has already shared the F-class general encryption code. Can this chip crack E-class general codes? The streamer's expression faltered. No, it can't. A player quickly shot back with sarcasm. Then why are you even mentioning it? An F-class general chip can handle electromagnetic wave communicator repairs just as well. What's the point of upgrading to a higher tier? Upon seeing the question, confidence returned to the streamer's face. Because of its higher processing power, this chip won't burn out after repairing an electromagnetic wave communicator. Instead, it enters a cooldown period before becoming usable again. He demonstrated live by sending a distress signal. After a few minutes of waiting, he was able to locate 3 F-class carbon-based life resource supply pods directly. Holy shit, what kind of blessed livestream constitution is this to directly locate 3 supply pods? If the Aether Crystal's indication couldn't be falsified, I'd suspect there's something shady going on. Sharing some good fortune, what price are you asking for this chip? Still wearing an expression of delight, the live streaming player replied, I'm not sure what I can get in return. Let's open the bidding. 5 liters of pure water. The first bidder's offer left everyone stunned. What was this, some kind of joke? At this point, many players hadn't even discovered water sources yet. They were rationing daily, and the initial allocation of 10 liters was nearly exhausted. Some were down to drinking their own urine. This person was willing to bid 5 liters of pure water outright. Had they found a river nearby? After a brief silence, another player jumped in with a counteroffer, 1 solar panel. Are you out of your mind? People are bidding on broken solar panels, so I'll offer 2. The bidder quickly shot back. Above me, this is a fully functional solar panel. It generates power as soon as you install it. Another player questioned skeptically, that's impossible. Did you discover ultra-pure silicon ingots nearby along with circuit boards and electromagnetic coils? The bidder boasted proudly, he never expected that, right? I had these custom made from boss Lin Ming. Each person is limited to 2, but since I ordered early, I managed to get 3. Holy shit, it's from boss Lin Ming, no wonder. How do I get one customized? I want one too. Me too. Same here. While watching the commotion unfold, Lin Ming suddenly noticed over a dozen new requests coming in for custom solar panels. He shook his head with a smile. What in the world was happening? Were they not supposed to be auctioning off F-grade general-purpose chips? How did this derailing occur? Nevertheless, since the orders had arrived, Lin Ming decided to accept them. At the very least, he could schedule tomorrow's production capacity for the 3D metal printer. It was directly overhead sunlight at the moment, making solar panel efficiency exceptionally high. Combined with many players needing electrical energy to power their life support systems, the two reached an agreement quickly and sealed the deal. Item after item found buyers, and Lin Ming also spotted something he was interested in acquiring. A player named Zhang Bei initiated a broadcast glass. I found it inside a nearby impact crater. The terrain is difficult to navigate, making extraction challenging, so I've only gathered a small portion. Lin Ming observed the fist-sized piece of glass in Zhang Bei's hand, feeling somewhat tempted. Glass itself wasn't particularly high-tech. Theoretically, it could be produced from sand alone. However, without the proper formula and corresponding synthesis technology, the equipment within the survival pod couldn't manufacture it due to programming constraints. For his upcoming plans, he needed glass in substantial quantities. So Lin Ming asked, what's the price? A 1 liter of pure water. Wait, is this boss Lin Ming? Seeing Lin Ming's ID with the prominent LV2 tag beside it, Zhang Bei stammered nervously. If you need it, boss, any resource will suffice. Lin Ming frowned slightly. 1 liter of pure water was quite steep for what was essentially a fist-sized piece of impure glass. But his intention was to reverse engineer the glass to obtain the synthesis formula, which would allow him to produce glass himself from sand. Since he wasn't short on pure water, there was no need to negotiate down with other resources. Very well, pure water it is. Deal. Zhang Bei hadn't expected Lin Ming to agree so readily. As time passed, oxygen was becoming less precious, while water's value continued to climb sharply. Zhang Bei quickly accepted the transaction request. Tisk, no wonder he's called boss. So generous, trading 1 liter of water for a glass sphere. You don't understand the boss's taste. He lacks nothing now, he might just be using this glass sphere as a decorative piece. How enviable. With so many wealthy players out there, why can't I be one of them? Lin Ming's presence sparked heated discussion among the players, until 5 minutes later Tang Qingyan posted, everyone quiet down. The final auction item of the day is about to go live. The last auction item is a jet-powered flight pack. What on earth? Upon seeing Tang Qingyan's message, Lin Ming shot straight to his feet. Soon a player started a live stream. Lin Ming noticed that this player was not in the survival pod, but was wearing a heavy-duty, out-of-cabin suit situated in the scorching exterior. The most noticeable difference was the uniquely shaped backpack strapped to his back. The pack was similar in size to an ordinary backpack, but at its rear were 2 nozzles the size of mineral water bottles with flared extensions at the tips. Hello everyone, I'm He Weiqing. By chance I discovered this jet-powered flight backpack. He Weiqing turned his back to the camera, zoomed in for a close-up of the jetpack. Lin Ming saw that the jetpack was streamlined, somewhat resembling the survival pod, and was attached to the universal interface on the back of the heavy-duty suit via 2 buckles. The jet-powered flight backpack uses turbofan engines for propulsion, drawing power from the heavy-duty suit's electrical energy. Besides the weight of the player and the suit, its maximum payload is 300 kilograms, maximum flight altitude 100 meters, maximum flight speed 30 kilometers per hour, and it consumes 1 unit of electricity per hour. There is a high-speed flight mode. In this mode, flight speed doubles, energy consumption increases to 3 units per hour, and prolonged use of high-speed mode may damage the jetpack. As he spoke, He Weiqing began his demonstration. Without any visible action from him, the jetpack behind him emitted a hum. Two powerful turbofans spun up from low to high frequency, instantly blasting out a strong airflow that kicked up dust and dirt around He Weiqing's feet. At the same time, He Weiqing soared up from the dust straight into the sky hundreds of meters high. Lin Ming watched his fists clenching involuntarily. Flight has been humanity's dream since ancient times. Thus humans invented airplanes and rockets, broadening their horizons and transforming the touchable world from a flat plane into a three-dimensional space. Woohoo! He Weiqing let out a hearty yell. Then his body shifted from vertical to horizontal flight, with the livestream camera following him swiftly. He Weiqing bent his left arm by his side, raised his right fist high, and made a Superman-like flying pose, high-speed flight mode demonstration. Before the words faded, the turbofans emitted an even more powerful hum, and He Weiqing's speed instantly increased. Whoosh! Low altitude pass. He Weiqing sharply dropped his altitude, flying rapidly less than 2 meters above the ground, leaving a trail of dust behind him. Stunt flying. He Weiqing shot straight up his flight path nearly 90 degrees, ascending to mid-air in seconds, and performed several figure-8 maneuvers. Then the jetpack's roar abruptly ceased. He Weiqing coasted upward another dozen meters by inertia, then slowly began to descend. A livestream mishap. Lin Ming watched He Weiqing in the livestream. He Weiqing's descent grew faster and faster, yet the jetpack remained completely silent. Just as He Weiqing was less than 2 meters from the ground, the jetpack suddenly roared to life, its turbofans spinning at maximum. The powerful airflow instantly neutralized He Weiqing's downward momentum, as if an invisible rope had yanked him firmly in place. The turbofans gradually slowed, and He Weiqing descended gently from 2 meters up, landing steadily on the ground. It's equipped with an anti-crash mode. No matter how recklessly you fly, the flight control program will take over when necessary to prevent a crash. The demonstration ended. Lin Ming clenched his fists, watching with intense excitement. Undoubtedly, this was an absolutely perfect demonstration, sparking his immense interest. The jet-powered flight backpack. Must acquire it. Lin Ming stood up, put on his heavy-duty suit, and began to prepare. Meanwhile, the group chat erupted. Many players who considered themselves contenders began to bid. One set of heavy-duty suit just obtained from a brother in the ejection escape pod, 99 new plus 5 units of electricity. What's that? F-grade universal chip, just bought from the group. I won't go into details, plus 3 liters of purified water. Step aside, I have high-protein permafrost canned food obtained from an F-level carbon-based life resource supply pod. I'm willing to offer 5 kilograms. The player just sent a picture of the high-protein permafrost canned food to the group, along with a picture of it sliced and grilled with golden brown meat slices and wisps of steam. Damn, there's actual meat to eat. It looks so delicious. I'm done. How can I even compete? We all have F-level universal codes. Why are you the only one excelling? He Weiqing, who was still streaming, also swallowed hard, his expression hesitant. He had found the jetpack in a relic site. There were 2 sets in total. Trading one set for 5 kilograms of canned food, though acceptable, felt somewhat disadvantageous. Hunting trap. At that moment, a player sent a picture. In the picture, a superalloy animal trap as large as a wash basin looked particularly intimidating. Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. I teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. This superalloy hunting trap is reusable, and it comes with a superalloy chain to anchor it to the ground. No beast, no matter how large, can escape, allowing you to eat meat every meal. As soon as this bid appeared, the channel fell silent. He Weiqing nodded, about to agree, when he suddenly noticed a prompt in the group. Lin Ming LV2 started a live stream. Next to He Weiqing's live stream, another stream suddenly appeared. In the frame, Lin Ming stood outside in his heavy-duty suit, holding a super-alloy silver-glinting electromagnetic rifle that was 2 meters long. Electromagnetic rifle, I made it. Lin Ming's voice was calm as he briefly displayed the rifle's design, then adjusted his stance. He planted his feet one in front of the other, held the rifle with his right hand, and aimed at a boulder 4 kilometers away. Driven by electromagnetic rails, it fires superalloy bullets, consuming 1 unit of electricity per shot. As he spoke, Lin Ming pulled the trigger. Swoosh. The powerful recoil pushed Lin Ming, clad in his heavy-duty suit, back several meters. Zooming out, the players were astonished to see that the boulder 4 kilometers away had a thumb-sized hole in its center, still emitting wisps of smoke. Armor-piercing bullet muzzle velocity 3,000 meters per second, effective range 10 kilometers. Within effective range, it penetrates anything. Then Lin Ming pulled out a superalloy bullet from his waist, as thick as a thumb and as long as an adult's forearm. Damn, you call that a bullet? Effective range 10 kilometers. Oh my god, is it that terrifying? Such a cool gun, Master Lin Ming. Shoot me one to entertain everyone. With such a long barrel, I have a bold idea. Lin Ming ignored the chaos in the group, loaded a dum-dum bullet into the muzzle, and aimed. Swoosh. In an instant, the boulder shattered into countless small fragments, raising a cloud of dust. After firing, Lin Ming lowered his right hand slightly, the long barrel of the electromagnetic rifle slanting downward. The blazing sun was like fire, and the electromagnetic rifle reflected the intense sunlight, as if outlined with an orange glow, making it particularly striking. Boom. Dozens of seconds later, the deafening explosion arrived, belatedly rattling the players' heads. Dum-dum bullet muzzle velocity 3000 meters per second, effective range 5 kilometers. Within effective range, I am invincible. Trade this electromagnetic gun for your jet-powered flight pack. Lin Ming's gaze shifted slightly, fixing on He Weiqing, whose expression was frozen and mouth slightly agape. Alright. He Weiqing swallowed hard. Wasn't today's trading livestream supposed to be his grand finale? Why had they dragged Lin Ming, the big shot, into this? An electromagnetic gun, how incredible. Why did it feel like he was getting the better end of the deal? He Weiqing stammered. Lin Ming, big shot, do I need to add anything else? Lin Ming smiled. No need. Got it. He Weiqing hastily initiated the trade. Player He Weiqing wishes to exchange jet-powered flight pack X1 for your electromagnetic gun X1. Do you accept? Yes. After the trade was completed, Lin Ming turned off the group livestream. He added 3 armor-piercing rounds and 3 dum-dum bullets as a bonus for He Weiqing. The jet-powered flight pack was in hand. Lin Ming, thrilled by the prize, quickly charged the heavy-duty exosuit to full and secured the flight pack on his back. A crisp click resonated as the jet-powered flight pack firmly locked onto the back of the heavy-duty exosuit. Simultaneously, the Aether Crystal projected a pale blue light screen, detected new expansion accessory for heavy-duty exosuit jet-powered flight pack. A demonstration of usage techniques will now be shown. A video lasting several minutes began to play, detailing various flight techniques and functions. Understood, thank you. Lin Ming bent his knees slightly, assuming a jumping posture. He felt a tremendous force from behind, and his entire body soared into the air. So exhilarating. In the bottom right corner of his vision, the current real-time speed appeared 28 km/h. After a brief period of adjustment, Lin Ming could already skillfully manipulate the jet-powered flight pack to perform a variety of dazzling maneuvers. Beyond free flight, the jet pack also supported intelligent flight. By simply designating a location, it could autonomously fly to the destination. Lin Ming ascended to the maximum height and hovered at 100 meters. The scenery within a dozen kilometers unfolded before his eyes. Upon closer inspection, the ground was strewn with rubble, chaotic and disorderly. A starkly noticeable blank area with a radius of 3 kilometers marked the spot where Lin Ming's survival pod had first landed. Previously, the mimic crabs had already scoured the nearby debris clean. Near the pit, a colony of mimic crabs industriously carried stones, piling them around the entrance. The solar panels near the pit stood out vividly against the ochre earth. 10 mimic crabs moved in unison, patrolling 10 different positions and drawing high-precision maps. All of this thrilled Lin Ming immensely. The vast sea allows fish to leap the high sky, lets birds fly. On the 5th day of arriving on the planet Uriah, Lin Ming had finally developed a modest scale, no longer worrying about survival. Next, it was time to grow bigger and stronger. After flying freely in the air for another hour, Lin Ming reluctantly descended. The reason was simple. In the private chat channel, players waiting in line for their goods kept sending messages inquiring about the production progress of the solar panels. Delivery soon, please be patient. Returning to the bottom of the pit, Lin Ming handed over the manufactured solar panels to the waiting players. I'm a bit tired. After the continuous excitement, deep fatigue set in. He swallowed a tube of nutrient paste, gulped down several large mouthfuls of water, set the Aether Crystal to do not disturb mode, and fell into a deep sleep. This sleep lasted a full 10+ hours. When Lin Ming awoke, he felt refreshed and invigorated. Comfortable. It's been a long time since I woke up naturally. Lin Ming stretched, washed up briefly, and opened the Aether Crystal. The most numerous messages were, of course, the ones urging him to deliver goods. Last night, he had gotten up midway through his sleep to deliver once, so only about 30 solar panels had accumulated. He quickly finished the deliveries. With every solar panel sold, Lin Ming netted the material cost of one panel. He tallied up in less than a day. He had already earned materials for nearly 100 solar panels. If he were to manufacture all those solar panels in just 1 hour, the electricity generated would be enough to fully charge the survival pod's energy storage system. However, the 3D printer still needed time to manufacture. Lin Ming simply closed the orders for solar panels, diverting the remaining capacity of the 3D metal printer entirely to his own use. Let's get back to work. Finish making these solar panels, and I'll give you a break. Lin Ming encouraged the 3D metal printer, which had been running non-stop day and night, then got up and headed to the constant temperature room. The few big mouth flowers were what he cared about most at the moment. As soon as he entered the constant temperature room, Lin Ming was startled by one of the big mouth flowers. It was the one that had grown interstellar corn. Its appearance now bore no resemblance to a big mouth flower, looking entirely like a corn plant. The plant stood 2 meters tall, its stalk, leaves, and branches completely withered and lifeless. A dozen corn cobs, each the size of an arm, hung from the stalk. The corn silk turned a deep brown. Ripe. Lin Ming carefully broke off a corn cob. Tearing open the husk, he saw the golden kernels inside, delightfully appealing. So fragrant. The natural aroma of corn made Lin Ming swallow. He bit into it. The tender kernels burst in his mouth, sweet and fragrant, leaving a lingering taste. Tastes great. It should be even better grilled. Lin Ming picked all the corn cobs and peeled them one by one. He selected 5 cobs with larger, plumper kernels for seeds and stored the rest for occasional treats. Then Lin Ming looked at another big mouth flower that had also devoured seeds. This one had changed much less. A single rice ear had sprouted from the stalk, transitioning from green to yellow, not yet ripe. It's rice, haha. A variety of staples. Lin Ming gently touched the rice ear. Given the growth rate of the big mouth flower, it would likely be fully ripe by later today, ready for harvesting and threshing. Unfortunately, the yield was quite low, so he would have to save all of it for seeds, only able to eat from the next harvest. The third big mouth flower had devoured dehydrated vegetables. Its upper part showed little change, but the root tuber had grown from the size of an egg to that of a fist with one already detached. Seems it's almost ripe too. Is this a potato? Lin Ming felt a bit speechless. He hadn't expected potatoes to be classified as a vegetable. Realistically, all three items he planted were high in carbohydrates and could serve as staple foods. But potatoes could also be used in cooking, providing a bit of variety in meals. Lin Ming gathered the detached potatoes, and together with the half-eaten raw corn he had just bitten began to roast them with hot air. 10 minutes later, on Lin Ming's super alloy plate, there were 3 fragrant foods: roasted potatoes, roasted corn, and roasted meat slices. Sprinkling a little salt on the roasted potatoes, Lin Ming took a deep breath. A beautiful day starts with breakfast. Lin Ming found this meal exceptionally delicious. Whether it was because he hadn't eaten in so long, ordinary roasted potatoes and corn sprinkled with only a pinch of salt tasted like a feast to him. Originally, Lin Ming had a large appetite. After finishing the barbecue, he used to knead a tube of nutrient paste to replenish his energy. But this time, having eaten only 1 roasted potato, 1 ear of corn, and a few slices of meat, he felt surprisingly full. Carbs really do fill you up more. Lin Ming burped, feeling the satisfaction in his stomach. A faint warmth seemed to radiate from his abdomen. Whirring, the 3D metal printer continued its tireless work. During the meal, it had produced another solar panel. The efficiency is still too low. If only I had a few more, Lin Ming lamented silently. He had considered reverse engineering the 3D metal printer to produce more units and achieve multi-threaded output. But the drawback of reverse engineering was that the target would be damaged during the process and could not be repaired. Even if the reverse engineering succeeded, if Lin Ming lacked the materials required to produce the 3D printer, he would end up with the knowledge, but no way to manufacture it. An awkward situation. Reverse engineering is a good technique, but it's a pity you don't know what materials you need until you crack it, Lin Ming remarked with a slight sigh. He then turned to check the life support system he had started reverse engineering the day before. Gently touching the Aether Crystal, Lin Ming pulled up the system log. Carbon-based life support system reverse engineering complete. You have mastered the technology of the carbon-based life support system. Carbon-based life support system. Description: a system that consumes electrical energy to maintain temperature, humidity, and air composition suitable for carbon-based life. It is fundamental to your survival. Material requirements: ultrafine iron powder X150, A&E grade universal chip X1, electromagnetic coil X5, circuit board X5, O purified water X 1 liter. Manufacturing requirement: 3D metal printer. Manufacturing cost: 10 units of electrical energy. Seeing the materials needed to build the carbon-based life support system, Lin Ming was somewhat surprised. Not because the requirements were too many, but because they were too few. Ultrafine iron powder was a byproduct of decomposing rust iron, or to produce oxygen, and he already had hundreds of units. He also had plenty of universal chip circuit boards and electromagnetic coils. Since it was producible, Lin Ming immediately halted the 3D metal printer's current task and began manufacturing the carbon-based life support system. The Aether Crystal promptly displayed a prompt. Manufacturing the carbon-based life support system requires 10 units of electrical energy and takes 0.5 hours. Do you wish to start manufacturing? Yes. After confirmation, the 3D metal printer sprang into action. Streams of ultrafine iron powder entered through the feed port heated by the nozzle and formed a network of slender pipes. Watching for a while, Lin Ming understood why the material requirements for the carbon-based life support system were so modest. The system's functions were to maintain constant temperature, humidity, and regulate air composition. Maintaining constant temperature was simple: heatsink fins, an electromagnetic coil, and a fan with a circuit board sufficed. Humidity control followed a similar principle. Regulating air composition was achieved with a centrifuge. None of these were particularly high-tech. Of course, the prerequisite for regulating air composition was that Lin Ming had an adequate oxygen supply. After all, the air regulation module could only adjust, not generate oxygen out of thin air. All components assembled and monitored by an F-grade universal chip would meet the requirements. Half an hour later, the Aether Crystal signaled that the carbon-based life support system was complete. Lin Ming examined it and found it resembled a fresh air conditioner with an indoor and outdoor unit. The units were connected by metal pipes, and purified water served as the refrigerant. Of course, using a dedicated refrigerant would improve efficiency, but Lin Ming had none, so he had to substitute with purified water. As a result, his homemade carbon-based life support system consumed 2 units of electrical energy per hour, far less efficient than the original equipment in the survival pod. But lower efficiency was acceptable. It just meant higher energy consumption. For now, energy was not a major issue for Lin Ming. Tisk, if this thing were on Blue Star, it would never pass inspection. It wouldn't meet national energy efficiency standards. Lin Ming joked. Putting on his heavy-duty EVA suit, Lin Ming prepared to install the system. He planned to set it up first at the first tunnel branch, which was his experimental field. He had introduced cyanobacteria there yesterday, and they should be producing oxygen by now. Lin Ming opened the perspective of the biomimetic crab stationed there, and saw a thick layer of green floating matter on the sewage pool. The cyanobacteria were already proliferating rapidly. Lin Ming felt a slight warmth in his eyes. In the center of the sewage pool, a green gas icon appeared accompanied by a small floating window. Cyanobacteria oxygen 1 unit hour. The sudden appearance of the floating window astounded Lin Ming. Previously he could only see resource points as colored dots, but he couldn't discern the type or output efficiency of the resources. What had caused the change? Tracing back recent events, Lin Ming glanced at the gnawed corn cob on his plate. Could it be because he had eaten the interstellar corn and potatoes? Eating them had such a benefit. This unexpected delight filled Lin Ming with joy. Whether or not it was due to the food, being able to see the specific information and output of resource points was nothing but beneficial to him. Looks like I'll have to eat more of these. Lin Ming thought happily. He summoned 2 biomimetic crabs to carry the indoor and outdoor units of the carbon-based life support system, while he himself carried a dozen pipes, and quickly ascended the steps along the tunnel. Soon the man and 2 crabs reached the first branch of the tunnel. After confirming there were no threats other than the cyanobacteria, Lin Ming opened the superalloy door. Finding a spot out of the way, he began installing the indoor unit. After securing it, he moved to the tunnel entrance to fix the outdoor unit. Once fixed, he connected them with pipes. After testing the pipe seals, Lin Ming took 1 liter of purified water from his heavy-duty EVA suit and poured it into the outdoor unit's reservoir. For power, he fabricated a pair of microwave power transmission devices and connected them directly to the nearby solar panel. Lin Ming attempted to start the carbon-based life support system. Whirring, the outdoor unit's metal fan began spinning rapidly, soon reaching 7,200 revolutions per minute. Lin Ming returned to the first tunnel branch, closed the superalloy door, and activated the monitoring equipment on his heavy-duty EVA suit. Current temperature 65 C, current relative humidity 85, current atmospheric composition nitrogen 75, carbon dioxide 13, oxygen 11, others 1. Current temperature 55 C, current relative humidity 75, current atmospheric composition nitrogen 76, carbon dioxide 10, oxygen 14, others 0. Current temperature 25 C, current relative humidity 50, current atmospheric composition nitrogen 78, carbon dioxide 0, oxygen 22, others 0. Carbon-based life support system operating normally. The current space is now habitable. Success. Lin Ming clenched his fist. Since the pit had already been thoroughly sterilized using light irradiation, he was not concerned about any interference from the black tide. He carefully raised the glass visor on his heavy-duty spacesuit helmet. Phew. After taking a gentle breath, he felt nothing unusual. It seems that by following this procedure we can transform the entire pit into a habitable environment. Then I'll be able to move around freely. Lin Ming outlined the subsequent pit renovation plans in his mind. Before proceeding, there was still one more step to complete. Blue-green algae produce oxygen through photosynthesis, breaking down carbon dioxide in the process. If the carbon dioxide concentration within the pit fell too low, the blue-green algae would be unable to carry out photosynthesis. Conversely, an excessively high concentration would cause him breathing difficulties. However, this issue could also be resolved. The greenhouse contained a soilless cultivation framework system that could channel carbon dioxide into the structure, maintaining elevated concentrations in specific zones. Lin Ming returned to the bottom of the pit and entered the survival pod, attempting to reverse engineer the greenhouse. Please select the chip for reverse engineering. E-grade universal chip. Based on the computing power provided by the current chip, the estimated reverse engineering duration is 1 year, consuming 1 unit of electrical energy per hour. Begin reverse engineering. You can reduce the reverse engineering duration by increasing the number of chips or upgrading their computing power. Looking at the estimated time required, Lin Ming remained unfazed. With prior experience, Lin Ming realized that by adjusting the reverse engineering target to a single subsystem within the greenhouse, the required time would be significantly reduced. Adjust the reverse engineering target to the soilless cultivation framework system. Based on the computing power provided by the current chip, the estimated reverse engineering duration is 2 hours, consuming 1 unit of electrical energy per hour. Begin reverse engineering. As expected, limiting the reverse engineering to just the soilless cultivation framework system drastically reduced the required time. After all, this system functioned similarly to the carbon-based life support system, requiring only adjustments to nutrient and air composition. It was not particularly technologically sophisticated. The soilless cultivation framework was modular, with each layer counting as a separate subsystem. Lin Ming removed 1 layer and began the reverse engineering process. Reverse engineering technology decryption in progress. Estimated mastery of relevant technology in 2 hours. With that done, Lin Ming turned his attention to the biomimetic crabs and microsatellites that had been mapping the terrain the previous day. As he gently stroked the ethereal crystal, a pale blue light screen materialized, revealing a 3-dimensional map before Lin Ming's eyes. The terrain within a 10-kilometer radius centered on him, as well as conditions approximately 50 meters underground, were all mapped out with remarkable clarity. Gazing at the three-dimensional map, Lin Ming's eyes grew slightly warm, causing the holographic display to shift instantaneously. Countless colored luminescent points began appearing across the map. Some points resided on the surface, while others lay several meters to dozens of meters beneath the ground. Beside each luminescent point, small floating windows displayed detailed information. Rust iron, ore reserves 53 units. F-grade universal chips, reserves 13 units. Damaged F-grade universal chips, reserves 256 units. On the surface, most resources were those Lin Ming had already extracted, offering little appeal. Looking downward, he noticed several larger black points. Actinolite reserves 58 units. Actinolite reserves 418 units. Muscovite reserves 167 units. Titanium, ore reserves 262 units. Actinolite and muscovite. Lin Ming opened the corresponding reference guide and discovered these ores could be used to extract high-purity silicon ingots. Titanium ore was self-explanatory. It could be alloyed with iron to create superalloys. Unfortunately, most titanium deposits lay several meters underground, and given the biomimetic crab's excavation efficiency, the cost-benefit ratio was too low, making it unlikely they could be mined in the near term. Fortunately, Lin Ming didn't have much need for superalloys at the moment, and even if he did, the interstellar exchange could procure them at reasonable prices. As for actinolite and muscovite, they were primarily found in shallow deposits, just 1 or 2 meters underground. Since the stones the biomimetic crabs collected held little value anyway, Lin Ming began assigning them specific territories to mine actinolite and muscovite. As his gaze continued to scan, something caught his attention at the edge of the three-dimensional map, a subterranean cavern. Could there be other humanoid beings hibernating nearby? Considering what the humanoids knew about the planet Urea along with the E-grade chips they had left behind, Lin Ming felt a twinge of unease. The humanoids possessed advanced technology that likely matched or even surpassed that of the former Blue Star civilization. Worse still, they had referred to Lin Ming as Harvester and sought his death before they perished. With such intelligent beings in close proximity, Lin Ming found it hard to rest or eat in peace. Microsatellites focused reconnaissance on this area. On the three-dimensional map, only portions of the subterranean cavern structure had been mapped by the microsatellites. The microsatellites' attitude adjustment thrusters expelled flames, making slight corrections to their orientation before concentrating their reconnaissance on Lin Ming's designated area. Soon the complete structure of the underground cavern materialized on the display. Lin Ming breathed a slight sigh of relief. Within the cavern, there were no green or red markers. Only a gray gear symbol accompanied by a floating annotation, artificial construct, a remnant left by some intelligent civilization. Here we go. Lin Ming sprang to his feet, donning his heavy-duty spacesuit. After commissioning the 3D metal printer to produce 10 rounds of ammunition, he armed himself with an electromagnetic rifle strapped on a jet-powered flight pack and hurriedly exited the pit. You and you, over here. Gesturing for 3 biomimetic crabs, Lin Ming seized one by its claw and launched himself into the air. The remaining 2 crabs latched onto the legs of the first, riding along as they ascended. Lin Ming activated the three-dimensional map, marked the entrance point, and engaged pack's adaptive flight mode. Whirring, the turbine of the jet-powered flight pack spun rapidly, propelling him toward the cavern at 30 kilometers per hour. The distance was 10 kilometers. Thanks to the jet pack, the journey that usually took an hour was completed in just a third of that time as he reached the cavern entrance. You go scout ahead first. Setting down one of the biomimetic crabs, Lin Ming commanded it. The creature promptly obeyed, darting swiftly into the tunnel. Through the shared visual feed of the biomimetic crab, the cavern appeared identical to Lin Ming's own. The walls were clearly artificial excavations. The passage branched into several directions. In the branching areas, the pools that had held contaminated water were now dry, leaving only cracked black residue. The gear marker on the three-dimensional map was located at the deepest point of the cavern, and it took the biomimetic crab approximately 10 minutes to reach it. The furnishings at the cavern's base were similar. Where the cryopod had once stood, there was now nothing. The humanoids who had maintained this post had evidently chosen to eject. Following the pinpoint guidance on the three-dimensional map, Lin Ming quickly directed the biomimetic crab to locate a black chip. Excellent, that's the one. Grip it gently and bring it back. Soon the mimic crab brought back the black chip. Taking the black chip, Lin Ming opened the Aether Crystal's encyclopedia and saw the relevant information: liquid fractionation tower blueprint. Description: a liquid fractionation tower developed by the intelligent life of Urea to combat the black tide. It employs a special process to catalyze the black tide, yielding various chemical products. Material requirements: 500 units of ultrafine iron powder 1F or higher grade universal chip, 10 electromagnetic coils, 10 circuit boards. Manufacturing requirements: requires a 3D metal printer. Manufacturing cost: 50 units of electrical energy. Liquid fractionation tower. Looking at the preview image in the encyclopedia, the liquid fractionation tower was a structure 5 meters tall, resembling a blast furnace. This is similar to an oil fractionation tower, isn't it? It can distill different grades of products at different temperatures. Lin Ming realized that compared to the life support system, the materials and energy required to manufacture the liquid fractionation tower were several times higher. 500 units of ultra-fine iron powder, an F-grade universal chip, 50 units of electrical energy. Tisk, an ordinary player, couldn't even manufacture this. However, the liquid fractionation tower was designed to catalyze the black tide, though other players probably couldn't obtain it either. This should be a unique technology of the Wuria planet. Just like Sun, Yao had the spiky giant shell dragon, and He Wei-chun could obtain a jetpack. Lin Ming checked the Aether Crystal's task list. The progress on reverse engineering the soilless cultivation framework system was already more than halfway up. By the time he returned, it should be mostly researched. The current priority was to renovate the first branch of the pit, and then use it as a template to renovate the entire pit. As for the liquid fractionation tower, which was costly, but currently of little use, Lin Ming planned to build it later. After all, the 3D metal printer was extremely busy at the moment. Lin Ming hoped to finish manufacturing all the solar panels before the direct sunlight period ended. In this way, he could fully charge the survival pod's electrical energy reserves, so that even if the sun sank back near the horizon next, he would still have ample electrical energy. Grabbing a mimic crab, Lin Ming brought the 3 mimic crabs back, just as he had come. Inside the pit, after waiting for about 10 minutes, the Aether Crystal popped up a notification: reverse engineering of soilless cultivation framework system complete. You have mastered the soilless cultivation framework system technology. The soilless cultivation framework system adopted a modular design. Lin Ming observed that each module was one layer, requiring only 20 units of ultra-fine iron powder and 3 units of electrical energy to build. Lin Ming carefully measured the first branch of the pit and confirmed the first phase of the construction plan. First, build 3 rows of frames, each with 5 layers, a total of 15 modules. 1 row will be used to transplant big mouth flowers, interstellar corn, and interstellar potatoes. The remaining 2 rows will be for blue-green algae to circulate and produce oxygen. After designing, Lin Ming sent the construction task to the 3D metal printer. ZVZ, the 3D metal printer's nozzle whirred rapidly. After finishing the current solar panel, it immediately switched tasks and began building the soilless cultivation framework system. The mimic crab waiting nearby, quick-eyed and swift-clawed, took the finished solar panel and installed it into the ground-mounted solar power array. Checking the construction progress, each module took the same time as a solar panel, 10 minutes. Thus, 15 modules of the soilless cultivation framework system would require 2.5 hours to manufacture. Looks like you'll be working overtime today. Looking at the non-stop 3D metal printer, Lin Ming opened the Interstellar Exchange channel and searched for metal printers. Finding that no one was selling them, he had to give up. Browsing the item list of the Interstellar Exchange, Lin Ming noticed that aside from basic resources, players had started trading some non-basic items. F-grade universal chips, nutrient-rich soil, sour berries, rock salt, titanium, or external combustion generators, as well as giant shell dragon meat, giant shell dragon hide, and giant shell dragon fangs. Lin Ming skipped the first 2 items. He had already seen sour berries in the Duobao Pavilion trading group. They tasted sour and astringent, and Lin Ming didn't like them. Rock salt was used to replenish salt, but Lin Ming had refined salt, so he didn't need it for now. The appearance of titanium ore surprised him. According to the proven titanium ore deposits on the Wuria planet, most were located more than 10 meters underground, or even deeper. He hadn't expected that some players could already mine titanium ore. This indicated that apart from Lin Ming, other players' technological progress was not slow either. He must not be overconfident. Technology grows exponentially. If one falls behind at a certain point, it's very likely they will never catch up. Warning himself not to be proud of small achievements, Lin Ming continued reading. The external combustion generator used a Stirling engine as its power source to drive the generator for electricity production. Due to the low efficiency of the Stirling engine, the maximum power generation rate was 1 unit of electrical energy per hour, and it consumed a large amount of fuel and oxygen. While Lin Ming was analyzing the pros and cons of the external combustion generator, he noticed that a player had actually bought it for 20 units of electrical energy. Other players also noticed this and immediately started discussing. Is that guy who just bought the generator stupid? Doesn't he know the massive consumption of a Stirling engine? After running for just a few hours, it'll drain all your oxygen. Exactly. With that time, why not go to Big Shot, Lin Ming, and buy a few solar panels? Clean energy is the future. You're out of the loop. Big Shot Lin Ming has already closed the solar panel trade. Now a single intact solar panel's price has been inflated sky high. Oh, but there's no need to buy such a low cost-effectiveness item. It's a pure waste. Perhaps the heated discussion among players made the buyer unable to sit still, and he retorted, a bunch of fools. The core principle of an external combustion engine is still boiling water. Now that the sun is so strong outside, I can just use a few reflectors to boil water with solar energy. Isn't that the same? Isn't that another form of solar power generation? As soon as he said this, the players who had been mocking him were instantly dumbfounded. Damn, you can do that. Bullying me for not understanding science. I just lack knowledge, not intelligence. A clear and bewildered look. What is a Stirling engine? The players' discussion amused Lin Ming. In his spare time, occasionally watching the fun was also a way to relax. As for the giant shell dragon meat and other materials, Lin Ming saw that they were indeed being sold by Sun Yao. It seemed that this guy had safely returned to his survival pod and dismantled that half of the giant shell dragon. Thinking of the benefits of eating interstellar corn and interstellar potatoes, Lin Ming decided to trade for a piece of giant shell dragon meat. Perhaps eating it would also bring additional effects. Sun Yao had set the price to private chat. Lin Ming directly sent Sun Yao a message, "Are you there? How much for the giant shell dragon meat?" Sun Yao replied with lightning speed, "Big shot, Lin Ming. I was so busy bartering the spiny giant shell dragon meat that I forgot to give you a share. My bad. I'll trade it to you directly." Player Sun Yao wishes to exchange spiny giant shell dragon meat 10 kilograms for pure water 1 milliliter. Do you accept? Lin Ming decisively rejected the trade request Sun Yao had sent. He had traded with Sun Yao several times before and could be considered somewhat familiar with him. But this familiarity was built on mutual benefit. If he accepted the dragon meat for free, Sun Yao would definitely feel uneasy. Otherwise, Sun Yao would have gifted him a portion the moment he obtained the dragon meat, instead of only offering it when Lin Ming sent a message. This was clearly a polite gesture made only because of Lin Ming's strength. Sun Yao's planet had a complete ecosystem with resource reserves that might even surpass those of Urea planet. Lin Ming might engage in many more trades with him in the future. A bond born of benefit can only be strengthened through benefit. When he first started as a sales representative, clients often treated him to meals and drinks followed by visits to entertainment venues, and sometimes even additional arrangements. Back then he was young and didn't realize that every gift had a hidden price tag. If a client spent $10,000 on him, they aimed to make $50,000 or even $100,000 in product policy. It wasn't until he lost several major clients with monthly sales exceeding $1 million that Lin Ming understood. He who eats and takes becomes indebted. From then on, whenever Lin Ming met clients, he no longer participated in business entertainment, yet his backbone grew stronger. He even dared to bang the table in front of clients with annual sales of over 100 million. Pulling himself out of his memories, Lin Ming thought for a moment and said, "I'll trade you an equal weight of permafrost high-protein canned food. This canned food is salty, can replenish salt, and has a long shelf life. How about it?" Sun Yao immediately agreed. "Okay, I'll follow big shot Lin Ming's lead." Lin Ming nodded. Sun Yao didn't play games. He liked this straightforward character. So Lin Ming added 1 interstellar potato and 1 interstellar corn. Player Lin Ming wishes to exchange permafrost high-protein canned food 10 kilograms, interstellar potato 1, interstellar corn 1 for spiny giant shell dragon meat 10 kilograms. Do you accept? After Sun Yao confirmed the trade was quickly completed. Big shot Lin Ming, what are these interstellar potato and interstellar corn? They look like ordinary potatoes and corn. Lin Ming replied, "I obtained them from the carbon-based life resource supply pod. Eating them can strengthen your body. Such a good thing." Sun Yao was overjoyed. Originally trading permafrost high-protein canned food for dragon meat put Sun Yao at a slight disadvantage. After all, one was frozen and the other was fresh. Lin Ming had instantly traded him an electromagnetic gun, which had saved his life, so Sun Yao had still agreed to the deal. But Lin Ming's additional offer at this moment completely erased the potential price difference. Sun Yao even ended up slightly ahead, which stirred an inexplicable emotion in his heart. A big shot is indeed a big shot, not only developing well, but also generous, never letting others suffer a loss. Trading with Lin Ming was truly worthwhile. Gazing at the fine-looking interstellar potato and interstellar corn in his hand, Sun Yao hesitated for a moment, then sent Lin Ming an illustration. "Big shot Lin Ming, are you interested in this?" "My." Lin Ming opened the illustration Sun Yao had sent, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Damaged conveyor belt. Description: a conveyor belt that can run continuously to improve your transportation efficiency. Due to years of disrepair, some functions are damaged and unusable. A conveyor belt. He thought of the mimetic crabs he used for resource extraction. Mimetic crabs were limited in size and moved very slowly when transporting resources. If he built a conveyor belt system letting the mimetic crabs focus on mining, while the conveyor belt handled transportation, it would greatly improve resource extraction efficiency. As for the slight damage to the conveyor belt, with reverse engineering technology, he could reverse engineer the blueprint and then manufacture a good one. Lin Ming nodded to himself. This was the benefit of acting with restraint. By making Sun Yao feel good, he would bring out extra items for trade. Otherwise, Sun Yao might only trade basic items with Lin Ming in the future, hiding the rest. A merchant pursues profit. Lin Ming was no different. A good thing. Lin Ming didn't hide his interest in the conveyor belt. "What price do you want?" Sun Yao hesitated, then thought for a moment, and said honestly, "I don't know either. I'm not short on basic resources now, and electricity doesn't seem very useful. I already have an electromagnetic gun." Big shot Lin Ming, is there anything else you can offer for trade? Lin Ming, mimetic crab. Holy shit. What kind of reverse technology is this? Has big shot Lin Ming already started building intelligent robots? Sun Yao was shocked. By chance, through a friend's introduction, he had traded a dragon egg for the damaged conveyor belt. He had thought that even a damaged technological artifact like that would be of great value. He never expected Lin Ming to directly offer a mimetic crab. "I didn't make it. It was created by the intelligent life on my desolate planet, but there are only a limited number. I only have 2. Lin Ming knew when to be honest and when to hold back. He continued, "I'll trade one of them with you. How about it?" Okay. Sun Yao agreed joyfully. After the trade was completed, Sun Yao walked around the mimetic crab 3 times to the left, 3 times to the right, then bent down and carefully reached out to touch it. Creak, creak. The mimetic crab rubbed its carapace against Sun Yao's palm, its tiny eyes twitching slightly, looking thoroughly delighted. Such an advanced mimetic crab. It even has a sense of touch on its back. Sun Yao crouched down and stroked the crab's back repeatedly. The mimetic crab was extremely pleased by this, even flipping over to expose its belly, gesturing with its 2 claws. You want me to scratch your belly? Sun Yao scratched the mimetic crab's belly, and the crab grew even more comfortable, its 8 legs trembling gently. How wonderful. I never thought I could keep a mimetic crab as a pet here. I'll call you Little Black from now on. You know, I once raised a black Labrador named Little Black. He was over 2 years old and still very mischievous. He loved knocking over the trash can and scattering garbage everywhere. At those times I would pick up a slipper to scare him, and Little Black would lie on the ground, expose his belly, and wag his tail to show affection. Then I couldn't bear to hit him, so I would just scratch his belly and tell him don't knock over the trash can anymore. But that silly dog would learn his lesson that time, yet still dare to do it again, scattering trash everywhere. Wah! Little Black, where are you? I miss you so much. Little Black. Sun Yao suddenly threw himself onto the mimetic crab's belly and burst into loud sobs. Upon obtaining the damaged conveyor belt, Lin Ming immediately began his research. Please select the chip for reverse engineering. E-grade universal chip. Based on the computational power provided by the current chip, the estimated reverse engineering duration is 1 hour, consuming 1 unit of electricity per hour. Do you wish to commence reverse engineering? Yes. The technological complexity of the conveyor belt was not high, so the reverse engineering required only 1 hour. Having cued the reverse engineering process, Lin Ming started preparing to assemble the soilless cultivation framework system. After a brief wait, the 3D printer had finished manufacturing 5 modules, enough to assemble into 1 unit. Lin Ming, accompanied by 2 bionic crabs, transported the 5 modules to the first branch of the cave. Upon opening the metal door, Lin Ming noticed that after the initial high-speed operation, the rotation speed of the life support system gradually decreased, and the noise was significantly reduced. Lin Ming used superalloy rivets to secure the 5 modules to the stone wall on one side, simultaneously connecting them to the life support system via pipes. Soon the system activated, directly extracting sewage from the pit below. After filtration, the water was channeled into the pipes. The life support system then began regulating the water temperature and drawing an appropriate amount of carbon dioxide from the outside air. Finished, ready for transplantation. Lin Ming nodded slightly, swiftly descended to the bottom of the pit, and entered the thermostatic chamber. The big-mouth flower that had grown potatoes had completely withered, with over a dozen potatoes detached from its roots. The big-mouth flower that had grown rice was also fully mature, with heavy ears of rice bending the stalks. As for the big-mouth flower that had devoured meat, its pods had burst open, and Lin Ming found 5 seeds of the big-mouth flower on the ground. As for the big-mouth flower that had consumed nothing, its blossoms remained in full bloom, gently swaying as Lin Ming approached. Lin Ming gathered the potatoes, rice, and big-mouth flower seeds, then carried them to the first branch of the cave. Lin Ming kept 5 potatoes for consumption, cut the remaining ones into small pieces, and placed them on the soilless cultivation frame for germination. The big-mouth flower seeds were treated similarly. The rice and corn required a bit of time for threshing, after which they were spaced at intervals on the frame and also set to germinate. The next step is simply to wait patiently. Lin Ming gazed hopefully at the frame filled with seeds, instructed the bionic crabs to keep a good watch, and then closed the superalloy door. Returning to the survival pod, Lin Ming removed his heavy-duty exosuit and took out the spiny giant shell dragon meat he had traded from Sun Yao. Eating corn and potatoes had upgraded his talent. Would consuming the spiny giant shell dragon's meat further elevate his talent? Only practice could provide the answer. Lin Ming directly cut off 1 gene of meat, froze the remainder, and prepared to grill it. Since there was a larger quantity this time, he decided to process the meat first. First, he scored the meat with diamond-shaped cuts, then marinated it with fine salt, and finally coated it with nutrient paste. Lin Ming had finally mastered the proper use of nutrient paste. Nutrient paste was a blend of various seasonings and foods processed into a paste. Consumed directly, both the texture and flavor were hard to accept. However, when used as a seasoning smeared on meat for marination and then roasted, it produced a delightful reaction. Sizzle. After half an hour of marination, Lin Ming began hot air roasting the marinated meat together with potatoes. The pink chunks of meat immediately emitted tiny bubbles upon contact with the hot air. Within 5 minutes, the exterior of the roasted meat had turned an enticing brown. After slightly lowering the hot air temperature and roasting for another 10-odd minutes, the entire survival pod was filled with the aroma of meat. Gulp. The roasted giant shell dragon meat smelled far more fragrant than the canned meat. Lin Ming kept swallowing his saliva. He took a big bite. First to enter his mouth was the crispy, yet not burnt shell. The outer shell, having undergone the Maillard reaction, was both crunchy and chewy. A gentle chew released a burst of fragrance. Lin Ming stuffed a slice of roasted potato into his mouth, swallowed it, and then looked at the fragrant roasted meat. Beneath the bitten-off shell were tender, juicy chunks of meat cooked to medium well. Lin Ming cut off a piece and placed it in his mouth. As soon as he chewed, the marinated meat juices exploded between his lips and teeth, his entire tongue, tasting a flavor that was nothing short of perfect. So delicious, he nearly swallowed his own tongue. Lin Ming swallowed the meat in a few quick bites, then cut off a piece of fat. Guji, the high-calorie rich fat treat after his long period of austerity, made him exclaim in delight, so fragrant, truly fragrant. Within 5 minutes, 1 gene of roasted giant shell dragon meat, plus a slice of roasted potato were consumed by Lin Ming. As before, he felt a surge of heat flowing from his abdomen to his limbs, leaving his entire body feeling hot and restless. It seemed as if he had inexhaustible strength, making him want to shout, to run wildly, to engage in vigorous exercise. So Lin Ming picked up the superalloy greatsword he had crafted earlier. This greatsword, weighing over 100 gene, had previously been something Lin Ming could barely lift with all his might. Now, although lifting it was still somewhat strenuous, he could manage a few swings. As the giant shell dragon meat continued to digest in his stomach, Lin Ming felt his strength growing. The weight of the greatsword became more manageable, and he could even wield it with agility and ease. My strength has increased greatly. Putting down the greatsword, Lin Ming stretched, and every joint in his body cracked and popped. He opened the holographic map, stared intently, and his eyes began to warm. Then various resource points appeared as glowing dots accompanied by floating windows indicating reserves. Pity the talent hasn't upgraded. It seems each type of food has its own emphasis. Closing the holographic map, Lin Ming exercised for a while longer to fully absorb the giant shell dragon meat. He then conducted a test instructing the 3D printer to produce barbells with different weights using 10 kilograms as a step. Lin Ming tried them one by one and ultimately discovered that he could now lift a barbell weighing up to 300 kilograms, something unimaginable before. I recall that the strongest weightlifting champion on Blue Star could lift around 500 kilograms. After consuming the entire piece of dragon meat, I should easily surpass that figure. Lin Ming took a deep breath. Just then the Aether Crystal projected a notification screen. Reverse engineering of the conveyor belt is complete. You have mastered the related manufacturing technology for conveyor belts. Conveyor belt. Description: a continuously running belt that enhances your transport efficiency. Material requirements: ultrafine iron powder X50, any grade universal chip X1, electromagnetic coil X1, circuit board X1, flexible material X1. Manufacturing requirement: requires a 3D metal printer. Manufacturing consumption: electricity X5 units. Looking at the materials needed to manufacture the conveyor belt, Lin Ming rubbed his chin. Flexible material. That likely means rubber or something similar. I don't have any related resource deposits around me, and I haven't seen any in the interstellar exchange either. After pondering with a frown for a long time, Lin Ming suddenly clapped his hand. Can the skin of the spiny giant shell dragon be used? Looks like I need to talk to Sun Yao again. With the previous transaction serving as a foundation, Lin Ming didn't need to waste many words before Sun Yao agreed to this deal. I have 5 pieces of spiny giant shell dragon hide. What do you want this time? Lin Ming asked Sun Yao to name his price first. Sun Yao quickly replied, Lin Ming, big shot, do you have any extra interstellar potatoes and interstellar corn? Just give me one of each. Lin Ming had some reserves of both interstellar potatoes and interstellar corn, so this was not a problem. After the transaction was completed, Lin Ming casually mentioned, don't call me big shot anymore. It sounds awkward. Just call me Lin Ming. Have you eaten the spiny giant shell dragon meat? I ate some and felt like my strength increased. Sun Yao, brother Lin, I ate it too and my strength grew a lot. Now I can lift rocks weighing over 400 kilograms. Lin Ming was somewhat surprised to see Sun Yao's message. He had eaten half a kilogram of spiny giant shell dragon meat in one go, and his strength had increased to 300 kilograms. He had thought that was impressive, but Sun Yao's increase was even greater, over 100 kilograms more than his. Thinking about it, he understood people's physiques cannot be generalized. Perhaps Sun Yao had always been stronger than him, so his upper limit was higher. Lin Ming then probed further, did you eat the interstellar potatoes and interstellar corn too? Did you feel anything special? Sun Yao, hee, brother Lin, of course I did. You know what I mean. Lin Ming blinked. It seemed that his ability to see resource points was not unique. Sun Yao seemed to possess a similar talent. A fleeting sense of disappointment flashed through his heart, but Lin Ming quickly composed himself and said, could it be that you also? Sun Yao, yeah, brother Lin, this stuff is really good. My time tripled. Originally, I could treat myself for 10 minutes, but after eating the interstellar corn and interstellar potatoes, I treated myself for over half an hour today. Both my arms are sore. Lin Ming. He suddenly realized their conversation was on completely different wavelengths. After a few more casual words, Lin Ming closed the chat. Before him, 5 pieces of spiny giant shell dragon hide lay flat. The outer surface of the spiny giant shell dragon hide had silicon-based spikes, which they used to regulate body temperature and absorb sunlight. Before manufacturing the conveyor belt, these spikes needed to be dealt with. Lin Ming picked up a piece and used the decomposition core built into the survival pod to break it down. The Aether Crystal promptly displayed a prompt. This decomposition yields high-toughness dragon, hide 1, high-purity silicon ingot 3. The method worked. Lin Ming processed the remaining 4 pieces of dragon hide, and then began attempting to manufacture the conveyor belt. The conveyor belt required few components, mainly bearings, a metal frame, a control box, and the dragon hide covering it. In less than 5 minutes the conveyor belt was finished. It was 1 meter long and half a meter wide with adjustable support legs that could change its height from 0.2 meters to 1.5 meters. The conveyor belt had a control box that could receive commands directly through the Aether Crystal. Lin Ming placed the conveyor belt on the ground and opened the control interface on the Aether Crystal run. The metal bearings on the conveyor belt began to rotate, and the dragon hide on top moved rapidly. Reverse. The conveyor belt immediately stopped, then started moving in the opposite direction at the same speed. The conveyor belt was very simple. The adjustable parameters were height, forward, reverse rotation, and running speed. The minimum speed was 1 meter per second, and the maximum was 5 meters per second. As for energy consumption, it still used electrical power. The advantage was that the conveyor belt had a built-in microwave power transmission receiver. Running for a day consumed only 1 unit of electricity. Lin Ming thought about it. 1 or 2 conveyor belts were not very useful, a dozen would be just the beginning. To significantly improve efficiency, the transport distance would need to be measured in hundreds of meters. Currently, he had ample supplies of all the materials needed to make conveyor belts except for tough materials, which were very scarce. He recalled that half a spiny giant shell dragon yielded 5 pieces of hide, so a whole one would yield 10 pieces. If he could obtain the hides of 7 or 8, or even a dozen spiny giant shell dragons, Lin Ming could build a conveyor belt cluster 100 meters long. Of course, among the planets he knew of, only Sun Yao's planet had spiny giant shell dragons. It seemed he would need to chat with Sun Yao again. This time Lin Ming did not directly open Sun Yao's chat window. After all, the cooperation he wanted to discuss was different from before. Previous deals were single transactions, and after the exchange there would be no further contact. But to sweep a spiny giant shell dragon gathering area relying solely on Sun Yao's own strength was definitely impossible. Lin Ming would have to provide him with additional assistance. Otherwise, even if Sun Yao agreed, going alone to the spiny giant shell dragon gathering area would likely result in being surrounded and killed before he could take down a few. That would be a net loss. From their interactions, so far Sun Yao had a straightforward personality. He was very smart, but he didn't play mind games and dealings. However, once he was cheated, he would immediately turn hostile and never give anyone a second chance to deceive him. Honestly, Lin Ming liked making friends with such people since he had no intention of cheating Sun Yao anyway. This cooperation could serve as an opportunity. If the two worked well together, their relationship could advance to become something like allies. Lin Ming sat there pondering for a long time before finally making up his mind. He opened Sun Yao's chat window. Are you busy? Sun Yao, brother Lin, give me a moment. I just finished eating the interstellar corn and interstellar potatoes. You know what I mean. Lin Ming. After waiting a full 40+ minutes, Sun Yao finally contacted Lin Ming again. Brother Lin, what's up? Lin Ming typed in the chat box, interested in teaming up to sweep the spiny giant shell dragon gathering area. Sun Yao, hell yeah I am. Brother Lin, you have no idea. Those female streamers are getting greedier. Half an hour of borderline one-on-one live stream cost me half a kilogram of dragon meat, and then they said their throats got hoarse and asked for another liter of purified water. But I didn't lose out. I got a set of original clothes taken off during the live stream. Lin Ming. He was stunned by Sun Yao again and again today. He hadn't expected today's youth to be so wild. Even if he couldn't partake, he could at least feast his eyes. Lin Ming, I've decided to cooperate with you and sweep the spiny giant shell dragon gathering area together. From the video you sent me last time, a spiny giant shell dragon gathering area usually has about 7 to 8 adult dragons, at most no more than 10. You now have the mimic crab for scouting and the electromagnetic gun as a weapon. I'll handle logistics, provide real-time ammunition and backup electromagnetic guns. The cost of ammunition and electricity will be on me. How about it? Sun Yao didn't hesitate. No problem, let's do it. With the cooperation confirmed, Lin Ming began discussing details with Sun Yao. The electromagnetic gun requires time to reload. If you encounter a large number of spiked shell dragons, simply trade with me directly after firing. I'll provide you with a fully charged and loaded electromagnetic gun. Brother Lin, no problem. Try using armor-piercing rounds. A hit to the head or heart can kill a spiked shell dragon instantly. With the targeting assistance from your heavy load exosuit, this should be manageable. However, in emergencies, just blast them with hollow point ammunition. Got it? Don't worry, Brother Lin. After eating the dragon meat, my strength has increased significantly and my reflexes are much faster. Those few spiked shell dragons won't be an issue. Share your simulant crab scout view on a small window during your live stream. 2 people watching is safer than 1. Lin Ming had something else to tell Sun Yao. He could see resource points. Once Sun Yao started his stream, Lin Ming could track resource locations in real time through the shared viewpoint of the simulant crab. If spiked shell dragons or other creatures launched surprise attacks, Lin Ming would spot them early. This way Sun Yao's danger level could be minimized. After all, since Lin Ming initiated the sweep request, ensuring Sun Yao's safety came first. Finally, they discussed the distribution of spoils. I mainly want the spiked shell dragon's hide. The rest isn't very useful to me, so you decide the distribution. Sun Yao replied. Then all dragon hides go to Brother Lin. Dragon meat split equally, and I'll take the remaining teeth, sinews, and other materials. If we find a dragon egg, we split that 50-50 as well. Deal. Agreed. But keep the dragon egg. I still have, for I don't know how to use. Lin Ming was satisfied with this arrangement. After all, Sun Yao was doing most of the work. Lin Ming's contribution in this operation was limited, and he gained an advantage by accepting this distribution, so he willingly gave up his claim on the dragon egg. With the plan finalized, Lin Ming took out his jetpack and sent its encyclopedia entry to Sun Yao. If emergencies arise, abandon your mission decisively. I'll send you this. Use it to escape. Sun Yao opened the jetpack entry and was stunned. Good heavens, what level has this boss Lin reached? First player in the region to upgrade his survival pod, first to share F-grade universal passwords, hoarding so many basic resources he had to sell them, selling solar panels at wholesale prices, and now even providing a simulant crab. And now he's gifting a life-saving jetpack. Thinking of how Sun Yao had recently treasured a broken conveyor belt, he felt utterly embarrassed. So much so that he wished he could dig out a 4-bedroom apartment with his toes inside his exosuit. After resupplying, Sun Yao patted the simulant crab beside him. Little black, let's move. Through the livestream feed, Lin Ming monitored Sun Yao's every movement. People's circumstances truly differ. Near Sun Yao's survival pod, much like Lin Ming's location, the terrain was dominated by gravel and rubble. But after walking several kilometers, Sun Yao reached a lower depression, a narrow fissure entrance. Though called a fissure, it was actually over 10 meters wide and nearly 100 meters deep. As Sun Yao descended along the fissure, Lin Ming noticed plants beginning to appear on the surrounding cliffs, though all withered under the scorching sun. However, at about 50 meters down, the situation changed. The cliff walls here blocked most sunlight, sheltering plant and animal growth. The previously parched and cracked ground became slightly damp. Large patches of camel thorn-like weeds covered both sides, with occasional green shrubs visible. Brother Lin, what do you think of this paradise I found? There's a water source ahead. That's where I happened upon the spiked shell dragon while collecting water. Sun Yao pointed forward. If I weren't worried about predators nearby, I'd consider relocating my survival pod here. Indeed impressive, much better than my barren wasteland with not even weeds growing. Lin Ming said, then focused on the shared view from the lead simulant crab. His eyes warmed slightly as Lin Ming saw colored dots flashing on the shared viewport. Clay stockpile 31 units. Withergrass fodder 29 units. Ground cypress fodder 78 units. Water source 78971 cubic meters. Seeing the water stockpile figure, Lin Ming couldn't help but feel envious. He remarked, you have quite the water reserves here. This could qualify as a small lake. Why haven't you sold water on the interstellar exchange? In the broadcast, Sun Yao gave a bitter smile, unslung a metal cylinder from his waist, and sent the simulant crab to collect water. He then carefully stood dozens of meters from the lake edge, watching from afar. Brother Lin, you don't know. At first I thought I'd struck gold. But after personally witnessing a spiked shell dragon being dragged underwater by some unknown creature, I lost that ambition. As Sun Yao spoke, he sent Lin Ming an image. Lin Ming opened it and found an extremely blurry video screenshot. On the screenshot, a massive tentacle could barely be seen wrapping around an adult spiked shell dragon. Fisk. An adult spiked shell dragon weighed nearly a ton, yet the tentacle lifted it effortlessly into the air. No wonder Sun Yao was so cautious. To that enormous unknown creature below Sun Yao, a mere speck wouldn't even fill a gap between its teeth, thus taking an occasional bucket of water went unnoticed. But if Sun Yao pushed his luck and frantically pumped water by the lake, threatening its living environment, that massive creature would inevitably intervene to protect its habitat. Fortunately, taking a bucket occasionally doesn't bother that creature. Receiving the metal cylinder from the simulant crab, Sun Yao patted its carapace and tied the cylinder to his waist. Well done. Keep patrolling, little black. The simulant crab continued its patrol. Suddenly Lin Ming caught a purple dot flashing across the view. Zidane Luo Medicine 1 unit. Medicine. Lin Ming had never encountered this category before. Though no players in the regional chat were requesting medicines, illness was inevitable. The potential value of medicines was absolutely immeasurable. But the issue was this: it was Sun Yao's planet, and they hadn't agreed on how to divide such discoveries beforehand. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Ming spoke. To the right rear of the simulant crab there appears to be an unusual plant. Oh really? Sun Yao looked in that direction, carefully discerned through the ground cypress bushes, and spotted a young pale purple plant. He chuckled. Brother Lin, your eyes are sharp. You even spotted that. His words suddenly trailed off. The broadcast fell silent for a full 2 minutes before Sun Yao sent an encyclopedia entry. Zidane Luo. Zidane Luo. Description: a medicinal herb with peculiar properties. Steeping its leaves in water and drinking the infusion can heal most non-lethal injuries and alleviate fatal wounds. When crushed into juice and applied externally, it stops bleeding and accelerates bone growth and wound healing. Brother Lin. Sun Yao's voice trembled slightly. Only one plant. How should we split it? We had an agreement before. I only take the dragon hide, and meat, the rest is yours. After a brief moment of excitement, Lin Ming regained his composure. After the initial thrill, he silently mocked himself. Lin Ming, how could you be so greedy? With so many resources and scarce technologies at hand, how could you covet a mere medicinal herb? Sun Yao fell silent again. After a moment he said, Brother Lin, we did come together to raid the spiked giant shell dragon. Since we both found it, let's split it. 10 leaves, 5 for each. No need. I'm not sick, so it's of little use to me. Lin Ming suddenly remembered he also had a blooming big mouth flower that hadn't consumed anything yet. He then said, how about this, you keep the leaves and just give me the stem. Sun Yao's face showed urgency, but the bestiary says only the leaves of purple dan luo have medicinal effects. Let's do it this way. Listen to me. Lin Ming said in a casual tone, I'll soak the stem in water and drink it. Maybe it can enhance the reward time too. Upon hearing this, Sun Yao took a deep breath. So this is what a true master is like, tempted by such a rare treasure, yet still holding to his principles. If their positions were swapped, he would have agreed to the split immediately. Alright. Sun Yao carefully plucked the 10 leaves, stored them in the inner pocket of his heavy load exosuit, and traded the stem to Lin Ming, saying solemnly, Brother Lin, if you ever need purple dan luo, just say the word. Good. Lin Ming nodded slightly at Sun Yao's behavior. He hadn't misjudged Sun Yao was a friend worth keeping. With the stem of purple dan luo in hand, Lin Ming went to the constant temperature room. Inside, the lone big mouth flower swayed gently, sensing his arrival. Don't rush. Today there's something tasty. Lin Ming fed the stem and roots of purple dan luo into the blooming flower bud. The flower bud immediately curled tightly, binding the stem, then drooped down and became still. Lin Ming gently touched the closed bud. When you mature, I'll transplant you to be with the others of your kind. After that, Lin Ming turned to Sun Yao's livestream perspective. Having dealt with the purple dan luo, Sun Yao paid extra attention to every plant around him. Unfortunately, no other rare herbs were found. Skirting a wide lake, Sun Yao arrived at a slightly concave cliff face. Lin Ming noticed a cave entrance there, the grass in front trampled to death, with occasional giant dragon claw prints. This is the lair of the spiked giant shell dragon. Inside is a sizable space. Sun Yao explained to Lin Ming, it's not time for them to come out yet. Probably another 3 or 4 hours before they emerge to drink and hunt. Lin Ming rubbed his chin. So we need to wait here for 3 or 4 hours. Is your heavy load exosuit fully charged? Sun Yao chuckled, I have my ways. He took another metal cylinder from his waist. Opening it, Lin Ming saw Sun Yao pour out a dragon egg. Is he really a genius? Watching Sun Yao hand the dragon egg to the mimic crab, which carried it into the spiked giant shell dragon's lair, Lin Ming marveled. Roar, roar, roar. Soon dragon roars echoed from all directions. The mimic crab went in fast, and came out even faster. From the shared perspective of the mimic crab, Lin Ming saw the situation inside. There are 9 spiked giant shell dragons, all adults. Be careful. Got it. Sun Yao also saw from the shared view. He took the electromagnetic rifle from his back, checked the ammunition, and quickly retreated. Thud, thud, thud. In the live stream, Lin Ming clearly heard urgent heavy footsteps. Suddenly, a huge spiked giant shell dragon burst out of the cave, opening its gaping maw at the mimic crab roar. Swoosh. A silver flash passed. The dragon's head bore a thumb-sized hole from which red and white matter gushed out. Slap. The dragon wobbled twice and collapsed. Nice shot. Lin Ming praised while trading the loaded electromagnetic rifle for Sun Yao's. Sun Yao instantly agreed, then aimed at another dragon emerging from the cave and pulled the trigger. Swoosh. Another dragon fell. No doubt kinetic weapons are lethal to carbon-based life. No matter how hard the skull, it's no match for a superalloy armor-piercing bullet with a muzzle velocity of 3,000 milliseconds. After killing 3 dragons in succession, the ones inside sensed something wrong. What's going on? Why are all the front ones asleep? Seeing the remaining dragons hesitating near the entrance, Sun Yao called out, Xiao He, lure them out. Plack, plack. The mimic crab, which had been watching from the side, immediately picked up the dragon egg again and ran to the cave entrance. Roar. Seeing the stolen egg, 2 dragons inside became agitated and charged out, roaring. Swoosh. Trade the electromagnetic rifle. Swoosh. 2 more dragons fell. In an instant, the number of dragons was halved. Thus, no matter how the mimic crab taunted at the entrance, the remaining 4 dragons refused to come out. Sun Yao shouted to the crab, Xiao He, step it up. Plack, plack. The mimic crab's 8 legs moved swiftly, carrying the egg into the cave. Roar. The 4 dragons rushed over only to see the crab run out again with the egg. However, the dragons didn't chase, they retreated back into the lair. Then the crab ran in again with the egg. The dragons roared and charged out again. This repeated several times, until 2 dragons, unable to bear the humiliation, dashed out of the cave, and were quickly killed by Sun Yao. 2 left. Through the mimic crab's view, Lin Ming confirmed only 2 green dots inside, and said to Sun Yao, Easy peasy. Sun Yao leisurely took out an armor-piercing bullet, loaded it, and walked slowly toward the cave. If the mountain won't come to me, I'll go to the mountain. When industrial civilization meets an agrarian one, the casualty ratio can be 1100. When interstellar civilization faces prehistoric creatures, it's pure slaughter. In just 5 minutes, all 9 spiked giant shell dragons were dead. It was hardly a battle. Tisk, this is the power of the electromagnetic rifle. Sun Yao walked over to the pile of dragon corpses, lightly kicked the millstone-sized head. Back in the day, I would have been terrified just looking at one of them. 9 spine-shell Drago beetles, all eliminated, all mature adults. Sun Yao tallied his harvest, and said to Lin Ming with delight, Brother Lin, let me go in and see if there's anything else. Good, stay safe. Lin Ming cautioned. Don't worry. Sun Yao wielded his electromagnetic rifle, sending his mimic crabs ahead to scout, while he kept watch from about 10 meters behind. Lin Ming also monitored the shared visual feed from his mimic crabs. Possibly due to the spine-shell drago beetles being herbivorous creatures, the nest contained no stored food. No dragon eggs remained either. All the earlier ones must have been collected by Sun Yao. Now he understood why the spine-shell drago beetles would risk their lives to chase after the eggs. They represented the hope of their clan's continuation. A bunch of poor devils. The instigator Sun Yao felt no guilt about this, and after patrolling the area, he showed a hint of disappointment. Sun Yao, what are those black objects on the ground? Lin Ming asked, pointing at several dark spheres roughly the size of soccer balls visible through the shared view. His eyes tingled slightly as he noticed gray light points flickering across the dark spheres. Ah, these. Sun Yao jogged over to a pile of black spheres, crouched down to inspect them, and reached out to touch one. Unfortunately, his heavy EVA suit lacked tactile feedback, so he couldn't tell what it was. Stop touching it, I know what this is. Lin Ming saw the floating window beside the light points, and hurriedly stopped him. Feces nutrient material 1 unit. What is it? Overcome with curiosity, Sun Yao grabbed hard at a black sphere, pulling off a soft mass containing discernible plant fibers and whole wild fruits or seeds. This is dung. Sun Yao shuddered violently and flung his hand with considerable force, hurling the feces against a rock wall several meters away with a sharp smack. Sun Yao unhooked the metal cylinder from his waist and rinsed his soiled EVA suit with the water inside, nearly in tears as he said, so disgusting. This is valuable. Lin Ming thought of the miniature farm he had constructed at the first branch where the spine-shell drago beetle's dung would serve as an excellent fertilizer for his cyanobacteria and crops. Moreover, there were several dung piles here, each containing dozens of black spheres. The quantity was considerable. He said to Sun Yao, I'll give you 10 units of electrical energy in exchange for all this dung. Brother Lin, why do you need these? Sun Yao was puzzled, but still went ahead with the action. The prerequisite for trading items is owning them. Uncollected resources cannot be traded directly. Suppressing his disgust, Sun Yao extended a finger and gently touched a black sphere of dung. Upon gaining ownership, he immediately began trading with Lin Ming. Lin Ming had waited inside the first tunnel branch. Once the transaction was complete, he directly tossed the black spheres into the sewage pool, which had already been depleted by half. Plop plop. The scene combined with the somewhat muffled splashing sounds made Lin Ming feel a bit nauseous, his stomach churning. Fortunately, his heavy EVA suit prevented him from smelling any potentially revolting odors. For some reason, Sun Yao's efficiency was remarkably high, completing the trade of all the black spheres in just 5 minutes. After finishing, Sun Yao immediately took the metal cylinder and diligently scrubbed his EVA suit. I feel like I'm not clean anymore. Sun Yao lifted his right hand to examine it closely and even brought it to his nose to sniff, though of course he couldn't smell anything through the glass helmet. Lin Ming remained silent, offering no comfort. On a completely alien planet, using dung as fertilizer and even urine to supplement water were perfectly normal survival practices. What makes one human is that morality only arises after basic needs are satisfied. When even survival cannot be guaranteed, animalistic instincts overpower humanity. Survival is the first law for all living beings. After a few minutes, Sun Yao gradually composed himself, walked to the nest entrance, and began processing the spine-shell drago beetle corpses. 9 full-grown spine-shell drago beetles in total, each of adult size, requiring Sun Yao to transport them individually. With the assistance of his heavy EVA suit, Sun Yao only needed to carry each beetle by its tail, dragging them one by one to the canyon entrance, then temporarily relocate the survival pod, over-decompose them, and collect the materials. Damn decomposer core. It only gives me 100 kilograms of meat each time it decomposes a spine-shell drago beetle, with the rest becoming various materials. As for the internal organ skeletons and other meat, who knows where that goes? Sun Yao complained to Lin Ming as he hauled the beetles. Lin Ming countered, then just butcher them yourself. With super alloy blades it should be simple, right? Sun Yao replied, Brother Lin, I thought the same thing, but consider this, since there's a complete ecological chain in the canyon, it means there must be carnivorous animals in addition to the herbivores. Those creatures have extremely keen noses. If even a trace of blood or meat scraps were left outside the survival pod, and detected, my pod would be compromised. Lin Ming nodded upon hearing this. Sun Yao's reasoning was sound. On his home planet of Wuria, the ecological system had collapsed due to the rampant black tide. Therefore, after those initial few days of constant anxiety, Lin Ming gradually relaxed his vigilance. After all, his mimic crabs and micro-satellites were constantly exploring the surrounding area, and with his resource point visibility, he had already confirmed the vicinity was safe. Sun Yao, however, was in a different situation. He had no knowledge of his surroundings. For him, nearly all nearby areas were complete black boxes. Plus, discovering a canyon with a complete ecosystem naturally warranted extra caution. Immense resources always come with immense danger. They are inextricably linked. Right? Lin Ming suddenly thought if Sun Yao could trade the spine-shell drago beetles to him, and he handled the decomposition himself, they wouldn't lose so much to the decomposer core. However, Lin Ming quickly dismissed the idea. If he spoke up now, Sun Yao might misunderstand, thinking he wanted to swallow all the beetles for himself, which could end their cooperative partnership. More importantly, why should Lin Ming be unconcerned about the dangers that worried Sun Yao? Was he 100% certain the surroundings were safe? If he could guarantee safety, by what method? To gain a small amount of extra profit, risking exposure of some or all of his technological creations, or even his innate abilities, would be a terrible trade. He only wanted the spine-shell Drago beetle hides. Everything else was not part of his plans. Having them was good, but he wouldn't force it. Stay true to one's principles. As Lin Ming was deep in thought, a corner of his eye caught sight of something at the bottom of the lake, an enormously large red. It was rising rapidly, swiftly approaching Sun Yao, who was hauling the beetle corpses. Careful! It's coming out. Lin Ming urged, quickly trading the jetpack he had prepared to Sun Yao. Use this, strap it on your back. Sun Yao, seeing the violently churning lake through the shared vision of the mimic crab, hastily dropped the spiked giant shell dragon and accepted Lin Ming's trade request. With a click, the jetpack was secured on Sun Yao's back. A splash. A colossal tentacle thick enough to require 5 men to encircle rose from the water, slick and slimy, hurtling towards Sun Yao. Sun Yao, now equipped with the jetpack, gave a slight leap. A roar. A powerful blast of air parted the spray, and Sun Yao burst from the water like a flying fish. You're asking for death. Seeing the tentacle miss its target and turn toward the spiked giant shell dragon corpse on the ground, Sun Yao quickly swapped to dum-dum bullets and fired at the tentacle. A splash. The massive tentacle retracted instantly, sending up a spray nearly 10 meters high. Lin Ming noticed that in the still turbulent lake water a faint blue hue was quietly spreading. Damn it, trying to steal my kill. Sun Yao hovered in midair with the jetpack, gripping his reloaded electromagnetic gun, staring intently at the lake's surface that was gradually calming. Lin Ming saw the huge red, sinking rapidly, soon vanishing without a trace. It should be safe now. But he didn't tell Sun Yao that. Since safety was confirmed, let Sun Yao figure it out on his own. After hovering in the air for a while, Sun Yao saw no further sign of the unknown creature. He thought about firing another shot into the lake, but decided against it. After all, those were bullets gifted by Lin Ming. Every shot counted, and he'd better conserve them. Once certain it was safe, Sun Yao landed, slowly dragged the spiked giant shell dragon carcass, and quickly moved away. While hauling, Sun Yao asked, "Brother Lin, did I miss? The dum-dum bullet is so powerful, it should have blown that thing to pieces." "No, you hit it." Lin Ming sent a video he had just recorded. In 5x slow motion, a massive tentacle broke the lake's surface and slowly approached Sun Yao. Sun Yao leaped into the air with the jetpack, switched to dum-dum bullets. A streak of silver shot out, piercing the colossal tentacle. Almost instantly, a huge cavity appeared in the middle of the tentacle, so large it could have swallowed the entire spiked giant shell dragon. Then, under the powerful elasticity of the tentacle, the cavity shrank rapidly, leaving only a palm-sized breach on the surface, oozing a small amount of pale blue blood. After watching the video, Sun Yao exclaimed, "Damn, that tentacle has incredible elasticity." Indeed, the dum-dum bullet creates a cavitation effect, greatly increasing destructive power. But the tentacle has no internal organs, and its elasticity meant the damage wasn't severe. Lin Ming sighed as well. That tentacle is so massive that a wound capable of shattering half a spiked giant shell dragon was merely a flesh wound to it. Fortunately, even though it was only a flesh wound, the unknown creature, its true form still hidden, had retreated due to the injury, and would likely not reappear for a while. Sun Yao worked quickly, pulling and dragging with the help of the jetpack, and soon hauled all the spiked giant shell dragon carcasses to the canyon entrance. "Alright, it's safe now. I'll attend to my own matters," Lin Ming said, then ended the livestream. "Got it, Brother Lin. I'll send you the materials you need after breaking them down." Sun Yao flew back to his survival pod, removed the jetpack from his back, and caressed it repeatedly. What a fantastic piece of gear. Flying was so exhilarating. I wish it were mine. After fondling the jetpack reluctantly for a long time, Sun Yao returned it to Lin Ming. Retrieving the jetpack, Lin Ming nodded slightly. Through this collaboration, their mutual trust had deepened, allowing them to gradually expand the scope of cooperation. While waiting for Sun Yao to break down the spiked giant shell dragon, Lin Ming began transmitting signals to the microsatellite. The microsatellite had already scanned most of the geological information nearby. Lin Ming had a more important task for it: calculate the nearest orbit and determine the sun's angle in the coming hours. A hiss. The microsatellite's thrusters emitted tiny flames, slowly adjusting its attitude to observe the relative orbital motion of the star and the planet Urea. 10 minutes later, the Aether Crystal displayed a prompt. In 12 hours, the star's angle relative to the surface will gradually decrease, reaching 45 degrees within 8 hours, and will remain there for 72 hours. At that time, the surface temperature is estimated to drop below 100 degrees Celsius. Cooling is starting. The 2 days of scorching sun were about to end. The sun would hang obliquely in the sky. A 45-degree angle would provide adequate light while preventing the ground from overheating. If he didn't need to carry heavy objects, he could even move around outside in a lightweight EVA suit. Although the heavy-duty EVA suit had extremely sensitive exoskeleton assistance, it still couldn't perform some delicate movements and provided no tactile feedback. a point Sun Yao must have felt keenly. The next 3 days are a crucial development period. I need to speed up. Lin Ming thought, and then gave the microsatellite a new command: conduct deep space scans to see if there are any E-class supply pods nearby. A hiss. The microsatellite adjusted its angle and began deep space detection. Descending into the pit, Lin Ming entered the first branch tunnel. He saw that on the hydroponic frames the seeds of interstellar corn and rice had begun to sprout, while the chunks of interstellar potatoes showed no visible change. Looks like it won't be long before I can eat interstellar rice. Lin Ming went down to the bottom of the pit and found that the 3D metal printer had already produced quite a few solar panels. The mimic crab was carrying them out one by one and starting to install them. Once the sun's angle changes, I'll need to assign a mimic crab to constantly adjust the angle to ensure the solar panels are always optimally positioned. Lin Ming checked the survival pod's energy reserves. They were already over 470 units. At this rate, the reserves would be fully charged before the sun's angle changed. In the short term, Lin Ming would have an abundance of energy, but due to the limited production capacity of the 3D printer, he couldn't yet consume enough power. Moreover, over the next 3 days, he could maintain a decent energy output from the solar panels. So Lin Ming opened the Interstellar Exchange and decided to use energy to purchase some items. After browsing, Lin Ming spotted a chip containing the construction blueprint for a framework mining system priced at a staggering 9999 units of basic resources. Framed mining system description: a mining system with a superalloy drill bit housed within a massive metal frame that maintains stability during drilling, enabling uninterrupted extraction of mineral resources. Material requirements: ultrafine iron powder X1500 universal chip of any grade X1, electromagnetic coils X50, circuit boards X50, superalloy X30. Manufacturing requirements: requires a 3D metal printer. Manufacturing cost: 500 units of electrical energy. After viewing the illustration of the framed mining system, Lin Ming gritted his teeth. The superalloy drill bit of this system perfectly solves the problem of titanium or other resources buried deep underground, which the mimic crabs cannot mine. Moreover, the ultrafine iron powder and other related materials required for manufacturing were already in Lin Ming's possession. The 500 units of electrical energy needed for manufacturing posed a slight challenge, but it was not a big problem. The only issue was the price. Although the price was within Lin Ming's range, his current reserve of electrical energy had not yet reached its limit. The solar panels were producing electricity incrementally, and the maximum power generation would be reached later today, but it still could not meet the seller's exorbitant asking price. Even if Lin Ming possessed that much electrical energy, he would not readily agree to the trade. The 9,999 units of electrical energy were just like the electromagnetic gun he had listed for 999 units of basic resources. Nothing more than a gimmick for display. But if Lin Ming actually inquired about the price, that players seeing Lin Ming's reputation and LV2 level would definitely demand an exorbitant price. Lin Ming had no intention of being a fool. At that moment, Sun Yao sent Lin Ming a message. Brother Lin, I've decomposed a total of 87 dragon hides, 900 kilograms of dragon meat, and some other materials. I've already traded your share. Do you please accept the trade request? Lin Ming opened the Star Exchange and saw that Sun Yao had traded him 87 dragon hides and 450 kilograms of dragon meat, so he clicked to accept. Receive. Lin Ming replied to Sun Yao. By the way, I need your help with something. Sun Yao immediately responded. Brother Lin, with our relationship, no need to be polite, just say the word. Lin Ming then told Sun Yao about his interest in the framed mining system and detailed how to negotiate the price. Got it, don't worry, Brother Lin. Sun Yao immediately understood. He closed the chat window and switched to the Star Exchange channel, where he found the player selling the framed mining system. This player was named Lu Guodong. His avatar showed a man in his 30s with a fair and clean-shaven face. Hello, the framed mining system, is it still available? Sun Yao mentally repeated the script Lin Ming had given him and sent a message to Lu Guodong. Lu Guodong immediately replied, yes, it's still available. Do you want it? Sun Yao, absolutely, it's a great item, but I don't have that many basic materials. Lu Guodong, oh, I listed it that high just for display. The actual selling price won't be that high. I know everyone is in the early stages of development and resources are limited. Sun Yao nodded. Just as Lin Ming had said, Lu Guodong's psychological price was actually not higher. It was just that the framed mining system's technology seemed advanced, so he wanted to get a good price for it. He sent a message. So how many units of basic resources are you looking to exchange? Let me see if I have enough. Not much, not much. Lu Guodong immediately replied. Brother, you look honest to me. I'd like to make a friend. How about this, a fixed price? 2,000 units of basic resources. 2,000 units of basic resources. Sun Yao let out a scoff. He might as well be robbing him, yet he still had the audacity to offer the framed mining system in exchange. Since bargaining was all about asking high and settling low, Sun Yao directly said, Brother, we're all stranded on a strange planet. You know the development progress at this point. I'm barely maintaining the minimum survival needs. I'll trade all my remaining resources with you, totaling about 150 units. What do you think? Sun Yao's offer left Lu Guodong completely speechless. He had asked for 2,000 units of basic resources, and Sun Yao had cut it down to a tenth, and then some. Who could bear that? Lu Guodong, 1500 units no less. Brother, you know how precious minerals are. The rust iron ore around everyone is getting scarcer. This will be a money-making machine in the future. Sun Yao shook his head and replied, too expensive. Even if I gave up eating and drinking and offered all my supplies, it would only be 200 units. Brother, please think it over. Lu Guodong hesitated. After he had listed the framed mining system, it wasn't that no players had inquired about it. However, the highest offer was from the Tang Province Group, who offered 400 units of basic resources, but with installment payments. Lu Guodong was already tempted by that price, but he was uneasy about the installment payment method. Among individual players, Sun Yao had made the highest offer, but he was still reluctant to accept it. Lu Guodong tentatively asked, how about you add 200 more units of basic resources? If you agree, we'll close the deal immediately. Seeing Lu Guodong's reply, Sun Yao grinned. This had just revealed Lu Guodong's psychological price. He decisively refused. Forget it, brother. I've thought it over. Even if I bet all my worth and offered 200 units of basic resources, if it ends up stuck in my hands like yours, it would be a hassle. Sorry to bother you. Seeing Sun Yao back off, Lu Guodong immediately panicked. The deal was almost done. As long as the price was settled, they could trade. How could he give up now? He sent several messages to Sun Yao. Brother, 350 units final price. If it's okay, let's trade now. Are you there? Brother, reply when you see this. 330 units, consider it as making a friend. Hey. After leaving Lu Guodong waiting for a good while, Sun Yao finally replied, no brother. I really don't have enough basic resources. 150 units. If you agree, we trade. If not, forget it. This time Lu Guodong did not reply to Sun Yao's message for a full half hour. Sun Yao knew that Lu Guodong was in the midst of intense inner struggle. He composed another message. By the way, brother, since you seem reasonable, let me point you in the right direction. In our regional channel, the big shot Lin Ming is doing really well. You could go talk to him. If he's interested, you'll strike it rich. A single word awakened the dreamer. The struggling Lu Guodong's eyes lit up. Without replying to Sun Yao's message, he immediately found Lin Ming's contact information and sent a friend request. Player Lu Guodong has sent a friend request. Do you accept? Seeing the pop-up friend request, Lin Ming's lips curled slightly. Sun Yao had just sent him Lu Guodong's psychological price. Now it was time for Lin Ming to make his move. After waiting another 10+ minutes, Lin Ming accepted Lu Guodong's friend request and sent a message. Lu Guodong hurriedly replied, greetings, Master Lin Ming. Hello, what's the matter? Seeing Lin Ming's brief reply and the LV2 emblem behind his name, Lu Guodong felt his throat go dry. Though he had not conversed face-to-face with the master, an inexplicable pressure weighed on his heart. If he incurred the master's displeasure, the frame-type mining system would be worthless in his hands. Master, I've stumbled upon a little something. Perhaps you might be interested. Lu Guodong frame-type mining system. I'll take a look later. After sending this message, Lin Ming went silent. Lu Guodong waited a full hour before sending another message. Master, what do you think? Oh, just been busy. Lin Ming remained concise. You want to sell? Lu Guodong. Yes, master. Just 1000 units of basic resources, any kind will do. Seeing Lu Guodong's offer, Lin Ming chuckled inwardly. This fellow was indeed a bit greedy, hoping to sell the frame-type distribution system at a high price. Lin Ming, do you take me for a fool? No. Seeing Lin Ming's reply, Lu Guodong grew flustered. Indeed, masters were not easily fooled. Gritting his teeth, Lu Guodong replied, Master, how about a 50 discount? 500 units of basic resources. This thing is of limited use. Lin Ming analyzed for Lu Guodong. On the surface, it's a mining machine that can operate continuously, but in reality, it has many drawbacks. First, it requires a large amount of basic resources to manufacture, and its energy consumption is also very high. Second, there is currently no mature surveying technology on the market. You can only rely on luck. If you build this behemoth and the location turns out to have no resources, all your efforts are wasted. It's also huge and difficult to move. Third, even if the first 2 points are not issues, the electrical energy needed for continuous operation is hard to come by. Therefore, this is a white elephant. Find someone else. Reading Lin Ming's analysis point by point, Lu Guodong swallowed hard. A master was indeed a master, quickly seeing through the flaws of the frame-type mining system. The second point, the inability to know the distribution of underground resources, was a fatal flaw that drastically reduced the system's value. That was why he had never managed to sell the frame-type mining system. Players who couldn't see these drawbacks couldn't gather enough basic resources. Those who could gather enough basic resources were all able to see the system's flaws. Lu Guodong felt his spirits sink. 350 units of basic resources. I obtained them by gambling all my electrical energy. Master Lin Ming must be the first to gather the materials for the frame-type mining system. Lin Ming, you mean you have no electrical energy left now, eh? Lu Guodong. He had let it slip again, revealing his current dire situation. With that, Lin Ming knew that Lu Guodong was trying to turn things around by trading the frame-type mining system and was now at his wit's end. 280 units of electrical energy final offer. Just as Lu Guodong was sinking into despair, he saw Lin Ming's price. Deal. Lu Guodong, as if grasping a lifeline, immediately agreed. Let's trade. After the transaction, Lu Guodong sent a grateful message. Thank you, master, thank you. If I come across any good technology in the future, I'll give you the lowest price. Closing the chat window, Lin Ming looked at the black chip lying in his palm and couldn't help but laugh. He felt that even if he had pressed the price down to 250 units of electrical energy, or lower, Lu Guodong would have agreed. But Lin Ming still left Lu Guodong some profit margin. Besides, an old habit from frequent business dealings made him dislike the number 250. Frame-type mining system under research. Estimated time to obtain related technology 1 hour. Seeing the notification light screen from the Aether Crystal, Lin Ming was very satisfied. The flaws he had mentioned about the frame-type mining system were indeed real for other players. But Lin Ming had an abundance of electrical energy, and also possessed the mimic crabs to mine rust iron ore. Most importantly, Lin Ming could see resource points. That alone put him far ahead of most players, allowing him to maximize the mining efficiency of the frame-type mining system. All mimic crabs focus on mining stone blocks. I'm short on rust iron ore. Lin Ming issued orders to the mimic crabs. 50 some mimic crabs are still too few. Through the busy vision of the mimic crabs, Lin Ming sighed. He decided to reverse engineer the mimic crab. However, he did not hold much hope for it. Please select the chip for reverse engineering. F-grade universal chip. Based on the computational power of the selected chip, estimated reverse engineering time 10 minutes, consuming 1 unit of electrical energy per hour. Start reverse engineering. Yes. Mimic crab reverse engineering complete. You have mastered the technology to manufacture mimic crabs. Mimic crab. Description: a silicon-based life form with low computational power, possessing a peculiar appearance, adaptable to various terrains, capable of completing assigned tasks in harsh environments. Material requirements: high-purity silicon ingot X2, any grade universal chip X1, circuit board X1, electromagnetic coil X1, a energy storage block X1. Manufacturing requirements: requires 3D metal printer. Manufacturing consumption: electrical energy X5 units. Seeing the materials needed to manufacture the mimic crab, Lin Ming had already formed a rough judgment before the reverse engineering. After all, when he had previously dismantled the mimic crab, he had obtained the same materials. This reverse engineering merely drew the blueprint for manufacturing the mimic crab. What he lacked now was not the technology to manufacture the mimic crab, but the electromagnetic coils and circuit boards. Spending an hour, Lin Ming reverse engineered the electromagnetic coil and the circuit board respectively. Electromagnetic coil. Description: a compact electronic component with a wide range of uses found in most technological creations. Material requirements: ultrafine iron powder X1, ultrafine copper powder X1. Manufacturing requirements: requires 3D metal printer. Manufacturing consumption: electrical energy X1 unit. Circuit board. Description: a precisely constructed substrate printed with many circuits, serving as the carrier for computing chips. Material requirements: high-purity silicon ingot X1, high-strength lightweight material X1, ultrafine copper powder X1. Manufacturing requirements: requires 3D metal printer. Manufacturing consumption: electrical energy X1 unit. As expected, he could not manufacture either of these seemingly basic components. The electromagnetic coil lacked ultrafine copper powder, a problem that could be solved once he mined copper ore. But the high-strength lightweight material needed for the circuit board was something he had never heard of. This material was clearly not a basic resource and required a certain technology to synthesize. Lin Ming searched the interstellar exchange, but found no related material. This was the plight of being ahead of most players. While the vast majority were still trading basic resources, he needed advanced resources which could not be produced within the region and could only be obtained by himself. Thus it became a ridiculous cycle to manufacture the mimic crab. He needed to manufacture circuit boards and electromagnetic coils. And to obtain circuit boards and electromagnetic coils, he needed to dismantle the mimic crab. A one-way street had become a dead end at both ends. P.S. Thanks to the book friends, Yi Qianxiu, who loves chicken wing stewed rice for the light, thanks to Carefree and Unfettered, and Xiang Yuan Xin Zi of the Eastern Roman Empire, for the flowers, thanks to Under the Pomegranate Skirt, and Galaka, and Ursiu in 123, and Han Hua E who loves the trumpet horn, and No More Floating Sad Years, and Violation Blocked, and User 195235590, and Fierce and Evil Chin Eldest Miss, and Fuya who loves the French horn, and Shi Ri Yan Yang, and Carefree, and Unfettered, for the love pledges. Thanks to all the book friends for the encouragement to read and comments. Cleaned. PS2, regarding the attitude towards gifts, having them is certainly good. After all, everyone loves money, but everyone should act within their means. A free love pledge and small wind are already very happy. Cleaned. Soon Lin Ming ceased to dwell on this matter. After all, the advancement of technology is a gradual process. Even if he lacked high-strength lightweight materials here, other players would eventually discover them in the future. At that time, he could simply exchange them for resources or technological creations. After a full day's work, Lin Ming felt somewhat drowsy. He prepared to eat something to fill his stomach and then enjoy a good night's sleep. Under such immense pressure, a delicious meal and sufficient sleep were excellent ways to relieve mental tension. Burp. After another meal of roasted dragon meat and other side dishes, Lin Ming patted his stomach. Waves of warmth surged in his lower abdomen, but this sensation seemed to have diminished compared to before. It seems that dragon meat has a limit to increasing strength. Lin Ming smacked his lips. It appeared that to improve his talent he would need to seek other methods. He was curious about what aspects would be enhanced in his next talent upgrade. Detected E-level carbon-based life resource supply pod X1 id distance 5 light minutes. Target is approaching rapidly estimated to enter maximum hailing range in 6 hours. Seeing the sudden prompt from the Aether Crystal, Lin Ming issued an order, send a distress signal once the target enters hailing range. The designated task has been executed. Estimated time 6 hours, then a distress signal will be sent in the specified direction. Good, it seems that when I wake up a new supply pod will have arrived. I hope this time it gives some decent stuff. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He had been on the planet Waria for 7 days and had achieved some results. It was time to reward himself a little. Heat up some water. I want to take a nice bath. The 45-degree water was soon heated. Lin Ming enjoyed a comfortable shower, feeling much refreshed. The bathwater was channeled directly into the constant temperature room to nourish the blue-green algae there. Before sleeping, Lin Ming decided to make use of the sleep time. The mimic crab had already been commanded to collect larger rocks to decompose the rust iron ore. The 3D metal printer was working overtime to produce solar panels. Currently idle was the E-level general-purpose chip. I'm such a generous person letting you idle for so long, Lin Ming thought. Now I'll give you a task: reverse engineer the glass. He had previously obtained a piece of glass intending to reverse engineer it, but he had been busy with many things recently, so it was only now that he put it on the agenda. Based on the computing power provided by the current chip, the estimated reverse engineering time is 0.2 hours, consuming 1 unit of electricity per hour. Begin reverse engineering. Yes. After confirming, Lin Ming lay down in the hibernation pod, closed his eyes comfortably, and said sleep. After sleeping for 10 hours, Lin Ming stretched and sat up from the hibernation pod. The feeling of waking up naturally without being disturbed by an alarm clock is absolutely wonderful. After a brief wash, Lin Ming opened the Aether Crystal and began to check the notifications that had appeared while he was asleep. Glass reverse engineering complete. You have mastered the technology of glass manufacturing. Detected E-level carbon-based life resource supply pod X1. Based on the current orbit and speed, estimated arrival in 7 hours. Current remaining time 2 hours 57 minutes. The mimic crab reported an anomaly. First, the technology of glass manufacturing. Lin Ming already had a rough idea of glass manufacturing. After checking, it was as he thought: as long as he collected sand from the surroundings and consumed electricity, he could produce glass continuously. Therefore, the time consumed for reverse engineering glass was extremely short. The E-level carbon-based life resource supply pod would arrive in 3 hours, which made Lin Ming somewhat expectant. An anomaly. What anomaly? Lin Ming opened the video sent by the mimic crab. It was a panoramic video recorded from the perspective of the mimic crab. Click, click, click. In the video, a mimic crab exploring the surrounding area was strictly following the path set by Lin Ming, investigating the detailed conditions of the surroundings. Around it was ground covered with rubble and gravel. Ahead was an endless desert. The blazing sun overhead was slowly changing its angle, just as calculated by the microsatellite, hanging obliquely in the sky. Everything was normal. Click, click, click. The mimic crab took another step forward in the scene before it instantly changed. The originally endless desert suddenly disappeared, replaced by black ground and continuous mountain ranges in the distance. A millstone-sized sun hung over the mountains, recklessly radiating endless light. Lin Ming noticed that this enormous sun was actually blue. The gravel that was everywhere on the ground was nowhere to be seen, replaced by an unknown black substance. These black substances had completely lost moisture and cracked into various irregular shapes. The sudden change stunned the mimic crab's general-purpose chip, which was already weak in computing power. It tried to return to its original position and found that the scene before it had returned to normal desert gravel and the slightly tilted sun overhead. Seeing everything return to normal, the mimic crab, not suspecting anything, continued to explore forward. One step further, and the world before it changed again. The mimic crab. It stood there stunned for several minutes, then turned to look. Behind it, there seemed to be an invisible wall that divided the space into 2 completely different worlds. The world inside was a desert world with gravel and rubble and the blazing sun hanging overhead. The world outside was a black world where everything, whether ground or mountains, was completely covered by black substances. The mimic crab's general-purpose chip computed rapidly. It kept circling on the spot, trying to piece together the gap between the 2 worlds. However, it failed. Thus, the mimic crab could only idle on the spot and report the anomaly to Lin Ming. The video ended. After closing the video, Lin Ming fell silent. A strange idea sprouted in his heart. He immediately dismissed it, but a deep sense of helplessness surged within him. Yes, on the first day, he should have realized why everyone's sun was at the same angle. The surrounding environments seemed to have no difference either. Gravel, desert, blazing sun. Perhaps because he had never been to an alien planet before, Lin Ming subconsciously thought this was normal. A barren planet should be like this. But, until Sun Yao's world appeared with spiked giant shell dragons, and a complete ecological chain, doubts began to surface in Lin Ming's mind, but he didn't think much about it at the time. Upon careful consideration, other players had also made some different discoveries, such as sour berries or ruins containing technological creations. Then an unbelievable but likely truth was about to emerge: the survival pod, and everything within dozens of kilometers around were gifts from that high-tech life form intended to help them through the most difficult early stages of development. The sun he saw did not truly exist. The real sun of this world was the enormous blue sun outside. Ridiculous. I thought he was stingy, giving only a few basic resources. I never expected that he gave us a stable small world. After putting on the heavy load EVA suit, Lin Ming strapped on his jetpack and flew toward the location where the mimic crab had reported an anomaly. He wanted to see with his own eyes what the real world of the Urea planet was like. The jetpack blasted out powerful streams of air, propelling him at 30 kilometers per hour as he rapidly approached the mimic crab's position. Opening the map, Lin Ming saw that the anomalous location reported by the mimic crab was nearly 50 kilometers from the survival pod. After nearly 2 hours, he arrived at the boundary area. He saw a mimic crab lying motionless on the ground. Hiss. Landing slowly, Lin Ming patted the little head of the mimic crab. Go back, I'll handle this. The mimic crab clicked its two pincers together, then began to backtrack. Lin Ming stood up and looked ahead, noticing what appeared to be a slightly warped wall. It was like an air wall in an online game, separating two spaces. He stepped forward and saw the true appearance of the Urea planet. These black substances must be the dried black tide. Lin Ming crouched down, picked up a piece of black cracked material, and gently rubbed it, which turned into black powder. His gaze sharpened as he looked at the black powder. Nutrient 0.01 unit. Indeed, all these black substances could serve as nutrients. Looking up, he saw a mountain range dozens of kilometers away, towering thousands of meters high, stretching endlessly before him. These mountains were also completely covered in black substances. Since the stored power in the heavy load EVA suit was insufficient to support such a long flight, Lin Ming abandoned the idea of going to check it out. So this is what high-tech life is like. With a wave of the hand, they sent billions of people to different planets tens of thousands of light years away, and even provided an initial zone with a radius of 50 kilometers. This unimaginably grand power, even for Lin Ming, who possessed some scientific knowledge, could only be called a miracle. Forget it, these are not things I can worry about in the short term. I should focus on developing first. Maybe in the future I too can possess such power. Lin Ming clenched his fist, muttering to himself. He looked at the air wall before him, and suddenly noticed something was off. Originally the air wall was about a meter away from him, but now the distance seemed to have shrunk. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow and drew a line on the ground at the position of the air wall with his foot. After a short while he saw that the line had appeared behind the air wall. The area covered by the air wall is slowly shrinking. This meant that after a certain period they would completely lose the protection of the air wall. We still need to rely on our own strength. Only by developing well can we survive on this planet. Lin Ming hesitated no more. He lightly jumped, and the jetpack blasted out powerful streams, carrying him into the sky. On the way back, Lin Ming repeatedly reviewed the current situation in his mind and thought of Sun Yao's planet. He opened the chat interface. Sun Yao, what is the atmospheric composition over there? Soon Sun Yao replied, nitrogen 80, oxygen 15, carbon dioxide 3, and others too. Seeing the atmospheric composition of Sun Yao's planet, Lin Ming then asked, so you haven't been short of oxygen from the very beginning? Sun Yao, yes, the life support system of the survival pod can extract oxygen from the outside air to meet my daily needs. But I see in the regional chat channel that it seems the planets where everyone else is located are relatively short of oxygen. Relatively short of oxygen? There's none at all. Lin Ming then asked, then why don't you sell oxygen in exchange for other resources? Sun Yao, I would like to, but only stored oxygen can be traded. I don't have a way to directly extract oxygen from the air right now. Lin Ming instantly understood. The life support system only supplied oxygen to Sun Yao, but did not allow him to trade oxygen. Even if Sun Yao later obtained the means to extract oxygen from the air for trading, most players would already no longer be in dire need of oxygen. This trend had already emerged. Several basic resources, oxygen, water, and electricity, were already being sold in large quantities by players in the interstellar exchange. Various kinds of food also began to appear one after another. As players developed, these basic resources would no longer be an issue. As for the many players' comments in the regional channel earlier about lacking various resources, it could also be explained by the Pareto principle. The Pareto principle, also known as the 80-20 rule. It means that 20 of people hold 80 of the voice. Don't be fooled by the enthusiasm in the regional channel. In reality, only a very small fraction of players are actually speaking. The vast majority of players do not constantly speak. They only say a few words occasionally. They are the silent majority. Understanding this, Lin Ming nodded. It seemed that after the initial phase, the planets where everyone was located would gradually differentiate in resources and begin to have their own characteristics. And his planet's characteristic was the black tide. An endless black tide. Why do I feel that my planet's characteristic is a bit underwhelming? After silently complaining, Lin Ming noticed a bright light in the sky. The supply pod had arrived. Something separated from the supply pod, traced a parabolic arc, and headed straight for the pit, where Lin Ming's survival pod was located. Hiss! Lin Ming slowly landed, and found that the E-class carbon-based life resource supply pod had already arrived before him. Reclaim the supply pod. E-Class Resource Supply Box reclaimed. This time obtained Super Alloy X10, Big Mouth Flower Seeds X10, Arc Furnace X1. Due to the enormous size of the arc furnace, the volume of the super alloy box this time increased dramatically, and the super alloy obtained from decomposition also became 10 units. Arc furnace introduction, a device that smelts resources using high-voltage electric arcs. Due to its high level of smelting technology, the purity of the smelted products is extremely high. Operating consumption electricity x 100 units hour. Arc furnace. Seeing the introduction of the arc furnace, Lin Ming's spirits were lifted. The timing of this thing's appearance was very timely. If he built a frame-type mining system originally, he would have needed to transport the minerals to the survival pod to use the decomposition core to obtain the corresponding minerals. But now with the arc furnace, he could directly decompose them. Moreover, according to the description, the products from the arc furnace were of higher purity. The only drawback was that the arc furnace required extremely high energy consumption to operate, costing up to 100 units of electricity per hour. High energy consumption is not its problem, it's my problem. Together with the mimic crab, he erected the 5-meter-tall arc furnace. Unable to contain his excitement, Lin Ming decided to give it a try. He took out 20 units of high-purity silicon ingots and fed them into the arc furnace's input port. Let me see what you can do. Arc furnace start. Crackle. Inside the arc furnace, high-voltage arcs began to operate. Before long, 2 black silicon ingots appeared at the discharge port. A 10-to-1 yield, quite a bit of waste. Watching the black slag fall from the slag outlet to the ground, Lin Ming felt a pang of regret. He picked up a black silicon ingot and opened the illustrated guide. Monocrystalline silicon description, an ingot of extremely high purity, nearly free of lattice defects or impurities, used for manufacturing chips or solar panels. Semiconductor-grade monocrystalline silicon. Lin Ming exclaimed upon seeing the description. He hadn't expected the arc furnace to have such strong refining capabilities, allowing it to directly produce semiconductor-grade monocrystalline silicon. With this, he would no longer lack the raw materials for chip manufacturing. However, the biggest problem at the moment was that he did not possess the 3D metal printer required for chip production. The 3D metal printer he currently owned was Model I, with a resolution at the micron level unsuitable for manufacturing high-performance chips. To produce chips with acceptable performance, the resolution of the 3D metal printer needed to be at least below 50 nanometers. No rush, no rush. Lin Ming calmed himself and descended to the bottom of the pit. The 3D metal printer had finally finished its busy work, and dozens of solar panels were being carried out one by one by the bionic crabs to be installed on the power generation array. Lin Ming now had as many as 110 solar panels, and the hourly power generation could fully charge the energy reserves of the survival pod. Electricity will no longer be a bottleneck restricting my development. The current issue is production capacity. Looking at the 3D metal printer that had just become idle, Lin Ming took out the hide of the spiked giant shell dragon. Had a good rest for an hour, didn't you? Come on back to work. ZZZZ. Various materials entered the feed port of the 3D metal printer and were gradually manufactured into a complete conveyor belt module. Then Lin Ming began to use electric energy to purchase various required materials in bulk at the Star Exchange. The next 3 days were a period of steady development with mild and abundant sunlight, giving the solar panels ample time to generate power. He planned to produce the frame mining system and the fractionation tower. The efficiency of industrial machinery was far beyond that of manual laborers like the bionic crabs. Even though the 3D metal printer schedule was quite full, he could first use the arc furnace to extract high-purity mineral resources, then let the 3D metal printer slowly manufacture the finished products. For Lin Ming at this moment, seeing the 3D metal printer idle felt as painful as throwing money away when going out. Ultrafine iron powder 1 energy unit for 5 units. Let's start with 5000 units. There will be plenty of uses later. Super alloy 1 energy unit only exchanges for 3 units now. Tisk, I'll take some. Fuel stock up a bit. I'll launch several satellites later to survey the entire planet. Oh, big mouth flower seeds. Lin Ming kept flipping through the pages and found that some players had already listed big mouth flower seeds on the Star Exchange. Big mouth flower seeds could be obtained from low-level carbon-based life resource supply pods. It seemed that as time went on, many players had started to acquire big mouth flower seeds and could begin planting. Lin Ming clicked in and saw the detailed interface of the big mouth flower seeds, where many players were already engaged in lively discussions. What plants versus zombies mod? Does that mean zombies will spawn around us later? The one above, read the description properly. Big mouth flowers are used to devour plants and can specialize into corresponding traits. So that means we can start farming. I see someone selling seeds in the exchange. Seeds are useless if you don't have a suitable environment to plant them. Why not? I found an oasis nearby with plenty of plants. Can I plant them there? An oasis? Do you have a water source there? Wow, it's the big shot who's been selling water like crazy the past 2 days. Master, you sure have a lot of water. Watching the players' discussions, Lin Ming suddenly thought of a business opportunity. Selling constant temperature chambers. Although some players' planets had climates that could directly grow big mouth flowers, these players were a minority. Most players still couldn't meet the conditions for planting big mouth flowers, and constant temperature chambers could solve this problem. Without delay, Lin Ming had the 3D metal printer manufacture a constant temperature chamber and listed it on the Star Exchange. Selling constant temperature chamber includes raw materials. Manufacturing cost 100 units of basic resources. No electricity required. Full service materials and labor included 200 units of basic resources. The listing of the constant temperature chamber instantly attracted a crowd of players. Lin Ming's high-tech store has new items. Let me see what's good. Constant temperature chamber. An expansion pod that can grow big mouth flowers or other plants. This solves my problem exactly. Includes raw materials. Sold. Master Lin Ming, we all graduated from 9 years of compulsory education. Why are you the only one standing out? Soon the constant temperature chamber Lin Ming had listed was snapped up by a player for 100 units of ultra-fine iron powder and 100 liters of water. Although there was a sewage pond in the pit from which water could be extracted, the total capacity was limited, and every bit used reduced the supply. The first branch's sewage pond was already half empty. Being able to exchange for some water at this point was quite profitable for Lin Ming. In just over 10 minutes, Lin Ming had received pre-orders from several players, some providing their own raw materials, and others opting for the full service. Whether they offered food, water, or oxygen, Lin Ming accepted them all. After taking 10 orders, Lin Ming delisted the constant temperature chamber and stopped accepting new orders. After all, the 3D metal printer's production capacity was limited, and he still needed to manufacture the frame mining system and the fractionation tower. Enough materials. Let's build a frame mining system first to extract some minerals. Lin Ming had already discovered copper ore nearby, which he could mine and smelt using the arc furnace. This way he would have enough raw materials to produce electromagnetic coils continuously. ZZZZ. The 3D metal printer, which had just finished manufacturing a conveyor belt module, immediately switched production targets and began producing the frame mining system. Due to its enormous size, the frame mining system was manufactured as several hundred individual components, which would be assembled separately. Otherwise, even if produced, Lin Ming would have trouble moving the thing out of the pit. One by one, metal cylindrical structures made of iron were generated by the 3D printer. Lin Ming nodded approvingly as he watched. The main frame of the frame mining system resembled the main structure of a tower crane he had seen at construction sites. In the center of the main frame, an electric motor driven by electrical energy powered a superalloy drill bit, which continuously drilled down to extract underground mineral resources. Manufacturing all the modules of the frame mining system would take 3 hours. Lin Ming didn't wait idly. Instead, he went to the first branch of the pit to check on how the seeds were doing. When he arrived at the first branch of the pit, the situation inside greatly satisfied Lin Ming. The rice and corn seeds had already sprouted and were ready for transplanting. The potato tubers and big mouth flower seeds were the same. It's time to start transplanting. Lin Ming carefully transplanted the sprouted seeds into the soilless cultivation frame system. These seeds were the foundation of his future farm development, so he had to treat them with care. Once these seeds grew into plants, bloomed, and bore fruit, his seed stock would multiply dozens of times. At that time, the transplanting could be handled by the biomimetic crabs. Even if there were a few mistakes during the process causing some seeds to lose viability, he could afford it. After finishing these tasks, Lin Ming placed the 10 newly obtained big mouth flower seeds onto the culture medium to induce germination. The first branch of the pit has been developed. Then the remaining 8 branches can be transformed in batches following the same model. Lin Ming planned the next steps for the pit in his mind, feeling a bit worried. Transforming the remaining 8 branches would require at least 8 sets of life support systems and more soilless cultivation frame systems. All of these would occupy the capacity of the 3D metal printer. And the 3D metal printer still had nearly 100 conveyor belts to manufacture. Fortunately, the seeds also needed time to mature, so Lin Ming didn't have to be too hasty. However, the 3D metal printer would not be able to rest for a short while. Lin Ming suddenly thought of a problem. The 3D metal printer has various modules such as the feed port robotic arm, spray melting nozzle forming substrate, and so on. When one module is working, the other modules have a brief idle period during which they are not working. In other words, although the 3D metal printer seems busy, most of its modules are actually resting alternately. According to this logic, the busier the 3D metal printer is, the more rest it gets. Therefore, working for the 3D metal printer is resting. Brilliant. Lin Ming was impressed by his own genius idea. He descended to the bottom of the pit and saw the 3D metal printer working. His mindset instantly changed. Work hard so you can rest better. After encouraging the 3D metal printer a few words, Lin Ming went to the constant temperature room to check the state of the big mouth flower that had devoured the stem of the Zidamlo. The flower bud of this big mouth flower had fallen off and its stem had become slender. The 2 huge leaves had veins starting to change from green to purple, appearing to be in the specialization period. It was estimated that in another day or 2 it would fully specialize into Zidamlo. Alright, the big mouth flower is even stronger than I imagined. Is this the power of top-tier biotechnology? Lin Ming exclaimed in admiration. He then looked at the 4 eggs of the spike giant shell dragon placed on the ground. These 4 eggs had been on the ground for a while and showed no changes at the moment. But he was not in a hurry. According to common sense, oviparous creatures require at least half a month or even longer to successfully hatch. Although the spiked giant shell dragon was not a creature from Blue Star, it should follow this rule. He recalled that during biology class the teacher had once shown him a set of photos of a chick growing inside an egg. The method to detect the growth of the chick inside the egg was simple, just shine a strong light on the egg to see inside. Lin Ming followed the example, holding one dragon egg in his hand and shining the high-intensity searchlight from his heavy-duty EVA suit through the bottom. Soon the egg became semi-transparent and pale yellow. Lin Ming clearly saw a red patch the size of a fingernail on the opaque yolk. On the red patch, dense blood vessels had grown covering the entire yolk. It's a live egg, apparently in the early stage of development. It will take some time to hatch. Using this method, Lin Ming examined the other dragon eggs. The 4 dragon eggs were likely laid around the same time and had similar development. Alright, then you can slowly develop here. He carefully placed the dragon eggs on the ground and left the constant temperature room. After a short wait, the 3D metal printer finally finished its work. Lin Ming and the 2 biomimetic crabs worked together to carry the hundreds of modules out of the pit. At the same time, Lin Ming assigned a new task to the 3D metal printer, manufacturing a liquid fractionation tower. There are only a dozen circuit boards left, and no one is selling them in the interstellar exchange. This is a headache. Looking at the low inventory of circuit boards, Lin Ming scratched his head. Let's take it one step at a time. Since the frame mining system adopted a modular structure, both installation and dismantling were relatively simple. Lin Ming found a copper deposit with a reserve of 57 units and began constructing a frame mining system above the ore distribution point. First, he set up the basic frame. The huge metal frame was driven 1 meter into the ground, then gradually raised like a tower crane. After installing the 5-meter-high support frame, Lin Ming, wearing a jetpack, completed the installation of the electromagnetic drive and the superalloy drill bit. Finally, he installed the receiving end of the wireless power transmission module to draw electricity from the solar cell array, and a simple mining site took shape. The copper deposit was 5 or 6 kilometers away from the pit. If following the previous method, the biomimetic crabs would carry the mined copper ore to the pit, and then use the decomposition core of the survival pod for smelting and purification, the transportation efficiency would be extremely low. Currently, not many conveyor belts had been manufactured, and 100 conveyor belts were only 100 meters long, far from meeting the current needs. Fortunately, Lin Ming had an arc furnace. He directly moved the arc furnace next to the copper deposit. In this way, by arranging just 2 or 3 biomimetic crabs, the fully automated process of feeding the copper ore into the arc furnace could be completed. Let's give it a try. Lin Ming activated the frame mining system. Hum hum hum. The superalloy drill bit slowly accelerated under the motor's drive and began to descend gradually. SSS. The extremely hard superalloy drill bit contacted the tough ground, emitting a harsh grinding sound. Fortunately, although the ground was hard, it could not compare to the superalloy. The superalloy drill bit sank smoothly, approaching the copper deposit more than 10 meters underground at a speed of 1 meter per minute. Lin Ming opened the 3-dimensional map and saw that the drill bit had already contacted the copper ore platter. Soon fine copper ore fragments poured out from the discharge port of the frame mining system. The nearby biomimetic crab immediately began to move quickly, picking up the copper ore with its pincers and feeding it into the arc furnace's input port. Crackle. The arc furnace started simultaneously, and soon purplish-red pure copper ingots appeared at the discharge port of the arc furnace. Pure copper ingot description: a copper ingot of extremely high purity, a high-quality metal raw material with a wide range of industrial uses. Success. Lin Ming held a fist-sized pure copper block in his palm, turning it over and over with delight. With this, he could now manufacture electromagnetic coils. All that remained was to find high-strength, lightweight materials and manufacture circuit boards. Once he solved the production problem for circuit boards, he could mass-produce biosimulating crabs. These low-intelligence, silicon-based life forms were proving highly effective, greatly boosting Lin Ming's production efficiency. Hundreds, or even thousands of biosimulating crabs lined up in rows capable of replacing conveyor belts. It was something of a waste of resources, though. Watching the arc furnace tirelessly refine copper or small chunks of copper or entered through the intake hopper and emerged as pure copper blocks from the output port. At the same time, massive amounts of slag were discarded. An idea struck Lin Ming. He opened the arc furnace's control interface and issued a command: reduce the output purity to 99. I want volume. After adjusting the refining purity of the arc furnace, Lin Ming saw the effect take immediate shape. Previously, the yield of pure copper blocks was less than 1/10, with the remaining 90% turning into slag. But after the adjustment, the copper block output rate doubled, with only 70 to 80% becoming slag. Lin Ming picked up a piece of output and opened the compendium. High purity copper block. Description: copper blocks containing certain impurities which serve as a decent metal raw material. They slightly reduce output efficiency and increase power consumption. Acceptable. Lin Ming nodded in satisfaction. Although using high purity copper blocks slightly reduced output efficiency and increased power consumption, the production volume had doubled. From a holistic efficiency standpoint, it was a profitable trade. As for the electricity consumed, the current solar panel array generated more than enough power, requiring no immediate concern. After optimizing the production line, here Lin Ming returned to the bottom of the pit, waiting quietly for the liquid distillation tower to be completed. This was another massive structure standing 5 or 6 meters tall, resembling a blast furnace, and divided into several layers. Each layer had an output port capable of producing different materials. Zazila, the 3D metal printer, worked continuously for another 2+ hours before completing the enormous liquid distillation tower. Lin Ming immediately assigned the task of manufacturing the life support system to avoid overworking the 3D metal printer. Due to the massive size of the liquid distillation tower, it could not be transported directly through the tunnel. Therefore, Lin Ming shifted the survival pod and managed to transport the liquid distillation tower to the surface through the ejection channel. Naturally, upon completing a new technological creation, he first wanted to give it a try. The intake of the liquid distillation tower was a massive water storage tank with a volume of 1 cubic meter. Lin Ming instructed the biosimulating crabs to bring wastewater from the second tunnel branch and fill the storage tank. After installing the microwave transmission device, Lin Ming activated the liquid distillation tower. A high-frequency hum resonated through the air as the electromagnetic coils inside the tower began working, heating the liquid. Lin Ming placed a metal cylinder at each layer's output port to collect the separated products. Rustle, the first to emerge, was from the top output port, with crystal-clear liquid flowing steadily. Lin Ming opened the compendium and found it was purified water. After all, water was the primary component of wastewater. Soon after, the second layer output port activated, and large amounts of white powder slowly emerged from within. What is this? Lin Ming felt the powder seemed strangely familiar. Opening the compendium, he was shocked to discover that these white powders were actually the vitamin supplements he had obtained before. Thinking about it made sense. When the black tide had swept across the entire planet and devoured all organic matter, it must have contained certain vitamins or nutrients. After waiting a while longer, a grayish-white, slightly translucent substance emerged from the third layer output port. Lin Ming picked up a piece and found this material resembled rock sugar. High-strength, lightweight material. Description: an extremely tough polymer material with exceptionally high strength, strong plasticity, and very lightweight. It is impact-resistant and corrosion-resistant, making it one of the finest industrial raw materials available. Lin Ming. All this time searching, yet this thing had been right here at his habitat all along. Who could have guessed? An overwhelming sense of happiness enveloped Lin Ming, leaving him somewhat lightheaded. With high-strength, lightweight materials, he could complete another crucial piece of the industrial puzzle and autonomously produce most technological artifacts. This was what a complete industrial chain meant. Since he now had high-strength, lightweight materials, Lin Ming was determined to test exactly how well it performed. It was light enough, but how much strength did it really have? He got straight to work. Lin Ming first had the 3D metal printer forge an arched superalloy frame and tray. He then separately crafted toothpick-thin wires from iron powder superalloy and the high-strength, lightweight material. He planned to test the tensile strength of each. First came the iron wire. Lin Ming tied the iron wire to the very top of the arched superalloy frame, attached the superalloy tray below, and began adding stones inside. The stones were pre-cut at 10 kilograms each. After placing 5 stones, the iron wire snapped with a sharp crack, breaking right in the middle. The iron wire can withstand about 50 kilograms of tension. What about the superalloy? The superalloy demonstrated impressive tensile strength. Lin Ming stacked more than 60 stones in one go before the superalloy wire finally snapped. The superalloy's tensile strength exceeds 600 kilograms, more than 10 times that of iron wire. Lin Ming looked at the superalloy wire in astonishment. It truly lived up to its name as a superalloy. Finally, Lin Ming began testing the high-strength, lightweight material. Don't let me down. He started adding stones. When he reached 50 stones, Lin Ming clenched his teeth. At this rate, the high-strength, lightweight material was already approaching the superalloy's tensile strength, yet far lighter. He continued adding stones. Soon the count reached 100 stones, totaling 1 ton. Yet the high-strength, lightweight material showed no change whatsoever. Holy crap, this tensile strength is already double that of the superalloy. Lin Ming kept adding. Even when the stones reached 200, the high-strength, lightweight material remained completely unchanged. Lin Ming swallowed hard. Almost instantly, the stones added above exceeded 300, with a total weight surpassing 3 tons. The density of stone is approximately 3 to 4 tons per cubic meter. The tray's design capacity can hold at most 5 cubic meters of stones. That should reach the maximum tensile limit of the high-strength, lightweight material, right? Lin Ming kept adding stones. He was almost numb by now. In the end, 5 cubic meters of stones were all loaded onto the metal tray, and the total weight of stones in the tray had surpassed 15 tons. Yet that toothpick-thin strand of high-strength, lightweight material remained as steady as ever, showing absolutely no signs of breaking. Since we're testing, we should test to the fullest. Lin Ming temporarily paused the task of the 3D metal printer, instructing it to produce iron blocks from iron powder, each weighing 500 kilograms. Producing such utterly low-tech items, the 3D metal printer operated with extreme efficiency, completing each block in just 1 minute. In one go, he produced 60 iron blocks with a total weight of 30 tons, and only then did Lin Ming begin the test. This was already his entire stock. Compared to stone blocks weighing 3 to 4 tons per cubic meter, the iron blocks had a higher density, around 8 tons per cubic meter. Lin Ming continuously added iron blocks to the pallet, and in the blink of an eye, all 60 blocks were placed. The high-strength lightweight material stretched slightly, appearing as thin as a gossamer thread. Yet it still did not break. Oh my heavens, what an incredible tensile strength! Lin Ming was shocked. His common sense told him that no substance could withstand such a strong pull, yet the high-strength lightweight material was right before his eyes. A strand of high-strength lightweight material as thin as a toothpick had lifted 30 tons of iron blocks, and still hadn't broken. Damn it, let's up the ante. I'm going all in. Lin Ming quickly opened the interstellar exchange, frantically purchasing ultra-fine iron powder with electrical energy. Then, without a moment's pause, the 3D metal printer, which had just finished producing a set of life support systems, immediately began manufacturing heavy iron blocks. Lin Ming added half-ton iron blocks to the tray one after another, and the total weight in the tray kept changing. 35 tons, 40 tons, 45 tons, 60 tons. After adding another iron block, the high-strength lightweight material finally reached its limit and snapped in the middle. The 60-ton heavy iron block crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. And Lin Ming obtained the result. He wanted the tensile strength of the superalloy wire was 10 times that of iron wire, while the tensile strength of the high-strength lightweight material was 100 times that of the superalloy. This was not a simple multiple relationship. In the engineering applications, Lin Ming was aware of many cases involving metal tension, such as large cable-stayed bridges were held up by dozens or even hundreds of multi-strand steel cables. These cables were made of hundreds of thinner steel wires wound together, each cable as thick as a forearm. The reason for using so many cables was twofold: first, to distribute tension evenly, and second, because the cables themselves had their own weight. This meant that the cables could not be infinitely thickened to increase tension, or they would break under their own weight. But if those steel cables were replaced with high-strength lightweight material, a single thin strand would provide the same tension. He could hardly imagine that a single thin filament of high-strength lightweight material could lift an entire large cable-stayed bridge along with the traffic flowing across it. If filaments of high-strength lightweight material were wound into cables as thick as a forearm, like steel cables with hundreds or thousands of strands, the weight they could lift would be unimaginable. Looking at the broken high-strength lightweight material before him, Lin Ming raised his head. A word came to his mind: space elevator. Compared to rocket launch schemes, which are enormously expensive and have extremely low cost effectiveness, a space elevator could transport large quantities of materials into space at a slower speed and low cost. Just as sea freight costs far less than air freight. Some things, once you have the idea in your mind, they become uncontrollable. Lin Ming took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. Look up at the stars, keep your feet on the ground. The construction of a space elevator, let alone a space city, was still far off. The fundamental thing was to focus on the present and gradually transform the planet Urea. Lin Ming returned to the bottom of the pit. After a full day of hard work, he was slightly fatigued. Today's harvest was great, but it stirred an even stronger longing in his heart. Thinking of that high-tech being that could destroy Earth with a wave of its hand, deciding the fate of billions of humans, Lin Ming narrowed his eyes. One day, I will. He sipped the vitamin drink in small sips, his eyes staring blankly at a spot, his mind wandering. It was not until the slight vibration of the Aether Crystal that he snapped out of his daze. The Aether Crystal rarely vibrates. What's happened? Putting down the superalloy cup, Lin Ming gently touched the Aether Crystal. He saw a line of red text at the top of the regional channel: humans, you have developed for 7 days. Those who survived are the strong of your race. First, I offer you some congratulations. As a reward, I will evaluate the technological creations you possess in 48 hours. The strongest in each region will receive my gift. Evaluate technological creations. Lin Ming instantly became alert and scrolled through the regional chat channel. Players were discussing heatedly. Is the old man about to drop gold coins? I wonder what the reward will be. Should you want to die? Be careful, he might just kill you. He once said that only the strong have the right to speak. Now that we've become strong, we shouldn't be casually erased. That's true. That guy didn't die. So can I directly ask him for something like a level 2 survival pod? Maybe we're not that strong either. There's activity in the regional channel, brothers. Let's go check it out. Let's go. Lin Ming opened the regional channel. He found that it was the American named Thompson who had asked the question. As the first player in the region to upgrade to a level 2 survival pod, Thompson was evidently receiving extra favor. For instance, his messages would be pinned for a short time, and at his request the font color changed from black to white. Do dark-skinned people all like white? Lin Ming muttered, and took a look at Thompson's message. Great Lord, please allow your subject to ask a question. Speak. Great Lord, may I ask what the reward for the strongest is? First, he can obtain a designated E-level technological creation. Second, he can ask me 3 questions, or make 3 requests, though I may refuse. Thank you, Great Lord. Your subject basks in your grace with a heart full of reverence. Thompson's tone was servile. Fisk. Lin Ming closed the regional chat channel. This was the difference between the Chinese people and the Americans. Americans revere the strong and worship individual heroism. For those far beyond their reach, they serve as masters and fawn over them excessively. But when the Chinese people are bullied by a powerful being, they do not think of submission, but of enduring hardships to take revenge. Either kill me now and don't give me a chance, or wait for me to come back, and I'll kill you. Toward that high-tech life form, Lin Ming felt respect, envy, and admiration. But fear, never. The news of the appraisal of technological creations was undoubtedly explosive. From regional channels to grand region channels, and even the World Chat channel, everyone was eagerly discussing the reward issued by that high-tech life form. Had it not been for the 100% tariff on inter-region trades, I really would have contributed 1,000 resources to that fellow named Thompson. The strong only grow stronger, and the weak only grow weaker. With a first-mover advantage, the players behind will have a hard time catching up. Unfortunately, our region originally had some players who were developing quite well, such as Boss Lin Ming, or those from Tang Province. But now the spotlight has all been taken by that cotton machine. Lin Ming paid no attention to the clamor in the regional channel, but Sun Yao sought him out first. Brother Lin, did you see the message that being sent? That being. Noticing how Sun Yao referred to the high-tech lifeform, Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. I did. Do you have an idea? Sun Yao's message was filled with fervor. An E-rank high-tech creation plus 3 requests. If we can become first in the grand region, we'll be set. Lin Ming, that guy is not alone. Players from many regions have contributed resources to him. How can we compete? Sun Yao, Brother Lin, you can start by collecting technological creations from the players in our region. After all, you are the first in our region to upgrade to a level 2 survival pod. With your previous move of sharing the F-rank universal code, many players genuinely respect you. As far as I know, the Tang Province people have already started moving, gathering high-tech creations. The Tang Province people had already started moving. Lin Ming thought of the Duobao Pavilion trading group that Tang Qingyan had pulled him into. He had to admit that the people of Tang Province had extremely sharp business instincts and had begun laying their plans very early. Seeing that Lin Ming still had not replied, Sun Yao grew a little anxious. Brother Lin, I have some little gadgets here, all obtained by trading dragon meat over the past few days. Is there anything you are interested in? Sun Yao, camera malachite modular technology. Seeing the 3-item profile, Sun Yao sent Lin Ming let out a soft exclamation. It seems Sun Yao had traded the meat of the spiked giant shell dragon for quite a few good things. A camera needed no explanation, and everyone knew what it was. Malachite was a type of copper ore. Lin Ming had found copper ore nearby, so he had little need for it. But modular technology stirred his immense interest. Modular technology, E-rank. Description turns the technologies you have mastered into modular form, allowing them to be disassembled or assembled as needed to become entirely new technological products. Prerequisite: reverse engineering technology. This was actually the next level after reverse engineering technology. Lin Ming could not sit still. He sent a message to Sun Yao. I'm very interested in modular technology. What is your price? Sun Yao, Brother Lin, talking about price at a time like this is being too formal. If you want to take it and use it. If there are benefits later, just don't forget me. After reading Sun Yao's message, Lin Ming nodded. He had met a few people with Sun Yao's temperament before, people who were extremely generous to friends and bold enough to make bet-like investments in them. Such investments usually ended in total loss, but when they succeeded, the returns were enormous. It was like that question someone once asked: if you could go back 20 years, would you invest 100,000 in Tingshuan? You absolutely would not, because 20 years ago you did not have 100,000. Since Sun Yao had already made his decision, Lin Ming did not hesitate either. He said directly, alright, give me both the camera and modular technology. Sure thing. Sun Yao traded both items over directly. After receiving them, Lin Ming was surprised to discover that a tech appraisal rank had appeared after the descriptions of both items. Modular technology was E rank, while the camera was F rank. It seems he has opened up the display of item tech ranks so that we can know the value of the items themselves in advance. Every second counted. Lin Ming immediately began to act. Decrypt modular technology. Use the E rank chip to reverse engineer the camera. Modular technology decryption in progress. Estimated to master the related technology in 6 hours. Based on the computing power provided by the current chip, the estimated reverse engineering time is 0.3 hours, consuming 1 unit of electrical energy per hour. Begin reverse engineering. Yes. After putting both processes in motion, Lin Ming began checking the appraisal ranks of the items around him. Heavy-duty EVA suit, lightweight EVA suit, biomimetic crab, electromagnetic gun, jetpack, constant temperature chamber. All of these were F rank. After all, by Longqing's previous technological standards, these items could all be manufactured. Their technological content was ordinary. The exception was the 3D metal printer, which had been appraised as F. The only high-grade item was the level 2 survival pod, appraised as E rank. Lin Ming left the bottom of the pit and inspected the technological creations outside. Life support system, solar panels, microwave power transmission device, conveyor belt. All were F rank. The liquid fractionation tower, the electric arc furnace, and the frame-type mining system were unsurprisingly rated E rank. They were among Lin Ming's few high-grade technological creations. While inspecting the liquid fractionation tower, Lin Ming realized he had previously overlooked the output of the 4th layer, the very bottom. The black substance looked almost like waste residue. A faint heat rose in his eyes. A floating frame appeared over the black substance. Nutrient material 0.5 units. Good. At least this waste residue has some use. Lin Ming called over a biomimetic crab and had it throw the waste residue into the sewage pool in the first branch of the pit. As for electromagnetic coils, circuit boards, and high-strength lightweight materials, these were raw materials and were not categorized as technological creations. Or perhaps they were not rated because their technological level was too low. It seems that to obtain a higher rating one must possess either an overwhelmingly large number of technological creations or technological creations of a sufficiently high technological level. After a moment's thought, Lin Ming decided to adopt a strategy of winning through quality. The reason was simple. His only 3D metal printer was already at maximum capacity. Even if Lin Ming had enough raw materials, he could not produce too many technological creations. With this in mind, Lin Ming opened the chat channel and entered the Duobao Pavilion chat group. Welcome, boss Lin Ming. This group happens to be starting a new bidding auction in 10 minutes. The group administrator immediately welcomed Lin Ming. Lin Ming glanced around the group and saw more than 100 lit avatars. It seemed many players wanted to take the opportunity to offload the technological creations in their hands. After all, with the announcement, the prices of many technological creations had risen accordingly. Prices they once would not have dared imagine now had room for negotiation. Lin Ming was waiting for the auction to begin when unexpectedly Tang Qingyan sent him a message. Interested in discussing cooperation. A partnership. Upon seeing the message from Tang Qingyan, Lin Ming felt a touch of PTSD. Why did every collaboration offer from someone in Tang province seem to end in unpleasantness? Compared to Tang Haoran's naivety, Tang Qingyan's tactics were far more seasoned. He first brought Lin Ming into the Duo Bayog trading group, making no demands for profit and allowing Lin Ming to savor the benefits first. Only after some time did he propose the partnership, allowing past grievances to be set aside so that Lin Ming would harbor little prejudice during their negotiations. This was a qualified businessman. Thinking this, Lin Ming sent a message to Tang Qingyan. I'd like to hear the details. Tang Qingyan replied quickly. I've noticed you've been selling various technological artifacts recently. Solar panels, electromagnetic guns, constant temperature rooms. These are all relatively scarce resources. Therefore, we've decided to contract all your production capacity for the next 48 hours. As expected of someone from Tang province, he opened with words like contract and monopoly. Lin Ming's 3D printer had limited capacity, so he instinctively declined Tang Qingyan's request. I'm sorry, but my production capacity for the next 10 plus hours is already occupied. I still have orders for 10 constant temperature rooms to fulfill. That's not an issue. Tang Qingyan showed Lin Ming several chat screenshots. We've already communicated with those players. They're willing to transfer their constant temperature room orders to us. If you don't believe me, you can verify with them directly. After carefully examining the screenshots, Lin Ming discovered that Tang Qingyan's method for intercepting these orders was straightforward, compensating double the materials, and after the 48-hour evaluation period, gifting the constant temperature rooms to those players free of charge. This approach was no small undertaking. After all, Tang Qingyan's purpose in hoarding constant temperature rooms was to maximize the quantity of technological artifacts and thereby achieve a higher evaluation rating. Once the evaluation was over, these constant temperature rooms would lose much of their usefulness. Meanwhile, the players who had ordered them wouldn't suffer significant losses from a 2-day delay in planting. The double material compensation more than made up for it. After all, it made no difference to Lin Ming, whom the constant temperature rooms were delivered to. As long as they reached an agreement, he had no objection. He spoke frankly, my production capacity has other plans. I'm aware that your 3D metal printer has limited output capacity, Tang Qingyan said. Upon reading this message, Lin Ming's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint flashing within them. Who had leaked this information? So far, Sun Yao was the one he'd interacted with the most, yet even Sun Yao had no knowledge of Lin Ming's production limitations. Tang Qingyan, 3D metal printer type, I3. Not only did you obtain 3D metal printers from the supply pods, we were fortunate enough to acquire 3 as well. Tang Qingyan dissolved the doubt in Lin Ming's mind. We know the advantages of this device, and we also understand its drawbacks. The 3D metal printer could be obtained from basic carbon-based supply pods. Given how much time had passed, it was inevitable that some players would come across one. With over 500 people in Tang province, obtaining 3 units was hardly surprising. Moreover, Tang province likely had players specifically monitoring the interstellar exchange. If any other player listed a 3D metal printer, they would snap it up immediately. This explained why Lin Ming, who didn't frequently check the interstellar exchange, had been unable to purchase a 3D metal printer. Tell me the specific cooperation plan. Lin Ming seemed to have guessed Tang Qingyan's intentions. It's simple. We'll help you expand your production capacity, and you'll help us manufacture technological artifacts. Tang Qingyan was straightforward. After you complete and deliver 10 constant temperature rooms to us, I will rent you 1 3D metal printer. We'll provide the materials and electricity for manufacturing the technological artifacts. After 48 hours, ownership of this 3D metal printer will be yours. Lin Ming smiled and asked, aren't you afraid I'll take the goods and renege? Tang Qingyan replied, before cooperating with you, we conducted an internal assessment. Our final decision was that the benefits far outweigh the risks. After all, the worst-case scenario is merely losing 1 set of materials plus 1 3D metal printer. Seeing Tang Qingyan's honesty, Lin Ming nodded. This was what a qualified businessman should be like. He couldn't refuse Tang Qingyan's way of cooperation. After all, if he succeeded in reverse engineering and manufacturing 3D metal printers, as he envisioned, his production capacity would be greatly liberated. But there was one major problem. If he was missing even one type of material needed to manufacture 3D metal printers, he wouldn't be able to fulfill the agreement. After thinking it over, Lin Ming said, "Add one more condition. I also have my own production plans, so I may not be able to operate at full capacity. If necessary, you'll additionally rent me one 3D metal printer. During the production period, I'll provide my own electricity. No need for you to supply it." Tang Qingyan decisively agreed. Deal. After confirming the cooperation, Tang Qingyan tentatively asked, "Lin Ming, I know you possess many technological artifacts and upgraded your survival pod early on. You might be aiming for the regional evaluation. If we cooperate, the probability of success increases. Our cooperative members in Tang province have already grown from over 500 to 1,000. 1,000 against 1. The advantage is mine." Lin Ming politely declined Tang Qingyan's further request. "I want to try on my own." "Alright, I'll wait for your news." Tang Qingyan no longer spoke further. After closing the chat with Tang Qingyan, Lin Ming first confirmed the authenticity of the order transfers with those 10 players who had ordered constant temperature rooms, then began operating his 3D metal printer at full capacity to produce them. Originally, it took 8 hours to complete a constant temperature room. Lin Ming sold the simplified version, which reduced the hydroponic frame system and other subsystems from 5 modules down to 1. Even so, it still required 2 hours to complete the construction of one constant temperature room. After negotiating with Tang Qingyan agreed that after Lin Ming delivered 5 constant temperature rooms, he could pledge the remaining 5 sets of materials to gain usage rights to one 3D metal printer. Before demolishing the existing constant temperature room, Lin Ming placed the blue algae and dragon eggs into the first branch of the tunnel. At this moment, the various plants in the tunnel branch were already showing fine stems, and it was estimated that they would mature in just 2 or 3 days. Returning to the bottom of the pit, Lin Ming made bold moves, dismantling the redundant modules from the constant temperature room, and first delivered one set to Tang Qingyan. After the delivery, Lin Ming checked the progress. Deciphering the modular technology would take another 5.5 hours, and the remaining 4 constant temperature rooms utilizing the dismantled soilless cultivation frame system would require a total of 7 hours to manufacture. First, get some sleep. Once these processes are complete, I'll wake up and get to work. Before that, Lin Ming decided to conduct a reverse study of the heavy-duty exosuit. This item had a technology rating of only F grade, and using an E grade chip for reverse research should not take much time. Based on the current computing power provided by the chip, the estimated reverse research time is 4 hours, consuming 1 unit of electricity per hour. Do you wish to start reverse research? Yes. After doing these things, Lin Ming felt somewhat fatigued. He swallowed a tube of nutrient paste with water and laid down in the hibernation pod. Today, just going to the edge of the light curtain to see the real world had taken half a day. With all the miscellaneous tasks added on, he had been busy all day, and the day passed. This time, Lin Ming did not sleep until he naturally woke up as usual. Instead, he set an alarm for 5.5 hours later, so he would wake up immediately after the modular system was deciphered. He was determined to make every second count. Modular system decryption complete. You have mastered the modular system technology. Heavy-duty exosuit reverse engineering complete. You have mastered the technology to manufacture heavy-duty exosuits. Lin Ming was awakened by the alarm on time. The Aether Crystal projection displayed a prompt indicating that the modular technology had been deciphered. How do I use this technology? Lin Ming felt curious. The Aether Crystal gave a vague explanation. The modular system is a post-requisite technology of reverse engineering. It allows you to modularly deconstruct the technological products you have already mastered. I understand every word, but together they confuse me. Words were useless. Lin Ming decided to try it himself. He waved his hand and summoned a biomimetic crab. Crack, crack. The obedient biomimetic crab walked up to Lin Ming and raised its 2 claws to snap a couple of times, showing respect. Alright, modularize this little thing. Modularizing the biomimetic crab. The biomimetic crab can be deconstructed into computing core module, photoelectric conversion module, energy storage module, locomotion module, armor module, and handling module. Modularization of the biomimetic crab complete. Lin Ming blinked as he looked at the prompt on the projection. He waited a few minutes and found that the biomimetic crab showed no change. And then, oi. The Aether Crystal displayed a prompt. You can replace modules to enhance the technological level of the biomimetic crab. Lin Ming. He seemed to understand the use of modular technology. The built-in universal chip of the biomimetic crab was F-grade. He took out an F-grade universal chip, replaced the computing core module. Replacing the computing core module requires the use of a 3D metal printer. Do you want to terminate the current process manufacturing constant temperature rooms? Yes. The 3D metal printer, which had been working intermittently, entered a brief period of complete rest, and then the biomimetic crab walked onto the metal base plate, flipped over, and exposed its belly. Sizzle. The 3D metal printer opened an opening in the biomimetic crab's underbelly armor, revealing the circuit board inside. Lin Ming saw that in the middle of the circuit board was a black F-grade universal chip. Sizzle. The 3D metal printer unsoldered the universal chip, replaced it with the F-grade universal chip, and then sealed the biomimetic crab's underbelly armor. How do you feel? Lin Ming asked as he looked at the biomimetic crab. The biomimetic crab turned in place once, then turned again. It scratched its head with its claws as if sensing something different. It dazedly walked over to the 5 biomimetic crabs that were installing the support frames for the constant temperature rooms and stood still. Lin Ming saw that the upgraded biomimetic crab's tiny eyes were fixed on the actions of the 5 biomimetic crabs, not moving at all. After a few seconds, the upgraded biomimetic crab suddenly rushed to one of the biomimetic crabs, raised its claw, and struck the other crab's head, fiercely snatching away the half-installed constant temperature room support frame. What's going on? Has it gone out of control? Lin Ming watched the upgraded biomimetic crab, warily ready to intervene at any moment. But what happened next made his eyes widen wide. The upgraded biomimetic crab used its claw to install a component of the constant temperature room support frame, then handed it to the crab that had been struck. Then the upgraded biomimetic crab raised both claws, snapping them rapidly, at alternating lengths, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. The speed was so fast that it reminded Lin Ming of players who defended their parents in the game. Crack, crack. The upgraded biomimetic crab continued its high-frequency snapping for half a minute. The other biomimetic crabs raised their claws and snapped once, as if indicating understanding. Next, the struck biomimetic crab installed a component onto the constant temperature room support frame and handed it to the next crab. The next crab took it, quickly installed the component, and passed it to the next. At the same time, the struck crab had already installed a new component and handed it over. Holy crap, this is an assembly line. Lin Ming was dumbfounded. The 5 biomimetic crabs maintained the same rhythm, and in just half an hour completed the installation of 5 sets of constant temperature room support frames quickly and efficiently. Previously, each one of them would have taken over an hour to complete a single set. The time consumed was reduced by more than half. Most importantly, it wasn't Lin Ming who optimized the installation efficiency of the biomimetic crabs, but the upgraded one. After completing the initial demonstration and issuing commands, the upgraded biomimetic crab placed both claws behind its back and stood motionless, supervising the work. However, Lin Ming had already seen from the upgraded biomimetic crab's detail panel that it had actually entered a light sleep state. This creature had actually learned to slack off. After installing the 5 sets of constant temperature room support frames, the upgraded biomimetic crab wobbled over to Lin Ming as if it had drunk fake liquor. It pointed at the 5 sets of constant temperature room support frames with its claw, then pointed at itself, and then slightly raised its body. Lin Ming was both amused and exasperated. You little rascal, are you waiting for my praise? The upgraded biomimetic crab raised its claw. Crack. Alright, well done. You've improved efficiency. It seems these constant temperature rooms will be delivered ahead of schedule. Lin Ming patted the upgraded biomimetic crab's head. There are still 5 sets left. Let them continue working. Don't let them idle. The upgraded biomimetic crab received the command and gesticulated wildly at Lin Ming as if expressing loyalty. Then it swiftly ran to the side of the biomimetic crab that had been struck, raised its claw, and smacked the other's back armor hard. Crack. The 5 biomimetic crabs began their repetitive and efficient movements again, just like before. Lin Ming opened the panel of the upgraded biomimetic crab and found that its description had gained a new line compared to its peers. Its computing power is greatly enhanced, and its rating had changed to F. Modular technology, terrifyingly powerful. With the upgraded biomimetic crab as a template, Lin Ming figured out how to use modular technology. He glanced at the heavy-duty exosuit he was wearing. The heavy-duty exosuit had been reverse-engineered and could now be modularly deconstructed. Moreover, he possessed a heavy-duty exosuit gifted by Zhao Yihong, which could be used for research and experimentation. Modular heavy-duty exosuit. Modularizing heavy-duty exosuit. The heavy-duty exosuit can be deconstructed into computing core module, life support module, exoskeleton module, energy storage module, thermal insulation module, protection module. Heavy-duty exosuit modularization complete. With his previous experience upgrading the biomimetic crab, Lin Ming was well-versed in the process. He brought out the heavy-duty exosuit gifted by Zhao Yihong and placed it on the base plate of the 3D metal printer, which had just finished manufacturing the last constant temperature chamber module. Look, I came at just the right time, allowing you to seamlessly continue work without needing rest. Lin Ming said to the 3D metal printer. Upgrade the computing core module of the heavy-duty exosuit, replace it with an F-grade universal chip. The silent 3D metal printer immediately began operation. In less than 2 minutes, the computing core module of the heavy-duty exosuit had been upgraded. Lin Ming opened the interface of the heavy-duty exosuit and found that the description had not changed. The tech rating remained at F-grade. What's going on? Lin Ming was puzzled. He decided to give it a try. Carrying the heavy-duty exosuit into the living cabin, he cleaned and disinfected it, then put on the upgraded exosuit. No sensation. Just no sensation. He performed various movements. The exoskeleton responded very quickly as his own. Not cool, bro. Lin Ming took off the heavy-duty exosuit and studied it for a long time before finally understanding. The computing core module was only used to control the life support module and exoskeleton module of the heavy-duty exosuit. The computing power of the F-grade universal chip was already sufficient to meet these computational requirements. Even if he increased the computing core's power tenfold, it would still perform the same tasks. Due to hardware limitations, the heavy-duty exosuit could not achieve better functions. What the heck? Lin Ming was greatly discouraged and prepared to abandon the modification of the exosuit. Then he caught sight of the electromagnetic gun placed in the corner. A bold idea popped into his mind. Modular electromagnetic gun. Modularizing electromagnetic gun. The electromagnetic gun can be deconstructed into computing core module, electromagnetic conversion module, energy storage module. Electromagnetic gun modularization complete. The principle of the electromagnetic gun is simple in theory. It supplies power to the electromagnetic coils and uses the ampere force generated by the electromagnetic field to drive bullets at high speed. Therefore, the core of the electromagnetic gun is the electromagnetic conversion module. Manufacture the electromagnetic conversion module. Soon the 3D metal printer completed the task. This was a 1.5 meter long superalloy barrel with electromagnetic coils inside for driving. However, without the energy supply and computing core module, it was unusable. Can the electromagnetic conversion module be added to the heavy-duty exosuit? You can combine any tech modules you possess, though some combinations may not take effect. Then I know. Lin Ming looked at the long barrel and gave another command to the 3D metal printer. Add the electromagnetic conversion module to the heavy-duty exosuit fixed at the back. The 3D metal printer worked quickly, fixing the long barrel to the back of the heavy-duty exosuit. Due to the advanced nature of modular technology, all modular technology creations have universal interfaces for energy supply or data transmission. Lin Ming opened the description of the heavy-duty exosuit and noticed a difference: combat heavy-duty exosuit description, an extremely heavy exosuit assisted by exoskeleton for movement capable of withstanding extreme environments, maintaining your normal body temperature in -100 to 300 C environments, and lifting objects less than 1 ton. Equipped with an electromagnetic gun, it can engage in small-scale, low-intensity combat. Power consumption: 1 unit. Their electromagnetic gun fires 1 unit per shot. Oxygen consumption same as resting consumption. Alright. Lin Ming was thrilled by the sight and quickly put on the combat heavy-duty exosuit. He swiftly left the pit and reached the surface. Lin Ming found that on the helmet of the combat heavy-duty exosuit a toggleable HUD aiming crosshair appeared. Aiming casually at a direction, a thought of firing emerged in his mind. Click! The electromagnetic gun barrel, originally attached to the back, quickly rose and then lay flat on Lin Ming's right shoulder, aiming in that direction. Lin Ming clearly heard a whoosh sound in his ear, and a streak of silver light shot out from the muzzle of the electromagnetic gun. After firing, the barrel retracted back to the back. What victor? After several attempts, Lin Ming quickly discovered the shortcomings of the combat heavy-duty exosuit. Each shot required manual reloading, making the firing rate too low. Most importantly, it was power-hungry. Since there was no independent energy supply, the electromagnetic gun's shots consumed the exosuit's electrical energy reserves. Originally, the heavy-duty exosuit could operate continuously for 10 hours, but now with the electromagnetic gun, each shot reduced activity time by 1 hour. Continue upgrading. Oh right, deliver first. Lin Ming returned to the bottom of the pit and handed over the constant temperature chamber to Tang Qingyan. Your efficiency is very high. Without hesitation, Tang Qingyan quickly traded over a 3D metal printer. Looking at this identical 3D metal printer, Lin Ming gritted his teeth and squeezed out the words, use the E-grade chip to reverse engineer the 3D metal printer. Based on the computing power provided by the current chip, estimated reverse engineering time is 10 hours, consuming 1 unit of electrical energy per hour. Do you want to start reverse engineering? One step closer to liberating production capacity, Lin Ming excitedly shouted yes. He cued the reverse engineering process and continued modifying the combat heavy-duty exosuit. First, he needed to solve the power supply problem of the heavy-duty exosuit. Doing this was simple. Lin Ming directly added another energy storage module to the exosuit. In this way, the maximum electrical energy reserve of the heavy-duty exosuit doubled, becoming 20 units of electrical energy. Then Lin Ming installed a microwave power transmission receiver. As long as there was a microwave power supply within 100 kilometers, the heavy-duty exosuit could have unlimited endurance. At worst, he could bring a set of solar panels and install them wherever needed. If it weren't for the fact that solar panels need a relatively large area to provide sufficient electrical energy, Lin Ming would have wanted to install solar panels on the exosuit. Thus, the heavy-duty exosuit would not need to worry about power consumption in most situations. Then Lin Ming added a pair of biomimetic crabs handling modules i.e. crab claws to the back. This way, he wouldn't have to reload manually. The crab claws would handle the reloading. To increase firepower, Lin Ming also installed an electromagnetic conversion module on the left side. Almost done, time to go out and test it. Lin Ming walked out of the pit. He was holding a jetpack in his hand. Click. The jetpack was placed on the back with electromagnetic gun barrels on both sides. Slightly bending his knees, Lin Ming sprang up. Previously, the jetpack could carry a load of 300 kilograms in addition to the heavy-duty exosuit, and Lin Ming Now it showed a load capacity of 260 kilograms, so it did not affect the flight speed. Lin Ming set the flight speed to maximum, aimed at a direction, and said salvo fire. The electromagnetic gun barrels on both shoulders appeared simultaneously, and two silver streaks shot straight into the sky. Click. The barrels retracted behind the back, and the pair of crab claws moved simultaneously, reloading complete. Salvo fire. Salvo fire. Salvo fire. Salvo fire. Having exhausted the 10-round ammunition reserve in one go, Lin Ming stopped and hovered in midair. Fighting awesome. After soaring freely in the sky for a long while, Lin Ming reluctantly descended and returned to the bottom of the pit. He felt a pang of hunger in his stomach. There's still plenty of giant shell dragon meat. Let's eat more. He took out a piece of dragon meat and cut off a gene. Together with high-protein canned meat, boiled potatoes, and corn, he enjoyed a hearty breakfast. After eating, Lin Ming wiped his mouth and opened the progress list he had suspended earlier. At this moment, there were still over 9 hours left before the reverse engineering of the 3D metal printer was completed. I have to wait this long. Lin Ming felt an itch of impatience. Just then Tang Xingyan sent him a message. Brother Lin, send me the list of materials needed for manufacturing the constant temperature chamber and the electromagnetic gun. Lin Ming did not hide anything nor inflate the material list. He sent over all the materials required to manufacture the two items. After all, the two had agreed on cooperation, and since Tang Xingyan had fulfilled his promise, Lin Ming would not break the agreement. At the same time, he told Tang Xingyan, it takes 2 hours to manufacture the constant temperature chamber and 1 hour to manufacture the electromagnetic gun. Originally, manufacturing the constant temperature chamber would have taken 8 hours, but Lin Ming was making a streamlined version, greatly reducing the time. Tang Xingyan traded Lin Ming a batch of materials and the corresponding electrical energy. First, manufacture an electromagnetic gun so we can compare. Alright. Upon receiving the materials, Lin Ming issued a command to the 3D metal printer to start manufacturing the electromagnetic gun. Then he casually opened the suspended progress list. The time left for reverse engineering the 3D metal printer was 9 hours and 11 minutes. Time drags like a year. Bored, Lin Ming scrolled through the queue and noticed a prompt he had previously overlooked. Camera reverse engineering complete. You have mastered camera technology. Camera description: a once popular little gadget capable of taking clear photos with a maximum shooting rate of 30 frames per second. Material requirements: ultra-fine metal powder X5, any grade universal chip X1, circuit board X1, electromagnetic coil X1, high transparency glass X3. Manufacturing requirement: requires 3D metal printer. Manufacturing consumption: 1 unit of electrical energy. The camera indeed lived up to its description as a little gadget with extremely low technological content. It wasn't even awarded the lowest F-level technology rating. Moreover, manufacturing it was extremely simple, and the material requirements were not high. The only slightly challenging part was the high-transparency glass. However, with the arc furnace, Lin Ming was not worried. He put on the heavy-duty exosuit, left the pit, and headed straight for the arc furnace. The arc furnace stood there alone, idle with no task queue. Seeing you get no rest pains my heart. That's why I've come to give you some work. Lin Ming commanded several niching crabs to bring sand, manufacture some high-transparency glass for me. Whoosh, crackle, the arc furnace started up, sucking the sand from the inlet into the hearth. High-voltage arcs crackled, and 100 units of electrical energy were quickly consumed. Then piece after piece of fist-sized high-transparency glass emerged continuously from the outlet. Enough. Watching the arc furnace produce high-transparency glass non-stop, with over 100 pieces already made in less than a minute, Lin Ming quickly called for a halt. However, the arc furnace still contained a large amount of molten glass liquid and continued to produce. 5 minutes later, the arc furnace finally stopped the process. 500 pieces of high-transparency glass were piled aside by the niching crabs, forming a small glass mountain. Lin Ming picked up 3 pieces of high-transparency glass and went to the bottom of the pit. The 3D metal printer had just finished printing the barrel of the electromagnetic gun. Suspend the process. Manufacture a camera. Lin Ming had plenty of superalloy material at this point, so instead of using ultra-fine iron powder, he directly used superalloy to manufacture the main body of the camera. It took only 5 minutes to produce a shiny silver superalloy camera. Alright, continue manufacturing the electromagnetic gun. Lin Ming said, then began toying with the camera. Due to its compact size, the camera couldn't accommodate a complete energy storage block. Therefore, the camera was powered by a small capacitor inside, requiring recharging after every 100 photos taken. Click. Lin Ming took photos of the surrounding area. These photos were stored in the camera and could be exported at any time. Quite clear. Enlarging the photo 100 times, Lin Ming found that the details were well preserved. Then it's time to try something. Modular microsatellite. Modularizing microsatellite. The microsatellite can be deconstructed into computing core module, photoelectric conversion module, protection module, propulsion module, fuel storage module, microwave transmission module. Microsatellite modularization complete. Modularize the camera. Modularizing camera. The camera can be deconstructed into computing core module, shooting module. Camera modularization complete. Ahem, this camera is too rudimentary. It can only be split into 2 modules. Lin Ming estimated that if it weren't for the modularization technology being generous, it might have treated the camera as a single whole. After waiting for the 3D metal printer to finish manufacturing the electromagnetic gun, Lin Ming delivered it to Tang Qingyan, along with a bonus superalloy armor-piercing bullet. Tang Qingyan replied, "Okay, thanks. We'll compare and then decide what to manufacture next." "No problem, no rush." Lin Ming said, then assigned a task to the 3D metal printer, manufacture a microsatellite. Sizzle, the 3D metal printer immediately began operating. The microsatellite was not large, and the manufacturing time was only 1 hour. During this time, Tang Qingyan sent Lin Ming a message. "Brother Lin, after comparison, we've decided to go all out on manufacturing electromagnetic guns. I'll trade you the required materials soon." "Okay." Lin Ming nodded in agreement. He roughly understood the considerations of the people of Tangsheng. Both the constant temperature chamber and the electromagnetic gun were rated F level, but the constant temperature chamber consumed more materials and took twice as long to manufacture. Given the same technology, rating the one that consumed fewer materials and took less time was obviously the better choice, so they chose the electromagnetic gun. Moreover, compared to the constant temperature chamber, the electromagnetic gun could provide decent firepower support, making it more versatile and easier to sell in certain situations. It could even be said that Tang Qingyan had traded one 3D metal printer for 2 days of Lin Ming's electromagnetic gun production capacity, which could greatly boost the combat power of the people of Tangsheng. Even if they didn't achieve first place in the technology rating, this deal was certainly not a loss for them. But Lin Ming was not worried about this. At this point, they were separated by who knows how many light years, and these electromagnetic guns posed no threat to him. Moreover, after testing the power of the electromagnetic gun, the people of Tangsheng would surely be amazed. However, Lin Ming had only given away 1 bullet just now. He hadn't said that subsequent electromagnetic guns would come with free bullets. The electromagnetic gun was free, but the bullets cost extra. These bullets were made of superalloy, which was very difficult to manufacture. If they wanted them, they'd have to pay more. After delivering another electromagnetic gun, Tang Qingyan sent a message to Lin Ming. "Brother Lin, why are there no bullets this time?" Lin Ming replied, "The bullets I gave earlier were from my previous stock. Now production capacity is insufficient, so I won't include bullets." Tang Qingyan grew anxious and quickly replied, "But without bullets, the electromagnetic gun is useless." Lin Ming said, "You asked for the electromagnetic gun for a technology assessment, didn't you? Bullets or not, it doesn't matter much." He was not worried about Tang Qingyan making bullets on his own. The 3D metal printer could fabricate technological creations with extreme precision according to blueprints. But without blueprints, it could not produce anything. After all, the 3D metal printer had no mind of its own and could not create anything independently. That was precisely why Lin Ming had it produce superalloy shield swords when he went out exploring earlier. The superalloy shield sword was based on his hand-drawn blueprint, rough and simple in design. Even a kindergarten child could draw it. The 3D metal printer could quickly fabricate it. However, the shape of superalloy bullets needed to conform to aerodynamics. Tang Qingyan could draw them by hand, but then the accuracy and range of the bullets would be severely compromised. Therefore, the simplest and most effective way was to order superalloy bullets from Lin Ming. Tang Qingyan replied, "Brother Lin, we are willing to exchange twice the materials for superalloy bullets. What do you think?" Lin Ming said, "It's not that I disagree, but my production capacity is insufficient now. I still have some things to make myself, and the 2 3D metal printers are already running at full capacity." Upon hearing this, Tang Qingyan fell silent. Lin Ming was not in a hurry and quietly waited for his reply. 5 minutes later, Tang Qingyan replied, "Brother Lin, according to our previous agreement, if your production capacity is insufficient, we can lend you a 3D printer. However, the electricity consumed during production will be your responsibility. Is that acceptable?" "Is that acceptable?" "Absolutely." This was exactly what Lin Ming wanted. After receiving Lin Ming's confirmation, Tang Qingyan replied, "Brother Lin, let me confirm again, this 3D metal printer is lent to you, and it must be returned when the time is up." "No problem." Lin Ming readily agreed. Soon a new 3D metal printer was traded over by Tang Qingyan. Looking at the newly acquired 3D metal printer, Lin Ming had it work at full capacity manufacturing electromagnetic guns. After all, it was someone else's property, so he wouldn't occupy its production capacity for himself. An hour later, a brand new microsatellite was manufactured. Gazing at the tiny microsatellite and its seemingly feeble thruster below, Lin Ming issued an order: manufacture 3 more fuel storage modules and 4 thruster modules. Zazup! Lin Ming's own 3D metal printer quickly began a new task. After the new modules were manufactured, Lin Ming began modifying the microsatellite. Expand the fuel storage modules in a grid pattern and add 4 thruster modules in a cross pattern. Zazup! The 3D metal printer started modifying the microsatellite according to Lin Ming's plan. The originally compact microsatellite more than doubled in size. The fuel capacity abruptly increased from 10 units to 40 units, and the number of thrusters went from 1 to 5 in parallel. Load the camera module. Sizzle. A camera was added to the top of the microsatellite, mounted together with the microwave transmission module. Finally, the 3D metal printer fabricated a new protective module that could shield the microsatellite's critical equipment from high-temperature ablation during ascent. Lin Ming opened the microsatellite's Encyclopedia Small Reconnaissance Satellite F. Description greatly expands your field of vision, can detect and image surrounding terrain, predict short-term weather, and conduct limited exploration of interstellar space. Equipped with powerful thrusters and ample fuel, it can complete continuous orbits around a planet. Consumption: launch consumes 10 fuel, on-orbit maintenance costs 2 fuel per 24 hours, fuel consumption doubles during orbital mode. It can image and even orbit the planet. Lin Ming clenched his fist. With this he could conduct a complete survey of the planet Waria. Using 4 kilograms of giant shell dragon meat, he obtained 40 units of fuel. Lin Ming filled the fuel tanks of the small satellite, and then moved it to the ground. Fuel filling complete. Self-check complete. The small satellite will ignite in 10 seconds. 10 9. 3 2 1 ignition. All 5 thrusters simultaneously ejected pale blue flames, with rings of Mach rings strikingly visible within the blue fire. The small satellite shot up into the sky at tremendous speed. 5 minutes later, the Aether Crystal projected a prompt light screen: microsatellite launch complete. Current satellite can perform the following tasks: 1 omitted, 2 omitted, 3 omitted, 4 omitted, 5 planetary survey. The small satellite can orbit the planet and change its trajectory to conduct a detailed survey of the planet. Initiate planetary survey. Orbit shift initiated. Survey commencing. The camera carried by the small satellite took photos of the same location at a rate of 30 frames per second, then stacked these images to enhance clarity. After completing one survey, it would proceed to photograph and survey the next location. Lin Ming opened the light screen, and the small satellite was gradually transmitting the surveyed information back. Photos stacked together much like loading images when the network is extremely poor. At first they were highly pixelated and blurry, then gradually became clear, finally forming a sharp composite image. The small satellite completed one orbit around the planet Waria in about 90 minutes. Each completed orbit would survey a ring-shaped belt on Waria, resembling a ribbon tied around the planet. After completing one ring, the small satellite would change its angle and survey from another perspective, gradually mapping the entire planet Waria. Even from the first ring of survey, Lin Ming had already obtained information that amazed him. First was its rotational state. The planet Waria was actually spinning on its side. Lin Ming recalled that launching's axial tilt was about 23 degrees. Due to this angle, the intensity of sunlight varied across different regions, giving rise to the 4 seasons and causing polar areas to experience polar day or polar night. But Waria's axial tilt was close to 90 degrees. Because it was tidally locked to its star, one side of Waria always faced the star, resulting in one hemisphere being in perpetual daylight, while the other was in eternal night. The place he was in therefore experienced perpetual daylight, where the sun never dipped below the horizon. Magnifying the image, Lin Ming discovered that most of the surveyed area was covered in black, with only a few spots showing colors other than black. Zooming in further, Lin Ming saw 3 enormous impact craters. Each crater was over 100 kilometers in diameter, with hundreds of kilometers between them. It was the high rims of these craters combined with the eternal daylight that blocked the advance of the black tide. The 3 craters were arranged in a triangular pattern, looking like 3 holes on a black bowling ball, and he was inside one of these 3 craters. Lin Ming recalled the words of the intelligent life form on Waria. They had attempted to save themselves, but unfortunately failed. So those towering peaks were not naturally formed. They were crater rims created by meteor impacts. They brought 3 meteorites, and through precise calculations used the impacts to alter Waria's orbit. Yet in the end, due to resource depletion, they still met their final fate. Every effort life makes for survival is a glorious anthem. The small satellite continued its surveying operations. Lin Ming observed the images, which grew clearer and more detailed with each passing moment. At this point, the conditions within the 3 craters had become faintly visible. The crater he was in was the most desolate of all. Lin Ming fixed his gaze, and a map surfaced with various colored dots. Beside each dot hovered a small window indicating the presence of a wide array of mineral resources. Within the other 2 craters, similarly colored lights flickered. However, the information in the floating windows beside those dots was no longer limited to simple mineral deposits. In one of the craters, Lin Ming spotted remnants resembling a factory. Ruins of a large liquid fractionation tower technological construct. Ruins of a solar power array technological construct. Space launch base technological construct. From this, it was evident that this crater served as the primary industrial base for the intelligent life of Waria. The situation in the other crater was entirely different. Instead of massive factories or industrial ruins, there were faintly visible glass domes, hemispherical and inverted, dotting the landscape. Beneath dozens of glass domes, most had turned into barren wastelands similar to the area around him. Yet under a few of those domes, Lin Ming was astonished to see patches of vibrant green. Wild botanical garden natural settlement. Endangered animal sanctuary natural settlement. Livestock area natural settlement. So this planet still harbors some plant life, but I wonder if there are any animals inside. Lin Ming drew a deep breath. The intelligent beings of Waria had the same idea as him. The planet's atmosphere was no longer suitable for open-air living. So they built enormous glass domes like transparent bowls inverted over the ground. Thus they formed a small-scale ecosystem. The internal ecosystem was relatively normal, its size controllable, and the invasion of the black tide could be continuously monitored. But after tens of thousands of years, most of those ecosystems had collapsed. Of the few remaining, the majority had turned into deserts with only sparse vegetation covering the land. At that moment, an intense urge surged within Lin Ming. He wanted to go and see that place. It took him considerable effort to suppress the craving. After all, those two craters were worlds he had never encountered before. Rushing in recklessly could lead to disaster. When a person has nothing, they are at their boldest, willing to gamble everything on a single throw to carve out a future. But once they acquire wealth and accumulation, they become more conservative and begin to cherish their life. Lin Ming belonged to the latter category. But that didn't mean he would never explore that region. Lin Ming turned his gaze to the jetpack on the heavy combat exosuit. He wouldn't go, but the life-simulating crabs could. The small satellite could only map low-resolution images, but the life-simulating crabs could perform on-site exploration. However, before that, the life-simulating crabs needed to be modified. Assign tasks. Once the reverse engineering of the 3D metal printer is complete, begin reverse engineering the jetpack. A gleam shone in Lin Ming's eyes. He wanted to build a few flying life-simulating crabs. Of course, a single tiny life-simulating crab could not support a jetpack to fly hundreds of kilometers across the region covered by the black tide. Manufacture relevant modules for the life-simulating crabs, quintuple the energy storage modules, locomotion modules, and cargo modules. At his command, the 3D metal printer entered a frenzy of operation. Module after module was produced. Lin Ming began upgrading the life-simulating crabs. He recalled the life-simulating crab leader he had slain. Modeling after the life-simulating crab leader, Lin Ming assembled 3 cargo modules, 1 set of upgraded F-grade universal chip computing cores, 5 sets of standard energy storage modules, and 5 sets of locomotion modules. 2 hours later, 2 life-simulating crabs were created, each standing even taller than the crab leader Lin Ming had seen before. These 2 crab leaders had elongated abdomens. Their heads resembled those of life-simulating crabs, while the lower body was more scorpion-like. Clack, clack, clack. The 2 upgraded crab leaders clicked their claws simultaneously, showing respect to Lin Ming. Go outside and bask in the sun to recharge. I'll assign you tasks later. Clack. The 2 crab leaders received the command and swiftly scurried out of the underground cave. After assigning the idle 3D metal printer to manufacture electromagnetic guns, Lin Ming also left the underground cave. He looked at the illusory sun hanging obliquely in the sky and thought of the ring of mountains encircling him tens of kilometers away. A complete plan began to form in his mind. I want to put a lid on this crater, Lin Ming murmured. The intelligent life of Urea had already taken the first step. They had built dozens of ecosystems of various sizes. But those ecosystems were too small to withstand any extreme conditions. Only by expanding the ecosystem to cover the entire crater could there be hope of resisting extremes. Due to the planet's atmospheric composition, an open-air ecosystem could not sustain itself. Carbon dioxide would kill most living organisms. Only by sealing the interior of the crater could the air composition be regulated, creating a vast habitable zone. The best material for the lid was glass. Of course, if it were made purely of glass, the immense self-weight would crush the dome, which was exactly why the ecosystems built by Urea's intelligent life were so small. But with a liquid fractionation tower capable of producing high-strength lightweight materials, everything changed. The extreme strength and low self-weight of those materials meant they could bear tremendous tensile forces. If thousands of ropes made from high-strength lightweight materials were fixed at both ends of the crater, crisscrossed in the middle, they could support the glass dome. With an internal superalloy framework for additional support, it was possible. The intelligent life of Urea might have conceived this plan, but failed to implement it for various reasons. Step 1. Add glass inner lids to the 3 craters, change the atmospheric composition, and initially restore the ecological cycle to form 3 habitable zones. Step 2. Connect the 3 craters via underwater tunnels or glass tunnels using maglev trains or conveyor belts for material transfer. Step 3. Build a space elevator using high-strength lightweight materials or launch tens of thousands of reflective lenses via spacecraft to reflect sunlight onto the planet's dark side, using light to completely eradicate the black tide. Step 4. Terraform the entire planet. Use cyanobacteria and the existing ecosystems to adjust the atmospheric composition, transforming Urea into a habitable world. Step-by-step grand visions unfolded in Lin Ming's mind, magnificent blueprints spread out before his inner eye. Every step will consume countless resources, require immense technology, and take vast amounts of time. But since we're already here, we might as well do something right. Gazing upon the starry expanse while grounding himself in reality, Lin Ming, after completing the blueprint for the transformation of the Urea planet, commenced his current work. The immediate focus was to secure victory in the upcoming technological assessment. Only by doing so could he obtain higher-level technological creations, thereby achieving further breakthroughs in technology. Lin Ming opened the Interstellar Exchange and browsed through the newly listed items. He noticed that compared to before, the number of high-tech creations in the interstellar exchange had dwindled significantly, leaving only some basic materials. What's going on? Lin Ming took a sip of water and scanned the players' chats. Such a profit. As soon as I listed an F-level mechanical arm, someone from Tang Province snapped it up without even haggling. Yet today people from Tang Province have been instantly buying all tech creations with grade ratings, no negotiation. I'm tempted to list my survival pod for sale. Won't work. I tried. It showed as a prohibited item for trade. Bro, you actually listed it. Players from other regions are also snapping up our goods. I just noticed the trader wasn't from our zone and half the transaction tax was deducted. Damn. Reading that player's comment, Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. Cross-zone trading was possible. Recalling that Thompson had previously requested basic resources from players in different zones, he nodded. It seemed indeed possible, though according to the player's description, half the transaction tax would be deducted. He searched the interstellar exchange and found a zone switching button in the lower left corner numbered 1 to 100. Their current zone was number 37. Lin Ming switched to Zone 1. Their players were also discussing how easily tech creations could be sold, but nothing worth buying was available. Lin Ming flipped through zone after zone. He noticed that players in the first 60 pages conversed in Chinese. Starting from page 61, a different situation emerged. English began to appear, followed by Japanese, Korean, and various strange scripts resembling mosquito coils. Fortunately, the interstellar exchange had a built-in translation system. Lin Ming searched through each zone's exchange and eventually locked onto 2 items. Limited research tech chip. Description: after accumulating enough tech creations, you have stored some technological knowledge. From now on, you can conduct directed research on a specific item, achieving a breakthrough without surpassing the item's grade level. Requires high computing chip. All-terrain tracked vehicle manufacturing blueprint F. Description: a multi-purpose transport vehicle with rugged tracks powered by an electric motor capable of operating on various complex terrains. Maximum load capacity 50 tons. Consumption 1 unit of electricity per hour when empty, 10 units per hour when fully loaded. Material requirements: electromagnetic coil 10, AF grade universal chip 1, circuit board 10, superalloy powder 150 units, ultra-fine iron powder 1000 units. Manufacturing requirement: 3D metal printer needed. Lin Ming first opened a private chat with the player who had the limited research tech chip. This was an English-speaking player named Huo Fumin, who looked like a redneck, old white man. The text he typed automatically translated into Chinese. What do you need? Lin Ming: I'm interested in your limited research tech chip. Huo Fumin: this is a real good thing. It lets you research tech, super cool. Lin Ming ignored Huo Fumin's boasting and said, directly name your price. Huo Fumin: a player from Zone 37, already cross-zone shopping. You should know cross-zone trading incurs a transaction tax, and you'll have to cover it. Lin Ming: only if your price is low enough. Huo Fumin: I'm not short on basic materials. Got any good stuff? Preferably in pairs. Lin Ming: electromagnetic gun, imitative crab. Seeing the illustrations Lin Ming sent Huo Fumin was somewhat surprised. All good stuff. Looks like you've been collecting these recently. All for offering to that N-word guy, huh? I'll warn you, those guys are always hypocritical, only fit to stay in plantations with superalloy chains. Don't be fooled by him. Seeing Huo Fumin's chat, Lin Ming replied with a smile, remarks like, that would get you arrested in your own country. Good thing that chaotic country no longer exists. Huo Fumin was clearly agitated. Society is being ruined by those N-words. Damn, I can finally say that word freely. If you're offering supplies to that guy, I absolutely won't trade this with you. Lin Ming: don't worry, I'm not offering it to him. You're serious? Absolutely no lie. Alright, since you're Chinese, I trust you. If you were Korean or Japanese, I'd never believe it. They're born to be dogs. Huo Fumin rambled on for a long time, clearly having pin-up feelings. After bargaining with Huo Fumin, Lin Ming traded 2 electromagnetic guns and 2 imitative crabs for the limited research tech chip. Of course, he also paid an additional transaction tax. With the chip in hand, Lin Ming immediately commanded the Aether Crystal decipher the limited research tech. Deciphering limited research tech. Estimated time to master related tech: 1 hour. Although limited research tech allowed partial breakthroughs, it ultimately couldn't surpass the current grade's tech assessment and required a high computing chip. Lin Ming knew this drawback, and so did Huo Fumin. Besides, Huo Fumin was from Texas and couldn't resist electromagnetic guns. Thus the two didn't waste words. After obtaining the limited research tech chip, Lin Ming started a private chat with the player who had the all-terrain tracked vehicle manufacturing blueprint F. This was a Korean player named Jin Bugu. Lin Ming directly sent 2 illustrations in the trading chat. High-protein permafrost, can 1 spiked giant shell dragon meat 10 kg in exchange for your all-terrain tracked vehicle manufacturing blueprint. Jin Bugu quickly replied, Aish, just 2 pieces of meat for my high-tech blueprint. Lin Ming said nothing, found the barbecue video he had sent to Sun Yao earlier and forwarded it to Jin Bugu video. Jin Bugu: Aish looks delicious, but the quantity is way too small. Lin Ming: deal or not? If not, I'll feed the meat to my dog. Jin Bugu panicked, then what will I eat? Lin Ming: 2 cans 20 kilograms of dragon meat. Final offer, I'll cover the tax. Jin Bugu: deal. With the new technology in hand, Lin Ming immediately set to work. Since he had direct access to the technical blueprints for the all-terrain tracked vehicle, he could master the relevant technology without needing reverse engineering. He opened the blueprint for the all-terrain tracked vehicle. On the preview image appeared a massive steel transport vehicle 5 meters high, 3 meters wide, and 10 meters long with 2 sets of superalloy tracks at the front and rear. Its rugged design exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. This thing can only carry 50 tons. I'd believe 200 tons. He muttered a complaint, and then issued a command, modularize the all-terrain tracked vehicle. Modularizing the all-terrain tracked vehicle. The all-terrain tracked vehicle can be deconstructed into computational core module, electromagnetic drive module, energy storage module, loading module, detection and obstacle avoidance module, and track locomotion module. All-terrain tracked vehicle modularization complete. After the vehicle was modularized, Lin Ming found himself with nothing to do for a moment. At that moment, the E-grade chip was reverse engineering the 3D metal printer, while the survival pod's computational core was decrypting the restricted research technology. The 3D metal printer was busy manufacturing electromagnetic guns. Everyone was occupied. Tisk, seeing you all so busy, I should find something to do too, or I'll feel guilty. As he spoke, Lin Ming brewed a cup of vitamin-infused hot drink, gently stroked the Aether Crystal, and began browsing the regional chat channel. A competent leader must ensure timely information and avoid being out of touch. In the regional chat, players were discussing fervently with messages refreshing much faster than before, leaving Lin Ming unable to read clearly at first. Just as he was about to pause the chat scrolling to see what the players were saying, a private message from Tang Qingyan arrived. You there? Seeing a customer come knocking, Lin Ming promptly replied, What's up? Tang Qingyan asked, Can you trade me the electromagnetic guns that have already been made? Originally the two had agreed to trade once an hour. Tang Qingyan would send a batch of materials, Lin Ming would produce a gun and trade it back, and so on. But after 2 trades, a preliminary trust had been established, so Tang Qingyan sent over 6 batches of materials at once. After all, he had already rented out a 3D printer, so there was no reason to be stingy over a few materials. Sure, I've made 3 guns so far. Lin Ming traded all 3 electromagnetic guns to Tang Qingyan. Thanks. After receiving the goods, Tang Qingyan had no further messages. Lin Ming enjoyed the peace and continued browsing the regional chat channel. Did you see it? That thing's abdomen is huge, at least 2 or 3 times larger than a human's, but its 4 legs are as thin as a dog's. It looks like ergot. Why can something carbon-based be so ugly? It scared the hell out of me, and I'm supposed to be a handsome guy. Chu Wei's planet has only 11 oxygen. That creature must have extremely developed lungs to survive in such a low oxygen environment. I feel so unsafe. Will we have these things around us too? Lin Ming was baffled by the players' chatter. It seemed someone had encountered strange creatures. He patiently scrolled through the history and found a player named Chu Wei had posted several videos. But Chu Wei's avatar had turned gray with a blood-red, dead character in the bottom right corner. What happened? Lin Ming's heart leaped, and he quickly clicked on the first video. It was Chu Wei's first-person perspective. About 10 meters around him, a group of bizarre creatures had him surrounded. These creatures had enormous heads, extremely ugly, with 6 eyes on the head, each covered by a translucent eyelid. Below the head was a bloated gray-purple torso. The abdomen was so swollen it could hold a curled-up adult. The 2 arms and the 4 legs below the torso were exceedingly thin, not even as thick as an adult's forearm, making one doubt whether these frail limbs could support their bulky bodies. What drew the most attention was the creature's mouthparts, or rather holes. From their face to the neck, there were 2 rows of 10 groups of ping-pong ball-sized openings, opening and closing intermittently, clearly inhaling. With each inhalation, their bloated abdomen swelled another size. Damn, what are these things? Chu Wei cursed, and the video ended. Lin Ming's expression grew extremely grave. He had a vague idea why Tang Qingyan had been so eager to get the already manufactured electromagnetic guns. He clicked on the second video. The video began with Chu Wei's voice, You want this thing, don't you? Fine, I'll give it back. The view shifted downward, and Lin Ming saw that Chu Wei's right hand was holding a small purple-skinned creature similar in appearance to the others, but the size of a house cat. The small creature's holes emitted a buzzing sound intermittently, the frequency growing lower. Lin Ming's eyelids twitched. Take it, Chu Wei said, tossing the small purple creature toward the creature in front. That creature caught the small one, and to Lin Ming's shock, it tore the small creature in half with its bare hands. Gurgle, blood splattered everywhere. Buzz. The foremost purple creature faced the sky, all 10 groups of holes crying out in a mournful tone. Buzz. The dozen or so purple creatures surrounding Chu Wei simultaneously emitted a deep resonant sound, their battle spirit surging, shaking Lin Ming's ears. Amid the war cries, 2 purple creatures stepped forward, each taking half of the small creature's body. They opened the slit-like mouths in the middle of their holes and swallowed them raw. Then Lin Ming distinctly saw the 6 eyes covered by gray eyelids open wide. The second video ended. Lin Ming quickly clicked on the third video. In the video, the 2 purple creatures with opened eyes charged forward one after another. Chu Wei, wearing a heavy-duty exit suit, clenched his right fist and punched the first creature's head. In an instant, a tremendous force blasted the creature's head off. Its 4 legs gave way and it collapsed. Is that all? Is that all? Chu Wei shouted, his fear vanishing, replaced by blazing fury. Die, all of you, die. The second purple creature seemed intimidated by Chu Wei's might and hesitated to advance. Chu Wei laughed, scared. He lunged forward. But the second creature quickly retreated, spraying ink-like liquid from its ping-pong ball-sized holes, instantly covering Chu Wei's entire helmet. I can't see, damn it. Crack. A crisp sound rang out as something struck Chu Wei's glass visor, creating spiderweb-like cracks. Lin Ming sighed and closed the video. Then he noticed that Sun Yao had sent him a message. Brother Lin, did you see the videos in the regional channel? I see it. Lin Ming replied. He naturally understood why Sun Yao cared so much. After all, near Sun Yao's location, there was also a complete ecological chain. If he were to wake up one day and find himself surrounded by a group of intelligent beings, that would be a very unpleasant feeling. Sun Yao said, Brother Lin, could you sell me a few more superalloy bullets? I feel a bit unsafe around here. Lin Ming smiled slightly. Upon seeing the video, he had already made his decision. He directly sent a message to Sun Yao, miniature satellite combat type heavy-duty extravehicular suit. Sun Yao. Damn, Brother Lin. These are all treasures. Lin Ming, want them? I don't want them. Sun Yao hesitated for a moment before replying, I can't afford them. They're a gift for you, Lin Ming said. After a long while, Sun Yao sent a message. Haha, Brother Lin, I admit I got excited when I saw the message, but this joke is a bit too big. Lin Ming, it's true. I'll give you a free miniature satellite, but you'll have to handle the fuel yourself. For the combat type heavy-duty extravehicular suit, you can exchange it with your own extravehicular suit. This was Lin Ming's decision. Through several collaborations with Sun Yao, the two had built a solid foundation of trust. The fact that Sun Yao could provide what Lin Ming needed in the first two transactions indicated that his development had been progressing smoothly as well. Lin Ming's development had already begun to take shape, but on the planet Waria, the incomplete ecological chain would hinder progress in certain aspects. Sun Yao's planet, with its complete ecological chain, could compensate for this shortcoming. Therefore, Lin Ming decided to invest in Sun Yao. In the last century, the United States invested in Japan and South Korea, lifting those two small territories to prominence and turning them into forces that could not be ignored. The United States also reaped immense benefits, having two powerful pawns that would bite whoever they were told to bite, and occasionally bite each other. Most importantly, the investment Lin Ming made accounted for only a minuscule fraction of what he possessed. Electricity was generated by solar panels, minerals were mined by biomimetic crabs and framework mining systems, and production was carried out by 3D metal printers. At most, it would occupy only an hour of his production capacity. But for Sun Yao, it could change his destiny. The scraps left behind by a behemoth could feed countless tiny decomposers. My production capacity is occupied right now, so please wait a moment. Lin Ming first manufactured 10 superalloy bullets and traded them to Sun Yao. Sun Yao was extremely excited. Brother Lin, I don't even know what to say. Lin Ming smiled and sent a message. You call me brother, and I'll take you to feast like kings. Sun Yao. Alright, following Brother Lin, we'll feast like kings. Having only slept for about 5 hours, Lin Ming felt a bit drowsy. He first set the production capacity of the two 3D metal printers to manufacture electromagnetic guns, then prepared to take a nap. At the same time, he set an alarm to wake him once the 3D metal printer's reverse engineering was complete. 3D metal printer model I. Reverse engineering complete. You have mastered the 3D metal printer model I. Reverse engineering of the jet-powered flight backpack in progress. Based on the current chip's computing power, estimated reverse engineering time 0. 5 hours. Waking from his sleep, Lin Ming saw 2 consecutive prompts and quickly sat up. 3D metal printer model I. Description uses ultra-fine metal powder as raw material to print corresponding items according to blueprints with a maximum printing resolution of 100 microns. Material requirements F or higher grade universal chip X1, electromagnetic coil X10, circuit board X10, superalloy powder X50. Manufacturing requirements requires 3D metal printer model I. Manufacturing consumption electricity X50 units. Great. Lin Ming checked the inventory. The number of circuit boards at hand was limited, only enough to manufacture one more 3D metal printer, but that was no longer a problem. After delivering half of the manufactured electromagnetic guns to Tang Qingyan, Lin Ming called over the upgraded biomimetic crab. Send the wastewater into the liquid fractionation tower. I need high-strength, lightweight materials. Click-clack, click-clack. The upgraded biomimetic crab clicked its claws to indicate receipt, then began distributing metal cylinders to the remaining 5 biomimetic crabs. Finally, it couldn't resist tapping the carapace of the one that was always bullied. You manufacture 3D metal printers. You start by manufacturing some electromagnetic coils. Lin Ming gave commands to the 2 3D metal printers. Since the 3D metal printers were relatively small and the electromagnetic coils and circuit boards were already available, the manufacturing time was only half an hour. During that half hour, a large quantity of high-strength lightweight materials arrived and pieces of circuit boards were manufactured. Half an hour later, Lin Ming had 3 3D metal printers and a considerable number of circuit boards. Lin Ming gave another command, simultaneously produce more 3D metal printers. ZZZ. The 3 3D metal printers began their diligent work of manufacturing themselves. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. Watching 3D metal printers coming off the line one after another, Lin Ming exclaimed excitedly. He had been waiting for this moment for too long. Thus Lin Ming produced 22 more 3D metal printers in one go, bringing the total to 24, occupying most of the space at the bottom of the pit. I've been poor for too long, truly too poor. The jet-powered flight backpack had also been reverse-engineered. The manufacturing materials were merely superalloy electromagnetic coils, circuit boards, and the like. Lin Ming spent only 10 minutes to manufacture 23 of them along with one miniature satellite. With the preparations complete, Lin Ming sent a message to Sun Yao, "Let's trade." Sun Yao did not stand on ceremony and began trading with Lin Ming. Soon Lin Ming traded the miniature satellite and the combat-type heavy-duty extravehicular suit equipped with the jet-powered flight backpack to Sun Yao, receiving a heavy-duty extravehicular suit in return. After the transaction was complete, Sun Yao sent only one message to Lin Ming. "Brother Lin, from now on my life is yours." Reading Sun Yao's message, Lin Ming closed the chat window and didn't take it to heart. He assigned tasks to the 3D metal printers, life support system, soilless cultivation framework system, conveyor belts. You can distribute the work among yourselves. Lin Ming looked down at the heavy-duty extravehicular suit he was wearing. It's time to transform this pit into a habitable state. Then he called over the 2 biomimetic crab leaders that were basking in the sun and charging. To his surprise, their batteries were only half full. Pathetic, why is the charging speed so slow? He waved his hand to have the life pod fully charge the 2 biomimetic crabs, then had the 3D metal printers modify the jet-powered flight backpacks onto the backs of the 2 biomimetic crab leaders. Explore these 2 locations, 1 crab per location. I won't be able to contact you during that time. Remember to return exactly 24 hours later, or I will assume you are dead. Lin Ming did not equip the biomimetic crab leaders with electromagnetic guns. He was afraid that these low-intelligence creatures would fire recklessly and damage important products, which would be a loss not worth the gain. Losing 2 biomimetic crab leaders was nothing. He had plenty of production capacity now. Leaving the underground cavern, Lin Ming emerged onto the surface. He surveyed his surroundings. At the entrance of the cavern, a solar array composed of over 100 photovoltaic panels was operating steadily. Not far away, dozens of imitation crabs were transporting stones, piling them into dozens of small hills. The stones within a 10-kilometer radius had already been cleared by the imitation crabs, forcing them to venture farther afield in search of more movable rocks. To his right stood the liquid fractionation tower and the arc furnace, both in a dormant state, towering silently. Further ahead, the frame-type mining system was continuously advancing. "It's time," Lin Ming murmured softly. Then he gave the command, "Use the E-grade chip to reverse-engineer the arc furnace." Based on the computing power provided by the current chip, the estimated reverse engineering time is 1 hour, consuming 1 unit of electricity per hour. Do you wish to begin reverse engineering? Yes. After cueing the reverse engineering of the arc furnace, Lin Ming continued, "Modularize the frame-type mining system and the liquid fractionation tower." Modularizing the frame-type mining system. The frame-type mining system can be deconstructed into computing core module, support, frame module, superalloy excavation module, electromagnetic conversion module, and conveyor module. Frame-type mining system modularization complete. Modularizing the liquid fractionation tower. The liquid fractionation tower can be deconstructed into computing core module, support, frame module, electrical energy conversion module, thermal management module, pipeline fractionation module, product output module, and liquid storage module. Liquid fractionation tower modularization complete. A series of prompts kept appearing. Lin Ming nodded and said, "Use the limited research technology to study the tracked walking module of the all-terrain tracked vehicle. Please select the research direction. Enlarge the size, double the length. Please select the chip for research. F-grade general purpose chip." Based on the computing power provided by the current chip, the estimated limited research time is 10 minutes, consuming 1 unit of electricity per hour. Do you wish to begin limited research? Yes. Looking at the pop-up prompt, Lin Ming quickly confirmed. He was merely enlarging the tracked walking module, simply scaling up the blueprint. Though this might seem somewhat unrealistic, as enlarging the dimensions would require additional considerations regarding load-bearing and suspension support, it was still a mechanical product less precise than electronic devices, so the research time was not long. 10 minutes quickly passed, and the enlarged tracked walking module was researched. Due to its immense size, Lin Ming brought out 16 3D metal printers and placed them on the ground for manufacturing. Begin production, initial batch of 16 modules. After issuing the command, Lin Ming said, "Use the limited research technology to study the walking module of the imitation crab. Please select the research direction. Enlarge the size, replace the material with superalloy, and increase stability. Please select the chip for research. F-grade general purpose chip." Based on the computing power provided by the current chip, the estimated limited research time is 20 minutes, consuming 1 unit of electricity per hour. Do you wish to begin limited research? Too long, overclock it. Estimated limited research time, 10 minutes, consuming 5 units of electricity per hour. Do you wish to begin limited research? Yes. 10 minutes later, the superalloy imitation crab walking module was researched. At that moment the enlarged tracked walking module was only half finished, so Lin Ming had the imitation crabs move the remaining 3D printers from the bottom of the cavern. Begin production initial batch of 16 modules. With a sizzling sound the 24 3D metal printers worked at full capacity. Half an hour later 16 enlarged tracked walking modules were completed. These massive tracked walking modules, each over 3 meters long and nearly half a meter wide, gleamed with a bright silver luster from the superalloy tracks, exuding an imposing presence. Lin Ming moved these modules to suitable positions, waiting for the 16 enlarged superalloy imitation crab legs to be manufactured. Soon after the imitation crab legs were completed, Lin Ming gave another command: manufacture the frame-type mining system in separate modules, one machine per module. Meanwhile, Lin Ming took a 3D metal printer and began welding the superalloy crab legs to the tracked walking modules. Sizzling sounds echoed around the cavern entrance. This is the sound of industrialization, Lin Ming exclaimed while holding a superalloy crab leg. Listening to what was normally noise, he found it oddly enjoyable. After welding the 16 superalloy crab legs, the various modules of the frame-type mining system were also produced. Lin Ming continued assembly. The frame of the frame-type mining system was square with 4 support points. Lin Ming welded a superalloy plate under each support point, and each plate was supported by 4 superalloy crab legs. After assembly, a frame-type mining system supported by 16 superalloy crab legs and equipped with 16 tracked walking modules was born. Tracked frame-type mining system. Description: a mining system with a superalloy drill bit housed within a massive metal frame. It maintains stability during drilling, enabling uninterrupted mining. Equipped with all-terrain tracked modules, it can relocate when mineral resources are depleted. The technology rating is still E. Add more. Just as the reverse engineering of the arc furnace was completed, Lin Ming immediately modularized it. Without even looking at the modularization results, he and the imitation crabs moved the arc furnace onto a support platform on one side and welded it in place. After all, only by modularizing and then reassembling technological constructs could they be recognized by the Aether Crystal. After welding, Lin Ming placed 2 imitation crabs on the platform. Thus the ore mined by the frame-type mining system could be directly fed into the arc furnace by the imitation crabs for smelting. Integrated mineral resource collection and smelting system. Description: an integrated architecture capable of simultaneous mining and smelting. Equipped with all-terrain tracked modules, it can relocate when mineral resources are depleted. Not bad. The technology rating has become E. Lin Ming nodded in satisfaction. However, this was not the final creation he desired. He glanced at the liquid fractionation tower beside him. Add more. Keep adding. The liquid fractionation tower had been modularized and could be directly installed on the platform using a 3D metal printer. After installation, Lin Ming opened the catalog. The rating is still E. Not enough. Lin Ming thought of the 3D metal printer. He picked one up and welded it onto another platform. He opened the catalog and found the rating was still E. Mobile miniature factory construct. Description: a miniature construct capable of simultaneously mining, smelting, and producing finished products. It integrates various impressive technological creations, but has low output efficiency. Low output efficiency. Is that the reason the rating can improve? Lin Ming rubbed his chin in puzzlement. The actual output efficiency needed to be verified through practice. After installing the microwave power transmission receiving module, Lin Ming selected a copper mine and let the mobile miniature factory construct move there on its own. Creak, creak. 16 crawler tread modules rolled over the gravel, imprinting a series of straight track paths. Then the mobile miniature factory construct stopped steadily above the copper mine. The 16 superalloy crab legs began to descend and then locked securely. The superalloy drill bit slowly probed downward under the drive of the electric motor. Upon contacting the hard ground, the descent speed of the superalloy drill bit slowed by more than half, but it still kept approaching the copper ore buried deep underground. Soon fine copper ore was mined from the ground, and the nearby imitative crab immediately acted, throwing the ore into the feed port of the electric arc furnace. After enough copper ore had been accumulated, the electric arc furnace started up quickly, smelting out blocks of pure copper that piled up in front of the discharge port. I think I understand the problem. Lin Ming waved over the upgraded imitative crab. Go tell the 3D printer to produce several conveyor belts, and have your minions bring them over. Clack. The upgraded imitative crab took the order and left. Lin Ming began optimizing the production process of the mobile miniature factory construct. Although in theory the mobile miniature factory construct could complete the entire process from mining to smelting to producing finished products, Lin Ming had overlooked that it could only mine one type of ore. However, the manufacture of technological creations required multiple raw materials. Add several hoppers to store different resources which can compensate for the singularity of raw mineral materials. The imitative crab's handling efficiency for fine raw ore is too low. It would be better to change this to a conveyor belt. When the superalloy drill bit is boring, using water to cool the bit and lubricate the hole will increase the boring speed. Conveniently, the liquid fractionation tower produces water as a byproduct. Also add several product slots to collect finished products. Lin Ming carried out a series of optimization procedures. The hoppers for loading resources were easy to produce. He miniaturized the loading module of the all-terrain tracked vehicle and welded it to one side of the platform. A conveyor belt was added below the discharge port of the original frame-type mining system, with the other end directly connected to the feed port of the electric arc furnace. The discharge port of the electric arc furnace was then directly connected to the hoppers via a conveyor belt. Each hopper stored purified resource materials which were connected to the 3D metal printer via conveyor belts. As for sorting the materials required by the 3D metal printer, and feeding each was handled by an imitative crab. Then a metal pipe was connected from the top of the liquid fractionation tower to near the superalloy drill bit, delivering pure water to cool and lubricate the drill bit. After doing all this, Lin Ming opened the catalog. Mobile Miniature Factory Construct E-Description: a miniature construct capable of simultaneously mining, smelting, and producing finished products. It integrates various impressive technological creations, but since it hasn't been verified, its output efficiency cannot be known. Can't know the output efficiency? Then I'll show you by verification. Lin Ming started the Mobile Miniature Factory Construct. As the superalloy drill bit activated, the liquid fractionation tower began operating. A trickle of water flowed out of the metal pipe through the superalloy drill bit and into the borehole. Lin Ming noticed that the rotation speed of the superalloy drill bit had significantly increased. Fine copper ore emerged from the discharge port of the frame-type mining system and fell onto the conveyor belt below. The continuously running conveyor belt steadily fed the materials into the feed port of the electric arc furnace. Crackle! The electric arc furnace began to operate. Blocks of pure copper emerged from the discharge port and were transported to the hoppers via the conveyor belt. The conveyor belt at the opening below the hoppers started up, transporting the pure copper blocks and the high-purity silicon ingots that Lin Ming had placed earlier to the 3D printer. At the same time, the high-strength lightweight material produced by the liquid fractionation tower was also transported via conveyor belt. The imitative crab in charge of sorting immediately placed the raw materials into the feed port of the 3D metal printer. Zzz. The 3D metal printer continued running. A circuit board was quickly manufactured and fell through the conveyor belt at the discharge port into the product slot. Perfect. Lin Ming couldn't help clapping his hands. Plaque. The upgraded imitative crab also clicked its crab claw in response. Lin Ming opened the catalog again. Mobile Miniature Factory Construct D-Description: a verified miniature factory construct capable of simultaneously mining, smelting, and producing finished products. It integrates various impressive technological creations and has average efficiency. Average efficiency? That's all. Lin Ming muttered, but the description's evaluation couldn't dampen his excitement, because the technological rating of the Mobile Miniature Factory Construct had become D. This was the first technological creation with a D-level rating that Lin Ming had ever seen. Admittedly, as the description said, if one really considered efficiency, the Mobile Miniature Factory Construct's efficiency was indeed rather average. After all, it could still only produce a single type of mineral raw material. Other materials needed to be added to the hoppers in advance. Producing several more frame-type mining systems, connecting them with conveyor belts, and forming a small factory cluster. That would be the most efficient. But Lin Ming was doing this for the D-level technological rating. It's a test-oriented product, so there's no need to worry about so many details. Lin Ming waved his hand. At this time, with still a few hours left until the technological assessment, he delivered another batch of electromagnetic guns to Tang Qingyin, plus a 3D metal printer. Our contract is complete. The goods are returned to their original owner. Tang Qingyin sent a handshake emoji. Brother Lin, your promise is worth 1,000 gold. I admire that. We will definitely have more opportunities for cooperation in the future. Easy to say. After closing the chat box, looking at the Mobile Miniature Factory Construct, Lin Ming gave it a command: full-speed production of circuit boards and electromagnetic coils. 3D metal printer manufacture frame-type mining systems, conveyor belts, and glass. Imitative crabs are responsible for feeding and finished product storage. He glanced at the upgraded imitative crab beside him. You are in charge of supervising. The E-grade chip shouldn't be idle either. Reverse engineer the F-grade chip. 2 days is acceptable, so no need for overclocking. As for me, I'm going to have a good meal. Sizzle. Under the heat of the hot air, tiny bubbles rose on the dragon meat and potato slices, producing a crackling sound. Lin Ming chewed on the roasted meat while keeping an eye on the time. There was still over an hour before the technology assessment began, and the regional chat channel was already buzzing with heated discussion. The tech assessment is about to start. I wonder who will be the top-ranked powerhouse. It should be Thompson. After all, he was the first in our region to upgrade his survival pod to level 2. He's got a solid foundation and has been buying tech creations from various areas recently. I think the people from Tang province in our region also have a chance. They've been making big moves these past 2 days. 2 of them have upgraded to level 2 survival pods. Damn, don't even mention it. They're not trying to push for the tech assessment, they're just looking to profit. I've got some good stuck in my hands now. Hilarious. The people from Tang province. Do you know the one thing they have in common with Thompson? Both are shady. Both have the surname Tang. Ha ha ha. Laughing so hard. But seriously, Lin Ming the big shot also has a good chance. I feel like he's mastered a lot of high-level tech creations. What are you thinking? One person's ability is limited after all. Lin Ming hasn't been active these past 2 days, and he hasn't even made any moves to buy tech creations. He's definitely given up early. Alas, just a flash in the pan. Seeing them start talking about him, Lin Ming chewed on the sizzling, greasy roasted meat and smacked his lips. To be honest, roasted meat is indeed more delicious than roasted potatoes. Those people from Tang province did have some tricks. They had been buying up tech creations, aggressively driving up the prices. Some took advantage of the situation, buying tech creations and then reselling them at a markup to the Tang province people. Unexpectedly, the Tang province people turned the tables by selling a small portion of their tech creations to these opportunists, making a hefty profit, and then immediately announced they would stop buying tech creations. As a result, those middlemen were left in a bind. Lin Ming estimated that some players who belonged to Tang province but didn't bear the surname Tang were now negotiating with them to buy those tech creations at low prices. In the end, the Tang province people not only got the tech creations, but also made a decent profit. Just then Lin Ming noticed someone had sent him a private message. He checked and saw it was Sun Yao, so he opened it. Bro Lin. Sun Yao was extremely excited. He had sent a voice message. Guess what I got my hands on? What's up? Sun Yao video. Lin Ming opened the video. In the video, Sun Yao, wearing a combat-type heavy-load exosuit, was flying through the sky, shouting wildly as he reached a crevice and hovered over a lake. Tentacle freak down there, get out here. After waiting for a while with no response, Sun Yao had the bionic crab following him use a metal cylinder to scoop water and dump it directly onto a nearby bush. After the bionic crab had scooped 5 cylinders of water, Lin Ming saw ripples form on the surface. Xiaohei, run. Sun Yao recalled the bionic crab, pulled up sharply, and fired a shot at the pursuing tentacle. The high-speed, dum-dum bullet pierced straight through the tentacle, blasting it into a dozen pieces. A faint blue stain spread on the water surface, and the tentacle quickly retracted. Sun Yao pressed his advantage and actually dove straight into the lake. Lin Ming's eyelids twitched. Was this guy brave, or just reckless? At least he should have sent the bionic crab to the bottom to get a view first. Since the heavy-load exosuit could operate in extreme environments, it was naturally fine underwater. The jetpack had now turned into a water jetpack, propelling Sun Yao straight down. Sun Yao activated the searchlight on the exosuit, revealing a massive monster at the bottom. It was a giant octopus. Hey, where do you think you're going? Sun Yao yelled, aiming both electromagnetic guns at the octopus's eyes and firing 2 dum-dum bullets. 2 patches of light blue blood exploded on the lake bed. Lin Ming saw the octopus instantly lose activity and collapse limply to the bottom. Don't play dead. Sun Yao fired 2 more shots, and after confirming the octopus was dead, he cautiously approached and dragged it toward the surface. Due to buoyancy, Sun Yao could still drag the octopus underwater. But as soon as one tentacle left the water, he felt the 1-ton force of the exosuit was barely enough. He then started to segment the octopus tentacle on the spot. The video ended. After watching Sun Yao's video, Lin Ming reminded him, it's better to be careful when facing an unknown lake bottom. Sun Yao laughed heartily. Don't worry, bro Lin, I'm not stupid either. I sent Xiaohei down to scout first and confirmed there's only this big guy in the lake. As long as it's a carbon-based life form, the electromagnetic gun can take it down. Lin Ming nodded. Indeed, back when he watched movies, planes and tanks would blast monsters with all their might, and the monsters could still jump up and counterattack. But in reality, no matter how thick the armor, a high explosive shell from a tank can instantly kill any carbon-based life form. No armor-piercing round needed. Using an aircraft to drop a bomb would be an insult to the bomb itself. Besides, didn't you give me that small satellite? Sun Yao said. It's hovering right above me, now monitoring every move around. If anything unusual happens, I'll know immediately. Good, just stay alert. Lin Ming felt reassured. It's not that a reckless man with high combat power is scary, but a reckless man with a brain is. As he spoke, Sun Yao sent Lin Ming a massive octopus tentacle. Bro Lin, it's still fresh. I grilled some and ate it. Tastes amazing. Lin Ming confirmed the transaction, and a giant tentacle appeared in the living cabin, almost filling it. Lin Ming quickly cut the giant tentacle into small pieces, freezing some, and having the bionic crab take the rest out to sun-dry into octopus jerky. Opening the guide, Lin Ming saw the description of the octopus tentacle. Giant tentacle. Description: a tentacle from an octopus on an unknown planet. Don't worry, it's edible and tastes great. What a coincidence. Lin Ming casually cut a thick slice from the tentacle, threaded it onto a super alloy skewer, and started roasting. After applying nutrient paste, Lin Ming took a bite. It was chewy and springy with a savory aftertaste. A familiar flavor of teppanyaki squid. Delicious, truly delicious. Lin Ming finished 1 slice and a few bites, and immediately roasted another. Oh bro Lin. Sun Yao sent another message. I found this in its head. I don't need it, so I'll give it to you. Huh. Lin Ming opened the private chat, and saw that Sun Yao had traded him a fist-sized crystal clear orb. What is this? Lin Ming wondered, but he accepted it anyway. Investment shouldn't only focus on long-term returns, occasional short-term gains are welcome too. Opening the guide, Lin Ming's eyes gradually widened. This is a biological crystal core. Description: crystals that grow in the brains of certain creatures, possibly with unknown uses. What surprised Lin Ming was not the description of the biological crystal core, but the small floating frame that appeared beside it. Biological Crystal Core D computing resource can serve as the computing core of a biological computer. D-level evaluation can serve as the computing core of a biological computer. Furthermore, his talent had been enhanced again. Now he could see the evaluation level and usage of resources. A series of surprises made Lin Ming extremely excited. Just after eating octopus meat, my talent changed. Could it be that eating different foods each time will improve my talent? Looking at the sizzling octopus slices before him, Lin Ming quickly ate them in a few bites. However, this time his talent did not undergo any new changes. It seems repeated consumption is ineffective. Even so, Lin Ming was already very happy. A D-level computing core. He tried to use the biological crystal core, but found no change. It seems necessary to have matching equipment, but where can I get the related technology for biological computers? Lin Ming opened the Interstellar Exchange and searched for information about biological computers in various regions, but found nothing. Instead, he saw Tang Yuzhen starting a live stream. In the picture, the dark and shiny Tang Yuzhen was praying with his eyes closed, wearing a superalloy cross on his chest. Lin Ming noticed that the number of players watching Tang Yuzhen's live stream had reached a terrifying over 500. That is to say, the majority of the surviving players were watching Tang Yuzhen's live stream. My lord, your Holy Spirit moistens my heart like sweet rain. Tang Yuzhen kept praying in a low voice, and at a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment before him, before the over 500 players in the live stream, and before the over 3 billion players on various desolate planets, a floating frame appeared displaying the same content in different languages. Technology assessment began. Tang Yuzhen put on a lightweight out-of-cabin suit and walked out of the survival pod. Lin Ming saw that outside his survival pod there were piles of technological creations like small mountains. These technological creations, which Lin Ming had never seen before, were piled up like garbage, leaving an empty space in the middle. Tang Yuzhen walked to the center of the empty space, facing the distance. In the distance, the sun had just squeezed above the horizon, casting its first rays of light. The holy light shines upon me, guiding me. My lord, bestow your grace. Tisk. Lin Ming clicked his tongue inwardly. It had to be said that Tang Yuzhen played his tricks well. He must have calculated the time in advance and moved his survival pod to this position. Thus, when the technology assessment began, the sun was just rising. Sure enough, the over 500 players were already somewhat fanatical, frantically sending messages in the live stream expressing their excitement. Tang Yuzhen raised his left hand, displaying the words on the light screen to the live stream interface so that all players could see the text clearly. Lines of text gradually appeared. Player Tang Yuzhen number of technological creations owned F-level technological creations 1372 pieces, score 1372 points. F-level technological creations 278 pieces, score 2780 points. E-level technological creations 17 pieces, score 17,000 points. E-level technological creations 3 pieces, score 30,000 points. D-level or above technological creations 0 pieces, score 0 points. Total score 51,152 points. When the total score appeared, the players instantly erupted. Holy crap, over 500 points, and I only have 72 points. The gap between people is sometimes bigger than the gap between humans and dogs. The technology creation scoring is unfair. A small level is a 10-fold difference, a large level is a 100-fold difference. How can we compete? Admit it, the Anglo-Saxon race is the superior race. I checked, and Tang Yuzhen's great-grandmother has 1/16 Anglo-Saxon blood. The Lord will soon bestow upon Tang Yuzhen the greatest creation, and he will become the Lord's spokesperson. Tang Yuzhen, I have offered all my wealth just hoping to secure a place in the new world. The players kept spamming the screen with comments. Regional ranking 3. The moment the regional ranking appeared, Tang Yuzhen's calm expression instantly changed. What happened? How can I be third? My lord, you have abandoned me. No, my lord. Damn. Tang Yuzhen yanked the cross hanging from his chest and smashed it hard on the ground. How many? Third. Damn, who are first and second? District 37 Tang Xingyan is live streaming. That guy has something incredible. Tang, why is it always starting with T? Damn, I hate guys whose names start with T. After glancing at his own score and ranking suppressing the upward curve of his lips, Lin Ming opened Tang Xingyan's live stream. White snow stretched far and wide. Tang Xingyan stood in the snow wearing a lightweight out-of-cabin suit. His expression was somewhat grim. In front of him, Lin Ming saw a huge machine. It looked like an X-ray machine used for checking bags in the subway, but many times larger. Lin Ming felt a slight warmth in his eyes, and beside the machine a small floating window appeared. Technological creation improvery description: a technological creation that can improve the minor level of technological creations at the cost of greatly reducing the lifespan of the improved creation. It cannot improve creations with a level higher than its own technological assessment. So Tang Xing actually has such a good thing. No wonder they've been making such big moves these past 2 days. Lin Ming looked at Tang Xingyan's live stream, and he, like Tang Yuzhen, projected the assessment light screen onto the live stream. Player Tang Xingyan number of technological creations owned F-level technological creations 8 pieces, score 8 points. F-level technological creations 957 pieces, score 9,570 points. E-level technological creations 0 pieces, score 0 points. E-level technological creations 9 pieces, score 90,000 points. D-level or above technological creations 0 pieces, score 0 points. Total score 99,578 points. Regional ranking 2. After all my calculations, I never expected to end up with second place. Watching the number of viewers soar to over 4's and Tang Xingyin put on a calm and composed expression. Welcome everyone to District 37 Tang Xingyin's live stream. I'll run an add F-level technological creations available at a discount. For example, this F-level electromagnetic gun. Tang Xingyin casually picked up an electromagnetic gun, loaded it, and aimed at the distance before pulling the trigger, muzzle velocity 1.0 meters per second. Whoosh! A streak of silver light shot out from the muzzle. At the same time, Tang Xingyin was knocked flying by the powerful recoil, disappearing from the livestream screen. Chinese people have both grace and humor. Nearly 1,000 points, yet only second place. Then the first place must be. The score ranking is out, everyone go check it out. Wow, 1 million points. Lin Ming. Current district technology assessment results are as follows. First place, District 37, Lin Ming, LV2, 10,02517 points. Second place, District 37, Tang Xingyin, LV2, 99578 points. Third place, District 81, Tang Mushuan, LV2, 51152 points. Lin Ming led by an overwhelming margin of over 1 million points, achieving a landslide victory. Countless players either gasped in amazement or felt envious, their chatter flooding the chat channels with heated discussions. 1 million points. That must be a D-level technological creation. Oh my heavens. The highest I have is just F. Hilarious, not even a fraction of that. Rewards are about to be distributed. I wonder what good stuff they'll give. The reward is an E-level technological creation. But someone already has a D-level one, so they probably won't care. Of course, players from other districts also noticed an issue. District 37 has 2 high-score evaluations. How did they develop so well? Go check it out. Their survival count is also the highest. Over 780 people, double that of our district. Is it because they were dropped on a resource-rich planet? All I see around me are sand and rocks. Unfair. Lin Ming paid no attention to the uproar in the chat channels. Like many other players, he was waiting for the reward promised by the high-tech entity, an E-level technological creation. Soon everyone's speech was restricted. A line of red text appeared in both the district and regional channels. Congratulations to Lin Ming, Level 2, of District 37, for winning first place in this district's technology assessment. You may request 1 E-level technological creation. Lin Ming had already decided what he needed. He typed in the chat channel, I need a 3D metal printer, type 2. As you wish. At the same time, a small floating box appeared beside the light screen, detected E-level designated resource supply pod 1. Based on the pod's current orbit and speed, estimated arrival in 3 hours. So fast. Lin Ming was startled. Arriving in 3 hours. Where was this supply pod launched from? Either it was very close to him, or it moved at an incredible speed. Now you may ask me 3 questions, or make 3 requests. Please note that I will not answer all questions, and I will reject unreasonable requests. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He had already prepared 3 questions. First question, to what extent do we need to terraform our planet before we can bring back the other humans, and those already in space escape pods? This was a doubt that had arisen in his mind ever since he discovered that everyone's planet had different ecological environments. Each player's planet was different with varying atmospheric compositions. The atmosphere of his planet Wuria contained no oxygen, whereas Sun Yao and some other players' planets had partial oxygen in their atmospheres, making terraforming much less difficult. Moreover, the temperature on Wuria was extremely high. If they needed to reduce the temperature to a level where humans could go outside without spacesuits, the engineering effort would be enormous. Therefore, Lin Ming needed a standard, a quantified, precise standard. Red text soon appeared. When you are able to bring back your fellow humans by your own capabilities. At these words, Lin Ming instantly became unsettled. He had thought of many standards. Restoring the planet's ecological cycle, making the atmospheric composition identical to that of Blue Star, or achieving a pleasant temperature with spring-like weather all year round. But he never expected that they would need to rely on their own abilities to bring back all surviving humans. What a joke, given their current level of development. Every player was tens of thousands of light years apart. This distance meant that even if they traveled in a ship approaching or reaching the speed of light, it would take tens of thousands of years to reach each other's planets. This did not even account for the time needed for acceleration and deceleration. Unexpectedly, the answer to the first question was far beyond his expectations, forcing Lin Ming to change the questions he intended to ask. After pondering for a long time, he slowly typed out the second question. Second question, what level of technology and what technological path do we need to develop to bring them back within an acceptable time frame? Technological development fears nothing more than hitting a dead end. If a technology path has limited potential, no matter how hard one tries, the desired result will never be achieved. Lin Ming wanted a clear direction for development. After all, this high-tech entity could freely traverse space, it must know which path was the correct one. Red text appeared again, 2 methods. First, direct information transmission. This is the most cost-effective and easiest to achieve. Second, direct matter transmission. Under certain special circumstances, by consuming energy, matter can be instantaneously transferred from one point to another. However, the energy consumption is proportional to the transmission distance, and the transmission distance is inversely proportional to the mass of the transmitted matter. This vague answer took Lin Ming a long time to comprehend. Fortunately, the high-tech entity did not urge him, but waited in silence. Direct information transmission. Lin Ming still could not figure out the first method, so he focused on the second. This method indicated that there was a technology enabling matter to transcend space-time, instantly appearing from one point to another. However, this method also had its drawbacks. The longer the transmission distance, the higher the energy consumption. The longer the transmission distance, the lower the mass of matter that could be transmitted. Vaguely, Lin Ming grasped a certain notion. An incredible idea gradually took shape in his mind. When they engaged in interstellar trade, the traded items would vanish and appear out of thin air. Such a phenomenon, defying common sense, had previously been inexplicable. Now it could be one of these two transmission methods. How did this high-tech entity achieve interstellar trade? Which method did it use? Or perhaps... Lin Ming typed his third question in the chat box. Are we real? Red text appeared again. From an information perspective, yes. From a material perspective, no. But these are not issues. Once technology reaches a certain level, information and matter can be converted into each other. This technology assessment has concluded. Relevant rewards have been distributed. Once again, congratulations to all surviving players. As a reward for the development level of District 37, all players in District 37 will receive an opportunity for an E-level carbon-based life resource supply pod. Good luck, humans. A series of red prompts appeared one after another, but Lin Ming was in a daze. What did it mean by, from an information perspective, yes, from a material perspective, no? In other words, they had lost their physical bodies, and only a stream of consciousness survived. He thought of the brain in a vat. If a being only had its brain alive and was given the same information and stimuli, would it realize that it was not a complete entity? Lin Ming reached out his right hand and pinched his own face. It hurt. The technology assessment concluded, rankings were announced, and rewards were distributed. The mute was lifted. In the chat channel, no player spoke. They were still immersed in immense shock. After a long while, a player commented, I timidly asked, was his answer just now saying that we are just a program, not real individuals, right? No one answered. Is there any big shot who can explain? I am so real, I don't look fake to myself. How could I be a program? How could I be a program? I fucking can't be a fucking program. I am a human, I am a living human. Programs fucking don't die. I am a human, only humans fucking die. You don't speak, don't you believe? Fine, you don't believe. Then I'll prove it to you. Soon after, Lin Ming saw that player's avatar turned gray and a bloody death character appeared in the lower right corner. Current survivors in the region 780310000. Current survivors in the region 779410000. Current survivors in the region 778110000. One after another, players couldn't accept the reality. Or rather, couldn't accept the reality he spoke of and chose to end themselves. Lin Ming sighed. At that moment, a player named Gelaximafu LV2 started a livestream. Gelaximafu appeared to be a man from Xiongwa. He wore glasses, had a stubbly face, a faint smile on his lips, stood over 1.8 meters tall, and had a sturdy build. He said to the livestream in a relaxed tone, Everyone, I was previously a researcher at the Xiongwa Aerospace Institute. I will verify something for everyone. As he spoke, Gelaximafu put on a heavy-duty spacesuit and exchanged 100 units of fuel at the Interstellar Exchange. Launched the survival pod, target space. Warning, current fuel insufficient to support full consumption. Continue. Yes. Warning, no fairing detected, heat shield partially damaged. Risk of disintegration after forced launch. Confirm. Yes. Gelaximafu confirmed again. System self-check complete. Engine ignition in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Boom. Blazing flames erupted from the tail engine nozzle, and the landing gear began to retract slowly. Who? Gelaximafu let out an exhilarated shout. Although he was a researcher at the Aerospace Institute, he had never boarded a spacecraft into space before. Current speed, 2 kilometers. Current speed, 3 kilometers. Current speed, 5 kilometers. Detected extensive damage to heat shield. Immediately abort launch procedure and land immediately. No, don't abort, keep flying. Current speed, 4 kilometers. Current speed, 5 kilometers. Heat shield completely damaged, hull begins to ablate. Survival pod support structure, heated structural strength reduced. Detected seal layer damage. Immediately abort launch procedure and land immediately. Fly, damn it, fly. Gelaximafu screamed hysterically. Current speed, 5 kilometers. Survival pod has reached maximum flight speed. Warning, current cabin temperature reached 80 C. Immediately put on heavy-duty spacesuit. Warning, current cabin temperature reached 100 C. Immediately put on heavy-duty spacesuit. Warning, current cabin temperature reached 150 C. Immediately put on heavy-duty spacesuit. See, this bastard locked our technology. We simply cannot leave this garbage planet. This is an inhumane social experiment. I will never compromise. A ball of fire engulfed Gelaximafu's livestream. Gelaximifu dead. Is the maximum flight speed of the survival pod 5 kilometers? Lin Ming muttered to himself looking at the black screen. Gelaximifu paid with his life for this number. The first cosmic velocity around launching is 9 kilometers. The Urea planet has a similar mass to launching, so the first cosmic velocity should be similar. Only by reaching this speed can one enter low orbit and revolve around the planet without falling back to the ground. To completely escape the gravitational pull of the Urea planet, one needs to reach the second cosmic velocity 2 kilometers. As for escaping the star's gravitational pull and completely leaving the current star system, one needs to reach the third cosmic velocity. But Lin Ming did not know the mass of the current star, so the third cosmic velocity was unknown. Thank you for your struggle with your life. Compatriots from Xiongua offer you the highest respect. Salute to the hero. Rest in peace. Flower. Farewell Gelaximifu, my comrade. In the regional channel, countless players mourn Gelaximifu. Lin Ming also sent a few flower symbols. Brother Lin. Sun Yao's private message appeared. I don't understand. Don't understand what? Sun Yao, I don't understand the way I exist nor the meaning of existence. What more meaning do you need? Lin Ming retorted, existence itself is meaning. But that bastard capped the speed of our survival pods. We can't leave this planet at all. Why place your hope on the survival pod? Its name tells you it's only for survival. Lin Ming stood up and said word by word. Before launching was destroyed, it didn't discover any technology from other civilizations, yet it still relied on itself to break free from gravity's shackles, didn't it? Why put your hope on others? Admittedly, he showed us an insurmountable power, but so what? By relying on ourselves, we can do it too. Sun Yao sent a wry smile emoji. Brother Lin, I admit what you said is somewhat convincing, but I still feel a bit uncomfortable. If you feel uncomfortable, so be it. Who doesn't have bad times? Cry when you need to laugh, when you need to then go back to doing what you should. He only imposed technological restrictions on us, not directly locking our technological development. We still have a chance to go to space. Lin Ming thought of high-strength lightweight materials and the possibility of building a space elevator. Even small satellites that could already reach the first cosmic velocity. And the permanent base of Urea, intelligent life stored on the far side of the moon. The intelligent life of Urea had the ability to reach the far side of the moon, who perhaps in another crater-related technology might be left behind. Moreover, current signs indicate that there are advanced intelligent life on many players' planets. Who can guarantee that they won't possess even more advanced technology? What if a world-famous painting appears? The local natives share nuclear fusion technology with you. After Lin Ming's comforting words, Sun Yao gradually felt relieved. Survival itself is meaning. Chewing over Lin Ming's words in his heart, Sun Yao's eyes gradually brightened. Thank you, Brother Lin, I understand now. Closing the dialogue box, Lin Ming donned the heavy-duty EVA suit and headed to the first branch of the pit. The crops growing here had not been inspected for a long time. In just a few short days, the plants here had already matured. On the potato-bearing roots, each potato was the size of a fist. The rice was golden yellow, bending the stalks. The interstellar corn was growing well, with stalks beginning to turn yellow. The big-mouth flower that had devoured the Zydanluo had completely transformed into the traits of the Zydanluo, with a cluster of tiny red fruits forming a small ball in the center. These tiny fruits were smaller than rice grains, dozens of them growing together, looking like a fully ripe red bayberry. Alright, they're growing quite fast. I estimate that later today we can harvest them for seeds and start germination. Lin Ming nodded with satisfaction. His gaze swept over the dragon eggs in the corner, and he bent down to pick one up. It had been some time since he obtained these dragon eggs, and he wondered how they were doing now. A strong light penetrated the dragon egg, and Lin Ming saw that the embryo, originally the size of a thumb, had begun to grow, and was now as large as a chicken egg. Looking closely, he could even see a heart the size of a rice grain beating within the embryo. Good as long as they're alive. Lin Ming checked the other 3 eggs, and found them to be the same. Since the plants are about to mature, and can be widely sown, and the dragon eggs will hatch in a while, it's time to set up the open-air factory and farm. Lin Ming left the pit. He began planning the design of the open-air factory. First, although it was called open air, it certainly couldn't be completely uncovered. If there was wind, sand, or other things that could damage the 3D metal printer, or if dust affected the printing precision, it would be a loss outweighing the gain. First, use superalloy to make some metal frames combined with high-strength lightweight materials to fix the glass panels. Let's try making some small ones first with a diameter of about 10 to 20 meters, which should be acceptable. After planning, Lin Ming began having the 3D metal printer manufacture the support structure modules for the frame-type mining system. After manufacturing several modules, Lin Ming started assembling them. Like building blocks, he placed the modules around. Make glass. Transparent glass panels with a side length of 1 meter were manufactured one by one, and Lin Ming connected the glass panels to the superalloy frame using high-strength lightweight materials. This process repeated. 2 hours later, a hemispherical glass building with a diameter of 15 meters was inverted on the ground. Lin Ming also added a huge arched door on each side for him and items to enter and exit. Under the sunlight, the entire glass building glistened, looking from a distance like an Eskimo igloo. Start manufacturing the life support system, and also make some metal iron plates. Lin Ming thought about the insulation issue. In such a harsh environment, the glass building needed to consider not keeping warm, but keeping cool. With continuous sunlight and the greenhouse effect inside the glass building, the temperature inside would be much higher than outside. Although the life support system could regulate temperature, it had its limits. If the temperature difference was too great, it would be insufficient and also increase energy consumption. The method Lin Ming thought of was to cover the sunny side with a layer of iron plates to block sunlight. At that time, he would use mimic crabs for flexible adjustment. When the sun was strong, the iron plates would cover the sunny side. When the sun was weak, the iron plates would be removed to increase light. In this way, the temperature inside the glass building would be maintained at a good level. The glass building for crops can have a life support system added to regulate air composition and internal temperature. For the glass building used to store equipment, only cooling needs to be considered, and covering the sunlight with iron plates is sufficient, so there is no need to add a life support system. Adhering to the virtue of thrift, Lin Ming began manufacturing the second glass building. This time he chose a site 10 kilometers away. This area was surrounded by various exploitable mineral resources, making it highly efficient. Moreover, by distributing the construction of different glass buildings, even if an unexpected event like a strong wind damaged one glass building, it would not affect the others. Mobile microfactory construct come. Lin Ming gave the order to his proud creation. The 16 crawler walking modules of the mobile microfactory construct moved simultaneously, slowly approaching Lin Ming's location. Who says that exam-oriented products are useless? This exam-oriented product is excellent. Lin Ming clapped his hands lightly. At that moment, a bright arc appeared in the sky. The E-class designated resource supply pod had arrived. Watching the resource supply pod accelerate away after dropping the superalloy supply box, a bold plan emerged in Lin Ming's mind. If this plan succeeds, then the technological blockade will no longer exist. However, there was still a long way to go before completing this plan. Watching the superalloy supply box flying toward the pit, Lin Ming bent his legs slightly and jumped lightly. Boom! The jetpack on his back ejected a powerful stream of air, carrying Lin Ming toward the pit. Opening the superalloy supply box, Lin Ming saw what he had dreamed of, the 3D metal printer Type 2. Compared to Type 1, the Type 2 had a more refined overall structure and was enclosed in a large glass cover. 3D metal printer Type 2. Description: a high-performance metal printer with nanoscale processing accuracy requiring continuous operation in a dust-free environment. Due to structural and space constraints, the maximum printing target volume is 50 by 50 centimeters. Power consumption 10 electrical energy per hour. Nanoscale processing accuracy. Lin Ming took a deep breath. With this, he could manufacture chips. Unlike the Type 1 3D metal printer, the Type 2 is mainly used for manufacturing high-precision technological creations, so its manufacturing volume is limited and it requires a dust-free environment. Fortunately, it comes with a built-in dust-free workbench. Otherwise, creating a dust-free environment alone would have cost Lin Ming a great deal of effort. Carefully lifting the 3D metal printer Type 2 with both hands, Lin Ming moved step by step into the pit. He walked steadily with each step to avoid damaging the outer glass cover. It took him a full half-hour to reach the bottom of the pit and place the 3D metal printer Type 2 into the survival pod. This was his safest place. By the way, I'll bring in a Type 1 3D metal printer too, so you can keep each other company. It only took 5 minutes for Lin Ming to bring down a Type 1 3D metal printer. This was not because he had nothing better to do, but for safety backup. Although he had mastered the technology to manufacture the Type 1 3D metal printer, if all other 3D metal printers were damaged, he would not be able to manufacture one. This 3D metal printer was the mother machine. If others were damaged, it could manufacture them endlessly. Lin Ming checked the queue for reverse engineering the F-class chip and found it still required over 40 hours. Let's take it slow. Before that, I need to prepare the raw materials. Leaving the pit's bottom, Lin Ming flew to the selected site 10 kilometers away. The mobile microfactory construct had already arrived, commencing the collection of mineral resources while simultaneously purifying the corresponding raw materials and fabricating frame modules and glass. A 10-kilometer distance means a 10% loss in microwave power transmission, quite wasteful. Lin Ming produced 10 solar panels on-site to power the mobile microfactory construct. Following the previous design, he spent another 2 hours constructing a glass building of the same size. This building will serve as the manufacturing plant. The surrounding mineral wealth ensures output far exceeds input. Opening the underground structure map from the microsatellite survey, Lin Ming examined the mineral distribution of this area. Copper or titanium or hornblende. This location is suitable for producing circuit boards, electromagnetic coils, and solar panels. Lin Ming began planning. Over a dozen mineral deposits were scattered within a range of tens of meters to 1 kilometer. On each deposit, he would construct a framework-type mining system on the ground. The extracted ore would be transported via conveyor belts to the glass factory, where arc furnaces would smelt and purify the minerals. Purified resources were stored in raw material tanks with bionic crabs handling the sorting. The raw material tanks were connected to 3D metal printers via conveyor belts, and the bionic crabs were responsible for feeding materials at the inlet. Finished products from the 3D metal printers were placed on conveyor belts. On each side of the belt, a bionic crab sorted the items, storing different products in separate finished product tanks. Lin Ming surveyed the process plan and nodded in satisfaction. Simulating the entire workflow in his mind, he identified two flaws. One flaw was the waste slag outlet of the arc furnace. Under continuous operation, the amount of slag would be enormous, and it wouldn't be long before it filled the entire glass factory. Lin Ming designed a conveyor belt to transport the slag 500 meters away, where two bionic crabs would handle the removal and stacking. The second flaw was the lack of high-strength lightweight material, an indispensable raw material for circuit boards. However, this issue was not severe. The high-strength lightweight material was very light, so the bionic crabs could simply deliver it on a scheduled basis. Okay, all set. Reviewing the design process once more, Lin Ming saw no problems and instructed the mobile microfactory construct to begin work. The workflow displayed by the Aether Crystal showed that producing all these modules would require at least 3 days. Why so long? Lin Ming examined the bottleneck and found it was the production capacity of the 3D metal printers. It's still a capacity issue. Lin Ming quickly brought over 4 more 3D metal printers, reducing the workflow time to 8 hours. Perfect. With the glass factory design complete, Lin Ming returned to the pit entrance. He intended to use this glass building for crop cultivation. The life support system was already produced, and over a dozen 3D metal printers were working at full capacity to manufacture the hydroponic cultivation frame system. Given the vast space of the glass farm, Lin Ming conservatively estimated that hundreds of cultivation frame modules could be installed. The water consumption for this would be enormous. The water source in the pit is finite. The next glass farm will need to be built at the foot of the mountain. Lin Ming opened the map from the small satellite survey. After some time, the small satellite had completed mapping most of the surface of Urea. Lin Ming saw that aside from the area between the 3 craters, which was unaffected by the black tide, the rest of the planet's surface was covered in it. Wait, why are there ghost images here? Since the small satellite was equipped with a camera, each mapping required stitching together dozens of photographs. Lin Ming noticed that many areas covered by the black tide showed blurred ghost images stacking together. Open the raw data. Hundreds of millions of photographs were stored in the Aether Crystal. Lin Ming selected a location with ghost images. I want the photos from here. Hundreds of photos appeared on the light screen taken at different times by the small satellite. The images were very clear, showing the viscous oil-like black tide distinctly. Play these photos in chronological order at 30 frames per second in a loop. A short video clip appeared before Lin Ming. In the photographs, the black tide appeared calm and still, but in the video it revealed a violent side. It surged in furious waves, churning constantly, making the entire black tide ocean seem alive. Open the photos near the crater and play them progressively. Lin Ming contemplated a possibility. As the images played, he noticed differences in certain areas. This area and this one, magnified. These 2 locations were weaker sections of the crater ring. The magnified video showed the black tide in these areas was extremely active. Wave after wave eroded the crater's rock walls. After 100,000 years, the thickness of the mountains here was only 1/5 of other areas, or even thinner. Fortunately, in 100,000 years, it has eroded 4/5. At least in my lifetime, I don't need to worry about the black tide flooding into the crater. Lin Ming felt somewhat relieved. But soon he thought of something else. Wait, on the surface the mountains still have 1/5 thickness. What about underground? Small satellite used microwave detection to scan the underground of that area. The small satellite, an upgraded version of the microsatellite, naturally retained the function of microwave subsurface detection. As the microwave detection progressed, the underground conditions on both sides of the weak mountain section gradually appeared on the light screen. Lin Ming saw that the seemingly impregnable mountain interior was already riddled with holes. Like a decayed tooth, it appeared to have only a small black spot on the surface, but the inside was already nearly corroded away. Underground, the black tide had eroded a cavern hundreds of meters in diameter, through which countless black tide had surged into the crater. Lin Ming opened the ground photos of that area, and after careful searching found a black tide lake less than 100 meters in diameter. A lake of that size would be impossible to spot without deliberate searching. In 10,000 years it destroyed the planet's entire ecosystem. In another 100,000 years it eroded the mountains, leveling the planet's topography. In time, who would imagine that a planet covered by the black tide was once so prosperous, with such diverse ecology? Lin Ming sighed a few words, then said, then I'll play the dentist for now and fix this decayed tooth. Lin Ming instructed the small satellite to focus on detecting the erosion of the mountain ranges surrounding the 3 craters. He discovered that the erosion levels of the 3 craters were quite similar. Each crater had 1 or 2 weak points where the Heichao had permeated through, creating caves leading into the interior. Fortunately, geological erosion is measured in hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. Lin Ming had no immediate need to worry about the mountains being eroded and collapsed by the Heichao, which would drown the craters in the black tide. This place is not a danger zone at all. It's an excellent site for a factory. Lin Ming touched his chin and murmured to himself. Having the Heichao meant having water, nutrients, high-strength, lightweight materials, and vitamins. Of course, the prerequisite was to inactivate the Heichao. Fortunately, the craters were in a state of perpetual daylight, with continuous sunlight. All he had to do was extract the heichao, place it in the drying yard, expose it to sunlight for over 24 hours, and then process it for use. What a water treatment plant. Lin Ming finished his planning, and looked at the several huge heichao drying yards, unable to suppress a wry smile. Currently there were still 8 branches in the pit with sufficient inactivated heichao, so Lin Ming was in no rush to build a heichao treatment plant. The top priority was to construct the glass farm. Those plants should be mature by now, right? Lin Ming descended into the first branch of the pit. Indeed, the plants specialized from the bigmouth flower grew extremely fast. In such a short time, all kinds of plants had matured. Lin Ming quickly threshed them, then placed the seeds on a culture medium for germination. To his surprise, the seeds of the Xidanluo were numerous, over 30 of them. If they could all mature, he would have a small medicinal field. The only pity was that the bigmouth flower specialized Xidanluo had only 2 leaves, and the active components of the Xidanluo were all in the leaves. Fortunately, although the leaves of the bigmouth flower specialized Xidanluo were few, they were large. Each leaf was the size of a palm, over a dozen times the size of the original Xidanluo leaves. He wondered what the final traits of the Xidanluo grown from seeds would be. After germination, it will coincide with the completion of the glass farm, and then I can plant crops on a large scale. Lin Ming's mind sketched the scene of the forthcoming glass farm and glass factory, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. After finishing all this with a bit of free time, Lin Ming brewed a cup of vitamin hot drink, gently stroked the Aether Crystal, and opened the regional chat channel. Many players were enthusiastically discussing the upcoming E-Class carbon-based life resource supply pod. Damn, I never expected our region to have 2 badasses, one ranked first in the region and the other second. Those Anglo-Saxons keep bragging about racial superiority, but now the results are out, and they're all silent. I just want to taunt them a bit, and they blocked me. Total cowards. That's typical of Anglo-Saxons. They boast when they're ahead, and when they're behind they mute you and forbid you from speaking. When they're winning they show off, when they're losing they surrender. My assessment is that their rank doesn't exceed iron. I just checked other regions. Holy shit, they have so few people. Most have only 5 or 6,000, and the smallest region has less than 3,000. How did so many die? You have to ask Boss Lin Ming. If he hadn't contributed the F-Class universal password, do you think our region would have so many survivors? Yeah, I thought Boss Lin Ming had gone quiet these past 2 days, but he pulled off a big one. Boss Lin Ming is awesome. Boss Lin Ming is awesome. 11010. Lin Ming was reading the cyber newspaper when Tang Qingyin's private chat flashed. You there? Seeing Tang Qingyin's message, Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. Could it be that this guy had a problem with being second in the technology assessment? Thinking this, Lin Ming replied, I'm here. Tang Qingyin, do you have any medicine for injuries? Lin Ming, are you injured? Yeah, when I was demonstrating the power of the electromagnetic gun earlier, I wasn't prepared, and the recoil broke my ribs. I'm probably bleeding internally. Damn. Seeing Tang Qingyin's message, Lin Ming recalled. After learning that he was second in the technology assessment, Tang Qingyin didn't get angry, but instead used the surge in streaming popularity to promote his products. Admittedly, he was a shrewd businessman. Unfortunately, because he was only wearing a lightweight EVA suit and had a poor stance, the powerful recoil sent him flying. Lin Ming hadn't paid attention at the time. He never expected Tang Qingyin to have broken his ribs and suffered internal bleeding. After a moment of thought, Lin Ming directly initiated a video call with Tang Qingyin. Tang Qingyin quickly answered. In the screen, he was lying in a hibernation pod, pale-faced with occasional painful twitches on his face. It seems you're seriously injured. Lin Ming also became serious. Tang Qingyin could only breathe softly, his voice faint. Yeah, we've gathered all kinds of medicine, but nothing works. My blood pressure is already dropping. If I can't find relevant medicine within an hour, the Aether Crystal suggests I undergo eternal freeze hibernation. Given the current development of players, eternal freeze hibernation was essentially a death sentence. Lin Ming smiled slightly. Then I wish you a good sleep. Well, a flicker of despair passed through Tang Qingyin's eyes. Even Lin Ming, who had developed the best, didn't have the medicine. Tang Qingyin's last hope was shattered. However, Lin Ming stood up, rummaged out a freshly harvested Xidanluo leaf, and waved it at Tang Qingyin. If you don't want to sleep forever, I have a little something here. What is that? Seeing the palm-sized purple leaf waving in Lin Ming's hand, an excited expression appeared on Tang Qingyin's face. Lin Ming wouldn't joke with him, so this purple leaf must be able to save his life. Lin Ming's Xidanluo heals non-fatal injuries, alleviates fatal wounds, promotes bone growth. Tang Qingyin's face was filled with shock, then quickly replaced by ecstasy. He was extremely agitated, even coughing uncontrollably, wincing in pain. Lin Ming, what price are you asking for this Xidanluo leaf? Tang Qingyin quickly calmed down and began to negotiate with Lin Ming. Business was business. He knew Lin Ming wasn't the type to act on emotion. He wouldn't simply hand out medicine to save someone's life. Their cooperation had always been based on mutual benefit in the past and in the future. Lin Ming toyed with his Xidanluo leaf in his hand, looking at Tang Qingyin, and said, that depends on what you're willing to give. Remember, we're not talking about the price of this leaf. We're talking about your life. Your life in exchange. Upon hearing Lin Ming's words, Tang Qingyin's eye twitched. As expected, making a deal with Lin Ming was not so simple. He remained silent for a long while before speaking. Lin Ming, you know that my position in Tang province is quite high. This has allowed me to control numerous resources, and I have reaped substantial benefits from them myself. But these resources were voluntarily contributed by my brothers in Tang province, who trusted me. Since my brothers trust me, how could I betray that trust and trade all these resources for just one life of mine? Therefore, Tang Chengyan waved his hand, and some item catalogs appeared in the lower right corner of the video call. Pick whatever you like from these items. I will trade 3 pieces with you. If you agree, we complete the transaction. If not, Tang Chengyan exhaled softly. Then I'll be preparing to eject into the dormancy pod. Hearing Tang Chengyan's words, Lin Ming nodded. Tang Chengyan was clearly afraid of death. Yet even in his fear, he retained his rationality. He knew what he could do and what he could not. Lin Ming looked at those item catalogs. Hydraulic fracturing, mining blueprint, electrolytic hydrogen oxygen generator, electromagnetic adhesive, high explosive hand grenade, E-class universal chip. Items both familiar and unfamiliar to Lin Ming appeared before him, leaving him quite surprised. No wonder they were a massive faction with over 1,000 players. Their technology creations and blueprints were incredibly diverse. Moreover, the vast majority of these items had never appeared in the interstellar exchange. Though surprised in his heart, Lin Ming showed nothing on his face. He asked a question that seemed unrelated to the current situation. Do the other members of Tang province know about your critical injury? Hearing this, Tang Chengyan's expression grew somewhat complicated. They know I'm injured, but they don't know the severity of it. A few guys have been urging me in the group to hold a live broadcast meeting, claiming it's to discuss how to respond to the failure in the technology evaluation. But I know the truth. They want to confirm my condition, whether I'm still capable of leading Tang province. Lin Ming nodded. He now had a clear picture. He then asked, why don't I see that huge machine that looks like an X-ray? What is it used for? Ever since they began discussing the price of the trade, Lin Ming had already formed a clear target. E-grade technology creation improvement machine. Although he possessed reverse technology research and limited research abilities which could achieve similar effects, such methods were ultimately rather inefficient. Furthermore, the technology creation improvement machine might synergize with the technologies he already possessed. Of course, only practical testing could reveal how things would actually work. That is a technology creation improvement machine rated E in technology evaluation. It can upgrade technology creations by 1 sub-rank, but the object being upgraded cannot exceed the machine's own level. Additionally, after upgrading, the lifespan of the technology creation will be greatly reduced. Tang Chengyan revealed the advantages and disadvantages of the machine without any concealment. He continued, Lin Ming, this machine is our core asset. It absolutely cannot be traded. Don't be so absolute. Lin Ming's face wore a warm smile like the gentle sunlight of winter. After confirming the extent to which Tang Chengyan was concealing his injuries, Lin Ming felt certain that this transaction would succeed. As a massive faction controlling over 1,000 players, or rather 1/8 of all players in the current region, internal strife existed within Tang province. When Tang Chengyan was healthy, he could suppress the rest of troublemakers below him through sheer authority. But if he were in poor health, or even dying, the leadership of Tang province would inevitably have to consider the question of succession. After all, controlling the resources of over 1,000 players was an enormous wealth. Moreover, Tang Chengyan possessed an extremely large number of high-level technology creations designed to handle technology evaluations. These two faced issues of inheritance and distribution. Each of these issues alone was enough to make the leadership of Tang province envious, even drive them to take extreme actions. Tang Chengyan was clearly bearing the weight of these pressures. By revealing the full capabilities of the technology creation improvement machine, Tang Chengyan subjectively believed he was maintaining honesty in the transaction. But subconsciously, he had already treated the machine as a bargaining chip, a tradable commodity. The rest was simple. Could Lin Ming's offer make him tempted? Lin Ming said, Purple Dan Luo leaves supplied without limit until your injury heals. Not enough. Tang Chengyan's expression was very serious. I cannot sacrifice the interests of the entire Tang province for my own private gain. Looking at the serious Tang Chengyan, Lin Ming thought of that famous line, add more money. All talk of not letting personal interests override public duty was merely an attempt to ask for more. Lin Ming thought for a moment and continued, consider the machine as lent to me. I will use it for 10 days, and after 10 days return it exactly as is. Tang Chengyan, no, we have daily needs for this machine. There cannot be any downtime. How about this, Lin Ming? I will open access permissions for the machine. If you have any technology creations needing upgrades, you can trade them to me at any time. I will upgrade them for you, and then return them. Tang Chengyan stated his trading terms. Lin Ming stared at Tang Chengyan on the screen, and the two suddenly laughed at the same time. They both knew this condition was extremely harsh. On the surface, Lin Ming could upgrade his technology creations at any time, but in reality, he bore enormous risk. Who knew if Tang Chengyan would honor the agreement and return the upgraded technology creations promptly? Even assuming he kept his word every time and returned them on schedule, Lin Ming's technology creation information would all fall into Tang Chengyan's hands. In that sense, Lin Ming would have no secrets left from Tang Chengyan. This proposal is good, I think it's workable, but the machine must be placed at my location. After finishing his laugh, Lin Ming said to Tang Qingyan, I promise that the upgraded technology creations will be returned promptly, and I will prioritize the upgrade schedule for technology creations you send over. Tang Qingyan gritted his teeth. At this moment the initiative in the transaction was in Lin Ming's hands, and he could not control the direction of the deal. After a long silence, Tang Qingyan said, let us meet halfway. The machine can be placed at your location. But you must join Tang Province and become one of our members. You may enjoy certain privileges without having to fulfill corresponding obligations. This way it would be easier for me to place the technology creation improvement machine at your location. Hearing Tang Qingyan's terms, Lin Ming directly said, I refuse. Joining Tang Province enjoying rights without obligations sounded appealing. But no matter what, Lin Ming would nominally come under Tang Qingyan's jurisdiction, and players in the region would flock to Tang Province as a result. In an invisible sense, Lin Ming would be using his own reputation to endorse Tang Province. For merely one technology creation improvement machine, he could not afford such a huge cost. Besides, this was now a seller's market, and he held the initiative in the transaction. Lin Ming looked at Tang Qingyan, his expression resolute. Consider the machine as lent to me. I will return it exactly as is after 10 days. During these 10 days, I will set aside 8 hours each day to upgrade your technology creations. Once completed, I will return them immediately. Purple Dan Luo leaves will be supplied indefinitely, 1 per day until your injury heals. If you agree, let's complete the transaction. If not, forget it. It seems I have no other choice. Tang Qingyan let out a long sigh. He rarely found himself in a situation where the initiative was not in his hands. He recalled the relentless pressure he had exerted during past negotiations. How strikingly similar it was to the present. Player Tang Qingyan, LV2 applies to exchange your Z Dan Luo Leaf 1 with technological artifact improvement machine E. Do you agree? Yes. Lin Ming immediately agreed to the trade. The massive technological artifact improvement machine was placed at the bottom of the pit, occupying a sizable area. With the Z Dan Luo in hand, Tang Qingyan had no time to steep it in water. He directly swallowed it whole, chewed a couple of times, and washed it down with water. It's exactly like drinking cold medicine granules. Watching Tang Qingyan consume the Z Dan Luo leaf, Lin Ming remarked with a smile. Don't laugh at me. Tang Qingyan made a rare joke. Lin Ming noticed that the pained expression on his face had eased considerably. How do you feel? Tang Qingyan nodded. I feel great. This stuff works unbelievably fast. I can even feel a warm current in my abdomen tingling and numbing. Good to hear it works. Lin Ming felt relieved. The efficacy of Z Dan Luo was clearly marked by the Aether Crystal. It was precisely for this reason that Tang Qingyan trusted the leaf's effect so completely. And indeed the facts proved it so. If your injury hasn't healed by this time tomorrow, ask me for another leaf of Z Dan Luo. Lin Ming said. Tang Qingyan's face wore a relaxed expression. All right. Based on the current situation, I estimate 1 more leaf will be enough. As he spoke, Tang Qingyan actually sat up directly from the hibernation pod, and even performed an arm stretch. I can no longer feel any pain. Watching Tang Qingyan pace back and forth in the survival pod, testing his body's recovery, Lin Ming continued, I'm very interested in your E-level universal chip. Name your price. Tang Qingyan immediately stopped in his tracks. Don't even think about it. We only have this one E-level universal chip for now. This thing is extremely precious. Seeing Tang Qingyan's earnest expression, Lin Ming pursed his lips. If it weren't for the fact that Tang Qingyan had previously offered the E-level chip for his selection, he might have actually believed it. Lin Ming didn't want to waste words with him and directly sent the illustration imitative crab. A decent little gadget, but it's far from enough to exchange for an E-level chip. 50 of them. Deal. The two quickly reached an agreement. I don't have that many right now. Give me some time. No problem. I'll keep the chip for you. When you've gathered enough, contact me anytime. Tang Qingyan's expression gradually turned serious and a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Those fellows keep urging me to convene a meeting. Fine, then I'll have a good talk with them. Brother Lin Ming, catch you later. See you. After closing the video, Lin Ming gazed at the massive technological artifact improvement machine. A good item in hand, naturally it needed testing. He picked up an electromagnetic gun and placed it at the entrance of the technological artifact improvement machine. The Aether Crystal popped up a light screen. To upgrade the electromagnetic gun, you need Super Allen 1, Electrical Energy 10A Energy Storage Block 5, Electromagnetic Coil 5. Begin upgrading. It still requires materials. Lin Ming confirmed. He figured it made sense. Upgrading technological artifacts would inevitably consume resources. It couldn't create something from nothing. He placed the required materials together with the electromagnetic gun into the entrance of the technological artifact improvement machine and pressed the start button. The conveyor belt began to operate, transporting the electromagnetic gun into the sealed chamber. Buzz, accompanied by a sound resembling laser engraving, Lin Ming saw the upgrade progress displayed on the machine. Current upgrade progress 5A, estimated remaining time 6 minutes. Quite efficient. Lin Ming was very satisfied. After all, the technological artifact improvement machine was an E-level artifact. Upgrading an F-level electromagnetic gun was a piece of cake. After 6 minutes, the buzzing sound inside the machine gradually ceased, and an electromagnetic gun noticeably larger than before was slowly delivered out from the other side's conveyor belt. Lin Ming examined the improved electromagnetic gun. The originally slender barrel had lengthened by a third and the caliber had obviously increased by a full circle. The 5 energy storage blocks had become 10 capable of storing up to 10 units of electrical energy. Wearing the heavy-duty EVA suit, Lin Ming effortlessly picked up the electromagnetic gun and opened its illustration. Upgraded electromagnetic gun F. Description: a weapon that converts electrical energy into kinetic energy. Lightweight and portable with average firepower. Each shot consumes 2 units of electrical energy. The barrel needs replacement after 100 shots. Still average firepower. Looking at the nearly unchanged description, Lin Ming felt a bit cheated. Moreover, the upgraded electromagnetic gun consumed twice the electrical energy per shot, and the barrel had a service life. It seemed like a losing proposition no matter how he looked at it. But whether it was good or not ultimately required practical testing. He had the 3D metal printer produce superalloy bullets of the appropriate size, then carried the upgraded electromagnetic gun out of the pit. He chose a direction, inserted a superalloy bullet into the gun's muzzle. With Tang Xingan's lesson in mind, even while wearing the heavy-duty EVA suit, Lin Ming carefully opted for a two-handed grip. He gripped the electromagnetic gun firmly, aimed at a direction, and gently squeezed the trigger. Whiz! A streak of silver light flashed past quickly. Lin Ming felt a tremendous force impact his body, sending him sliding backward for more than 10 meters. Holy crap, such a huge recoil. Lin Ming swallowed his saliva, while still calling it average firepower. The Aether Crystal popped up a prompt: electromagnetic gun data calculation complete. Muzzle velocity 10,000 meters per second. Effective range 20 kilometers. Muzzle velocity of 10,000 meters per second. Seeing the data more than tripled, Lin Ming exclaimed in delight. Muzzle velocity tripled, but range only doubled. Lin Ming noticed the anomaly in the range. He opened the Aether Crystal's complete data calculation interface and found the problem. The upgraded electromagnetic gun's muzzle velocity was so high that the superalloy bullet experienced exponentially increased air resistance, causing the bullet's speed to decay extremely sharply during the first half of its flight. As a result, the range was significantly affected. Nevertheless, Lin Ming was already quite satisfied with such a range. Gazing at the silver-glinting upgraded electromagnetic gun in his hand, a bold idea suddenly emerged in his mind. Could the limited research technology be applied to the upgraded electromagnetic gun? As soon as the idea surfaced, Lin Ming began to grow excited. If the technology was feasible, then the limited research technology and the technological artifact improvement machine could work in tandem. One step on the left foot, then the right. Perhaps it could break through the limit of only upgrading by one minor grade. Thinking of this, Lin Ming hesitated. No longer modular upgraded electromagnetic gun. Before long, the upgraded electromagnetic gun had been modularized. Lin Ming observed that the upgraded electromagnetic gun was no different from the original electromagnetic gun module. He then stated, use the restricted research technology to conduct a restricted study on the electromagnetic conversion module of the upgraded electromagnetic gun. Please select a research direction. Enlarge the size, increase the length, and enhance the power. Please select a chip for the research. F-grade universal chip. Based on the computing power provided by the current chip, the estimated restricted research time is 5 minutes, consuming 1 unit of electricity per hour. Do you wish to begin the restricted research? Yes. 5 minutes later, the Aether Crystal displayed a prompt light screen: restricted research complete. Manufacture. Lin Ming gave the command to the 3D metal printer. With a crackling sound, the 3D metal printer immediately began its operation. Soon an electromagnetic gun of immense size and thick barrel was manufactured. Lin Ming saw that the barrel of this electromagnetic gun reached 3 meters in length with a caliber of 30 millimeters, exuding a formidable presence. After a brief examination, he placed the upgraded electromagnetic gun once again at the entrance of the technological artifact improvement machine. The Aether Crystal popped up a prompt light screen. To modify the electromagnetic gun, you need superalloy 2, electricity 20, energy storage block 10, electromagnetic coil 10. Do you wish to begin the improvement? Yes. Seeing the prompt light screen, Lin Ming felt delighted. It really works. 10 minutes later, the modified electromagnetic gun slowly emerged from the exit of the technological artifact improvement machine. My heavens! Lin Ming swallowed hard at the sight of the electromagnetic gun's design. The barrel's form was overwhelmingly imposing, now reaching a terrifying length of 5 meters with the caliber increased to 50 millimeters. A V-shaped support had been added in front of the barrel, and a support device resembling a mortar base was attached at the rear. Lin Ming opened the electromagnetic gun's profile. Enhanced electromagnetic cannon F. Description: a weapon that converts electrical energy into kinetic energy, lightweight and portable with average firepower. Each shot consumes 5 units of electricity, and the barrel must be replaced after 10 shots. The electromagnetic gun has turned into an electromagnetic cannon. Still lightweight and portable with average firepower. Lin Ming marveled repeatedly. It seemed the Aether Crystal had truly seen it all, holding no regard for something that looked so fearsome. However, Lin Ming was not ready to stop. He continued, module enhanced electromagnetic cannon. Use the restricted research technology to conduct a restricted study on the electromagnetic conversion module of the enhanced electromagnetic cannon. The current target module has reached the restricted research limit and cannot be further studied. Fine. Seeing the prompt box from the Aether Crystal, Lin Ming touched his nose. It seemed the trick of stacking one foot on the other worked, but not indefinitely. Every module had its upgrade limit. He lifted the heavy and massive enhanced electromagnetic cannon, preparing to test it on the ground. Due to the large caliber, the electromagnetic cannon's ammunition was no longer solid superalloy bullets, but discarding sabot projectiles. After all, the greater the mass of the projectile, the more electrical energy required to accelerate it, and the lower the muzzle velocity. After firing, the superalloy casing would automatically detach under air disturbance, leaving only the superalloy armor-piercing projectile to continue flying. Having manufactured a superalloy discarding sabot projectile, Lin Ming carried the enhanced electromagnetic cannon to the ground. This time he chose not to fire directly. Donning a jetpack, Lin Ming flew to a massive boulder over a dozen kilometers away and propped the recoil of the enhanced electromagnetic cannon against the boulder. This boulder weighed over 10 tons, which should be enough to withstand the immense recoil of the enhanced electromagnetic cannon. After securing the cannon's muzzle, Lin Ming inserted the superalloy discarding sabot projectile into the muzzle, aimed in a direction, and pulled the lanyard to trigger the firing mechanism. Boom! The superalloy discarding sabot projectile shot into the distance, trailing a streak of red light. Near the muzzle, powerful air turbulence stirred up a cloud of dust, and the deafening roar left Lin Ming's head ringing. Looking back at the enhanced electromagnetic cannon, the immense recoil had driven its base deep into the boulder, leaving only less than 2 meters of the barrel exposed. The Aether Crystal displayed a prompt: electromagnetic cannon data calculated. Muzzle velocity 2,000 meters per second. Effective range 10 kilometers. What's going on? Did it miscalculate? Staring at the data showing the muzzle velocity doubled again, but the effective range plummeted to 10 kilometers, Lin Ming was perplexed. He opened the full slow-motion video. He saw that after the discarding sabot projectile left the muzzle at an extremely high speed of 2,000 meters per second, the outer superalloy casing detached, revealing the superalloy armor-piercing projectile inside. The superalloy armor-piercing projectile maintained its speed as it flew into the distance. The intense friction with the air rapidly heated it to a glowing red, with temperatures soaring above 500 degrees. At this temperature, the superalloy armor-piercing projectile began to deform under air pressure disturbances, further increasing air resistance. As a result, the projectile's range was greatly reduced, and its accuracy was far inferior to that of the electromagnetic gun. It seems it's a case of overkill. Lin Ming analyzed the cause. Based on the current situation, the electromagnetic gun, before the improvement by the technological artifact improvement machine, could balance power and range. However, this did not mean the enhanced electromagnetic cannon was useless. After all, the biggest factor affecting the discarding sabot projectile was air resistance. In places without air resistance, it could fully unleash its power. Lin Ming looked up at the sky, thinking of the small satellite conducting surveys in orbit. An electromagnetic railgun. There might be some potential in that, right? After the experiment, Lin Ming did not retrieve the enhanced electromagnetic cannon embedded in the boulder, but flew directly back to the entrance of the cave. The 3D metal printer had already finished manufacturing the remaining carbon-based life support systems, waiting for Lin Ming to install them. I've been busy lately, even the plan to renovate the cave has been delayed. I need to install them quickly. Looking at the 9 sets of carbon-based life support systems, Lin Ming moved quickly. 8 sets for each branch of the cave, and 1 set at the bottom of the cave. It took 3 hours for Lin Ming to complete the installation. With a buzzing hum, the external cooling fans roared to life, dissipating heat from the cave. Lin Ming entered the cave, watching the data on the light screen change continuously. Current temperature 75 C, current relative humidity 85, current atmospheric composition nitrogen 75, carbon dioxide 13, oxygen 11, others 1. Current temperature 25 C, current relative humidity 50, current atmospheric composition nitrogen 78, carbon dioxide 0, oxygen 22, others 0. Carbon-based life support system operating normally. The current space is now suitable for habitation. Finally done. After confirming the air composition and temperature at the bottom of the cave, Lin Ming tried opening the glass visor of his heavy-duty spacesuit. A stream of fresh air surged into his nostrils. Lin Ming took a deep breath. Finally, I don't have to wear the spacesuit all the time. After shedding his heavy extravehicular suit, Lin Ming ran around the bottom of the pit like a child who had just gained freedom. Spotting a stone table and chairs nearby, he plopped down onto one. He sat down quickly but stood up even faster. So hot. The temperature at the bottom of the pit had been over 70 degrees Celsius, so the stone table and chairs were at that same temperature, now slowly cooling. Good thing it wasn't over 100 degrees but would have been cooked, Lin Ming said with relief. In his heavy extravehicular suit, he could sit anywhere he wanted at the bottom of the pit without worrying about the temperature. At that moment, the Aether Crystal projected a prompt: E-level carbon-based life resource supply capsule has arrived. Please prepare to receive the supply crate. Hey, another one's here. Seeing the prompt, Lin Ming remembered that because the region he was in was relatively developed, the high-tech lifeform had granted each person in their area one chance to receive an E-level carbon-based life resource supply capsule. Alright, I'll have the little brothers bring the superalloy supply crate inside. Lin Ming called over the upgraded mimetic crab and patted its carapace. Unsurprisingly, he got burned again. Damn, I won't be randomly touching things from now on. Lin Ming cursed, shaking his right hand. Soon 4 mimetic crabs carried the superalloy supply crate down to the bottom of the pit, followed by the upgraded mimetic crab waving its pincers in command. Alright, I haven't produced the mimetic crab yet to exchange the E-level chip with Old Tang. Lin Ming issued a manufacturing command to the 3D metal printer on the surface, then watched as the survival pod's decomposition core processed the superalloy supply crate. E-level resource supply crate has been recycled. This acquisition superalloy X10, a carbon-based body, strengthening nutrient fluid X3, microwave repeater manufacturing blueprint X1. Looks like everything is good stuff. Lin Ming picked up the carbon-based body, strengthening nutrient fluid. It was sealed in a small ampoule the size of a pinky finger, the liquid inside thick and dark brown. He opened the relevant guide. Carbon-based body strengthening nutrient fluid F description. Consuming it strengthens the body of carbon-based life forms, slightly enhances all physical attributes, and appropriately extends lifespan. Extends lifespan. Seeing the last line of the description, Lin Ming didn't hesitate. He snapped off the ampoule seal and swallowed it in one gulp. I feel full of power. Feeling the warmth surging through his limbs and body, Lin Ming roared. He felt an inexhaustible strength making him want to shout and engage in vigorous exercise. Let's move. Lin Ming dashed around the bottom of the pit at incredible speed, releasing the potent energy within him. The upgraded mimetic crab's tiny eyes tracked Lin Ming as he ran around, and at some point it began following him, scuttling rapidly. After half an hour of continuous running, Lin Ming stopped, not even breathing hard, his expression calm. Saying this nutrient fluid strengthens the body is an understatement. It's practically a miraculous elixir that can restore youth. Lin Ming looked at the 2 remaining bottles of nutrient fluid. If this appeared on the interstellar exchange, it would surely sell like wildfire. I wonder if I can reverse engineer it. Reverse engineer the carbon-based body, strengthening nutrient fluid. Please select the chip for reverse engineering. F-level universal chip. Based on the computational power provided by the current chip, the estimated reverse engineering time is 10 hours, consuming 1 unit of electricity per hour. Do you wish to begin reverse engineering? Yes, it works. And the time required for reverse engineering isn't long. Lin Ming can accept 10 hours. With a light heart, Lin Ming then examined the remaining black chip. Microwave repeater manufacturing blueprint F description, a repeater that can receive and transmit microwaves. Its built-in components amplify the relevant signals, greatly enhancing your communication distance and power transmission range. Current coverage 100 kilometers within the atmosphere. Consumption 1 unit of electricity per hour. Material requirements F-level or above. Universal chip X1, electromagnetic coil X50, circuit board X10, ultra-fine iron powder 50 units. Manufacturing requirement 3D metal printer, type 1. Microwave repeater. Lin Ming immediately ordered the survival pod to decode the related technology. Microwave repeater decoding in progress. Estimated time to master the technology 10 minutes. Microwave repeater decryption complete. You have mastered the microwave repeater. Begin manufacturing. Lin Ming thought of the 2 mimetic crab chieftains about to return. With the microwave repeater, those 2 chieftains would no longer need to return. They could report to Lin Ming at any time. And since both used microwave technology, the wireless power transmission module would also benefit, allowing it to supply power to other technological creations via the microwave repeater without significant transmission loss. ZZZ. The 3D metal printer quickly completed the manufacturing of the microwave repeater. Lin Ming saw that it looked like a giant utility pole. The iron pole stood 10 meters tall, supporting the core repeater module. The microwave receiving and transmitting modules composed of electromagnetic coils were arranged in a cross shape resembling a village loudspeaker. Let's start installation. Lin Ming put on his heavy extravehicular suit, donned a jetpack, and headed for the summit of the crater. 2 hours later, he finally reached the destination. Finding a high point without any cover, Lin Ming drove the metal pole into the ground and surrounded it with several large rocks to ensure the microwave repeater's stability. Microwave repeater power on. Lin Ming commanded the Aether Crystal. Soon the repeater began operating, instantly fully charging his heavy extravehicular suit. Great, let's see what the 2 mimetic crab chieftains have found. Lin Ming quickly connected to them. Sure enough, they were preparing to return. Abort the return plan. Stay where you are. Lin Ming ordered them to stop and began reviewing the video footage they had stored. First, the mimetic crab that had explored the ecological zone. High-definition footage showed that inside the glass building it was a desolate wasteland. The plants that had once been cultivated had vanished during the long ages, leaving not even a trace of growth. The maintenance system that had sustained the internal environment had mostly weathered away. Lin Ming could only recognize through the faint piping that it was a carbon-based life support system. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound of the mimetic crab chieftain's footsteps was clearly audible in the silence. Warning, you have illegally entered the 15th ecological zone. Unauthorized access detected. Please leave immediately. This is the first warning. This is the second warning. This is the third warning. Warning, ineffective. Deploying garrison forces. Harsh warning sounds rang out one after another, but the mimetic crab chieftain, having not received any order from Lin Ming, continued exploring the glass building. Seeing several shadows darting quickly from a corner, Lin Ming's eyelids twitched. Inside the glass building there were people. Lin Ming saw that this person had a physique similar to the intelligent life forms of urea he had encountered before, with crab legs and pincers. Its stature was more imposing, standing over 2.5 meters tall. Its entire body was tightly wrapped in a black substance resembling a bulletproof vest, and in its crab pincers it held a weapon that looked like a firearm, firing a shot at the leader of the imitation crabs. Boom. A piercing sound rang out as the bullet pierced the body of the imitation crab leader. However, such a minor wound could not restrict the leader's movements. Although Lin Ming had not equipped them with electromagnetic guns, the attacked imitation crab leader, propelled by the jetpack, surged forward and swatted off the person's head with a single claw. Lin Ming's eyelids twitched at the sight. That was far too brutal. Yet the anticipated rain of blood did not occur. Lin Ming noticed that after the person's head was knocked off, it did not die immediately. The head continued to emit sounds. Warning, you have illegally entered the 15th ecological zone. Without authorization, please exit immediately. Warning. Warning. Not a real person? Lin Ming was puzzled. If a normal human's head were severed, even if it survived briefly, it could not produce sound. Without lungs to provide airflow, the vocal cords cannot vibrate. Of course, it was possible that the intelligent life forms of urea had a different method of sound production. In any case, this was worth investigating thoroughly. Return the same way and bring back both the body and the head of that person. Lin Ming said to the imitation crab leader, if anything unexpected happens, do not resist, contact me immediately. The imitation crab leader obeyed and departed. Lin Ming then opened the video transmitted by the imitation crab leader exploring the factory ruins. As with the images from the small satellite, the imitation crab leader also saw numerous remnants of technological creations. Ruins of a large liquid fractionation tower. Lin Ming saw a familiar technological structure in the video. But unlike the liquid fractionation tower he possessed, this large one was enormous, standing 50 to 60 meters tall, with a diameter of over 10 meters. Countless complex pipes were exposed on the outside of the tower, many of which were damaged seemingly from deliberate destruction. The imitation crab approached the large liquid fractionation tower. As the perspective drew closer, Lin Ming saw more details. He discovered that next to the large liquid fractionation tower, there was a familiar structure connected, a cooling tower. At the bottom of the large liquid fractionation tower, a massive boiler could be seen along with unprocessed slag. When this device was first invented, it was not directly powered by electricity, but relied on fuel for energy. Lin Ming tried to reconstruct the original appearance of the large liquid fractionation tower. At that time, the atmosphere still contained oxygen to support such large-scale combustion. The imitation crab continued forward, and Lin Ming noticed some details that had been hidden. Only 2 outlets, one directly connected to the cooling tower, which likely produces pure water. Then what does the other outlet produce? Why does my liquid fractionation tower have 4 outlets while this giant has only 2? A series of questions arose in Lin Ming's mind. It seems it's time to go and see for myself. Lin Ming made his decision. So far, the crater containing the factory ruins appeared to be of low danger. Nevertheless, Lin Ming made ample preparations. First was the combat-type heavy-duty exosuit. This was the core of ensuring Lin Ming's safety. The one he had previously manufactured had been traded to Sun Yao. With experience gained, Lin Ming quickly crafted a second one. Next, sufficient backups. The jetpack had decent durability at a speed of 30 kilometers per hour. But considering the boundless black tide below, Lin Ming dared not gamble. He opened a private chat with Sun Yao. Busy? No, I'm watching a live stream. Since the two were already well acquainted, Sun Yao sent a voice message directly. Brother Lin, what's up? Lin Ming did not stand on ceremony. I'm going out for a while. I'll leave a few jetpacks with you as backups. If anything goes wrong, trade them to me immediately. No problem, Brother Lin. Sun Yao agreed readily. Yes, the heavy-duty exosuit has limited supplies. If oxygen or anything else runs low, please replenish them for me. Since he needed Sun Yao's help, Lin Ming was generous. He left 5 jetpacks, 50 units each of oxygen and water, 100 units of electricity, and a considerable amount of superalloy bullets with Sun Yao. Thus, even if danger arose in the crater where the factory ruins lay, the supplies from Sun Yao would be enough to support Lin Ming in a small-scale battle. After completing these preparations, Lin Ming confirmed all supplies were ready, and with a click he fastened the jetpack onto the back of the combat-type heavy-duty exosuit. Then Lin Ming carried a solar panel, 2 jetpacks, and 4 small imitation crabs. Even with Sun Yao as logistical support, the cautious Lin Ming would not place all his hopes on others. Everything is ready. Lin Ming reviewed every detail in his mind and took a deep breath. Even with ample backups and contingency plans, personally flying nearly 100 kilometers over the black tide to another crater was enough to make him slightly nervous. Of course, there was more excitement. Here I go. Lin Ming bent his knees slightly, and the jetpack blasted out a powerful stream of air, lifting him into the sky. He held the solar panel in his arms, and in each hand, he carried a jetpack as a backup. Below each jetpack, two small imitation crabs dangled unsteadily. More than an hour later, Lin Ming reached the top of the ring mountain. He rested briefly there waiting for the microwave repeater to fully charge the combat-type heavy-duty exosuit, then resumed flying. Soon crossing the towering ring mountain, Lin Ming saw an endless expanse of black. The black tide swallowed all colors, leaving only a pitch-black void, like viscous petroleum, covering the entire planetary surface. In the sunlight, the black ocean was calm and still with no ripples, even when the wind blew. But in the areas shaded by the ring mountain, the black tide turned violently turbulent. Waves dozens of meters high crashed repeatedly against the ring mountain, as if trying to tear open a fissure in its solid wall. Seeming to sense Lin Ming's presence in the air, the black tide in the shadows grew even more ferocious. Wave after wave over 10 meters tall surged upward like black hands trying to snatch the flying insect in the sky. Listening to the deafening roar of the waves and watching the surging black fury below, Lin Ming shouted, "Hold tight, little ones. If you fall, you're dead." Boom. After flying over the Haichao Ocean for over 3 hours, Lin Ming finally spotted the crater ridge guarding another meteorite impact site. "We're here." A slight sense of relief washed over Lin Ming. Even though he had activated the jetpack's auto-cruise mode, maintaining the same posture for so long still left his limbs feeling weak and sore. 10 minutes later, Lin Ming landed on the ground and set down the bionic crabs and solar panels. After positioning the solar panels at an optimal angle, he began charging the combat heavy-duty extravehicular suit. Soon the charging was complete, and Lin Ming headed toward the location where he had discovered the factory ruins. Before long, the large liquid fractionation tower he had seen in the video stood towering in the distance. "Go scout the perimeter." Lin Ming commanded the 4 bionic crabs to explore ahead. One particularly bold, upgraded bionic crab even ventured inside the large liquid fractionation tower. Lin Ming saw that inside the large liquid fractionation tower there were still remnants of dehydrated Haichao powder. The long erosion of time had already stripped these Haichao of their vitality, turning them into cracked black solidified lumps. Lin Ming flew up to the lower discharge outlet of the large liquid fractionation tower. There some leftover finished products remained identical in appearance to the dehydrated Haichao powder. His eyes slightly warming, Lin Ming saw a floating panel nutrient 103 units. It seems that back then this large liquid fractionation tower couldn't perform multiple fractionations on Haichao. To obtain high-strength lightweight materials, it could only simply dehydrate it. Lin Ming muttered to himself. He continued flying upward around the large liquid fractionation tower and discovered that the thick iron shell bore multiple massive holes caused by explosions. Could it be that back then, due to operational issues, the pipes on the large liquid fractionation tower had exploded? After finishing his inspection of the tower, Lin Ming moved on to other industrial ruins. Float glass factory, titanium purification plant, spaceship manufacturing center. Towering industrial ruins stood here like monuments, showcasing the former glory of Ria's intelligent life. The airflow from the jetpack gradually slowed, and Lin Ming descended gently to the entrance of the spaceship manufacturing center. Since the intelligent life of Ria had the ability to bring back meteorites from space and establish a permanent base on the far side of the moon, then their aerospace technology must have reached a considerable level, and Lin Ming might be able to obtain relevant technology from it. He sent the 4 bionic crabs to investigate, constantly monitoring their shared perspective. His eyes slightly warming, Lin Ming found nothing noteworthy in the shared perspective. He noticed that compared to the large liquid fractionation tower, the spaceship manufacturing center had suffered more severe explosion damage. So these explosion marks were not caused by equipment operation, but by human action. Lin Ming suddenly spotted a blue light point in the shared perspective of one of the bionic crabs. Unstable electromagnetic adhesive high explosive grenade 1 unit. An electromagnetic grenade. Seeing the fist-sized object lying on the ground, Lin Ming finally understood the source of the explosion marks. Seeing the word unstable before the electromagnetic grenade, Lin Ming said, "Take that electromagnetic grenade out gently and carefully." After countless years, the energy in the electromagnetic grenade had been depleted, making it unable to adhere to metal objects. However, Lin Ming wasn't sure if its explosive component had failed. One bionic crab rushed forward, just about to clamp the electromagnetic grenade with its pincers, when the upgraded bionic crab that followed closely gave it a hard knock on its carapace. Click-clack. The 2 crab pincers snapped rapidly as the upgraded bionic crab drove away the other 3 bionic crabs and stood before the electromagnetic grenade. After what seemed like a few seconds of hesitation, the upgraded bionic crab carefully lifted the electromagnetic grenade with both pincers and slowly moved it outward. Lin Ming had already moved far away from the entrance of the spaceship manufacturing center. "Take it farther." The upgraded bionic crab carefully carried the electromagnetic grenade to an open area more than 500 meters from the entrance and gently set it down. After placing it, the upgraded bionic crab scurried away quickly, its crab pincers still clacking incessantly, as if celebrating its survival. When the upgraded bionic crab reached a safe distance, Lin Ming aimed at the electromagnetic grenade on the ground and fired a superalloy armor-piercing bullet from his electromagnetic gun. Boom. A massive explosion roared, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust slowly settled, Lin Ming's pupils contracted. The electromagnetic grenade had blasted a huge crater over 10 meters in diameter. He knew well how hard the ground was. It required a superalloy drill to dig through slowly. The power of that electromagnetic grenade is truly impressive. Lin Ming recalled that Tang Qing'an seemed to have a stable version of the electromagnetic grenade. He could buy one later and reverse engineer it. If I combine the electromagnetic grenade with an electromagnetic cannon, wouldn't I get a high explosive rocket? This sudden idea made Lin Ming extremely excited. But all of that would have to wait until he returned. For now, the main objective was to explore the spaceship manufacturing center. After confirming that there were no more electromagnetic grenades hidden inside, Lin Ming stepped forward. The floor and walls were riddled with holes from the electromagnetic grenades. After so many years, Lin Ming even worried that the building might collapse at any moment. Fortunately, the main structure, made of superalloy, remained sturdy. The original door had been blown aside by the violent explosion, leaving a gap in the wall for easy entry. Lin Ming stepped inside. Once inside the building, he discovered that the main equipment had been dismantled, leaving only empty rooms. Some equipment that hadn't been removed in time was also destroyed by the explosions, making it impossible to recognize their original forms. Warning: you have illegally entered the Spaceship Research Center Facility 507. Unauthorized personnel must exit immediately. This is the first warning. This is the second warning. This is the third warning. Warning: ineffective. Deploying garrison troops. The familiar warning sounded. Damn. Lin Ming immediately raised his electromagnetic gun from his back, on alert for any possible attack. Yet nothing appeared. The 4 bionic crabs had quickly scattered to investigate, but there was no sign of any biohumanoids emerging. The grating warning sound continued. Lin Ming frowned and looked at its source. It was a surveillance camera with a speaker function, which after who knows how many years was still dutifully performing its duty. Right, since you're still working, could the monitoring center be intact? Might there be video footage left? With a plan in mind, Lin Ming immediately set to work. He instructed the 4 bioimitation crabs to focus on finding locations resembling a monitoring center while he closely watched the shared perspective. Finally, one of the bioimitation crabs made a discovery. It was a passage leading underground, its entrance sealed by an immensely sturdy superalloy door. Multiple explosion marks were visible on the surface, yet the superalloy door remained steadfast, unshaken in the slightest. Lin Ming turned on his searchlight and approached the formidable barrier. Even after 100,000 years, the superalloy showed no signs of corrosion. However, behind the resilient door, the main passage had collapsed in several places, revealing countless openings for entry and exit. Hard work, Lin Ming murmured, patting the superalloy door as he gestured to the upgraded bioimitation crab. With a series of clicks, the crab bypassed the door and deftly slipped into one of the collapsed holes. Warning: you have illegally entered the 507th Research Institute of the spacecraft. Unauthorized personnel must exit immediately. The warnings echoed, densely grating on Lin Ming's nerves. Soon the upgraded bioimitation crab located the monitoring hub room and pushed the door open. Careful, Lin Ming whispered softly as he saw the Urian intelligent life form suddenly appear behind the door. His eyes warmed slightly, but he saw no light points marked with life signatures. The upgraded bioimitation crab had already passed through one of the intelligent life form's crab legs. Oh, it's a holographic projection. Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. You have finally arrived, said the holographic projection, its gaze fixed on the empty doorway. I wonder if it is our descendants or the Reapers who have reached this place. Having previously received the self-decoding system sent by the Urian intelligent life form, the heavy-duty exosuit was able to translate the holographic projection's words in real time. We bore immense pressure to build spacecraft capable of migrating to the Silver Moon, yet due to opposition from some, only partial small-scale migration was carried out. Lin Ming blinked. So they had not only implemented the preservation plan, but also conducted migration. The holographic projection pointed to the sky. By now, billions of our compatriots should be thriving on the Silver Moon, striving to rebuild Urian. Were there Urian intelligent life forms still alive on the Silver Moon? Lin Ming's heart jolted. After 100,000 years, what level of technology had they achieved? Why hadn't they returned to rebuild the Urian planet? The holographic image's voice grew fervent and impassioned, yet they did not understand us and they wreaked havoc, a heinous destruction upon our efforts. The figure projected by the hologram gradually faded, replaced by scenes from the past. In the crater where the factory ruins lay, there was a thriving vista. A massive liquid fractionation tower was in operation, while cooling towers beside it emitted large billows of white steam. Within the space launch site, colossal spacecraft rose one after another, carrying tens of thousands of Urian intelligent life forms to the Silver Moon for migration. Countless Urian intelligent life forms gathered outside the launch site, erupting into cheers with each spacecraft that lifted off. Today is a day to remember. Lin Ming noticed that the intelligent life form from the earlier holographic projection now stood on a high platform in the open area of the launch site, delivering an inspiring speech. We are about to complete the migration of the billionth compatriot. It is my honor that she is my wife. The intelligent life form pointed its crab claw toward the audience. Soon an intelligent life form holding a child ascended the platform and embraced him affectionately. My wife will take our child to the silver moon, where she will watch over my efforts. And I will work on Urian until the very last moment, until all our compatriots have migrated. The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers, wave after wave of applause. Boom. At that moment multiple explosions erupted within the crowd. Simultaneously the nearby large liquid fractionation tower also exploded, spewing black tide, heated to over 100 degrees Celsius, scorching and killing many Urian intelligent life forms at work. An attack. This is a premeditated attack. The speaking intelligent life form sent his wife and child onto the spacecraft and rushed into the turbulent crowd. You damned creatures, why do you repeatedly obstruct our grand migration plan? You are the sinners of Urian. No one answered him. Or rather, the answer came in the form of countless, even more violent explosions. The scale of this attack far exceeded his expectations. All factories and technology centers were struck by the explosions, destroying the industrial system of the Urian planet in one fell swoop. The holographic projection gradually faded, and the entire room was once again shrouded in darkness. Only the voice continued. Our sacrifices are not understood. Perhaps tens of thousands of years from now our efforts will be known to none. But I still wish to tell those who come after the intelligent life of Urian made extraordinary efforts to survive. Even knowing we could not withstand those with higher technology, we never gave up. Because we are not cowards. The voice fell silent. The clicking footsteps of the upgraded bioimitation crab returning snapped Lin Ming out of his reverie. He left the spacecraft manufacturing center and looked up at the massive silver moon. Small satellite adjust orbit, fully scan the lunar surface. Lin Ming issued the command. A series of stacked images were transmitted to the Aether Crystal. Due to the great distance, the maximum resolution of these images was only 10 meters. But that was enough. Lin Ming saw the desolate lunar surface with no trace of intelligent life activity. Could they all be on the far side? Lin Ming muttered to himself, a sense of urgency gripping his heart. He needed to know the appearance of the silver moon's far side as soon as possible, or he would be restless. 3D metal printer module construction. Build list: small satellite, upgraded electromagnetic gun, microwave repeater. Lin Ming issued commands continuously. He was planning a lunar exploration mission. First, launch a small satellite to deploy a microwave repeater at the Lagrange point between the Urian planet and the silver moon for preliminary preparations. Second, launch a small satellite to orbit the silver moon for mapping, acquiring detailed information about its far side to be relayed to Lin Ming via the microwave repeater. Third, launch a small satellite carrying a bioimitation crab to attempt a landing on the far side for on-site exploration. Finally, if possible, the satellite would collect samples and return for physical study. The Chinese-style lunar exploration trilogy: orbit, land, return.